they can get this done in theory before they go on recess. But if they don't, it doesn't get taken up till the 24th of February. They don't come back for till then, because these legislators take an incredible amount of time out of. They're not in session a whole time they're there, and so he can slow things down for more than another 3-4 weeks, plus whatever's going to happen in the House. It's this case where these people are making that it's not the Republicans, it's just a few people, folks. There's enough. Look at how many people in the Senate voted against it. 34 American senators said they didn't want to support Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel. Something wrong there, folks. Something very, very wrong there. And when you get over to the House, they're going to have to get a significant number of Republican senators, Republican representatives to vote for it as well, so that it can get through. I don't think it's they only need a majority over there. I don't think they need a super majority over there, but they need a super majority if the speaker won't bring it to the floor. So, it's not just one or two guys. There's a significant chunk of the Republican Party that no longer is interested in supporting other liberal democracies, even when it's clean all by itself. The people that are saying, I've had my go at the president of the United States for not using the authority and tools in front of him, but folks, all the Democrats voted for this, all of them, and they're all going to vote for it in the House of Representatives. Even the Yahoos, right? Even the AOCs. They're going to get them all, because the Democrats are going to tell them, if you want to be part of the Democratic Party at the next election, you're going to vote for this. Hold your nose and vote for it, AOC and other people, right? So this isn't a both sides are doing it issue. The Republicans are the people holding this down, or holding it back and slowing it up, and all this stuff that's taken place to this point. And that's the undeniable fact. There are no Democrats.
And then Johnson's got another two headaches, because he's got there's the one guy that I forget his name, the guy who got shot at the baseball game, who's off for being treated for cancer, right? And then he's got the special election going on to replace George Santos, who got booted out of the House for being, too dodgy even for Republicans. So there's an incredibly thin Republican majority to begin with. Effectively, what is it, 7, but 5 really, with the two missing people. Peter, your turn.
Yeah, Ming, you're doing a great job, brother. Between you and Will, never have an Aussie and a Brit sounded so astute about the inner workings of the U.S. Congress. I'm not really bullish on any outcome, to be honest with you guys. There are several other big things happening that are all interconnected yesterday. Quite a potentially historic day around D.C. and the Supreme Court. The question of the Colorado kicking Trump off their state ballot by Republicans in the state was argued, and it's probably the first time I've listened to Supreme Court oral arguments in a long time, and I come away from it just severely depressed by all of it, honestly. I thought the millennial lawyer for Colorado, who had clerked for Kagan, one of the justices, did a great job. But all really, it's so sad now that you have to identify Supreme Court justices by their political origins. But it really is that now, and all 6 of them, were armed for bear, trying to. Basically, the way it works there is that they put the onus on the lawyers to make the case for them, or tell them what they need to do. it's so kind of bizarre, actually. And it's so clear that they're going to find a trick of law to not have to approve it and send it back to Colorado. So, so Trump will be on the ballot and he'll be everywhere, and he's going to be able to use this to his advantage now in a big way, which only then emboldens all the people who are holding up, all the aid bills, military bills in Congress. And one of the things that I thought about overnight was that, why even why call it the Ukraine aid bill or Israeli, whatever? They should just call it the defense funding bill number 760A or whatever, because that's basically all that they are. 90% of all those funds are going directly into the US economy. And, does anybody really care on either side, even Trump, where those weapons end up getting sold, as long as they're getting sold? So I'd love to be a bit more bullish about it all, but in the near term, it's not helping our friends in Ukraine, I'm afraid.
Go ahead, Chris. We can't, Chris, now. He's muting whilst he's being waited.
I am here. No, actually, I was in the middle of something else. But what was I going to say? I don't know. Yeah, right. So we're learning a couple of words here, right? This cloture word, right, means what exactly? Or is it not really important? It's just a word, right? And then what's the other thing? Oh yeah, I've never quite managed to get my head around the filibuster thing. Is that simple as well? Will Ming, is it, this filibuster thing? Does it just mean?
Well, that's what a cloture vote is for. A cloture vote is to cut off debate, and you have to call a cloture vote to end debate during a filibuster. But they don't even require them to filibuster anymore. They just put holds on stuff in the Senate without any requirement to speak. And frankly, they should change the rules back to the old way, that if you want to put a hold on something and you're Rand Paul, you need to stand up there and keep talking for 72 hours straight. And if you stop at any time or leave the chamber, they can do a rules vote and pass the thing on. Out of a sense of comity, Americans have relaxed the requirements on their legislators so that they can put holds on things and bog things up. Look at all of the defense nominations that have been held up in the recent past by that crazy religious idiot over abortion. They need to run their democracy a lot more efficiently in America, and not make the rules, not change the rules to make it easy for people to hold up. They ought to be changing the rules to make people stand up if they want to hold up anything, and make a firm, long case for it. I don't like how the Senate runs at all. Plus the fact that you basically do need 60 votes to do anything, and so having 67 on this in the Senate is a really good thing, because that means it's essentially filibuster proof.
And so, sorry, Will, to be painful, but filibuster. What does filibuster mean?
That means endless debate.
Oh, it just means end. Okay.
Holding an endless debate about anything. People accuse me of filibustering, which is not true, by the way. But talking. Shut it, Peter. Talking endlessly about Cat in the Hat or any subject, whatever, so that you don't give up so you don't give up your right to speak, which means the next person could call for a vote.
Well,
think about it. Think about it, Chris, as being in Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park and just refusing to get off your box.
Well, thank you. I've really learned something. I've learned two things there for that this morning now, guys. Right. Okay, good. Interesting. Thank
All
you.
right, and there's one other potential calamity that goes in the mix today, is that I will not be surprised if there's going to be impeachment calls for Biden after the special counsel that they had to name to get into the boxes of top secret documents that are in his garage, et cetera, which he still says he has no idea how they got there. It was all his staff, et cetera. So, very similar to the circumstance with Trump, for which he's in a lot of hot water for. And a lot of his top secret docs that ended up in Mar-a-Lago. The general counsel, which was named by him, suggested that if this was done willfully, that he isn't fit to stand trial because he's, in quotes, an elderly man with a poor memory. So he had to go before the press corps today, and I cannot remember one where the president was getting barked at, like by a mob of dogs, as he was today. And unfortunately, in an attempt to suggest that, he's of sound mind and body, and he kind of got through it all okay. And he was walking off, and somebody got him on Israel and Gaza. And he went back to the podium, and he confused Mexico with Egypt. And so some very prominent Americans are just suggesting, do the right thing, like we had to do with our grandfather, and, put him / the country out of its misery. So the circus is only going to be like 10x today, I fear.
Yeah, but in fairness, Peter, I kind of think there's not a lot of mileage in those kind of arguments, given that, the other guy talks about, the airports in the Civil War.
Yeah, no, well, you've got no argument. I'm just reporting what's going on, Ming, in this sense. And, it's it's a problem. And, I'm constantly dealing with a lot of younger people in the tech world I'm in, and seeing overnight just their reaction straight away is that they're already, on to Newsom, if they're even mindful of politics. But, there's just a lot of people, who already view him in this way, and to some degrees, not unfairly. So, it's just another major issue now that's going to make it easier to cloud, getting the business of Congress done.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Peter, you're obviously not as connected as I am, my friend, right? Because I'm connected to Moses Johnson, which means I'm extremely close to God, right? And I got the tweets from him, about Biden being impeached and that, like about 6 o'clock or something this morning, Peter. Yeah, so that one's already out and about, and that one, and obviously I'm extremely grateful that somehow I get all of Moses Johnson's tweets, but I don't follow him.
Lucky man. Well, this is my point, Chris, right? This is exactly my point. So, I mean, once dawn breaks on the East Coast, et cetera, I mean, this is just, I just guarantee you, like, the gleeful energy coming out of Mar-a-Lago last night. I was talking to an actually Democratic strategist friend of mine in Fort Lauderdale. I'm like, can you see it? It's like 1:30 at night for you. Are you seeing the glow coming from the south? Yeah. State of things.
Welcome, Karen. Go ahead.
Well, just a second here. Get what I'm finding. I would like to address Peter M's remarks and point out there are some differences there between Trump and Biden's actions in regard to documents. For one thing, Biden self-reported the documents and immediately alerted law enforcement. He directed staff to return all classified documents that were found. And he asked them to do that immediately, not to wait, but to do it immediately. He made no attempt to destroy evidence. He voluntarily gave law enforcement access to his home for searches without a warrant. The documents had no cover sheets indicating their classification and were inadvertently packed among personal materials. Now let's compare that to how Trump responded. Archivists found documents, and law enforcement had to issue a subpoena and get a search warrant to search Mar-a-Lago. Trump suggested that his attorneys hide or destroy the documents that had been subpoenaed, and that is a statement made by DOJ. An attempt to delete security and camera footage at Mar-a-Lago to conceal evidence was made. That is also a statement by the Department of Justice. DOJ had to obtain a search warrant to search Mar-a-Lago. The documents had cover sheets indicating classified material at the secret and top secret level. So I would say there is a very grave difference between. Now, you can say that Biden, maybe his memory is not what it used to be, but his character is intact, and he can hire people to jog his memory. He cannot hire somebody to give him good character. And Trump, we're talking about a man with multiple felony counts, including obstruction of justice. So I would say that there's really no comparison between the two incidents of misplaced documents.
Well, I'm not comparing those, Karen, and I guess I should have clarified that the impeachment calls are going to be coming because of the dementia. And, that's a really tricky one, to get away from at this point, and it's already been dogging him. So, but in terms of the docs, et cetera, agree with you. The way that Trump handled, all of that and the way he dealt with the FBI is exactly why he's in hot water, and rightfully so, 100%.
Well, okay, I'll say one thing more and then I'll shut up and hop down because I should be going to bed pretty soon too. Otherwise, my memory will start deteriorating. But Trump is only a few years younger than Biden, and I recall that there were constant calls from Democrats for Trump to be possibly impeached based on the 25th Amendment. And I have never looked at Trump's missteps side by side with memory glitches that Biden has displayed, but there were plenty of complaints about Trump. So if it was a choice between the old guy and the slightly less old guy, both with patchy memories, I'm going to choose Biden, but that's me. And I respect your right to have whatever opinions you have. And I'll hop down.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, does that conclude the American politics hour then, Ming? Because I think we just went a little off track there. Just a little. I will take that as a yes then. So, is there anything that you would like to bring Ming right now, or anything you've seen that you would like to talk about? I'll take that as a no then.
I'm
But
still
Chris
working
wants
my
to.
way through my various sources. Apologies, Tracy. I was on another screen there, but I will get back to you as soon as I've dug up some stuff.
Rightio, no problem. Thank you, Ming. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, well, we did go down a couple of rabbit holes there, Tracy. But obviously, my interest is in how close are we getting to Ukraine aid, and are we likely to? Is it likely to be done anytime soon? And that. So, unfortunately, we do have to understand a bit about the process, don't we, in the Senate and the House and that, you know. But there you go. Oh well. Anyway, it was a good step. It was a good step. I like the you know, the majority and that, you know, that voted for it. Oh, here's Christopher and that. He's going to give us another American view. That's what we need.
Christopher, good morning. What time is it? Like 3 a.m. where you are or something now?
No, Lori. Well, close to 4, 3:54. I don't know. I just woke up, so I don't have an opinion at the moment. I mean, I have an opinion, but it's probably not worth anything until I become a little more informed. You know, I just hope that we can move ourselves along. I've started an interesting book, and I'm not remembering the title at the moment, but the gentleman was written back in 2009, 100 years, some sort of prediction thing. It was Yevgenia had suggested it to me, and so I'm about 4 chapters into it, and he's very prescient in his prediction of what the kind of chaotic things are going to be happening in the 21st century, and he posits that Americans, the American country as a whole, seen as an entity of an individual, is you know, a bit like a teenager at the moment, and that they are both you know, completely as teenagers can be. They can be manic on both ends, and they are interestingly like, you wouldn't scold a teenager necessarily for the fact that their brain is developing the way it is and stuff. But that's my editorial. He so far hasn't said anything about brains, but I thought it's very interesting. I'll come back when I remember exactly what the title is, or look it up on my Audible. But yeah, it's just it was kind of interesting to sit through and read during my commute, which has become a lot longer. But anyway, I think we had a lot of drama yesterday, and I just wanted to say that despite all the drama, at the end of the day, when I've woken up now and thought a little bit about it, that I think that there's no reason to give up, and there's no reason to give in. There are things that I know in my own self that I have my own doubts, and I have my own fears, and I have my own trepidations. But I also have a lot of faith, and I think the faith comes from, and it's because of. I was thinking about it. You know, if the people that come to the space, the people that have been supporting Ukraine that I've met, some of the folks no longer are here because they are moved on to other spaces, or they've dropped out completely, or you know, they, whatever the reason. But their contributions to my understanding of the importance to be available for Ukraine has stayed with me. So even if what where they were
you know, I guess what I was thinking about was that people like Robin, who I probably, even though she worked at NYU in the law library, which was like, you know, a stone's throw away from where I was working at the time when before she retired, I probably never would have met her if it wasn't for the space. And I never would have met Chris Windley. I never would have met Tracy Hall. I never would have met Ming the Merciless. I never would have met any number of individuals. And the collectiveness of our desires to be assistive and to do the right thing is very powerful. I think for myself, I get really, you know, I got really angry yesterday at a lot of different things, and unfortunately, that's nothing that was in my control, really. And I had to think that I had to try to step back, and it was very, very difficult for me to try to step back because I was very emotionally involved. And I think that's what the thing is with us here at the space. We're very emotionally involved. It's not a transaction for us. It's not like what we're seeing in the negative powers and the evilness that is out there works on transactions only, and doesn't consider the people, and doesn't consider the emotions, and doesn't consider, you know, isn't doing anything for to better humanity. They're doing things to better themselves. Anyway, I don't know. It's a bit of a rant, or at least a diatribe at the very least. But I think I am grateful is what I want to try to get to, and that's only because I just woke up. If I read the news and I listen every time, my pendulum may swing back the other way. But Tracy, thanks so much for doing what you're doing, and I came up primarily because I was like, oh, who might be, and I was like, wow, all right, cool. Anyway, I'm not making any sense, but thank you for letting me babble along. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. I think I understand what you're saying. I mean, you know, many of the people here restored my faith in human nature. Certainly when I came to the space and I found MriyaReport, that I absolutely had that feeling. I think I'm guilty of disconnecting from the world slightly, because sometimes you just can't do anything about fools. You just have to avoid them. And there's just too many fools in the world, it seems to me, just lately, these last few years. But yes, meeting everybody here and seeing all the good that everybody does together, that's absolutely restored my faith in human nature. So that's been a wonderful thing, but so many wonderful things about the connections that we make here. And Chris Windley, what do you say about that? What connections do you think you've made here? Well, look at the segment that we're having, thanks to the connection via you, and that's all because of MriyaReport too.
Well, yes, Tracy, and congratulations again on your patch. Let me just mention that to start with. Yeah, on your very special patch. Yeah, and yeah, that obviously that as I brought it up yesterday, Tracy, was just to say that, you know, because I remember you. I'm allowed to say practicing as a host in the dead of the night, Tracy, with Prince and that on your SBU segment and that, which was always great from the beginning, I will say to you. But yeah, and I was just going to say, there's so much that I've learned here in the last 2 years. It's unbelievable, actually, really. You know, because you've got to bear in mind, Tracy, that. You know, like, well, obviously, when I was in the Navy, and I'm sorry I have to say this, but it's just the case, right? Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union to me, right? And you know, I realized how ignorant I was then. Actually, somebody reminded me the other day, Tracy. This is sort of it's sort of like a bit of a funny story, right? I get my ships mixed up, you know, because I'm getting old and senile, like Biden and Trump, you know. I get my ships mixed up. So I thought I thought that well, there were two occasions I know for definite that I went to the Eastern Mediterranean, to Turkey, and so one was in HMS Intrepid, which was what they called a Dartmouth training ship. So that you go through Dartmouth, and then you go out on the Dartmouth training ship before you. Well, I think that's the order again. I forget that, but anyway. And then the other one was Hermes during Afghanistan, right? And so when I came back from my Dartmouth training ship on Intrepid, where basically we went to Istanbul, and I was like basically piloting a launch, and that when I was taking all the bigwigs backwards and forwards between Istanbul and Intrepid, right? Okay, this story's getting too long now, but anyway, but yeah. So anyway, when I got back, I wrote an article for the Dartmouth, the BRNC magazine, which was like basically the start of me becoming like a sort of like article writer, and I ended up in university being the editor of the college, of the university magazine, right? And anyway, I wrote an article on that, right? And somebody sent it to me the other day, one of my old Navy mates, Tracy. They sent it to me the other day, right? And so I reread it. I thought, I wonder who wrote this then? And I went, oh, it was me. I wrote it, right? And guess what, right? When we were off Alexandria in Egypt, right, we encountered the Moskva and her escorts. Right, and I wrote that, and yeah, I know, and I wrote in my article, right, that the thing that struck me about the Russians was we were all friendly and waved at them, but none of them waved back, Tracy. Now you see, I say Russians, right, but of course. What I really meant was Soviets, right? And of course, they could have been Ukrainians, Tracy, at that time, right? So, and I know this sounds a bit odd, right? But so you have to remember that back then, right? I never understood that you know that the Soviet Union. I mean, it sounds silly because it's the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, right? I never understood that it was a collection of different nations, right? That Muscovy had subdued, right? And even then, right? So then if this, I say, sorry, this story's getting long, but there is a point to it, right? So even then, right? When I started working with a few Ukrainians, and I'm going to just like say that was, let's go for 2018 or something like that, Tracy, right? Even then, right, when people would say to me, oh, yes, my developers are in Ukraine, right? I would like go, really? Aren't they Russian? Right. So if you understand what I'm saying, right? So my journey, like here on this space, has been just like enormous, enormous. So that was that on that, to understanding, about Ukraine, about Georgia, about Chechnya, about. Well, obviously Afghanistan, right, which I was, sort of involved in. I was just sat on a, aircraft carrier, right, in the Eastern Mediterranean. We didn't really do anything, fly a few planes off, and the Marines were running up and down on the deck, getting in the way of the helicopters and planes taking off. But yeah. So my education here has been enormous, right? And then just to bring the story to a close, and obviously, you know that I've basically dedicated myself the last 2 years to supporting Ukraine and the cyber and tech people. And I just want to say, Tracy, I just want to say to Chris Tuffer that I will never, ever forget, right, that he was the first person to commit himself massively to coming to the expo in September. Right, and a man of his word he is. Right, he messaged me and said, and I couldn't believe it, Tracy. You know, he's like, I've booked my holidays, I've booked my flights, I've booked my hotels. I'll see you there, Chris. And I'm like, whoa, what a guy! And then, of course, to actually have met him and everybody else at the expo last September was just amazing, Tracy. So sorry, a bit of a rabbit there. I do apologise. And but actually, again, we're talking about. And I've been talking to Christopher about this and that. We're talking about the expo in September again, if you can believe that, Tracy. Right, here we are in February and that, and we're already organising the expo in September. So sorry, thank you for giving me the time for the rant.
No, that's okay, Chris. It comes around quick, doesn't it? I can't believe it's gone that quick, but it's just going to be so much more this year than it was last year. Of course, it went fabulously well last year. Especially it wasn't exactly last minute, was it? But it kind of was for these things, because you really are supposed to prepare, in advance, much further in advance. But of course, you didn't find out until you found out. So go ahead, Chris.
No, well, I won't go into the detail, but when let's just say that when MriyaReport decided to commit to coming and that, right, things moved very rapidly from then on, Tracy, right? Yeah, so obviously we had mockers then coming down, and other people, Peter, of course, coming down, Shaggy at the time, and that, we will never forget Shaggy and the shark, will we? The inflatable shark. Christopher.
And don't forget some of the other players like Emmanuel. What an amazing man! What an amazing man he is.
Yes, I think he was like the second person after you, Christopher, right? To say basically the same thing. Hey, I'm coming and that, right? And of course, again, another man of his word. You're absolutely right, Christopher. And I'll probably forget somebody else, won't I? But well, of course, Jenny. God, I have to. God, she'll kill me. She'll kill me. I mean, Jenny, of course, actually, like a week or two before the exhibition, she booked time to go down and actually basically walk the route. So she was like, the forward party and that, she went down there, she stayed in a hotel, and she basically walked the route around Olympia so that she knew where everything was and that, and then, whoever arrived and that, could.
And Chris, even where you should go for a smoke break. Back to you.
Really? Did she, Chris? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, she's. I mean, she's in that sort of, project management type role and that. So I guess we shouldn't really be surprised in that. But yeah, I mean, Jenny was just amazing because obviously I couldn't get down on the first day, but I didn't worry about it because I knew it would all be organised and coordinated, which was, a massive relief in that. So yeah. It was absolutely brilliant and that, and yes, I've met to your point, Tracy, I've just met so many amazing people on here over the last couple of years. It's just been brilliant.
Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate that. I think, you know, it's really great for people to hear these things as well, and hear these connections. And actually, I remember, you know, that when the expo was on and people reporting from there, and Peter co-hosting from there, and, you know, things like that. So, yeah, it was absolutely fabulous. And it's only going to be much better this year, isn't it? If it can get any better. But, of course, I think it absolutely will. So I'll be very excited to see what happens coming up with that. Some wonderful things. And speaking of wonderful things that MriyaReport has done, check out the MriyaReport feed. I'm sorry, is the kettle too noisy in the background? Let me go in the other room. Check out the MriyaReport feed, because on there you can all see there's so many videos and pictures from all the different people that we've helped. And when they give us pictures and videos back, and speaking of that patch as well, Chris, when incredible things like that happen, it just shows you those connections. It really makes you feel that bond with people, and you know, it's just absolutely fantastic. And I love to see these things happening. So go ahead, Chris. Sorry, you've got your hand up.
No, well, I was just going to say that because Chris and I were chatting about this, you know, in terms of the exhibition. So that you know, that there'll be a few exhibitions that we'll be involved in one way and another this year. So I think they basically start in April. We'll be down in London for what they call the SME Expo, so small business basically expo. And we will have Osaville and U-Control there, and so there will be representatives of Osaville and U-Control at that. And then there's a security expo in so what's that, April, early May in Birmingham, which is the same organisers as the expo in September, 19 group, and then there's London Tech Week, and in London Tech Week, and so I know Chris is, well, I don't want to say when and where, Chris, but I know you're planning to come over before September, I think, aren't you? So anyway, London Tech Week, there was a massive representation last year of Ukrainian companies. So I have no doubt that there will be again this year. And of course, this year, as you know, Tracy, we've got the TechBridge organisation. Whether the two will be working together, I don't know exactly, but I imagine there'll be some connection there for London Tech Week. And then what have we got then? Then there is, oh, I forget the name of it now. It's basically Counter-Terrorism and Security Expo, I think. Yes, I think that's right. I'm just doing it from memory, and then that will take us to September. So that's all I know about. Oh, and then I haven't got much detail about it, but I'm speaking at a film launch from a Ukrainian lady that I know. 1st of March, I think it is, as well. So I'll basically be just speaking about, well, obviously I'll drop in MriyaReport, Tracy, but just speaking about basically what I've been doing over the last couple of years and that. So that'll be fun as well.
That all sounds very interesting, Chris, and I'm really, really pleased it's all going on. And of course, a lot of it, I guess you can say, is probably linked to the defence industry, which is not surprising, really. And even in terms of if it's not the defence industry, I guess a lot of it's in terms of defence, how now these companies are looking at these things that are needed. You know, of course, Russia's just hacking everywhere, left, right, and centre. Everybody needs to get more cyber secure, get more up with the times, learn more about things like U-Control and Osaville and all the tools that are coming out from people like that. all these things. So I think it's fantastic. Anyway, I am just looking at a wonderful video which I've just posted for you all. It's an absolutely astounding boom. Go and have a look at that. So on the occupied shore of the Kherson Oblast, Ukrainian forces completely dismantled an MSV with full ammunition, and I would say that definitely is dismantled. It's like a great big firework going off. It's absolutely incredible. It's huge boom. Go and have a look at that. So you've got to see that. Christopher, sorry, go ahead.
No, don't be. Windley, did you mention Tech Week in June? Because that's another thing that I will be coming over for.
Yeah, that's right. I did mention it, Chris, but I wasn't sure. I knew you were coming over before, but I couldn't remember whether it was Tech Week. But okay, you've confirmed it now.
Yeah, I'm settling out. I managed to get them to classify me as a startup company. So I do actually have a small startup that I've been working on for a couple of years, mostly in the last year, somewhat in the background in there. But we deal with ultrasound and creating an ability to image on uneven, irregular surfaces. And mostly it started for monitoring of warfighter transport during evacuation, so that they could you could monitor them a little bit better for things like internal bleeding, which you wouldn't be able to pick up with the stethoscope. And certainly if you're in a C-130 or a transport plane, the stethoscope doesn't really work because of the aircraft attenuation. So it's another method of ensuring that their travels from their injuries on the battlefield back to a larger hospital area will be a little bit better protected for them. But anyway, was a Department of Defense startup incubator that I was involved with a couple of years ago, and still am. But anyway, so it's legitimate. So I have a ticket. So I'm ready. I'm coming. So I'll be there for June, that week in June, which is the 12th through the something or other. And I really forgot exactly why I came back up, aside from that. All right, so I'll close out for the moment. Back to you.
Before you go, Christopher, we didn't get a chance to speak about yesterday the cyber attack by the GUR that they reported. So I just thought, as Chris is here, we'll mention that and see if you heard about it, Chris. This was an attack on the drone control program.
Yeah, it's interesting. I speculated on it without having to do so what I know about DJI, right, is that one of the problems with it, with anything that's Chinese, and I don't say this because I want to be, I don't know. I don't say this because I want to be, well, I mean, all right. So the Chinese and the Chinese government are two different things. Chinese individuals and Chinese government, right? But the Chinese government is really interested in controlling everything that its citizens do. It's interested in controlling everything that its businesses do. And it's interested basically in its hegemony within its country, so that it can then try to be hegemonous outside, at least in a regional power play sense. We're seeing that in all the stuff that's going on with the ships that the Philippines that are being harassed, to the building of the Spratly Islands, to building of flyovers of Taiwan that are aggressive, and so on and so forth. It's trying to create itself as a hegemonic power in its little realm of the world. And okay, fine. But so DJI has some firmware on the machines itself, right? So the machines are built, the components have embedded in them a desire that it wants to continually contact the DJI servers in order for it to be continuously updated. It's for product improvement. I mean, I think that there's some benefit to having that kind of support, especially for the consumer who really just wants to fly the drone for photographs, right? How much data they pull off of it is to me unclear, but they do need to be able to contact home, just like E.T. E.T. wanted to go home. The drones themselves want to go home. They want to, and so what I gathered from the command and control server that the Russians had set up what you have to do on the battlefield in order for the drones to become more rugged, to be less susceptible to jamming, and otherwise more controllable by you as the operator, that you need to remove the software that's on the drone and or flash the firmware. Now, from what I understood is that the Russians were just removing the software, or they were taking the software that was there and they were modifying it some way, shape, or form, having it contact their server instead of having it contact the Chinese server. So it would be getting information from the server that they had saying, okay, here's all the flight, here's where everything's good, you can be updated, yep, go ahead and fly. And when they cut that server off, then the hardware said, oh, wait, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I can't contact home. I can't do anything. I'm now no longer available. I'm not flyable. I can't, because the hardware wants to. This is my understanding. It could be completely wrong, but this is my understanding that now that's what happened. So they only took an intermediate step, the easiest step, which would have been to change the software and create a man in the middle, if you will, for the command and control. So I'd like to do a little more research on it, but I've just been flat out with just trying to get my schedule down. And I've been doing some audio editing too, which I think is more of a priority for me than delving deep into the technicals. The other thing that I want to take a look at, and it's out there on the internet, is the plans for the Shaheeds that were taken out of somebody's data store because they were hacked again by the SBU. So I think that's about all I have at the moment. I hope that helps. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. That definitely does help. Much appreciated. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Chris, go ahead.
No, not at all, Tracy. I mean, to be honest with you, I hadn't heard about that hack, but what I do think is interesting. Well, I'm just going to tie it as well to some news that was on the space here last night about the Chinese sending CNC machines to Russia, right? And it sort of makes me laugh, this, because something I sort of knew, right? Like, I knew that there were basically Chinese copies of things, right? Everybody knows that, don't they? Right? I mean, I remember, my son used to motocross and that, so there were always like Chinese knockoffs, as he would call them, of good motocross bikes and that, and they never lasted, right? They were never any good and that. So obviously the Japanese motocross bikes and that, were the ones that you basically wanted, and that there are probably a couple of other makes as well. I forget now. But anyway, but yeah, the Chinese knockoff ones, not very good, right? And so I sort of, obviously I realized that, and what I didn't really appreciate was that the Chinese actually like manufacture these machines, drones and everything like that, and then they just stick badges on them, Tracy, right? like they stick badges, like, a Japanese manufacturer or a German manufacturer or something like that, right? So it looks like it, and obviously, again, we know that fake stuff is produced and that, with different labels on, but I sort of didn't like really click that it also applied to like CNC machines and other stuff, right? So that, I think that's the first point, and I think we just, again, I just don't think that we ever really understood or understand the scale of how the Chinese basically steal, plans to build stuff, right, and then build it cheaply and then send it back to us. So build our plans. I steal our plans, right? I just don't think we really understand the level of that. And then on the drones, Chris, right? Obviously, again, my son and that, have been flying DJIs for years. Don't know how long they've been around, but anyway, seems like years. And so obviously I knew about them, and then I think talking on the space here about Autel, I think it is, Chris, was I learned that was one of the other big ones, and that was also Chinese. And the main thing I was like thinking is, boy, we need to produce drones like that in the West, and we need to do it bloody damn quick too. And then I don't know if a conversation with you actually, Christopher, and that, but I think somebody was saying that it'll be difficult to replicate what the Chinese have done. And I'm like thinking, I don't think it's that difficult. Okay, it might be challenging, and we don't have the labor costs that they have, and it's probably subsidized and blah 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 blah. But if we put our mind to it, it's not that difficult. Anyway, so I'll let Leo go. Tracy, rabbit in a bit.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, I agree with you anyway. It's not that difficult if we put our minds to these things, and the Ukrainians show us that every day. Go ahead, Leo. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, it's a great meeting with all of you. Such a great group of, probably the greatest group of supporters of Ukraine I can think of. I had a question for Chris, James, regarding the point of care ultrasound that you were working on. I'm actually meeting with a point of care ultrasound company this coming week to discuss a program to do, in field testing of their AI software, because point of care ultrasound is very practical for use in battlefield. It's very small, and you can hook it up to the iPhone, and it can analyze whether the person has a life-threatening emergency. But of course, knowing how to interpret the images can sometimes be a problem, and this AI would do that for the person, the operator. So this is something with a lot of potential. I heard you talk about point of care ultrasound as well. Maybe we could find some synergy if you want to send me a DM or something like that, and we could see where we could work together and help Ukraine with this, because it could really help the soldiers in the field. Thank you, Slavo Ukraini.
Oh, sorry, guys, my mic was open. Sorry, Tracy. That's cool. I'm glad you are working on that. I mean, Butterfly is one of those. GE has a portable scan that also works, and that's been. I think it's. I know that Butterfly is in the field being tested. I know that GE is also there at the forefront. Part of the issue has always been that you need a proper technician to understand the images, as you've said, but also to be able to place and work with the probes for the ultrasound. Because if anybody's had an ultrasound, especially for the women out there who have had ultrasounds during pregnancy, you know exactly what that probe or wand, depending on which way you're going. But you need to use the couplant, and you need to use some sort of pressure, and need to really move it around and take pictures, because it doesn't. The thing about ultrasound is that it doesn't want to. It wants to really image a flat surface. It doesn't really want to image the body parts, which are round-ish, and so that's been somewhat of the problem. But yeah, that's great. I love it. The concern that I have is called Gale Sun. And it was out of a program from the Department of Defense, and we're working with a lab out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. We were working during the program with a lab out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and you can Google it for flexible ultrasound. They have a patent out, and they just put out a paper about 8 months ago or something, a second paper. There's also a concern in UC San Diego, a lab there that's working on a flexible patch that they've got. They're doing some pretty good stuff. They're working on the physical stuff of that. There's also MIT that has a if you Google for that, they also have a postage stamp size patch for duration monitoring. But again, here's they're in somewhat of a localized area, and they're not on the flexible side. So yeah, absolutely, I would love to do that. But you're absolutely right. Yeah, having something as a tool to be able to do a fast exam in the field would be amazing, especially with blunt force trauma and explosive concussive trauma to the torso. Those kinds of injuries don't show up until you've had 30% or so or more of your blood loss internally. So absolutely, Leo. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be in a position where I think I can DM you from here. But cool beans. Thanks for coming up.
Great. And you make a very good point. You know, one of the differences between ultrasound and other imaging modalities like CT and MRI, just for the other listeners, is that MRI and CT, the images are kind of predictable. It doesn't depend as much on the technologist's skill, but ultrasound does depend very heavily on where the technologist puts his hand and rotates the transducer and so forth. And so there's a lot of variability. So it's going to be a challenge, obviously, to have AI when the data is kind of, there's so many different ways of obtaining the same, imaging the same structure. But I think that it also means that there's so much more need for computers to help the operator so that they can get good images. Anyway, thank you so much, Slavo Krin.
Hello, Slava, and thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so what else have I been looking at? Nobody's got a hand up, and we've seemed to have finished that conversation. So I will go over a few things I've been looking at. We've had some Tu-95s going up, and some MiGs going up, various different alarms and things going off around Ukraine. So Russia just being Russia. The SBU have again searched the Kyiv Pechersk Lavra Church. So that will be something to do with, I guess we'll find out later on today. In fact, let's just check if the SBU themselves have given us an update regarding this. What they have given us an update on is that they've detained a traitor who installed webcams near Mykolaiv seaport to spy on the ships of the armed forces. President Zelensky has released further video of the Ukrainians being returned yesterday, the prisoners of war that were returned yesterday from Russia. So there's more video, some extended video. It starts off during, well, it's dark anyway, whether it's night or early morning. It's very dark, and it shows them, like all the ambulances, there's like loads of them all coming down the road all at once. And then, of course, you see them arrive home. So I think I've posted that actually. So let me just double check. I'm pretty sure I just did post that for everybody to look at. I hope you've all had a look at that fantastic boom that I just posted then, because that is an absolutely incredible explosion. Yes, I have posted the video by President Zelensky. It's nearly the top of my profile, so you can look for it there quite easily. And what he said is, Ukraine returns its people and will do everything to ensure that exchanges continue so that our people return home. Thanks to everyone who helps us and who gives us this result. So we've heard about the UAE being involved in some of these prisoner exchanges. And I think actually, if I believe correctly, yeah, I'm pretty sure Olena Zelenska mentioned them being involved in trying to get children back and helping to get children back from Russia. Of course, that's children that Russia has stolen and kidnapped and taken away to Russia. And so, yeah, she talked about that recently. So they've been quite instrumental, it seems, in. So I hope they keep doing more and more of this. So let's tell you about some of the guests that we have coming up today, because we've got a day laden full of guests today, some fantastic guests coming up. So first, we're going to be joined, we're going to be having what I think is going to be a new segment. So I'm looking forward to this. So telling you all about this. So join the discussion today. We're going to be having the CEO of Renew Democracy come and speak with us. So that's the Renew Democracy Initiative. And of course, the co-hosts will be Slavi and Tim. So in his role as CEO, Uriel, now then, let me see if I can pronounce his name properly. Uriel Epstein, or I think Epstein. Anyway, he has orchestrated a delegation of American thought leaders to Ukraine, and they will be diving into the Making Putin Pay report and breaking down the process of transferring 300 billion of Russia's frozen assets to Ukraine. So, of course, that's something that we're all very interested in. So, for all you people that have asked questions, now is a fantastic opportunity to come and ask your questions at this interview. So that's coming up. Of course, that's in the nest for you all. So have a look at that and retweet that if you wouldn't mind. We would very much appreciate that. Let everybody know about that. Now then, I have not finished yet. No, that's not the end, I hear you say. So what's coming up following that? So let me tell you, I'm trying to go in time order here so we get them in order for you. So then following that, who's going to be returning is going to be Douglas London. And of course, he's a veteran CIA officer and counterintelligence expert. He's a national security commentator and author as well. And he's been here with us previously, so many of you probably remember him. If you haven't enjoyed listening to him, you definitely must come, because it's absolutely fascinating listening to his insights and his analysis of everything. So come and enjoy that. Also, actually, I should have told you the times. That wasn't very good of me, was it, Ming, not to tell everybody the times? So our first guest with Renew Democracy Initiative, that's going to be at, let me start with the Pacific. So it's going to be 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. UTC, which is also 4 p.m. London, 5 p.m. Berlin, and 6 p.m. Kyiv. So that's for the Renew Democracy. And then going back to Douglas London, he will be joining us at, let's have a look, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. UTC and London, 7 p.m. Berlin, and 8 p.m. Kyiv. So a good day of guests coming up there. You know, it's been fabulous lately, Ming. We've had just guest after guest after guest, you know, day after day almost, it seems like to me. And we have 2 and 3 guests a day sometimes. We're extremely lucky with the guests.
Yeah, no, the guests only get better. And also, just a quick reminder to everybody why we're here. We're currently running a Blitz fundraiser, 7-day Blitz ending on the 16th of February, I think, at midnight Eastern time. You know, we don't want you to bankrupt yourselves, because you're no good to Ukraine bankrupt. But do give whatever you can. This is to provide humanitarian aid, accommodation, furniture, clothes, legal advice, and much more for people who have had to flee their homes in Ukraine. So anything you can give would be much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Ming. And of course, remember to retweet and repost that, especially if you're not able to make a donation, because this is another way that you can help and still contribute and still be part of doing wonderful things to help refugees and internally displaced people. You know, these people are going through a great deal, as we all know. So to be able to help them just get things together, to be able to have nothing left of the things that you're standing in, it's a really not a very nice situation to be in. It must be kind of overwhelming, I would guess. And to know that that support is there makes a big difference. So I am trying to now, let me see, I'm trying to add Joanna. There you are, Joanna. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Tracy and Ming. Yeah, I just wanted to really reinforce this announcement about the fundraiser, because it is important. Many people in US or even in Western Europe don't really imagine how it is to be a refugee. Of course, there are a lot of Ukrainian refugees in UK, in Netherlands, in Denmark, but the most of them stayed in Poland, in Romania, and we are seeing them every day. And I remember at the start of the war, it was late February, and it was a very mild winter that year in 2022 in Romania, without snow, but it started snowing right about 24 February. And I remember the refugees coming in from the north. We were seeing them on television, and it was absolutely heartbreaking to see those families. At one moment, the road was blocked for kilometers outside Romania, so in Ukraine. So they had to abandon the vehicles and come on foot, like 10 or 15 kilometers in the snow, with kids, with cats, with dogs, with plastic bags, with some things that they could gather. And it was really heartbreaking to see them. And of course, a lot of volunteers and a lot of volunteers and NGOs were there and were welcoming them with food or tea or soup or even clothes or something, buses, cars for transportation to the city, and so on and so forth. And it was really an effort, and I just want to reinforce this in a way, because refugees, it's a collective noun. We tend to put this in a box and say, yeah, there are refugees somewhere, but they are individuals, they are people, they need things. And for example, people may think that right now there are no refugees from Ukraine because the situation stabilized in some way, and those who left already, and there are no new refugees. But of course there are, because we are seeing every day what is happening in Avdiivka, for example. There are still people that lived there until a few weeks ago and were forced to leave, and there are still people very close to the front line that at one moment can't stay there anymore and have to be evacuated, and some of them are going abroad, or some of them are staying in Ukraine, but they are still refugees because they left their home and everything. And I remember a lot of stories I can tell you about. I have a friend who works for an NGO, and I was with her in the North Station in Romania to welcome the refugees, to give them what we could, like water and tea and advice, and try to find a place for them to stay. And there are so many stories, and here in Romania we are seeing them every day in the park. There are mothers with kids, and um, it's a phenomenon that we should be more aware of, because we tend to forget. We tend to look at it as a crisis that was like 2 years ago and now everything is solved. It's not. So yeah, just look on the tweet with the fundraiser and try to help if you can. It will be I believe only for 7 days, so it's like a blitz effort. So yeah, I just want to reinforce this. And if you want stories about refugees, I have some. So yeah.
Thank you, Joanna. I really appreciate that. You're absolutely right. It is really important. I see it quite often, actually, whilst looking at the local administrations. You'd be surprised people do forget that actually these places, especially Kharkiv and Kherson and the worst hit places, like you say, Avdiivka, etc., these places are receiving aid every single day. Many of times it's from benefactors and NGOs and partners that they've been working with who are providing aid. It's a variety of aid, from clothing to blankets to food to all sorts of different things. So that's needed every single day, that's being received in those areas. So it is really, really important. And also the White Angels are delivering aid to people that refuse to leave. And then, of course, there's those that do leave. They need the support, and they do get the support. But again, these local administrations and local places, local NGOs that work with them, they need this help. and it makes a huge difference, because I see these lines of people waiting for these things being delivered every single day. And I think you're right, we do forget, because we're not seeing, you know, many people rushing for the train station all at once, because the scale of it isn't so large. It's just on a smaller scale in areas here and there, a few hundred people at the most, maybe at one time. So I think people do forget that that's still going on all the time, and these people definitely need that support. Christopher?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I wanted to mention is that if you're unable to really, financially, you don't have the means, or you just for some reason are unable to contribute in terms of money, I think a better way for you to contribute is, if you're interested in, there are Ukrainian outposts, there are Ukrainian clubs, there are Ukrainian organizations within the diaspora. I mean, Chris Winley can bang on about our trip to the Ukrainian club in London. If you volunteer your time, right? So head towards those entities, find out what they're doing, volunteer your time, get to know somebody. I mean, it really creates a better experience for me when I do that, obviously. But it gets me out of myself, because a lot of times I'm really insular, and I'm really here, and I'm focused, and unfortunately, everything that we focus on here has to do with something we can't control most of the time. And with you being able to, I'll keep it to me, with me being able to head out to a Ukrainian club, or there's a little restaurant called Velska in the East Village, and just going and talking to the staff and the owner there, just to see what you can do. What can you do to help for your, bring yourself into the mix, because that will, for me, it's much more rewarding, I think, than because I can actually physically affect, and I actually can physically make a difference, even if it's just to help sort the incoming donations or whatever it happens to be. I will also mention that if you're interested in learning about some of the diasporas that have sprung up, especially if you're in the European theater in sort of Middle Europe area, Austria, there's a woman named Tanya Mayer, who has been a Substack that she has. Oh Christ, the name is escaping me. But she's been talking about and chronicling her volunteer efforts with the Ukrainians coming in, and just like Ilana said, being at the train station, being there as an interpreter, being there to try to create guidance. Wow, that's my car. Thanks, car. And being there for the Ukrainians physically, and helping out in terms of your presence there. So I thought that's what I would just come up and mention. But apparently my car wants me to turn. All right, back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Go ahead, Leah.
Yeah, good discussion. And along the same lines, we went to Peremyshl, or Przemyśl, which is the first stop for refugees fleeing Ukraine as they cross over into Poland. And there's a Ukrainian National Home there where they house refugees, which is in pretty serious disrepair. So we donated money to them. I went with my son, who's also we're members of the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America. So that's a charity that also we've given more than $2 million and about $20 million of goods, even sending, I think it was actually 5 cargo planes filled with supplies to Ukraine. So that's another charity that has its roots in North America that you can donate to. It's a 501c3.
Leo, we can't do that. I'm so sorry to have to interrupt you, but we're not allowed to speak or recommend any charities that we've not vetted or had chance to work with first. It's part of the 501c3 registration that we have. And of course, for legal reasons, we can't speak for any other charities that we've not had chance to vet.
I mean, obviously, there's lots of listeners who could donate to this, because the discussion was talking about that there's lots of charities that people can and NGOs that people can.
But we cannot mention specific
Oh,
charities
okay.
and recommend that people donate to them is what I'm saying. Not unless we're connected with them. So when we speak about charities, because what MriyaReport does is we have charities that we work with, and then that relationship is vetted on both sides, of course, as is due. I can never say that word, as you should do. In these instances, when you work with somebody, you should always check these things out. And so, of course, that's done on both sides. And then we work with those charities on an ongoing basis. And so we have a permanent relationship with them. And that's why we know that it's safe to say that those charities can be donated to. I'm not saying that anything that you or anybody else would suggest a charity that's not reliable and trustworthy, but we just have a legal responsibility, so we have to be careful. So apologies for that. Thank you.
Well, we've been around for 70 years, and so I have a pretty good track record. And but definitely, maybe we could work. You could let me know how we would set that up so that you can, vet us properly, and we could work more directly. I was really just reaching out to the listeners rather than specifically talking about a organizational partnership. But definitely, I would be very happy to work on that. So maybe you could send a direct message or something along those lines.
Sure, the best way to do that would be to use the contact form on the website at MriyaReport.org, and then you can make the application, start the application that way, and then go through the process with the board.
Fantastic. Thank you for your advice. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava, and thank you for understanding, Leo. I appreciate that. So let's see what else has been going on, shall we? So I've been looking at some interesting things that have been happening. So let's see what's going on here. So I'm seeing lots of lovely pictures of the fires. SBU attacks on Russian oil refineries continue. Apparently, it's this time it is the SBU drones that hit the 2 oil refineries in Krasnodar territory. The results of the refinery there was a big fire. Of course, we heard Will speaking about that earlier, and the Ministry of Unexplained Fires or something. I apologise if I'm getting that incorrect. I'm sure Will shout in if I've got the name incorrect. But anyway, so what else has been going on? So Alexei Danilov, the NSDC secretary, he's been speaking about the alleged prisoners of war on the IL-76 plane when it crashed, which of course we know is absolute nonsense. And what he said is there were no Ukrainian prisoners of war on the plane when it crashed. However, he did emphasize that Ukraine has no information whether the guys who were supposed to be exchanged in that particular exchange are still alive or not. So that's unfortunate news, but hopefully no news is good news. What else am I looking at? Oh, yes, I told you about that excellent boom. That's absolutely fantastic, that is. And the SBU are very busy this morning. So I've been looking at some other things. Let me go to my notes here. Just interrupt me anytime, Ming, because I will talk.
Oh, yeah, well, listen,
I will just
I don't know if you're up for a change of topic, Tracy, but
go for
yeah,
it.
no. So I haven't seen it.
What you are
I haven't seen it, but I've obviously come across some reports about it. But the interview that Tucker Carlson did with Putin, and which was released yesterday. Has anybody watched the whole thing, and what were their impressions? I'm reading here. Well, a couple of things I've read. I read a summary in Kommersant, which kind of.
Mate, do we have to talk about this? Really, I don't want to give this guy any more air. And honestly, it's been talked about to death.
Oh well, I'm sorry, Tracy. I just. But the other thing I'm reading is a sketch piece on it all in today's Daily Telegraph, which is kind of entertaining. So I'll just read you a couple of bits from that, and then we can move on. So the rule apparently in Russia is the more important you are, the bigger your room. So Vlad the Bad spoke to Tucker Carlson in a preposterously big Kremlin hall. The two men, both plastered in bronzer and crammed into tiny camp chairs, were dwarfed by architecture, history, and of course, events spun wildly out of control. For context, the video Carlson posted before this one featured tips for men on the best make of wig. Why did you invade Ukraine? Tucker asked in so many words. I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a little historical background, said Putin. And 30 minutes later, we're still talking about Genghis Khan, Stalin, and the conversion of Prince Vladimir in 988. If Carlson looked out of his depth, the president of Russia appeared to be out of his tiny little mind. And with that, I'll end all that, Tracy. We can move on from that to whatever you want to talk about.
Oh, thank you, Ming. Sorry to, but I really do appreciate that. It's just that guy. He's just. I don't want to give him any air. He's just, he doesn't deserve it. Some people, I don't know, maybe because I've been listening throughout the night and I've been hearing people talk about it. So I think that's probably why I feel that way as well. So apologies for that, Ming, and I really do appreciate that. Ioana, please go ahead.
Hi again. So I raised my hand to comment on the Illusion 76 subject because I just wanted to add that there was an article, I believe, yesterday in Kommersant from the funeral of the 5 members of the crew in the plane, because of course those bodies were found, unlike the 65 bodies of supposedly prisoners that were on board. So in the article in Kommersant, which is kind of a unusual paper in Russia because sometimes they say things in a certain way, it was said kind of like this. Russian officials claim that 65 prisoners were on board. So basically, not even them believe what the Russian authorities claim. So yeah, that's my comment on the illusion. And also I wanted to ask you if you want a maritime update, but I can wait a little bit if it's not the proper time for this.
No, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much, Ioana.
Yeah, so the transit through the Black Sea corridor is continuing. It is going very well. Actually, for this, right now we are at about 80 ships inbound and 80 ships outbound for February, which is kind of a very good number. It's more than October. And for 9 days, it's quite significant. We have a lot of movement today, at least 8 ships that are leaving Ukraine, and according to my calculations, probably around 12 that are going in. I'm not sure yet because not all of them appeared in Odessa area, but there are indications that they will be heading there. I'm excited because one of them is a very big ship, Ocean Leo, 177,000 tons. So I like the big ships, really. So I'm happy to see that. And there is a pattern because also today there is another big ship that is leaving Ukraine. So basically they are making an exchange. Star Orion, 171,000 tons is leaving Ukraine. And talking about big ships, this one, the one that is going in today, is the 26th one that is going in, 26th ship of this size. And it's also interesting to say that some of them, at least 3 or 4 of them, are going in for the second time. And for example, there was another interesting day, and I didn't manage to update on that day. On 5th of February, 2 ships went out and 2 ships went in. So it's 2 of these very big ships went in. So these ships are going to Yuzhny, and this is the deep water port in the Odessa area. As we know, there are 3 ports there: Odessa, Yuzhny, and Chornomorsk. And they will be probably loaded with iron ore, and it's really big quantities that is counted to the total amount of exports, and it really makes a difference. what can I say is that yesterday there was an interesting day with some anomalies for the AIS tracking systems. It was very interesting. Two of the ships seemed to appear somewhere north of Simferopol in Crimea, practically on the airport of Simferopol. We had this kind of anomalies before, but that one was strange because, you know, ships seem to disappear from Odessa and appear in Crimea and so on and so forth. So that was interesting for yesterday. There was another thing that I don't know if it's an incident or not. There was a ship, Mar Bianco, that left late on February 7 and arrived yesterday morning in Odessa, but it stayed there just 3 hours and left. So this is kind of interesting. I never saw such a pattern. Usually the ships stay 2, 3, 7 days in port for being loaded. The chemical tankers are leaving the quickest after about 2 days. For the others, it depends on the load, probably, and on the, you know, logistic capabilities that are there. So this ship, Mar Bianco, I will keep an eye on it, because it's a very interesting ship also. Just about 10 days ago, it was in Novorossiysk in Russia. So yeah, it's commercial. So, you know, there are contracts. Ships can be contracted by the Russians, and then they can be contracted by Ukrainians. But the fact that it went in and just left in 3 hours seemed to be a little, you know, interesting, let's say. So that's what can I say for now. But if you have, sorry, I have another interesting thing. I don't know if I mentioned it yesterday, I think, but I should mention it again. There was the first ship in the humanitarian initiative that is promoted by UN left yesterday Ukraine. Skygate is the name, and it was loaded with 25,000 tons of wheat and is going to Nigeria. So it's practically humanitarian help for Nigeria that is, you know, in cooperation, that is done by Ukraine in cooperation with UN. So we can see these humanitarian transports from Ukraine, unlike the ones that Russia is supposedly doing, but we do not have proofs to them. And just to close this subject, there was yesterday an article in Kommersant about Russia trying to do another grain deal with UN and being kind of upset that nobody is helping them to export their grain and fertilizers, which they are exporting. So they do not have any problem in exporting grain and fertilizers, but they want again to talk with UN. Maybe they will strike a deal that is more advantageous to them, because probably they are kind of jealous on Ukraine because it's doing such a good thing, such a good job with this maritime export. Unexpected for everybody, I can say, but it's going way better than we imagined. For December and January, the total amount that was exported was above the grain deal time, and almost to the amount that was that used to be exported before the war. So now I'm finished. Sorry for talking so long.
No, don't be sorry, Joanna. It's fascinating. It's really interesting. That. Thank you very much. I love hearing the shipping update from you, and all those interesting details about where the ships go and what they do and things like that. It gives us great insights. Actually, I was reading, you reminded me of something that I'd read recently from the Prime Minister when you were talking about the amount that they've managed to, you know, they reach, like you said, pre-war volume of exports by sea. That was in January. And in terms of total volume exports, they are already approaching the indicators that existed before the full-scale invasion, which I think you've said on a few occasions. I think I've heard you report that as well. Last month, in monetary terms, total Ukrainian exports amounted to $3.1 billion, of which $1.9 billion were the exports. And also more than 660 ships have already passed through the Ukrainian grain corridor in just the last 6 months alone. Wow. Transporting about 20 million tons of cargo to 32 different countries of the world. and 70% of these cargoes are agricultural products from their own agricultural producers. So, as you said, Joanna, it's gone absolutely fantastically. It couldn't have gone any better, really.
Yeah, so I have a table, a spreadsheet, and actually I am at 744 inbound ships, but you have to keep in mind that you may add about 15 to 20 ships here, because I know that I missed some. At one moment it was very difficult to see the ships because they used to turn the AIS off, and it was kind of impossible to keep track of all of them. So probably around 760 inbound, and for the outbound ships, my calculations are at 694 plus 5 that were import before the this corridor was established. So around 700 ships outbound, plus minus, between 5 and 10, let's say. So more than 700 ships that passed through the corridor. And I can tell you, it's a big table. It's a big spreadsheet.
I can imagine. I bet it looks fantastic. You've done a wonderful job of keeping up with it, and that just shows it, really. Because, of course, even though he says 660 here, this was reported on the 6th of February, and he doesn't actually specify the date of that 6-month period that he's talking about. He just says half a year. So, of course, that he could have stopped counting. I don't know. He's obviously stopped counting before where you are now, Joanna. So, but it just shows how wonderful a job you've done keeping up with that information and getting it accurate. You've done a really great job of it, and so you should be proud. Anyway, everybody, if you are not following Joanna, you definitely should be. So go and follow her and check out her profile, because she posts about these things that we're talking about with the ships, and you can check out her wonderful threads and go and have a look there, and bookmark them to tell everybody else about as well, because there's some fantastic information on there. I find sometimes the names of the ships very interesting, especially when they kind of relate to co-hosts, because that's happened a couple of times, hasn't it?
Oh, yes.
In particular with Prince.
Yes, Prince. We had Prince. We had what else? We had Feisty Karen. We have the frequent speaker Karen. Karen. We had a lot of others. Primus and yeah, but there is an entire zoology here in the names of the ships. Recently we had panda, we have buffaloes, we have eagles, things like this. We have really very serious names like Great Arsenal or something like this. There was a day that was very nice, and I wanted to speak about the names of the ships, but I missed that, unfortunately. But it's nice to see them. We have a lot of princesses here, a lot of ladies, Christiana, Yolanda, and so on and so forth, Sarah. So, for example, Maranta is a ship that is going today in Ukraine for the 12th time since 16 of September. 12 times. Imagine that. And many of them are going to Ukraine for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th time. We have another one today, a Propus, that is going there for the 6th time. So yeah, practically half of them are new, and half of them went to Ukraine before. And yeah, I will make a collection of the names, because there are a lot of names that are very, very interesting, and maybe we will talk about this at another time, because yeah, I do like the names also.
That's a great idea. Yeah, absolutely. You should definitely do that. Wonderful. So I'm just looking at something which I'm really pleased about, and I'm sure you all will be too, because it seems that President Zelensky has awarded Mr. Budanov. So what's he say? The decree of the President of Ukraine, decree number 57th on the 20th, 24 of 2024. So he's awarded Kirill Budanov the title of Hero of Ukraine for personal courage and heroism shown in the defense of state sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and selfless service to Ukrainian. The order of the title of the Hero of Ukraine with the awarding of the Golden Star Order to Lieutenant General Kirill Budanov. I'm not going to say is Alexeyovich, maybe. Anyways, and that's signed by President Zelensky today. So how wonderful news is that? Budanov is now getting the title of Hero of Ukraine. I think that's very well deserved. Nobody else agrees?
Oh no, here.
It's very well deserved indeed. Yes, absolutely. I think that's fantastic news. I'm very pleased. Great news that. So what else can I tell you about? Let me look at my list then.
Well, I mean, I didn't chip in properly, but look, Kirill Budanov could have been awarded a medal of Hero of Ukraine for his work as a special operations operator. Some of the stuff that he did in his past was by itself, Navy SEAL work, and you'd have to say, Tracy, that his expertise in planning and executing some of these deep strike operations has just been artistry almost, frankly, and he's definitely doing what he can with what he's got to make sure all the points that they raised about territorial integrity and returning Ukraine's sovereignty. I mean, he's doing as much as anybody. That's for sure. I'm very impressed. I mean, I don't want to get. I like Budanov almost as much as Prince likes Miss Zelensky, because the guy. He's got to be the guy I'd most like to have to dinner party, right? If you're thinking about Buddha, think about 3 or 4 people in this war that you would most like to have over for dinner for a conversation, regardless of whichever side they're on, I guess. But Budanov's definitely on my list, as is Ben Hodges.
Well, I would have Budanov, Vasil Maliuk, and Alexander from SBU Alpha Unit.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, right? I'd probably chuck somebody like Scruff into that mix.
Precisely, there's just too many, isn't there? It would have to be a very big dining table indeed, which would be absolutely fantastic. Bull Terrier is coming up to join us. Good morning, Bull Terrier.
Yes, suppose good afternoon here. Good morning to everybody else. I just heard the news about Budanov. I think that's extremely well deserved, and I agree with you. Yeah, that's fantastic news.
Thank you very much. I agree. I mean, he's been on so many operations, hasn't he? We just heard a few reports of, times when he's been injured. And I think sometimes occasions it's been reported when he's had to be pulled back. And I can imagine some of these documentaries that I've watched from the GUR and the SBU about special operations that have happened. I can imagine he was involved in a more active role in some of those. But of course, you would never get to know it. We might get to know it in, I don't know, decades to come. I hope he writes a book. That will be absolutely, definitely worth a read for sure. But yes, absolutely, well deserved. I think, like Will said, he could have been awarded it how many times over for all the things that he's done. And this is just the things that we get to hear about. He's been injured quite badly on some of these operations, hasn't he? I think, didn't he get injured in the heart most recently and break his back?
Is that right? Wow, yeah. That's amazing.
And that nose has seen better days.
Yes, indeed. Well, never mind. He's got an absolutely stunning wife, so it doesn't really matter. No, joking aside, I think that's definitely fantastic news. So what else am I looking at? I was looking at something earlier where HIMARS has made some good destruction of some positions and targets. Thanks to the 14th Regiment, they've destroyed self-propelled vehicle Hyacinth, a Buck radar, a Buck M2 air defence, and a P330 resident, whatever that is. What's that, Will?
A P330 resident. Is that what you said?
Yes.
I think it is a radar or a electronic early warning type system.
Well, that's a pretty good haul then, isn't it? In one HIMARS strike.
It's one of them. It's one of them special equipments Mockers likes.
Yes, those special equipments that we like to see lots of on the list. So what else have I seen going on today? So I was looking at some information earlier about the amount of crimes committed by the Russian military during the full-scale invasion. I've posted actually some graphics about that if people want to have a look at it. But some of this information I've seen before. Some of it's posted actually on the General Prosecutor's website anyway. But you can get a look at these graphics. It's good to be able to show these to people because unfortunately we live in that age where people have a very short attention span. We are kind of conditioned that way thanks to how fast information comes at us nowadays. And of course, short things like 140 characters, etc. in social media. So anyway, it's not far down my profile, so you can have a look at that there. So I've translated the images in Ukrainian, the text, but I've translated it for you so you can see the English version as well. So it just shows you some of the numbers there. 112,762. It breaks down the different crimes and the initiation of the criminal proceedings. That's what it's talking about. So, for example, here, 98,067 of those initiations of criminal proceedings were for the violation of laws and customs of war, which of course is war crimes. 9,266 of them were for, let's have a look, encroachments on the territorial integrity and inviolability. So that's like basically terrorism, isn't it? Like, you know, when we see these people giving away locations. Then we've got like numbers for collaborative activity and high treason, etc. And then some of the numbers here, which is what you see on the General Prosecutor's site that they list. And they update these numbers on a daily basis if they need to. And it just gives you the numbers there of the children, the amount that have died, 523 up to today, 1,218 wounded, 2,161 confirmed as disappeared, 23,225 wanted, and then of course the 19,546 that we always talk about, deported to Russia. But as we say, we always emphasize that's an extremely low number. That's only the number that Ukraine can confirm. So of course we know that that number is much, much higher. But I just thought that was some interesting information there for people to listen to. Now, no particular segue because I am not good at segues like Mockers. And like I said before, Ming just interrupt whenever because us northern lasses, we just like to keep talking. But you probably know that anyway. So the Ministry of Reintegration has reported today. This is, I thought, was interesting because this is really, I think, it's like, well, it shows the support that Ukrainians are getting in various different avenues and the things that they're putting in place for them. So they've received 37,000 calls, more than 37,000 calls in the hotline. Operators received 15,048 on the crisis hotline. They also provided answers to more than 6,000 requests received through messengers. So they've got different ways of being able to contact these support things, which I think is absolutely fantastic. You know, we know Ukraine is a really highly digital society. And so for these avenues to be open. And actually, loads of things have been added to the Dia app recently. That's another subject entirely, but lots of different services have been added to that, some interesting ones as well. Coming back to this, among the issues of which citizens most frequently contacted the hotlines for, the reintegration of payment of state aid to internally displaced persons, monetary aid from international organisations, receipt of humanitarian aid, payment of compensation, and also during January, operators of the hotline of the National Information Bureau under the Ministry of Reintegration received almost 10,000 calls. So, like I say, like this barrier-free access and all the things that the First Lady Olena Zelenska is doing, Ukraine is doing a great deal to think about things like this that are needed and to support people. So I think for them to have that hotline and for it to know that it's being used like that, well, I think that's just jolly fantastic. Of course, it's absolutely heartbreaking that they have to use it in the first place. But nevertheless, we are where we are and we must all pull together and keep helping Ukraine. Just like that. So, what do you think about that, Ming? Ming's not talking to me, so I'm going
Tracy.
to...
Yeah, no, I was just catching up with the live blog because the Daily Telegraph do a daily live blog, and I am reading about. So it's not great, I have to say, but really they're talking about a gap in ammunition supplies that the US funding delay has created, and what problems that's creating for the Ukrainians. So they're basically the congressional delay risks creating an air bubble or a gap in the hose of supplies to Kiev, a senior US military official told the Financial Times. And he describes it as a very grim scenario. But on the plus side, it potentially, I think from what Will was saying earlier, they're taking a break next week, so they've got 3 days, and they literally have to get it sorted in those few days. So I think everybody, particularly people in the US, call your senators, call your representatives, do everything you can because it is absolutely critical.
Thank you very much, Ming. Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. It is really critical. And this is what we need to be doing right now. And, if anything, that what's happened with that vote, the first hurdle in, I don't know how many, 100 or whatever, however you imagine it, a lot of hurdles to go. The first one, that's cleared. But it tells me that these things, that public pressure works. It shows you, we know that public pressure works anyway, but to be able to see, I guess, like that glimpse of a light at the end of the tunnel, that's what I think that signifies. And so we do need to definitely keep calling our representatives, MPs, politicians, etc. Like I always say to you all, it's really vital and important that we do that now. And whilst Ukraine is dealing with shortages because of political will, it's the very least that we can do, I think. So get up off your chairs, because you don't have to get up in a trench like Ukrainians do, and make those phone calls, please. I beg you. Thank you very much.
And to add to that, I would imagine, and here, perhaps I'm hoping a bit, but, I would imagine that the US Department of Defense, in the absence of funding, has probably tried to shorten their supply lines to bridge that gap in the hose, right? That this senior US military official is referring to have things literally ready to go when the funding, if and when the funding tap gets turned on again. So hopefully the effects of it are minimal.
Sorry, I couldn't open the mic then. Let's hope so. Anyway, Ming, would you like to hear about what Atesh have been up to today?
Oh, yes, I always love a bit of Atesh. Go ahead, Tracy.
So we've got two posts from Atesh today. So one of them with some lovely pictures as always. I love how they give some fabulous pictures. So later today in this post, they are operating in the Moscow region. At night, in dozens of our posters appeared in the village of Michichi in the Moscow region. And they're so calling on people to join them, and they've been putting their posters everywhere, all over this particular region in Moscow. So I think that's just absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to share those pictures with you all, and you must all share those too, because I think Fatniks will hate seeing those pictures. What do you think, Ming?
Oh yes, and separately, there was a very big fire last night in Moscow, wasn't there, Tracy?
Yes, there was a very big fire indeed. In fact, actually, I don't know if that fire's that's been put out. You're talking about the one where the roof was on fire.
Yeah, apparently the theory is that it was caused by ice insulation. The ice got built up so heavily that the roof got terribly hot.
Well, it's funny actually, because I think it was Mocker or somebody was saying earlier, or maybe it was yesterday, about how it seems to be always the roofs in these things. I don't know whether, of course, the Russians are hiding in there or something. Who knows? But we'll have to wait and find out, won't we? But yes, apparently that was a very big fire indeed. So, have you seen? Is it still alight, Ming? Do you know, or you don't know?
I don't know. Sorry, Tracy. I just saw the pictures from last night.
Yes, there were some great pictures, and then of course the pictures of the oil refinery as well. So let me see, what does this say here? Oh, hang on. So I just need to read a message at the same time as do this. So I'm doing two things at once. Cause of the powerful fire in Perm. Alarm clock. Was a depressurization of gas pipeline due to the soil movement. So this is the one in Perm where the freight train was as well. Did you see that one, Ming?
I haven't seen that. I haven't caught up on the Department of Suspicious Fires this morning. I've only seen the Moscow one.
Well, I might be getting into trouble by Will here.
Oh, no trouble. No trouble. The fire in Perm, when they talk about depressurization, they're talking about something punctured the pipeline. It found itself an ignition source either during the puncture, somebody drove a car into it, or a valve failed, or corrosion finally broke through, or something. But it found an ignition source. And damned if that pressure release and gas explosion didn't happen right when a train load full of flammable material was passing right past that same spot too, Tracy. So coincidence? I don't know. Bad things, but look, Mother Nature clearly hates Russia. So maybe karma also hates Russia too, and that coincidence occurred, but it certainly made the fire much bigger than it otherwise would have been, because it was spread over, looked like about half a kilometer of lots of very flammable burning stuff of unknown source in those boxcars. But there was definitely some cargo burned up along with that gas line that they would have, eventually closed off, isolated, and put out. So it wouldn't have taken that long, but it absolutely would put the train tracks out of commission for a little while till they cleared the burnt up stuff. And big job. Very unlucky to have that happen coincidentally like that, Tracy. And I think we're going to have to start rename this segment. It's the Department of Unexplained Fires, guys, not suspicious. Anyway, yeah, that that fire, the fire that is most notable to me, even though it looks the most mundane is the scale of that Moscow roof fire. It got so the roofs in buildings in Russia and probably all over the former Soviet Union is one large 7 or 8 story apartment building might butt up slightly off canter a little bit with another large building the same size, and they kind of connect them together like duplexes or whatever. And if you look at that fire, that has got through the roof space of multiple adjacent buildings and and stayed up there and burned. It looks like that fire is almost a kilometer in length by the time I saw the last extension of it. And you know, the response in Moscow is really shown to be lacking here. Genesis Man and I talked about this earlier today. Before I saw this latest view of how absolutely immense the extent of this fire's gotten, that newer buildings too, right? This isn't in the old crappy buildings. This looks to be a fairly new, recently designed place, and shocking to me that a fire of this scale would be allowed to get out of control this far in it's inside the second ring, I think, of Moscow. I don't think it's right in the center, but it's certainly not out in the sticks, Meng. And you'd expect fire response to be in close like that to be way quicker, that they wouldn't get spread like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive, wasn't it? They couldn't fit it all in the camera angle. They had to keep panning around, and they sent some helicopters as well. Did you see that, Will? Sent some helicopters to, I don't know, I guess.
Yeah, they were going to try to water bomb it, but helicopters don't carry that much water. That by the time that they were talking about helicopter bombing it with water, the extent of it that I saw, I think it probably wouldn't have been effective. That the water bomb would have hit there and it would have went and flashed off and probably just carried on burning. It didn't. I don't think that was going to be that effective. They really would have had to have a lot of water bombers ready to go on a fire that extensive. And yeah, it just looks like they're flailing to try to control that. The way to control those type of roof fires is to make sure that you've got fire doors closed all throughout the things, and that you inspect it and do regular maintenance in those roof spaces to keep them tidy and make sure that there aren't exposed ignition sources, so that a fire, if it does get up in there, it's closed off and can't move that fast, and that you don't let ignition sources go unnoticed. So it's silly stuff like housekeeping and regular periodic inspection and maintenance of fire doors and things like that keep fires like that from spreading. So apparently they're just not doing that stuff either these days. It's and in Moscow once again, so we're not talking about someplace in the sticks.
Thank you, Will. Marcus, hello.
Well, oh yeah, I was just wanting to comment on how they'd sort of categorised what had happened at that gas pipe in Perm. So it was just some settling ground, just a bit of movement of ground. Of course, that's always explosive, isn't it? Crumbs, that's just hilarious.
Movement of ground thanks to explosives. Go ahead, Joanna.
Even the ground is against them. Even the ground. So we have seen camels and sharks and whatever, but now even the ground is against them. We should do what are they called? The little things with the caps on. Florks?
What thing? Oh, the plugs.
A flork, yeah, we need the flork. How do you How do you get a flork for uncontrolled ground movement?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Something creative to think about. It's a good idea. Oh, look, Genesis Man is coming to join us to talk about fires, Will, and Mockers. Good morning, Genesis Man.
Morning, Trace. Morning, Ming. Oh, I know. They're called elves.
Those naughty elves. Who else is coming to join us? Trixis is coming up to join us. I wonder what Trixis has got to talk about. Mockers, go ahead.
Yeah, Genesis Man, I love your little chuckle, you know. It's just it's like the filthy chuckle of fire. Just cheers me up every morning. So sorry, just had to come in with that.
He's got a right mucky laugh, Mockers.
Hey, steady on you lot. Right. Well, I'm glad it cheers you up, Mockers. You need cheering up. Bless your heart. Love you loads. Right. So, yes, Oana, it's the naughty elves, and like Will says, you know, everything's against them, and so it should be because they're dirty vatniks. But there you go.
Go ahead, Will.
I forgot. I was laughing about laughing so much. If Genesis Man, if someone had told you 25 years ago that we'd be sitting around joking and laughing about this level of fires, honestly, they'd think we'd been locked up as pyromaniacs.
I've got to say though, Genesis Man, this Moscow fire looks rather weird to me. So I'll just read to you what it says here, what started it. So apparently, the priority version of the fire is a malfunction of the equipment of the anti-icing heating system for the edge of the roof and gutters of the building, the Moscow Investigative Committee said. So, of course, every year, come the thaw, and through the winter, people die in Moscow and Russian cities from icicles falling from the guttering. So I guess this particular building was relatively well equipped in that it has some sort of equipment designed to prevent the buildup of icicles and plunging and killing pedestrians walking by. But unfortunately suffered an inexplicable malfunction. It just seems utterly bizarre.
Thank you very much. And before we go on to the rest of the hands, would you like some more good news? Because it seems that Zaluzhny has also been awarded the title Hero. Let's have a look for Distinguished Personal Merits in the protection of the state, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and selfless service to the Ukrainian people. I confer the title of Hero of Ukraine with the awarding Golden Star to Valery Zaluzhny, and that is the decree of the President of Ukraine, decree number 61 of 2024. So absolutely fabulous. I'm really pleased at that. Sorry, go ahead, Genesis Man.
Point of order, Trace. Trixis was before me. I'll come back to Ming's point in a minute if Trixis goes because he has been waiting.
Thank you, Genesis.
I'll be really quick. A worm flork that moves ground.
That's a great idea, Trixis. I like that. A worm because it goes through the mud. Fantastic.
Yeah, or a mole.
Go ahead.
A mole will be good too.
Yeah, blind one. Yeah, that's even funnier. Yeah.
Genesis Man, did you want to go now, or should we go on to Stabilizer Finn first?
Thank you. So, Trixis, really good point, sir. Well, it astounds. So I saw some pictures of the inside after it had burned, and you're absolutely right. If I would have been 25 years ago thinking, oh, I'm going to be talking about fires in Moscow, it wouldn't have happened. So I understand the icicle thing, Ming, but you've got to install the stuff appropriately. Oh God, and maintain it. And with our conversations with Will, safety inspections in the Moscow area, I believe, not that I've ever done one or seen one, is the bloke turns up, have a look, and says, "Yeah, that'll cost you, I don't know, 2,000 rubles for me to sign off the bit of paper you need to open the building," which is absolutely. I mean, let's put it this way: if I was any sort of fire officer in the Moscow area, I'd be going apoplectic at them. I mean, point of fact, Will makes a point about roof voids and separation, and he's absolutely right. So I don't know if people know in the UK, but plasterboard, normal stuff, 12.5 mil, will hold a fire for a good half an hour. Now that half hour will give you time, and your firefighters have been called to the scene to get up in there and extinguish whatever in that compartment. And it is such a simple thing to do. All you need to do is put a line of plasterboard from one side of the roof to the other on the battens that are already there. Every, I don't know, 5 meters, and you wouldn't have had half the damage you had. Not even a third. So one of the things we talk about in the UK and European fire services is keeping things to the room of origin. If you keep it to the room of origin, 99% of the time you're going to have a good outcome, and you're not going to lose over a kilometre of roof. It just does my head in. I would be going completely mad at people to the point I'd be getting me big stick out and like, right, bend over, mate. You're getting 5 of the best because you're just a bleeding idiot. And it is that level of incompetence, Ming, that just it just does my head in. It really does. And Will makes the point. You just can't go on like this because you're going to keep repeating the same thing. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and again and expecting a different outcome. Well, guess what, people? You can't keep doing it because stuff's just going to keep burning down. I do love it though.
I've got some more detail on this Moscow fire. So this is from Sargrad TV. And apparently the cause of the fire may have been a hot canopy caused by ice. The day before, repair work on this snow melting system took place in the house. It was installed about 2 years ago, but from time to time it malfunctioned. Local residents complained that the electricity had been out for the entire week leading up to the fire. The day before, the roof was cleared of snow, but today, around midnight, there were power outages again in Building 4. The lights went out, and then a fire started. So it could be any number of factors, not least that they haven't had any electricity for a week.
Guarantee that'll be a workman fault. So I can't tell you the amount of times I've been to jobs where we've had workmen doing this, that, or the other, and then the day after, something burns out. So they'll have gone to install it. Something would have been wrong. A fuse would have been out. They'd have replaced it with the wrong type of fuse, overloading of the circuits, takes the electricity out, and then just catches light. And like we say, the insulation around a wire will catch fire first, and then it'll catch. And if it's close to wood, and it's over a long period of time, it will eventually set the light, roof alight. You've got no fire detection or suppression in the roof space, so it will just go undetected for hours, and then suddenly just burst out anywhere. Just unbloody believable. And I'll tell you one thing I saw the other day. So you can imagine a high rise they've got radiators in the common space. So those areas where, like a stairwell, they've got radiators in there. Somebody had thrown a bit of rebar in the concrete in this block in Moscow, and the radiator was hung off the bit of rebar. And the bloke lifted it up, and it arced. So whoever put the rebar in, the bar must have gone into an electrical cable buried in the wall. And he showed you, as he picked the radiator up off the rebar, the lights in his flat went on and off because it was arcing. I mean, the level of incompetence is just superb. Superb. I could take me out after it. It really is good stuff.
Thank you very much, Genesis Mum. Nale, please go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks everybody, and hello. It's your friendly neighbor electrician here. So this a building catching on fire in Moscow is completely plausible if you do a few mistakes in the installation. For instance, if the feeding cable to the system it can be not of a sufficient dimension, first of all, and then it can be really far from the fuse board that is feeding the system. So those two things combined would actually make it a very dangerous system to have in use there, because then you might face a problem with the fuse not popping if the heating elements have a problem and are shorted out or something like that. So it might be that kind of lazy electrician syndrome combined with lack of building inspection and stuff like that. So it's fully plausible that it is Genesis man favorite, an electrical fire. So there we go.
Thank you very much. Will?
Yeah. So if as described, that's what's happened here.
He's broken.
You know, if the investigative committee isn't actually lying here, it's that heat trace system. It's also, I mean, it's a problem with management of change on these things too. If you put a heat trace system like that in, stabilize your fin, you know, you're putting in a long electrical resistance heater type system to melt ice so that it doesn't build up in a certain place along the guttering, so it doesn't drop these things. So it seems like a good idea, but man, the numbers of problems you could run into by running a heat trace system along the full length of a house like that. The power goes out, water gets inside the system, it freezes up, right? The power then comes back on, and the heat trace then goes back on, and some of it has crimped, burst, shorted out, whatever. I mean, it just sounds like it sounds like the sort of thing that somebody would put on a house, thinking it's a great idea, but not necessarily thinking through all the consequences of what would happen if during a breakdown. And that sort of ignition source in a roof space just sounds like a absolutely phenomenally terrible idea in Russia, where it happens kind of almost exactly like Genesis Man describes, that you know, if you have an installation of something that needs certification and the guy shows up, basically, you know, you probably could pay him 500 rubles to just give you the thing and leave and not inspect stuff. But if he actually went through and carried out all the work, he'd probably only get 200 rubles or something. And yeah, so a combination of errors here, but still that fire could have been contained to one room if they'd had the fire doors up in that roof space, closed between spaces. But it's so easy to leave them open because the lazy person then can walk from section to section without. So I'll bet they're blocking fire doors open. There's probably dust all in through there. And the reason you close all those fire doors to contain it to one room, as Genesis Man said, is because it's like a massive oxygen pipeline into a fire all the way down the length of that building for every one of those fire doors that's open, which is why it seemed to move through there without burning other parts. It just travels right through that roof space and burns up all of the substructure of the roof until it did what it did, which is collapse in on itself like that, and then possibly spread to some of the floors below. But that whole building, that's a massive building. That's a, you know, as you said, a kilometer length of buildings all connected together in one of those weird shapes that they do, and all those people in that whole building probably have to go find another place to live for a period of time until they well, I'm sorry, if it was in your country until they declared it safe and they could go home, but maybe they just ignore it and try to carry on somehow. I don't know.
What, when it's all in ashes? I was just reading that some more reports then, and it said that it went from 300 square meters to 4,000 square meters within an hour. So that's pretty fast, isn't it? So anyway, it's going to keep burning or keep burning to ashes, I think. Christopher, welcome back.
Yeah, it's the commute. So I wanted to ask a stabilizer, Nelly. Do you know what the Russians are using in terms of are they still on fuses or are they moved to breakers? Because one of the things that I was thinking is that what my what my grandpa would do in a pinch is that because it was a fuse, you would go ahead and put a penny in the slot where the fuse was supposed to be, and of course that would complete the circuit, but certainly wouldn't protect it. So I just thought if you had any thoughts on that, back to you.
Go ahead, Nolan.
Yeah, thanks. So actually, if you have an old style ceramic fuse, that's actually better for the circuit than a lot of the new breaker style fuses, because the old style fuses require how would I say, less current that goes over the fuse's nominal limit to actually work than a breaker style fuse. So because the house is burning, I'm gonna say they have breakers.
Thank you very much. Well, people, I will be leaving you very soon anyway, so let me go over, whilst we get new co-hosts up, some things that I've been looking at today, and let me see what else has been going on as we've been looking. So it seems that General Sersky has been making his first comment. So he's put a statement out there. So it's quite a long statement, so I'm not going to read it all out, but he's said there are new tasks on the agenda. First of all, clear and detailed planning of actions of all military command and control bodies. Formations, units are taking into account the needs of the frontline weapons, which came from international partners. Quick and rational distribution of delivery of everything necessary for combat units has been and remains the main task of the military logistics. So he's talking about all the needs at the front, without exception, mastering all those needs and looking at all the different things. The life and health of military personnel have always been and are the value of the Ukrainian army. Therefore, maintaining a balance between carrying out combat missions and restoring units and subunits with intensifying education and training remains more relevant than ever. So, of course, they're talking about the conscription here and being able to rotate those troops that have been at the front for a very long time in some cases. He's talking about the introduction of new technical solutions and scaling. Let's have a look. Equipment, electronic warfare is something that he's concentrating on, and only changes in constant improvement of means and methods of warfare will allow us to achieve success along this path. And of course, a reliable rear is one of the main components overall in the success of war, he noted. That's an interesting comment to make. What do you think about that, Will? Go ahead, Muckers.
A good ass is always good to have. Sorry. A reliable rear. I was just thinking, wow, yes, yeah, it's yeah. Sorry, I'll just my dirty mind brought it all down to the gutter. I apologise.
That's all right, Muckers. Don't apologise. We love you. So, Ming, are you leaving at this time now? Are we both swapping over together? And a new co-host coming up, I believe, very shortly.
Yes, but apparently my replacement's running a little late. No problem. I will give you a little rundown on what's been going on in Russian commercial aviation so far this morning. There's been a few incidents, so apparently not only one is an actual technical one, but let's see. So apparently a 737-800 flying from Murmansk to St. Petersburg by Russia Airlines flight was targeted by a blue laser in near Kronstadt. So that's the little island off in St. Petersburg, which is a naval base for Russia. And then here's a proper technical issue. So in Dubai, coming into land, apologies, that's the wrong one. Yeah, Azur Air flying to Novosibirsk had reported a problem with their flaps. They couldn't use them. So they had to proceed to into a holding pattern and then seemed to manage to work out what to do with their flaps, but didn't fix them. But managed to land safely anyway. Let's see, Aurora, this is an Airbus A319, their TCAS. So that's their system which warns you if there's another aircraft in the area and you're at risk of colliding with them, got triggered. And turns out there was a MiL-8 helicopter at their altitude. But they also managed to avoid each other, and then finally taking off from Dubai, a Ural Airlines aircraft had to make a landing with excess weight. I love the way this is described because it's landing with excess landing weight due to a sick passenger. So basically what happened is a passenger fell sick after they took off from Dubai. They needed to land again, and rather than dump all their fuel and all that stuff to get rid of the excess weight to make it less risky to land, they decided to land heavy, but they made it anyway.
So we've got a rear, flaps, and something heavyweight. Sorry. Go ahead, Muckers.
Well, I was going to bring it slightly to the gutter, but I was also going to say, landing heavy with fuel, obviously that's so they don't dump their precious fuel because it is getting more and more precious. So I wonder how many more of them are going to be taking this sort of risk.
Yeah, and Russians aren't the healthiest of peoples, are they? So yeah, sick passengers might show up on quite a few flights. Although, remember, Mockers, we have a few days ago, we had the two girls who had an excess of sex that caused all sorts of trouble on an Aeroflot flight.
Yeah, I think that might have been alcohol, just badly translated, but very funny indeed, yes. An excess of sex can cause you to act out, apparently, so that's why I'm so terribly calm.
Muckers, don't be making me laugh like that.
Apologies.
Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, hi, Ming. Did you say about the Minsk to St. Petersburg flight that they had a blue laser pointed at them? I'm really curious about this. Like for a start, like who would have done that and what effect it would have had on the flight?
Yeah, well, so here's the thing, right? So this is a flight from Murmansk to St. Petersburg, and apparently they were illuminated by a blue laser from the southern regions of Kronstadt. Now, the thing about Kronstadt is that because it's a big naval base, it's not the sort of place where anyone can kind of show up and flash blue lasers at passing aircraft. So I kind of think that they were doing something with blue lasers at the Navy base. I suspect that's what happened here.
Thank you, Ming, and thank you very much, Bull Terrier. So I'm just looking at some information about this attack on the oil refinery in Krasnodar Krai. It seems that the SBU, like I said earlier, there's a bit more information here now. So they hit 2 refineries, apparently, not only in Ilsky, but also in Afipsky, maybe. The results are that there was a fire. The primary processing plant with a capacity of 3.6 million tonnes per year was affected. And without it, the enemy will not be able to produce diesel fuel for military needs. The price of such an installation is $50 million US. At the other plant, the drones also worked well. Both objects located about 20 kilometers from each other. And apparently the Russian public's right that the Russians were forced to raise planes into the sky. But, of course, this did not help to protect the refinery. Such factories are completely legal targets, not only for the defence industry and provide fuel for Russian troops, but they are also important for the economy of the Russian Federation, because Russia is a Goliath standing on oil legs. We systematically cut them, and we will continue to do so. We will continue to do this in future, should I say, until Goliath fails or falls, notes the source in the SBU. That's just absolutely fantastic, on oil legs. What do you think about that, Muckers?
Always love a good statement from the SBU, don't you? I like the way they don't make threats, they just make statements.
Yes, a bit like Budanov. They just tell it like it is.
Or he doesn't say a word and he just gives that, like, you know, secret smile that he hides under his blank face.
Yeah, that one that tries to creep out at the corners now and again.
Someone yesterday sent me a picture of him smiling. I don't know where it was from. It was a very rare occasion, but he was chatting to somebody and smiling, and he was just caught out being, you know, not on his usual game. And I'm sure that every time he does an interview, he is dying to laugh. I've even seen him, like, you know, sort of like the edges of his mouth quirking up a little bit at times, as though he's absolutely dying to laugh, but he's got this persona, so he has to sort of, you know, hold this straight-faced persona. Yeah, there's plenty of times when I have actually, I've seen a glimmer of a laugh go across his face, and then, you know, it disappears again. Yes, very good at playing poker, that man.
Yeah, I almost see him laugh sometimes. I've seen one picture of him smile, actually. I don't know if it's the same picture. I'm trying to remember if he was talking to somebody or not. I don't think he was. But yeah, it's interesting, like he's got caught off guard, isn't it, like you say? But I bet he's an absolute hoot on a night out, when he's with the right people, of course, in the right environment where he can relax. I bet he's an absolute howl to go on a night out with.
Well, yeah, I've got to agree with you there. He's a dude. Like we were saying before, if you were going to have dinner with anybody, I would have dinner with, well, dinner and drinks with him and an interpreter. So possibly Fellaine. I would love to bring Fellaine along. Haven't really seen her in the flesh, so, you know. But she's been a very busy girl, bless her. So yeah, I'd probably take Fellaine out to dinner with Budanov, and then I would have a really good friend, a really interesting person, and an interpreter on tap. Dead easy.
Sounds perfect to me, Muckers. Definitely. Yeah, and Verlaine's very busy, isn't she? Translating away for the National Guard. She's part of she's attached to the National Guard unit, isn't she? So, yeah, definitely. So, SBU have also detained this traitor in Mykolaiv seaport who spied on ships of the armed forces. So, more people getting nabbed. I'll be reporting on these, of course, tomorrow night in the SBU segment, which is at 10 p.m. Eastern for all you lovely people. It's 3 a.m. UK, so you're going to have to get up early or stay up late and come after your night out. Come and listen to all the people that get nabbed. Actually, I'm thinking I'm going to be changing the format slightly this week, so that will be interesting and fun, I hope. So something to look forward to there for you all. I'm not going to tell you too much because that will spoil the surprise. So let's have a look. So this guy was paying particular attention to, let's have a look, the enemy warships, as well as the sea vessels of the merchant fleet of Ukraine and those which export agricultural products. So it's not even bad enough that they're like stealing all the grain as well, and then destroying whatever they can and grain storage, etc. You know, now that they're doing things like this as well, it's just despicable. Go ahead, Christopher.
Oh, yes, very naughty. But I thought I would ask, are we going to play bingo? Because I got to get my cards ready. Thank you.
What, you want SBU bingo again? I can probably do that. I don't see why not. It was kind of fun, wasn't it?
It was. Can I help, though? I mean, you know, just because. Thank you.
Of course, Christopher. So let's play SBU bingo. So you will all have to come and listen to SBU bingo.
I don't want to preempt anything that you are already planning, though. So, I mean, you know, if it needs to push off, then let me know. But yeah, maybe we can think of some sort of virtual prize to give out. I'll noodle on that. Back to you.
Yes, let's noodle on that and see what we can come up with. Marcus thought it was fantastic because Marcus won the SBU bingo when we played that, for all you that didn't hear and weren't there. And I made him a little badge for it, so he quite liked that. So that was pretty good. But maybe we could think of something else. I don't know. Let's noodle on it, like you said, Christopher. So let's have a look at a few other things that I have in my list. Oh yes, the Defence Intelligence report is out for the day. So let's have a look at that and see what they are saying today. On the 7th of February 2024, social media posts highlighted, go away notification, an explosion at a Russian missile factory close to Izhevsk. Why do they have such complicated names in Udmurtia? Udmurtia, is that right? Muckers in central Russia?
Something like that, yeah.
Thank you. This factory is used to produce a range of ballistic missiles, including the Iskander, which is regularly used against Ukraine. Initial reports suggested that the explosion was due to a worker error, although later the Russian state, of course they did, TASS news agency, reported that it was due to a planned test of rockets. Yes, rocket engines. It is unlikely that Ukrainian uncrewed aerial vehicles were involved in the explosion, given that it's 1,200 kilometres distance from Ukraine. I'm not so sure about that. Furthermore, no such attacks were reported in the area. This is at least the 5th unexplained military-industrial factory explosion in 4 months only. Wow. Previous explosions include Kamensky Chemical Plant in Rostov on the 15th of January, the Chelyabinsk Tank Factory on the 26th of November, and gunpowder and ammunition factories in Kotovsk on the 10th of November and Solikamsk on the 31st of October. Now then, there is a realistic possibility that the explosion is due to negligent handling of strong and highly volatile combustible and explosive materials. Really? Additionally, senior political pressure to increase military industrial output targets to support the war in Ukraine has likely led to round-the-clock production and staff fatigue. Increased demands on production will highly likely result in greater numbers of industrial accidents in the future. So something that I found interesting yesterday, but it could be just nonsense, overreaction, is that I saw reports, I don't know if you saw these, Mockers, of people panicking and going out and buying iodine from all the local chemists because of the smell. The smell after the explosion made them all panic and go out and buy that. Mockers?
You know what? I didn't see that myself, but I absolutely would not be surprised because they make technically nuclear capable bombs there. So yeah, but I mean, the amount of energy that was in that blast and that fire and explosion. I mean, that wasn't just a boom. That was a ooh, 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 that it kind of just kept exploding at a really high rate for about a minute. And that, I would say, is very likely to be the solid rocket fuel because it's got all its oxygen built in to be able to burn at a really high temperature really quickly. And that looks like what that was. It was a massive extended explosion before the fire, which I'm assuming contained the rocket fuel. Now, it was noted that 13 engineer/scientists vaporized during this, and the rest. And 3 buildings have apparently just disappeared off the face of the earth, which I'm not surprised about either. They said just everything melted. Well, yeah, look at that fire. Anything anywhere near it melted. So I reckon it's done a heck of a lot of damage. But I think the MOD just listened to us, you know. Because we said this yesterday, we were working this out that it was very unlikely that Ukraine had sent drones there. Very. The explosion seemed to come from inside. And it is much more likely that it is due to, maintenance, malfunction, people being idiots. I know one of the things they did was they pretty much conscripted everyone who worked in health and safety. And they stopped doing none of that health and safety rubbish, all that nonsense that slows down production. And they are indeed overworking people, putting people into positions that they're not fully trained for, just lots of problems. And now they've lost a bunch of engineers who were obviously some of their top dudes at making missiles. And the other ones have been locked up in prison for some time. So, it's an ongoing problem for them. And it probably was entirely their own fault. But I can't completely rule out those naughty saboteurs because, like you say, since January, 4 big incidents there. It's very possible it's entirely their own fault. But you never know when someone might just give something a nudge to, get it going.
Exactly, I couldn't agree more, Mockers, and that's what I thought when I saw it. Because did you see the colour of the fire? It was the explosion. It was like white hot. So I thought that as well. But it's time for me to stop talking and move out of the way because your next capable co-hosts have joined us. So hello to David and hello to Tim. Good morning to you both.
Morning, Tracy.
Morning.
Sterling work.
Thank you very much. And I will say thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. Retweet the space. Make sure you retweet the most important fundraiser and please donate if you can. And good day to you all.
And bye, Tracy. Nice to co-host with you again. I will step down too, but before I do, I'll leave you with 2 tales from Absurdistan. So first off, as some 23-year-old blogger has been arrested. Alina Agafonova was detained and taken to Volgograd on charges of rehabilitation of Nazism. So apparently, she what else? What else? She's facing charges up to 8 years in prison because of her immoral and cynical actions that insulted the symbol of the resilience of the Soviet people during the Great Patriotic War. So what exactly did she do? Well, apparently, she filmed herself tickling the chest of the Motherland Calls monument with her finger. And separately, a lot of the world is closed to Russian tourists these days, but fortunately, there's a new ski resort they can all go to. Apparently, the first group of Russian tourists went to a ski resort in North Korea. So their schedule is this. On the first day, the tourists arrive from Vladivostok to the capital of the People's Republic, the city of Pyongyang, and will explore its key attractions, including the Triumphal Gate, the Juche Idea Monument, the monument to the founding of the Workers' Party of Korea, Kim Il-sung Square, and others. And after Pyongyang, the tourists will go directly to the Masikryong ski resort. So there you go. All is not lost for Russians who want to go skiing in exotic locations. North Korea is there for you. And with that, I will speak to you all again next week.
Have a great weekend, Ming. Exotic indeed. So North Korea is one of the places, strangely enough, on my list of places to get to before it frees up. Yeah, I don't know. This is a ridiculous thing, but growing up, my father and his business partner would sit there talking about how the hell they were going to make it into Albania. Just seemed like an exotic place to go, something that you'd never see anywhere else.
You see, I used to think that, David. I kind of used to think that it would be fun to visit North Korea as, you know, the last commie joke shop on earth, right? It's the last breath of an ideology that's basically vanished. But I don't know. I've kind of got moral qualms about it now because I don't want to benefit even in a very small way a regime like that, you know.
Exactly. That's exactly why it's crossed off my list of things to do now, because it's like I don't know. I don't know. It's like going to Auschwitz when it's still running. I don't know if you caught the documentary that was on the BBC. There are two really good ones about North Korea. One is about a mole guy, and I've got no idea how they managed to get the finance for this kind of filming, but they seem to manage it somehow. One is about a mole, and it takes place over, I think, a period of about 10 years of him getting wingling his way into the North Korean arms business. Starts off being one of the volunteers that are there to be friends of North Korea in Denmark, or I think it's Sweden or Denmark. And he ends up kind of being offered a catalogue of rocket launchers and so on and so forth. It's amazing. But there's a new one out, and the new one is about this family that escapes, and also that there's a lot of coverage of the South Korean people who are busy trying to get people out, and it's staggering. It's really staggering. So, yeah.
Well, the only thing I've really encountered about North Korea is I read Barbara Demick's book Nothing to Envy, which is kind of a series of, I suppose, a series of interviews with people who've escaped from North Korea. So I suppose defectors, we must call them, but that seems like a vaguely insulting term. So it's structured as kind of a series of narratives and interviews, and it covers quite an interesting period of North Korean history. So it covers the collapse of the Soviet world, of the socialist world, and therefore the end of the assistance they were getting through their periods of famine. They've had something like 4 or 5 famines since the early 90s, because the their economic system is fundamentally incapable. It's not just that it's bad; it just can't do basic things like grow food.
Yeah, I
And so
mean,
it's kind of quite an interesting arc of history to cover. It's probably a little outdated now, though.
yeah. Well, this documentary, it takes you right into the kind of daily lives of these people. So there's an old lady, a granny, who's coming over, and her entire life has been under the North Korean government, and so initially when she's being interviewed, she still kind of believes well, I mean, I'm not sure she believes it still, but her frames of reference are just related to how the great leader is doing his best, and things are going badly, but it's the best he can do, and the degree to which the state in that country interferes in your life. So basically, at any time of the day, police can turn up and come into your house and check whether you've dusted the portraits of Kim Jong Il, Kim Jong Un, that you were forced to hang on your wall. And if they find dust on it, then you'll be taken away and put in prison for some length of time. So there's kind of a fixed penalty notice, which also entails you going to prison. It's incredible. The other thing that I think was just totally unbelievable, because they can't import fertilizer. So fertilizers, very well known as a feedstock for various explosive manufacturers, and therefore importing fertilizer is nearly impossible for North Korea. And as a consequence of this, in order to get any yield out of the land that they have for farming, they make it obligatory for you to provide the state with your feces. So you're basically supposed to collect all of your feces and deliver it to the state. So you see these people on camera walking around with wheelbarrows or kind of truck things with piles of poo on it that they're supposed to deposit with the state so that they can use that for fertilizer for the crops. And I'm not making this up. This is genuinely people who have come out of North Korea who are telling the story.
Well, that's an interesting one, because you can't use. Sorry, we're going to have to do poo hour now, aren't we? You can't use raw human feces for fertilizer. You have to ferment it, otherwise you end up poisoning the earth, because it has meat in it. Meat. If you're a vegetarian, it's fine. If you're a meat eater, which almost everybody is, then your poo is not a very good fertilizer. In fact, it's an actively harmful substance to introduce to the earth in large quantities, and so you have to ferment it so it reaches a certain stage of bacterial composition, and then you can use it as a fertilizer. Um, for reasons that need not detain us, I learned an awful lot about disposing of human poo when I was renovating my country house here. So I know all about this stuff. You can't use it as compost. So what they're imposing upon themselves here is not just the inability to fertilize at anything like the scale they need to, but they're imposing another process upon themselves by using a substance that is not a fertilizer in its natural state. And I wonder if that is not so much by necessity as by design, because the labor theory of value dictates that the more fucking around you do, the higher your GDP is, right? So they're creating kind of a make work scheme, right?
That's exactly what it is. I mean, it solves a problem in some senses, but it means you have this extra process in which you can kind of pretend that you're creating work for people. So there are presumably there are people in these plants that turn human feces into fertilizer by fermenting, and there's people loading this stuff into tanks for the fermentation process, which is just, I mean, it's just beyond belief, isn't it?
Yeah, not on my top list of career choices. But to be fair, the careers advisor at school never really mentioned poo shoveling as an option. So who knows? It might be very well paid and satisfying. Mockers, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just quickly to note that it's 2 oil refineries that got hit last night. Ilsk and FEB in Krasnodar, Russia. Just for clarification, these are 2 separate facilities, but are within 20 kilometers of each other. Plus, there was a huge fire in Moscow and a gas pipeline in Perm. Who thinks that Ukraine's been quite busy? Although the fire in Moscow has been stated to have been a ice melting system, which is certainly possible that that was just a dramatic accident. But still, there are more hits overnight, which Ukraine appear to have been doing. So yeah, 2 oil refineries appear to have been hit, and I'm going to have to figure out which of the pictures are which now.
So that's incredibly good news. So, I mean, those 2 refineries are in Krasnodar Krai, which is really close to the border, and you'd assume that they were producing fuel, especially for the operational lubricants. It's going to be fascinating what effect that has.
And I think something else that's interesting is how much refining capacity Russia actually has, right? Because Russia's not a huge exporter or producer of refined petroleum products, as I understand it. It tends to export crude. So processing crude oil into stuff you can actually use is very much a developed market activity. So the UK does a lot of that, for example. The US does a hell of a lot of that. Germany does some of that. It's something that advanced economies do. It's not something that you tend to leave to the people who actually dig it out the ground. So I do wonder how much spare capacity Russia actually has. This must be making quite an impact if the Ukrainians are putting these facilities out of action on a kind of weekly basis, if not a daily basis, right?
Yeah, so I'm sure this is having a massive impact. Russia is already importing refined petroleum products from India, for example. It's just a staggering thing, but Russia does not have the capability to produce a lot of gasoline or a lot of diesel, for that matter. I don't know too much about these things, but I do know that in the 90s, when everything was falling apart, there was a lot of discussion about, we don't have cat crackers, and I don't know what cat crackers are, but I'm sure Will does. But there isn't this technology in Russia itself to any large extent. I'm sure that during the 90s there was a lot of investment in this area, but those days are now over, and basically all of that technology will have been imported, and I expect that they're seeing various degrees of degradation due to the fact that those things can't be maintained anymore.
Well, I think
cracking units, by the way, catalytic cracking units. There are 2 of them that are out of action for maintenance reasons, and they can't get the parts to get them started up again. They need quite a lot of regular maintenance, so they're down 2 at the very least.
So we've got some hands, Tim. Should we go to Joanna first? I think Turixus, maybe you had your hand up first, but ladies first, if you don't object.
Thank you. I'll be quick. It's just to say that Russia does have refining capacity. Many think it doesn't, but actually it does. It's enough to cover its own needs for most of the products, but not for all. For example, they have a shortage for aviation fuel and some other refined products. They have a small excess in diesel, and they used to export to some Caucasus countries, but they do not export much refined. Actually, Russia is exporting, for example, in India, which refines the Russian oil to a great extent in large quantities. The refining capacity increased quite significantly between 2010 and 2020, but after 2020 it dropped significantly. So not much increase. And since 2022, they did have some problems with refining capacity because of the sanctions. So they do have some refining. It's affected by the sanctions, and it's almost enough to cover the internal needs, with the exception of some very specific product.
Thank you, Joanna, for that clarity. I think the sanctions will be a problem, but I think also the withdrawal of Western companies will be an enormous problem as well, because you look at the way the Russian oil industry is structured. It's a bit like the oil industry of an African country, right? There is a local state oil company, but the ones who are doing the actual work and bringing the actual expertise and extracting the lion's share of the market, the lion's share of the value chain, beyond the economic rent of having oil. They're foreign companies, right? We're talking Exxon, we're talking BP, Total. It did tend to be foreigners doing most of this, right, Joanna?
Right. Most of the refining capacities were in cooperation with some Western companies, and even those who aren't are using, equipment that is imported usually.
Thank you very much, Joanna. We seem to have lost Tarixus, so let us go to Genesis Man. Genesis Man.
Thank you, Tim. So catalytic converters are basically the means by which you separate all the products out of your crude. So you'll have crude oil, and that will be different in its texture. So Brent crude will be different to Saudi crude, but it's pumped in at the bottom and then heated either by steam and or gas. And then as the products come up the catalytic converter using different chemical agents, you will pull off the different products. And yes, there will be a little bit of refinery to do, but that's basically what it does. So as it boils off, at different temperatures, different parts of that crude are pulled out into the constituent parts of diesel, petrol, avgas, avtar, and other products. Now, as you say, Tim, it's very specialised, and some of this kit you can only get in the West. They don't make it in. They don't have the capacity in Russia to make it. So every time you hit something like that, you put it out for 6 months, a year, notwithstanding the fact that they'll need a bit of kit that you can't get this out of. Yes, they'll be able to make replicas, but they won't be very good, and I suspect they're going to that sort of thing now. But they're already, like Mocha said, they're already running out of normal stuff that you would replace, like filters and separation machines and condensers that you would normally replace every 6 months. And you're right, they would be replaced by the top oil companies, your petrols, your BPs, all those, and they would just supply it so you kept production going. Because if you don't replace this stuff, you don't get you can't refine. Will's here now, so he can speak to it better than I can. But that's basically what it does.
So just the catalytic converter, you said. It's basically a fractionating column then.
Yep, that's it. So the big tower with all the different pipes coming off it in the middle of the refinery is the big catalytic converter. You may have one or two, depending on what crude you're separating. Will know this. I'll let him speak to it because he'll do a better job than me.
Splendid. Will, you're up.
So it says, but that's not right. A fluidized catalytic cracking unit is basically a large body shell that holds a fluidized bed of silicon-based catalyst that literally floats like a plug in an airflow that gets sucked through this thing at high temperature, and the hydrocarbon that's introduced to it is the first cut off of a distillation column. And what you're trying to do is break up large molecules into small, tiny bits. What it does, literally cracks all these molecules. Catalytic cracking produces a large array of molecules in the smaller 3 to 4 to 6 range of carbons of all sort of different branching and everything. And then you take the material off a catalytic cracking unit and that always any unit operation you're doing inside a refinery almost always has a separator column after it, a distillation column, because you'll run it through a unit operation that generates whatever you want to do, big things into small things, polymerizers, alkalizers, things that make ring shapes, things that make aromatic rings out of non-aromatic rings. All those unit operations will be run in there of various different types, almost always followed by a separator column, so that it can separate up the fractions of what it's made and send it on to where it's going next. The catalytic cracking units in Nizhny Novgorod that Makars mentioned are Nizhny Novgorod's the largest refinery in Russia, and they do have quite a refining capacity. But as Joanna said, not much for export. Essentially, they basically don't want to have to pay world prices, except for a bit of ebb and flow. They trade on the world market, but they don't want to have to pay exorbitant prices for gasoline in particular, because they make oil. Why would they have to want to do that? So, but these catalytic cracking units and some of the other things, when you bring a barrel of crude oil into a refinery, it typically has something like 15% gasoline fraction in it. If I run that barrel of crude oil through a distillation column, 15% of it will be in the gasoline fraction. Then you'll have fuel oil gas, aviation fuel, kerosene, fuel oil, all the stuff all the way down. And you also get butane gas and liquid things that are going to go into LPG. But every unit operation in a refinery will be followed by a separator, almost a distillation column, and then gets sent where it's at. So these cracking units, these are important because almost everything that you take into a refinery, you crack it up into tiny little bits. If your fraction is 15%, and you want to take your fraction of what's in the refinery of gasoline up to 70, 80%, most of your your integrated refineries, like you mentioned, Tim, in Western countries where they use an incredible amount of gasoline, they want to buy crude because that's the cheapest value add thing, or it has almost no value add in it at that point. And they want to turn a 15% gasoline barrel of oil into an 80% gasoline barrel of oil and then sell that. That's why these attacks in Russia right now that are targeting unit operations in the refinery, that I don't know this for sure yet, but it looks to me like they're targeting the gasoline fraction production capability in these refineries, and potentially also lubricating oil, because as Joanna also said, they meet most of their needs inside Russia, but covering all of your needs across 7 time zones, when you start to lose capability to produce all the lube oil you need and move it around in the way you did, or all the gasoline that you did and move it around in the way you did, I think it will cause logistical supply shocks if they keep this up. And they're also absolutely positively affecting the amount of export gasoline and naphtha that they can produce. Because remember that Ust-Liga condensate facility was producing natural gas produced naphtha from the condensate stream, and that naphtha goes out through that port terminal, and that's basically it gets blended into gasoline, because it's a seven carbon molecule mix of isomers, and so that's really valuable stuff in dollars or euros. And so one of the cutting Russia's capability to make export dollars or euros is absolutely important in increasing their fiscal deficit each year. And Beefeater estimated that could be at approximately 3 trillion rubles of additional deficit created through this sort of problem. And if they can keep it up, and they'll also have a logistical problem, as I mentioned, in moving their product slate around the country and they might have shortages of fuel oil. They might have shortages of lubricating oils, greases, wax, all kinds of stuff, as well as gasoline. And this will be really kind of confirmed to me if later this in the next 6 weeks, if we see Ukraine targeting things like the diesel hydrotreaters inside those refineries, they'll be trying to knock out the capability to produce low sulfur diesel, which all their harvesting equipment, some cars use diesel, but all that low sulfur diesel that they'd be able to produce could be targeted in those refineries just before planting season, so that they have a shortage of diesel fuel like they did last harvesting season. And they, because that's the same stuff that your tanks use and your AP armored personnel carriers. So this looks like a brilliant move to me, as far as being able to cause logistical problems and cash flow problems in euros and dollars. And it all stems from what you've been talking about, which is targeting specific unit operations in these refineries to do that. And I suspect that it might not be coincidental, because it looks to me like the attack yesterday in that refinery and the attack in Tuapse about 6 or 7 days ago both hit vacuum columns, the tops of vacuum columns. A vacuum distillation column is used to separate all of the fraction off that you're going to send to the lube oil refinery and produce the top ends, which go back to the fuels refinery, back into the gasoline production stream. And most refineries will have lots of different multiple unit operations, and they have like distillation columns everywhere after everything. But almost all of them only have one, maybe two, but typically just one vacuum column, and that'll be a refinery that also has a lube oil refinery attached to it. And vacuum columns are so infrequently found that hitting two in two different refineries, I don't know, just seems a little bit like it's not coincidence.
Sure. Thank you very much for that thorough, well, I don't want to say overview. That was quite in depth. So when it comes to replacing the parts of these damaged refineries, Genesis Man mentioned that the stuff tends to be Western made. Are there alternatives? Does anyone else make the bits they need? I mean, thinking particularly China, maybe even India.
So possibly yes and yes. Also, some of the things, oil refineries are big and complex, but some of the technology in them isn't that high tech. Tim, we've been making distillation columns since 1903, I think. But so some of it, but it does have specialized alloys in some of it, and you need to have very specialized fabricators to be able to replace things like the top of these vacuum columns. We'll have to have very skilled certified welders we'd use, and they be using a specialist alloy inside the bubble plates and things. That some of it would be just 316 stainless, but some of it would be special alloys. It'd take special welding techniques. So some of that is a big deal. But what Genesis Man was referring to is the blowers, the vacuum blowers, the high temperature vacuum blowers that operate those fluidized catalytic cracking units, because those are induced draft flow things. It doesn't push the air through those things. It pulls the air through that bed, so that it can cause turbulent lifting of that bed. So the bed literally floats in midair. The reaction takes place in a bed that's literally floating in an airstream that's drawn through it. So it has to be a compressor that can take high temperatures and that can have a very precise capability of setting the differential pressure above the bed. So those pieces of kit are typically made somewhere else and brought into Russia. Could they make that sort of thing or retrofit their own? Possibly, but I think they'd end up derating their facility or it wouldn't be as reliably operable. There are other places in the world that could source those, but there are just not that many around, and it's a problem. And I'll note that those two, because they got multiple problems here. They got the drone attacks now, but both of those fluidized catalytic cracking units that are offline in Nizhny Novgorod are offline simply because of maintenance problems due to poor maintenance and inspection of them, or they got very, very unlucky and they broke down at the same time, but they can't source those inside Russia at all. So I think they're currently working through what they're going to do there. But until they get that problem solved, that's strictly a maintenance problem. So they got weather problems, they got maintenance problems, they've got now they got people attacking them from the outside. I think that I'll say again, I think this is a brilliant move by Ukraine to cause them problems in supply and cut off cash flow to them that they would otherwise get.
Thank you very much for that, Will. So kind of more of a short-term pain point for them then, you'd say?
Well, not so the vacuum columns, those will take 3 to 6 months to replace. It depends on how many strikes we can get in a period of time, say before the March election. If in the next 6 weeks we can get, they have a lot of refineries. I think they've got about 15 major refineries and some smaller ones around. So it's not like death by 1,000 cuts. I think if we could have somewhere near 100 strikes of this type throughout Russia, west of the Urals, it could cause some really bad supply disruptions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. Does seem to be 2 or 3 of these things going up a week, so it does seem to be something of a concerted effort on the part of the Ukrainians to take out this capability. I mean, on a strategic level, I guess they're trying to perhaps reduce the potential effectiveness, or at least the mobility of any Russian offensive that might emerge after the next mud season, right?
Yeah, could be. I mean, I don't think that this is going to incapacitate their military, and I don't think it's going to cause them economically to grind to a halt this next year. But speeding up the rate of decline of their sovereign wealth fund and their gold reserves is only going to hasten the grinding to a halt of the economy, and supply shocks to them. I'm sure they'll prioritize their military, but you'll probably see the supply shocks affect cities internally to Russia if they run short on stuff. So it'll be a massive hassle logistically, but probably not shut them down, and not crush their economy, but definitely hamstring it.
So interestingly, Anna's just posted something in the back channel there. India warns of doubling of oil prices. So India is basically coming out and saying that if they stop buying Russian oil, then they'll be forced to buy oil from the Middle East, and that would consequently push up prices. But I'd be very interested to see if there's anybody out there, Freight Monkey or somebody like that, who's got more of an inkling about how all this stuff works. But my understanding is that above $60 a barrel, then this makes shale oil extraction economic, and therefore there's kind of a ceiling on the price. I mean, not in the short term, but in the longer term.
Well, I think I think India might be bullshitting there a little bit. They might be over-egging that slightly. But yeah, of course, they've been benefiting from only taking crude from Russia and only taking cheap crude at 60 a barrel. So yeah, they wouldn't like it.
So who else is in the market there? Could they buy? I mean, they could presumably buy from a lot of people, though. I don't think that there's any. I mean, where are we at the moment with oil prices? It's about $80 a barrel, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they can buy oil on the Singapore exchange like anybody else can, and they do regularly. Plus, India operates refineries that are operate on real garbage oil too, because they don't have they don't have some of the environmental standards that you're working to in Europe or America as well. So, um, they're doing whatever they can with the cheapest oil they can get. They were so yeah, I just think they're over egging it a little bit. The price of oil isn't that high relatively to other things, and I think they've just been living off cheap oil for 2 years and don't like to change that much. It's going to return them back into regular stuff they can get on the market. I'm sure it isn't going to break the Indian economy to have to stop using cheap Russian oil, but I don't know. I don't have much sympathy for them.
No, I think that's exactly the point, right? So that I think that they basically got the whip hand at the moment. They're basically the main importer of oil outside of China. So from a Russian point of view, they can either sell to India or they can sell to China, and so both of those countries are interested in keeping the price as low as possible. If they have to buy on the open market, then they don't have that advantage from a pricing point of view. So I agree with you. I think it's just a case of Indians making a noise because, yeah, they like being in that position of strength with regard to their oil supply.
Yeah, and look at the look at the problem that Russia's got going into the next year. You've got nobody is predicting that China is going to import more oil next year. They're looking at an economic slowdown, and India being blocked out of using Russian oil because they don't want their tanker companies and other people to be listed by OFAC as trading outside the sanctions regime. Russia could be looking at pretty serious problems in selling its oil anywhere. I mean, it's crude. It could have difficulties in actually selling it, even though the price might be $60 a barrel.
So no hands. I'm going to go back to an FT article that we had earlier. So Xi and Putin had a phone call yesterday, apparently, where they basically, it was fanfared on state television. There's an open mic. Sorry, I don't know who that is. Xi and Putin have basically fanfared their telephone call from Wednesday evening, and the long and the short of this telephone conversation is that they've been busy coordinating their approach on Gaza and paving the way for much greater deepening of their strategic relationship. One thing that they note in the article from the FT is that CNC machines from China have imports to Russia from China have increased tenfold. So there's a portion of this which is obviously knocked off Chinese copies of Western machine tools, but there's also a portion which is grey imports. So Chinese companies buying machine tools from Germany and Japan, and then exporting them to Russia. And I suspect, to be honest, that that's probably the bulk of it. So I don't know. I'd be very interested in talking to somebody if anyone has any idea about this. But my assumption would be that the Chinese industry is still very highly reliant on Western machine tools to produce whatever it is they produce. I don't think that they have a big domestic industry in machine tool building, which is anywhere near what we have in liberal democracies around the world. And so, yeah, I'd be extremely interested in talking to somebody if they've got any idea about that. I think the vast majority of this 10 times increase in exports from China to Russia, that's probably mainly Western goods which are rebadged or somehow or other repackaged just specifically for Russia.
The export, I mean, machines that build other machines, the CNC side, the three dominant exporters are Japan, Germany, and Taiwan. They have 70% of the market between them. The Vietnam, interestingly, is also a major producer of CNC machines. The rest of that market, I'm not really sure, but it does seem that China doesn't really get much of a look in. The Koreans are also quite big in that market as well. Yeah, the machine tools market in general is fairly well dominated by Germany, with Japan and Taiwan coming in somewhat behind, and the Koreans. But yeah, if the Chinese do produce that stuff, you can bet it's not a domestic design. You can bet that the IP is either JV'd away or pinched from somebody else, and you will see that kind of industry with relatively little innovation, and relatively little ability to customize products to customers' satisfaction. So I expect it'll be fairly staid, David.
Yeah. I mean, looking at this, it's a really interesting proxy for trying to understand basically where China is. So, there's this tanky narrative of China being, China's the future and China's the kind of, the American empire is in the decline and the Chinese empire is going to rise, and therefore there's going to be this multipolar world. But, basically this is nonsense, because most of the stuff that's imported back to the West from China is manufactured using Western technology. So if that technology is pulled out, then China is in really seriously big trouble, because they don't know how to produce these things. And yes, there is a small industry in China making knockoff machinery, but basically it's no good. I mean, what they're doing essentially with that industry is making machines which look like something Western and selling it to a country like Iran or Russia, pretending that it's a Western machine and having it break down 6 months into its use. That might be a slight exaggeration of the situation, but not much of an exaggeration. Very much the same with chip manufacturing technology. All of this is pretty much entirely in our hands. So again, this is another subject where we should be making much more of our strength in terms of getting China to toe the line in sanctions, which I think with the Xi imposed, it's highly unlikely, but nevertheless, their economy is on the decline. We have significant levers to influence what China does.
Sure, we certainly do. I mean, I think the most telling thing for me when it comes to Chinese industry is they don't indigenously design and make stuff that was fairly run of the mill for a medium-sized Western economy about 70 years ago. So the jet engine, for example, China has not produced a domestically designed jet engine. They have an aircraft industry, it tends to be very heavily reliant on JVs. And I think the engines are produced by a joint venture consortium that involves Safran from France. They don't make large ones, so they don't make Rolls-Royce or Engine Alliance, Trent-sized jet engines. They only make small ones for business jets, and they're reliant on a French company to design and manufacture. And it's not like that's cutting edge, right? Jet engine manufacturing is like, it's not a new thing. It's not it's not particularly advanced technology, especially if you're talking about cheap and cheerful aircraft that don't really have to comply with any environmental legislation to speak of. So yeah,
Well,
it's just really basic.
even in a relatively mature thing like automobile manufacturing, which is something I do know a little bit about, in contrast to everything else. Basically, the Chinese manufacturers are just taking a Western design and copying it, and then cobbling things together. So generally, let's say all of the electronics is mainly stuff that's been designed and built by Western joint ventures or Western manufacturers, full stop. So companies like Visteon, Aptiva, Bosch, of course, Continental, these guys provide their products to Chinese car companies, and basically that's what makes the engine work. That's what makes the display that you look at when you're driving. So all of that technology is largely in-house. And I mean, from a Western perspective, in China, basically they just bolt things together and send it out. And the degree of quality control compared to a Western manufacturer is just vastly different. Obviously, they've been making some progress. So you probably, I don't know, you probably noticed MG as a brand. So as part of the Rover collapse or the British Leyland collapse, which lasted, I guess, a couple of decades eventually, Shanghai Automotive Group bought the remnants of British Leyland in Longfield, just south of Birmingham, or in the south of Birmingham, actually. And they developed the MG. So that's an entirely British design, designed by British people sitting in a factory in Birmingham, a former factory in Birmingham, designing product which is then built in China and put together in China and then marketed under a British brand within Western Europe. And obviously the Western car manufacturers are currently, up in arms about this because, actually they're not producing bad product. And they're not producing bad product because all of the IP is coming from Western Europe, essentially. So, yeah, well, I don't know what my point was here. It's just to say that the technology is very much in our own hands, and we're kind of, stabbing ourselves in our own back without realizing a lot of the time.
Well, I think the big prize when Shanghai Automotive bought the remnants of MG Rover, the big prize was the K series engine, right? So they basically built
100%.
they basically bought several decades of IP around the manufacture of engines. And that kind of IP, as I understand it in the automotive industry, is actually quite unusual. There is a lot of car manufacturers will buy engines from other larger manufacturers or more specialized manufacturers, because there's not actually that many different designs out there, and the K, that can be that are good and can be built at scale and at cost. And the K series engine was really the only valuable thing about MG Rover, and so that's really what they were buying. It wasn't necessarily about branding or about, it obviously wasn't about manufacturing facilities. It was purely this decades old piece of IP that had been refined by some awfully clever people to an extraordinary point. I understand that's why they bought it, but I may be a little sketchy on the details of the engine thing.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely 100%. I'd say bang on the money. You know, the kind of the joke here is that you know, we're moving away from the internal combustion engine. So they bought technology which is at least 20 years out of date, effectively, if not more, because the K series engine is a good engine and it's manufacturable at scale, a good cost, suiting kind of, you know, medium level passenger car applications. So yeah, that's what they bought. But you know, how much that brings to them, what they get more out of that purchase, in fact, is that they've got access to the skills base, and you know, there is still a big automotive hub around the east, the center, what do you call it, the East Midlands, West Midlands, and actually in the East Midlands as well, in Nottingham. So Chang'an have a development centre in Nottingham. So it's notable that all of these Chinese companies basically have development centres in Western Europe. Dongfeng, which is another one with a great name, Chinese manufacturer of more heavy duty kind of diesel kinds of vehicles. They have a big shareholding in Volvo and a part shareholding in Volvo Car Corporation. Geely owns the majority shares in Volvo Car Corporation, and they also basically bought a big engineering company in Sweden called T Engineering, which is, you know, basically all of the people that used to work for Saab now work for Dongfeng as a kind of independent engineering consultancy. So some of the money they make is basically developing engines and things like this for the Chinese market. But actually, their main business is kind of outsourced servicing for Western manufacturers.
Thank you very much, David. I see we've got a few hands. Shall we go to Lexicon, please? Welcome, Lexicon.
Yeah, not so much on this area, although when I used to follow, but that's outdated. My understanding is similar to yours about being able to build machine tools that build machines, the lack of autonomy in China. But I was just talking earlier when you were talking about oil refining. I think one of the persistent difficulties with India is that they have been insisting on paying in rupees, and as Russia doesn't buy an awful lot of stuff from India, they've been accumulating unusable rupees. I think the Chinese also purchase oil with yuan, but there's more. Russia buys a great deal more from China, like all these gray market CNC machines. But yeah, so I don't know what that's like lately. Oh, but the other thing I wanted to say is somebody whose name I don't remember. It's familiar. It's somebody who's on the space regularly. I think wrote a week or more ago that Russia has only about 32 refining installations. Now, how you measure them and whether the 20 kilometers apart are one or two, I don't know. But I've been saying 4 down and 28 to go, and maybe it's 6 down and 26 to go, or maybe it's only 5 down. Anyway, it would be fun if we had a way of keeping a spreadsheet the way Johanna does on the ships. That's all.
Thank you very much, Lexicon. Let us go to Spartan 2005. Spartan, welcome.
Hey Tim, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, just to add to the previous conversation, like if you want to look at just like technical competencies and even just like performance in jets, right? You look at the J-20 versus the F-22. Even though the F-22 is, you know, its engines were developed almost a decade before, I want to say, the J-20 can't develop the same thrust, whether you measure in kilonewtons or pounds. I want to say there's at least a 20% differential, which makes a huge difference. Yeah, they copy and they make marginal improvements, but they really haven't shown any capacity to develop in the space. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. I think when it comes to J20 as well, the Chinese are proving themselves not especially able to produce it at scale. Right, so introduced what, 6 years ago now, 7 years ago now, but they've not finished. They've not fully finished building them yet. I don't know if they're aiming to export them, but there doesn't seem to be an enormous amount of interest. They're also not particularly cheap, from what I gather, to the extent that you can tell the price of these things from the outside. So, I mean, not a terrible effort. But I mean, in terms of capability, I guess J20 is a bit more multi-role in its design than F22 is. So it also has strike capability. So
You're
it's
correct in
kind
that.
of, yeah.
You are correct, right? But it's but if you look at just in terms of just the body shape and what was basically the inspiration, let's just call it that, right? It's definitely predominantly F22 than F35 as an example. But yeah, I think that to your point, I think they only have a couple hundred operational, nowhere near the number that I think they anticipated.
Sure. I mean, I think one of the things it does get right is its stealth characteristics, right? Which is, it's very interesting to look at how the Chinese are treating 5th generation versus how the Russians are. So the Su-57 looks like they've basically just given up, right? So you look at it, and this is supposed to be a 5th generation stealth fighter, dedicated stealth fighter, 5th generation, and it's got those 2 absolutely colossal engine housings on the back that look like they've been just stuck on with Lego, right? They look like an afterthought. It's like they designed an aeroplane and forgot about the engines, and then it became too expensive to redesign it, and so they just stuck the engines on. Whereas the J20, whether it is through genuine indigenous development, which I doubt, or simple IP theft, possibly from F-35, it does actually look like it has good stealth characteristics, right? It doesn't look obviously terrible, which I think is interesting. But yeah, it's just interesting how the Russians seem to have just departed from reality when it comes to aircraft design, and the Chinese just kind of they kind of internalized their inferiority, and they're just knocking off Western designs instead.
Yeah, I think that maybe Thomas Tyner was here. I want to say 6 months, 8 months back. My memory is not where it used to be, right? And I asked Thomas. I said, this is my assessment. What do you think? And is that basically that the Chinese tech is just typically they do copy, but they do incrementally improve. But the backbone of their technology is still Russian, right? I mean, where they can, they copy American tech and U.S. tech and European tech, for that matter, right? But it is, I would say, it's a step improvement over the Su-57. I mean, the pictures we've seen from the wings, where you can see the rivets are just there in plain day, and different machine screws used to keep the body together. It's just, yeah. I'd like for them to try to fly those where Patriot battery is, just to see what happens.
I mean, hilarious as it is that the Su-57 is held together with plasterboard screws. What we have to remember is that famous picture of an Su-57 doesn't have the radar absorbent cladding on the outside, so it's missing a skin. So it looks crap, and you can tell the quality of the workmanship is crap, because the screws they're irregularly countersunk. They're not in a straight line, and they're just Phillips head screws. It's not like they're not even specialized in any way. It's like it's just weird, right? It's just obviously not cutting edge workmanship or design. But that picture, it doesn't have the foamy stuff they put on the outside, which is what makes airframes like F-22, F-35 look really sleek and really well put together. So I think we do have to be fair about that, as much as we love to laugh about it. I think it's interesting what you say about some incremental improvement. Yeah, I kind of agree when it comes to aircraft, but when it comes to other stuff, I'm just not sure. I think the improvements are just cosmetic, right? So one of the interesting things about the development of Chinese military systems is they have stopped looking like Soviet ones and they've started looking like American ones. And this seems to be more of an aesthetic consideration than anything, right? You look at the older Chinese infantry fighting vehicles, for example. They, until about 20 years ago, they were just copies of Russian BMP lines, right? They were just Soviet designs that had been either licensed or copied or just bought from Russia. The newer ones look like Bradleys, and they have the larger turret. They're kind of more boxy. They've got modular armor systems rather than just being lumps of steel. So they start to look a little bit more American, or at least a little bit more Western anyway. But one of the interesting things about their recent developments is the VN20, which is billed as a heavy IFV. Now it weighs, God, how much does it weigh? It weighs 55, 60 tons. Like it's a heavy thing. It's very, very heavy for what it is. It's as heavy as one of the lighter NATO tanks. So think Leopard 2. It's about the same weight. It's bristling with weaponry. So it's got a 100mm gun, which is a big gun for an IFV. The 100mm gun has a coaxial 40mm gun. So the ranging gun for the big gun is also a big gun. And it's got 4 machine guns that are operated from the 2 shoulders at the front and the 2 shoulders at the back that kind of point in all directions. It's like it feels like a battleship. And it's like a masterclass in atrocious design. It really is, because not only does it have far too much gun, it doesn't have enough crew to operate that much gun. It's only got 2 crew members. One of them has to drive it. One of them has to operate at least 2 different weapon systems. And it's got spare fuel, but the spare fuel is in barrels, which are stowed above the ramp at the back, which is an interesting choice because those barrels are almost certainly going to get holes in them. And so when your blokes get out the back, they are going to they're going to get covered in diesel, and then they will be exactly face height with the 2 rearward facing machine guns. So they get out the back, they get covered in diesel, and then they take a 7.62 round to the face, or whatever it is that China uses. I would guess that the 4 machine guns are remote weapon stations. I think they're designed to be remoted out. So your dismounts, they take an iPad with them, and they operate the 4 machine guns like that. But still, do you really want Lance Corporal Fucknut on the iPad firing one of these guns while you're dismounting out the back? Right? Do you really want that? I'm not sure I would, because he's an idiot. So yeah, it's iffy. And the final point is that back to the innovation thing, the lack of innovation in this vehicle is really, really quite extraordinary, right? There's nothing wrong with the heavy IFV concept in certain circumstances. So the Israelis have it, for example. So they have a line of armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles that are based on their Merkava tank, right? So big, horrible, heavy tank hull that's had the turret stripped out, smaller turret put in. You can fit blokes in the back. Fine, but then what do the Israelis specialize in? They specialize in very, very high intensity urban type combat, where if you don't have a vehicle that's absolutely dripping in armor, you're going to have a very bad day. So that kind of the unique circumstances of the IDF dictated the necessity for that heavy vehicle, not so the Chinese VN20, right? There's really no reason for it to be that huge, and it's not just heavy, like it's physically big as well. To the top of the tracks is about 6 feet. This is a really physically large vehicle. So until if you try and put that into a city that wasn't built in the 1960s, you're probably going to struggle because it's massive. It's improbably huge. An interesting aspect of it as well is the engine. Now, we don't know a lot about Chinese engines in their vehicles, especially the newer ones, because they don't release the specifications, they don't release the designs. They did, however, release a video of some Chinese mechanical engineers taking the engine out of a VN20 as part of some kind of technical demonstration. And the nerds who know about engines immediately said, "Oh, that's a Perkins. That's what that engine is. That is a Perkins diesel engine from the 1960s." And what does that mean? Well, Perkins is a British company that specializes in making large diesel engines. It is owned by Caterpillar. So they are the in-house engine designers and builders for Caterpillar Heavy Plant. They also do stuff for JCB and Komatsu and all of the other heavy plant manufacturers. So what the Chinese have done is they've scored themselves an old Caterpillar bulldozer, which I assume isn't difficult to do. They've taken, and I mean old, like from the 1960s. They've taken the engine out of it. They've reverse engineered the engine, and they use that engine in all of their brand spanking new heavy military vehicles. A design that fundamentally hasn't changed since the 1960s. That's where they are with making large diesel engines. Like that's what they've got. That's the IP they have. That's the basis of their knowledge. Something extremely old.
So to be fair, Tim, this is exactly the same way that Korean and Japanese manufacturers started, and this is, I think, where people start looking at this stuff and saying, well, they're on the first rung of the ladder towards where Japan and South Korea are today. The difference is that they're really not. They're really not. So they're really still in the stage where they've just nicked stuff and kind of put it together. The reason is because they're primarily building their own products for their own market, and their own market isn't the same as Western markets. So in contrast to Japan and South Korea, their businesses were always outward facing. The Chinese industries are inward facing. That means they can get away with murder, basically, because anyone who knows how good a Western product is going to buy a Western product. The rest of the people just have to put up with what the Chinese industry can produce, and this is what you get. And over the course of the last 20, 30 years, there have been various joint ventures which have increased the quality in local production, but still very much the IP and the value add in those businesses is Western IP.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, where did the Japanese motorcycle industry come from is a good example of that, right? It was all pinched from the British motorcycle industry. and it killed the British motorcycle industry. Yeah, I mean that is an interesting point, but as you say, it's not export led. It's not an export led development. They're kind of scrambling around in the dirt to be able to provide their burgeoning domestic market with stuff that isn't foreign, because stuff that is foreign is too expensive because they're currency manipulators as well.
Exactly.
So it's but it's a very good observation. Thank you, David. Spartan, we'll go back to you.
Yeah, Tim. Actually, I had no, I wasn't aware of the N20. Right, I was looking it up as you were speaking, and your knowledge, just the base knowledge of that system, was pretty impressive. I hope you and David don't take offense to this, but that thing reminds me of like a British Mark I tank from World War One, where you just, if you can stick a 6 pound gun, a machine gun anywhere you can, it's just right there, right? And it's 50 tons, and it's based on the VT4 tank, which I think it's like an export tank. But to kind of go back to David's point, my father worked in the heavy transport business, and he told me a story of in the 80s that the Chinese had bought a factory from like a former Soviet republic. I can't remember which one specifically. And they came in and packed everything, even the trash inside the trash cans, right? Just so that in case it had something in there that they could use. That's the level that they went to in order to make sure they collected all the information they needed. It sounds like it hasn't changed much since then.
Not in my experience. So they famously bought the maglev train from Siemens, and they still haven't built any further of those because they're too expensive and they basically can't do it. They keep doing this over and over again. They're very good at vanity projects and making a big noise about things, but really they're not very good at producing stuff which comes anywhere near Western quality yet. And in fact, one interesting thing is, for the jet engine point of view, one of the reasons that they are so interested in working with Russia is because Russian metallurgy is so much better than Chinese metallurgy.
Yeah, I guess maybe you'd call it Soviet, not necessarily Russian. I don't think the Russians have made any step changes since the Soviet days.
Absolutely, 100%.
I guess that was one of the weird things about Russia, right? I can't remember who. I think it might have been you who made this point, David. Actually, about your typical European empire being based around the metropolis which manufactures things, and the colonies that produce raw materials to manufacture things. And so there's this sort of organic bilateral trade between the two. And Russia, as the Soviet Union, was kind of Russia produced a lot of raw materials, and then the bits around it produced a lot of manufactured things and sold them to Russia. I think that was your point originally, David.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, if you look at somewhere like Minsk, for example, Belarus, a lot of the main tractor in the whole of the the whole of the communist world was the Minsk Belarus tractor. So they basically built those things and they went everywhere in the world, and also equally mining equipment. Still, I would hesitate to say today, but until very recently, there were only 3 or 4 really big mining truck manufacturers, and these are the trucks that basically, if you stand next to them, then you don't even come up to the top of the bottom edge of the tire. So you don't even get to the metal stacks. You're basically the same size as the tread depth in these trucks. So they're huge trucks. They're things that are built in Belarus, engines made in Belarus, everything made in Belarus.
Well, I mean, it was the same here in Estonia. Tallinn was a kind of a hub of very high-tech specialized manufacturing. So they made the engines for the space program here. They made a lot of their sensitive military electronics here at Tondi Electronica, which now makes hearing aids. But they used to make a lot of the stuff for the Red Army. The space food was made here by Poltsamar. They now make ketchup. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that they really needed, if they really needed their best guys on it, then the chances are those guys weren't Russian.
No, I mean that's just education base and general culture of people, and that's why you've got the competency in, again, the rocket engines and the space. A lot of the space technology is also along the Dnieper plain from Kiev to Zaporizhia. So that stretch of Dnieper is full of former industrial military. I don't like this phrase, military-industrial complex, because it doesn't really make sense outside of the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union, it does make some kind of sense, but in the Western, it's a tanky shibboleth, isn't it? When people start talking about the military-industrial complex, you know that they're coming from a certain point of view. In Russia or the Soviet Union, the military-industrial complex is definitely a thing. There are scientists and so on working on things like the space program, the lunar buggy, and most of these people are outside of Russia itself. So Dnipro and Zaporizhia in particular, very high level of competency in electronics, avionics, radar, radio frequency technologies, and so on and so forth.
Well, yeah, I mean the phrase military-industrial complex deserves some scrutiny. I mean, it's not just a tanky shibboleth; it is a deliberately weaponized piece of language, right? So it's assault language, and it's designed to plant in our minds the idea that having an effective military industry is somehow morally disgraceful, right? It's that they have a lot of words like this. They have a lot of terms like this that have been used by predominantly left-wing intellectual movements since the war, that are designed to instill a certain mindset of suspicion and hostility towards our own success and our own power. And military-industrial complex is very much one of those. It's the idea that there is this kind of inexorable and sinister blob that sits atop all of our cultures, that directs all of our foreign policy against our fundamental interests and against those of humanity. It's total bollocks, of course. But yeah, as you say, military-industrial complex very accurately describes the weapons industries and militaries of Russia and China, but doesn't really describe the Western ones so much. Spartan, let's go back to you.
Yeah, thanks. Just to kind of shift the topic back to Ukraine, General Hodges was here yesterday or the day before, and he talked about prior to the end of his military career, he went to the Kharkiv tank factory, and he wanted to go because one of the just historical significance, right, and just to kind of see the place. And he noted that when he was there, it sounded like to me like it was post 2014 that the factory was making tanks, but making them for export, which shocked him. I guess, gentlemen, from both of you, because you seem to have a good manufacturing knowledge base, why wasn't there any attempt to maybe move that factory prior to, after what happened in 2014? I guess, any thoughts there? Or maybe they did move it.
It got destroyed by Russia. They were sending tanks to Thailand. I'm not sure if it was post 2014 or pre. And General Hodges was in charge of logistics for NATO at that time. Well, was doing logistics. He does some volunteer work now, but anyway, that was an area of his work.
Okay, because he made it sound like this was post 2014 and just Ukraine hasn't fully mobilized. That was the context
Yeah.
of the conversation.
Yeah, it was around there. I know there's if one Googled to TV Toronto, he does an interview with them and says that it's about 6 months ago. It was astonishing. But yeah, he was talking about unreadiness. But yeah, we could understand that in by 2015, the conflict got frozen by Minsk, and it was, I don't know, maybe there was a greater interest in earning foreign exchange than in building tanks that might be surplus at that time. But yeah, it was really surprising to him.
No, thanks for that. I'm entirely unsure of the logistics of moving a factory. I know it's probably a lot more difficult if it's been destroyed. Certainly a lot more pointless if it's been destroyed. But yeah, apparently it is something that's done. It's a little easier before it gets destroyed, right? Once it's destroyed, it makes no sense. I agree with you. I don't know, maybe. I mean, if it's a destroyed factory, surely you could just get a JCB and load it into the back of skips, and you don't really have to worry about reassembling it. But I suppose that defies the point, doesn't it? No. Okay. So we shall circle back to Ukraine and have a look at a few headlines. The big news today is that, or rather, the big news yesterday is that the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has fired Valery Zaluzhny, who was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Commander-in-chief is the wrong phrase. Chief of the general staff of the armed forces. Now, he thanked him for his outstanding service to Ukraine, awarded him with Ukraine's highest honor, Hero of Ukraine, but nevertheless, he stressed the need for renewal in the armed forces. Now, the General Zaluzhny has been replaced by General Alexander Syrsky, who is previously Commander Land Forces. He's mostly known for leading the defense of Kiev early in the war, and also planning and executing the Kharkiv counteroffensive later in 2022. So that's the big news. Marcus, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just to add, I mean, right, he's done an incredible job so far, you know, he's kept morale up, he's very popular and all of that. But there's nothing to say that a fresh pair of eyes wouldn't help. I mean, the thing is, Zaluzhny is, for his role, he is a very young man, I'll be honest. Look at General Hertling's thread where he says, you know, normally this guy will be 60 years or over and will have had an awful lot more lived experience, basically. And there is a point where everybody needs a rest, you know, no matter what they're doing, no matter how good a job, if you're burned out, it's not going to help anybody. He's probably not seen his wife and kids for ages. Also, during World War II, during the war, I believe the British changed their head of the army 5 or 6 times. And there's a chronology somewhere. I sent it somewhere for context. So, you know, all these guys were changed, not necessarily because they were doing a shitty job, but because they were just burned out and past, you know, being able to make a real significant difference at this point, because they just need some fresh eyes on it. So, you know, although lots of people have opinions about it, I think really it was much more just normal. It's just part of the process, isn't it?
I think, yeah, I think it is about burnout. It is about relieving pressure. I think it is also about fresh ideas. I think it's also about the capabilities of the individual general as well. Um, so the British Empire changed the chief of the Imperial General Staff um, four times, as you said, during the war. Um, and the people who cycled through, so Lord Gort initially, Sir Edmund Ironside, Sir John Dill, Lord Allenbrook, these were people who had particular successes, particular failures, and had particular 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 areas of expertise and experience within the context of warfare. So Lord Gort, a veteran of the Great War, but besides that, very much a sort of political officer. So he spent the interwar years largely doing staff jobs, and largely doing staff and liaison jobs. So he's kind of very much a sort of a manager rather than a field commander. He only held junior command during the Great War. So he was I think he was a major by the end of the First World War. So not a senior officer by any stretch of the imagination. The Edmund Ironsides, for his part, very much a field formation commander. So he did a great deal during the Great War in relatively kind of mid-level positions. He served in a number of different theaters. He served in military advisory capacities during the intervention against the Bolsheviks and the intervention in the Baltic states, for example. He went on to do kind of organizational roles between the war. He was aide-de-camp to the king. He was governor of Gibraltar. He did that kind of stuff. So is very much changing around different people for different tasks, different things. Eventually, you get men like Lord Allenbrook, who was very, very deeply involved in anti-invasion preparations, for example, in the UK, in the British mainland during the early stages of the war. He was quite a fairly senior commander early in the war. So he's a corps commander earlier in the war. So he very much has field combat experience, commander field combat units, and so yeah. Point is, long story short, different people for different jobs. So speaking for different areas of expertise, and of course, the General Sirski is a man known for his very, very successful field command at the formation level. So it's possibly that sort of experience that Zelensky is looking for. What do you reckon? Rapturous agreement, I'm guessing. David,
Were
are you
you
back?
sort of
Oh, sorry,
asking
Ross.
me? Were you sort of asking me? Sorry, I was just clocking off for lunch.
No, I was just throwing it open to the floor. It was the royal you. If anybody has any hot takes on chiefs of the Imperial General Staff during World War II or any other topic.
Well, I can only add that it's important sometimes to put a fresh team in. You've seen things happen over the last summer. We know there were lots of problems with supplies and minefields and what have you. And, sometimes that grind, it just puts you in a certain mindset. And, perhaps it's time for just some different ideas. I don't see anything wrong with that, and I'm sure that was the case in World War II as well.
So the main thing with this is that it's just the way that it's been reported. Sorry. So, there's the thing with Ollie Carroll from, sorry, 1 second. There's the thing with Ollie Carroll from The Economist, who came out originally with the, as it turns out, eventually not spurious information that Zaluzhny was going to be replaced. And the problem with this is that at The Economist, you've got Shashank Joshi on one hand and Ollie Carroll as well, who are just peddling this narrative that it's stalemate. Well, it seems to me, maybe I'm being unfair. I don't know what you think, Tim, but there's just this edge to all of their stuff, which seems to be pointing towards, oh, let's do some concessions towards Russia. And again, maybe I'm being a little too broad brushed about my assessment, but that's I think the main problem with all of this is that any degree of disagreement within the Ukrainian government is seized upon as weakness, whereas disagreements in the Russian government are completely whitewashed because it's Russia and it's this big power. It's this thing, it's not comparing like for like. We expect disagreement within our systems. In Russian systems, people vanish if they disagree too much, and this is the really big problem, I think.
Sure. I mean, I think that's fair, but I think it's probably symptomatically deeper than the styles of individual journalists. You have to. They deal in controversy, right? And people not getting along in the court of Zelensky is an interesting controversy, especially in the midst of an existential war. So there's always going to be this kind of quest to find drama where actually, the what is occurring is probably fairly dry. I mean, it's no secret, I think, that Zelensky and Zaluzhny didn't get along particularly well, and I think the Russian propaganda arm would have been, the Russian propaganda world would have been very, very happy if there was if a narrative had emerged that there were coups being plotted and things like that, and Zelensky was going to get replaced by the army, and all of that stuff. But of course, none of that ever seemed to materialize, much to the frustration of the Kremlin. But nevertheless, there was this, as you say, as I said, there was this kind of fondness for controversy, because ultimately that's what sells papers. When it comes to The Economist's editorial position on Ukraine, I'm not really sure. I know The Economist has this uncanny ability to be wrong about everything. So they've made every major economic call of the last 150 years precisely the wrong way round, which is, it takes the same degree of skill to do that as getting everything precisely right. And I think they do have this kind of rather snooty kind of market positioning. The way the New Republic calls itself the in-flight magazine of Air Force One. It's that, it's that kind of snootiness. The Economist definitely has that, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least to learn that they were sort of positioning themselves as kind of sitting somewhere above these petty idealistic struggles that are plaguing Eastern Europe, and they're just looking at the dry pragmatism of it all.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, they're a fairly, I would say, well, I don't know, traditionally anyway, let's say a hardcore traditional European liberal institution, and that, you know, they might have got a lot of stuff wrong, but what they do stand for in editorial terms is very much the, you know, Jeremy Bentham liberal kind of idea. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we want to do a dissection of the the Economist. I don't know if it's really the point, but and as you say, it's kind of a more systemic problem, because what we're doing is kind of comparing. You know, in every Western democracy, you kind of expect this core intrigue around parliaments and politics and what you discuss, but when it comes to Russia, there's kind of special treatment, and that's kind of the problem, I think. You know, you have these kind of people that are supposedly inside people who understand the way Russia works, and I don't know, come out with statements, but they don't really, and they just tend to kind of give Russia the goodwill of assuming what they say is law, when actually, you know, everything they say is a lie. It's a very curious thing, I think.
Sure. I mean, the Western press has an extremely long hangover, and they're starting to get there, right? They've sort of reached that immediate period after lunch where the headache starts to go away, right? And part of the hangover is, number one, they've been taking, as you say, they've been taking Russia seriously for a long time, right? They've been treating the word of the Kremlin as if it is somehow equivalent to the word of Downing Street or the White House or the Elysee Palace or wherever, right? So they've been doing that. Another thing they've been doing is, if you are a Western media organization and you want to do a piece on Ukraine, you would call your Moscow bureau and they would send a Russian to do it. Right? That's how it worked, right? They wouldn't use, nobody had a Kiev bureau, right? That wasn't a thing. You would hire Russian journalists to report on Ukraine, and so everything that they commissioned, everything that they accumulated, everything that they published, everything they editorialized would be kind of through Russian eyes. And this, the film The Sum of All Fears, right? Where it's this kind of, it's the 90s, Russia's kind of the good guys now sort of mindset, right? And there's a sort of motif about Russia and the Kremlin throughout this film. And it's sort of, Russia is mysterious and powerful. That's the motif, right? Not just a little bit powerful, like incomprehensibly powerful and impenetrable to outsiders. And that's kind of, it's like that. There's a motif running through all of the Western reporting on Ukraine, and that's a kind of Russian motif. And it is one of the dynamic between a master and his subject.
Exactly. There is this thing about, I think it's Churchill's statement, Russia's a, whatever it is. I can't remember the statement, but I think you know the one I mean.
A riddle wrapped in an enigma inside a puzzle or something.
Exactly, and it's not at all. That's exactly what they want you to think, but it's much more brutal than that. And there's nothing mystical about it. There is this kind of idea of the kind of romanticized idea of Russia being this kind of mystical magic mixture of everything Western and everything Eastern rolled into one which neither Eastern people nor Western people can completely fathom. It goes, it's just a puffed up story that doesn't really mean anything in the end. Mockers has got a hand up, so I'll stop waffling. Mockers.
Oh, I was just going to add that I think this interview yesterday, or whatever, whenever it came out, it was yesterday for me. This interview is quite telling because it sort of dispels a lot of that. You're like, oh, this is going to be really flipping, interesting into the mind of the Russians, dun, dun, dun. And then he gave a really long and boring history lesson, starting from the beginning of the earth, talking about all sorts of things that nobody gives any cares about at all. And I just thought that was brilliant because it just showed that he had absolutely no real idea. And I think we can all probably agree it wasn't actually the Polish that started World War II. Despite how feisty they are, just don't think it was them. There's quite a lot of history that refutes that. So yeah, I think he just came across as nuts.
So I haven't watched it, Mockers. So maybe this is an opportunity to kind of do a quick dissection of it for the audience. I don't know. Is that worth doing?
Comments of people that have watched it who said it was the most boring thing they'd seen in ages, and he literally was just, off the scale of idiocy with some of the things he was saying. He was giving this strange history lesson that took absolutely bonkers ages, and the interviewer, I'm not even going to call him. He was trying to jump in and ask him questions, and he literally slapped him down. In fact, the third time, he just totally emasculated him by taking the mickey out of him and saying that he was an entertainer, he wasn't a journalist. So I thought that was quite fun. And yeah, it was basically not what the interviewer wanted. He wanted something very specific, I think, some sort of scoop. And what he got was a really boring and totally wrong history lesson. So yeah, I did find that quite funny.
It's kind of weird because you just get an immense amount of enjoyment out of this kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm twisted. But seeing Tucker Carlson go to Moscow and be kind of dressed down and end up with a piece of journalism which is total toilet and points exactly towards the reason why we should have no truck with Russia is kind of fantastic.
Well, apparently everybody that watched it said it was extremely underwhelming and kind of weird. So it was like the ramblings of a past century. And so, yeah, really like baffling to even understand what was going on. Other than, it's not our fault. It was entirely the Polish. We're complete innocents in all this. The Polish made us invade them. Something like that. So, yeah, that was a bit weird.
So I'm really curious to know. I mean, what is it now? It's 2:00. It's a bit early for the United States. So I'm extremely curious to know what people have taken away from this in the meantime. Maybe that's also a segue. I didn't really catch up with what happened yesterday in the Senate. It sounds like something went wrong. Does anyone know?
Not especially, but hold your horses. So they got their 60 votes in the Senate. So now it has to go forward for a vote. So the 60 votes was to agree to put it forward for a vote. I know it's like a meeting to have a meeting, isn't it? But they know they've got the numbers now. So it should just be a formality, that part. But of course, then it has to go through the House. I know this is me understanding American politics, which I never thought I would ever do. But then it has to go through the House. Now, the House is a lot more difficult because there is some pushback for all sorts of reasons, the border nonsense being one of the reasons that they're flinging around. However, there is a great deal of support in the House if they can get it to a vote. Now, usually you would expect the Speaker to bring it to the vote, but of course he's being quite stubborn about the fact that he doesn't seem to think he should do his job. So there is a way to go around the Speaker to force it to the floor. It's not guaranteed, but it's a possibility. So there's always that as well. So all is not lost. In fact, it looks as though it's pretty much well supported, because with the Senate voting for it, it shows the overall majority of support. And that is basically a big 2 fingers up to everybody who's not been supporting it and been saying that, you know, we shouldn't do this and we shouldn't do that. Well, no, we should, because it's for national security and European security. And that's kind of a big thing, kind of important.
I think one of the odd things about this Carlson fellow's interview with Putin was he set it up as the first Western journalist to interview Putin, which, I mean, that's not true.
Obviously, it wasn't, right?
Yeah, I mean, loads of people have done that. Keir Simmons has done that. Megyn Kelly has done that. Like, there must be dozens of them who've interviewed Putin. I mean,
The lie, Tim, is journalist. That's where the lie is.
Yeah, well, Jesus.
So he's the first news entertainer, or whatever the youth say about news combined with entertainment in one. He's the first entertainment news journalist.
Yeah, I don't know. I find Tucker Carlson. I find him a bit of a mystery, because he's not even good, right? So a lot of the very, very controversial kind of news entertainment people are quite engaging and interesting to watch. Alex Jones is one of those, for example, right? As a presenter, as an entertainer, he's really good. He's nuts, but he's really good. Trying to think who else. Joe Rogan is really, he's really engaging. Like he's an interesting person. He's good at what he does. Tucker Carlson isn't. He's just kind of dull, and irritating. I don't get it. I don't get it. Sorry.
I have no idea, so I really don't know anything about him. never watched him. I just know him as this fringe character on the edge of what thing. I mean, obviously he's not a fringe character in the United States, but the United States for me is a fringe affair. Johanna.
Sorry, me?
Indeed.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to make some observations about this interview, because, I think Putin really looked weak during this interview, which is contrary to its purpose, I think, to his purpose. So he basically oscillated between being a jester, being an academic, and being a modern Tsar, the father of Russia, taking care of its people. And academic, that lesson of bandit history, he kind of reminded me of Elena Ceausescu, the wife of Ceausescu in Romania, talking about chemistry with the classic Codoi, which means like big tail, instead of CO2, which means carbon dioxide. So basically, he spoke for about 28 minutes about World War II and history, but in a very twisted sense. And it reminded me of Karel Čapek quotes in 1937. So basically, the conclusion was, they made me do it. they maybe do it. And this is weak. This is really, really weak. And also I wanted to say that there are a number of articles in Commerçant about this interview. They dissected it, splitted it, talked about it, talked about what is in it, what was before, what was after, and so on and so forth. And it's a great thing for them in Russia, probably. But I believe it will fail to make an impression in the rest of the world because, as Mocker said, and she said it amazingly, it's a nothing. It's much ado about nothing. But in those articles that are describing the interview, there are some informations. For example, Tucker Carlson apparently spent just 5 hours in Moscow, and Putin was 2 hours late for the interview. So I wonder why. And also he gave him a folder. Putin gave Carlson a folder with documents that kind of present the official, well, Putin's version about the fact, with some letters from different persons and some things that point to the Polish being at fault, and so on and so forth. And apparently Carlson said that Putin was deeply wounded by the West's rejection of Russia. And I really don't know where this rejection of Russia is or was before the war, because West was not rejecting Russia. West was very fond of Russian literature and ballet and art and things like this. But what about Russia's rejections of the West? Since before the war, and especially after the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So yeah, much ado about nothing. And in my opinion, at least, Putin seemed very weak and very at difficulty to find a position during this interview, because he tried to joke, he tried to be serious, he tried to be, the father of Russia, but he failed in everything.
It kind of goes to the heart of this, right? So, I mean, Russia has tried to emulate the West and tried to always kind of be part of the West in many senses, and it's always kind of failed and always been rejected. So this is kind of quite a deep, I would say, characteristic. You have this kind of potential. Permanent tension between Slavophilia and Westernism, which is kind of always there in Russian culture, and Putin's just, I guess, the last manifestation of this thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we shouldn't really take it that seriously, because in the end, all they have done is kind of steal. It's kind of as if they want to build themselves up to be better than everybody else, but everyone else realizes that they're not, and this is just a permanent thorn in their side, that basically they're not what they think they are, because what they think they are is made up, and everyone knows that they've made it up. But yeah, we've got some hands. So Forrest, I don't know. I didn't get the hands order. So Forrest maybe, and then Midwest. Forrest, you there?
I think Midwest fella was before me.
Midwest.
All right. Thanks for having me up. So Mockers was asking for an American take on the interview and on the politics of the current bills. I see that Cece's up here, so I'll let her do the politics side. She's certainly more qualified than me. But as Mocker stated, that was more or less my understanding. They had a pretty good vote for cloture. I think it was 67 votes for. That means they move it out of discussion and prevent a filibuster. So that was a really positive indication. As far as the take on the interview, boy,
the history lesson was really something. Once I made it through that bit, you know, I think without diving too deep into American politics, I think that Tucker Carlson was chasing a certain angle that appeals to his base, was looking for certain answers and things during the interview, and I'm not sure that he got what he wanted out of that. I do see, you know, I think kind of to mirror what the other speakers have said, some of our European friends here, he comes across as very deranged, very unhinged, kind of this odd, rambling, I wouldn't say confused, but just a weird revisionist kind of things that have happened. You know, there was this whole bit about he never said that NATO was encroaching or America was encroaching, and we all heard him say that repeatedly and all these different things as the reason for his invasion. It just came across as very odd, very uncomfortable, and I don't think it's going to pander to the base that Tucker Carlson thought it was going to. And I'll step back now.
Yeah, that's very interesting. In particular, I'm interested in learning more about the base kind of idea, because this is somehow interesting in general because of the Trump base, which comes up a lot in conversation. I don't really want to go into that now. Forrest, do you want to go next? And then we got Karen and Cece in some kind of order. I guess we go to Cece next.
All right. I was coming up to provide some support for Tim, and the old Tucker Carlson is the least charismatic interviewer. My favorite Tuckerism is cueing to his audience that they should be mad. What he does in those moments is he'll just put on the dumbest face you could possibly have and look confused over very simple topics. And that prepares his audience for a really bad fake laugh to then go on for him to say something that's nowhere close to reality. It's funny because I've watched Tucker Carlson, like his show maybe for 5 total minutes in my life, but he does it very, very frequently and on any clip you see. And I saw one where he tried to interrupt Putin last night, and Putin just more or less ignored his fake laugh and just plowed right through it. And Putin shouldn't warm my heart in any way, but it warmed my heart that Tucker got rejected by his own evil plans. So anyway, that was all.
Cece?
So I just woke up. It's 5 a.m. here, but if you don't mind helping get the tweet in the nest out into the world, today at 7 p.m. they vote, and it's the actual vote. It's not the vote for a vote. So we're all going into beast mode here. It's an interesting conversation you have, but I'm not gonna give any airwaves to Tuck medicated pads Carlson. Not gonna give them the satisfaction. So please, 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 this is showtime in the Senate. The Senate is always quite representative of a more sophisticated decision-making process to the House of Representatives, so they look up to them. Obviously not Johnson, and often not always, but often take their lead from the Senate. So we really need this thing to pass. You know, there's Ukrainians who are saying trying to prepare, may not have enough money to even leave in case they're invaded right now completely. So this is a big deal, right? We have to absolutely switch into beast mode and put everything else in our lives aside and just completely inundate these phone lines, because yesterday we did it, right? We even had a target list to call of Rounds and Wicker, and Angry Ants walks into the office, 2 or 3 hours after putting out that call, and he said the phones were ringing off the hook for Ukraine, and the staff was talking about it, and then he started talking about it with the staff. So when we do these targeted campaigns, they work, and God knows that these Ukrainians that we're helping to protect themselves deserve it.
So call your representatives, guys. This is the way democracy works. Call your representatives, make a noise. Karen, you've got your hand up.
And if you can think of people who to send it to, who have wide reaches, it doesn't have to be someone huge like Kasparov or Snyder. But hey, send it to them too. Any size, like any Hail Marys, like anything we got. This is the time to use it right now.
Karen?
Yes, I had a question for Iana. In past times, we've talked about the strikes and the farmers between Poland and Ukraine. Well, now I'm reading that the Spanish farmers, the farmers from Germany, the farmers from France, the farmers from Italy, the farmers in Belgium are all protesting, and some of those protests have turned violent. And the border is once again blocked at between Poland and Ukraine. And for the very first time, Polish farmers are blocking the export of Ukrainian goods by rail. So do you have any comments to update us on what's going on over there?
No, I
To be
don't.
completely sorry.
I said no, I don't. But maybe maybe you've got some more information.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I didn't follow it very much lately. The strikes and the protests of farmers all across Europe are known. It's not a new thing that happened before. The French farmers are, famous for it. They did it almost every year, I think, in some years more than in others. So indeed, there were protests in France, Belgium, Spain, Germany, and so on and so forth. It's about subsidies. It's about their need to protect their investments and to earn their living, because it's difficult in these conditions when weather is unpredictable, when there are a lot of factors to be taken into account to maintain, to earn a living and maintain prices at a certain level. So the causes for these protests are more causes, and they are somehow different from country to country. But it's clear that the agriculture business is at risk right now, and basically they are protesting in order to get some subsidies. European Union is right now trying to get rid of some of the subsidies that are given to farmers, and probably this is also having an impact on them. So they are practically trying to protect themselves. Now about Poland, I know that there are some new protests planned for the roads and for the rail, but I also know that Donald Tusk is on it, and he kind of tried to find a solution to stop these protests and solve this problem, at least for now, at least for this year. I will remind you of what happened in Romania, because I'm more familiar with this. There were protests, and in Romania the link to the Russian influence is quite clear, because the protests were organized by a party that has links with Russia, only to say that, for example, the leader of the party is a regular guest at the Russian embassy, if this says something. So those protests were organized in order to protect the farmers, but actually the farmers were not so keen to go to these political protests. Basically, the state, the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Economy, talked to them, discussed all the issues that they have, offered some, some solutions, and they were accepted. And as a consequence, protests stopped. So I think it's possible in Poland. I think it's possible all over Europe. Let's keep in mind that some of the motives for this protest are real, and probably there is also some influence from certain, Eastern country in some of them. Difficult to prove in some cases, more easy to prove in others, and they are trying to exploit this vulnerability, this real problem, because that's how, you know, the Russian influence works. They find the problem and then they try to exploit it. So I don't know what to say about Poland. I know that Donald Tusk is on it, and I'm expecting it to be, the problem to be solved quite quickly. But again, we shall wait and see.
Well, the reason I asked is because before it had looked like Poland and Ukraine were making some progress in their negotiations, in spite of, like you said, the influence of a certain Eastern country. And now it's just kind of blown up again. But like you said, we'll wait and see, and certainly hope for the best. Yeah, my sympathies.
Quite honestly, Karen, this is all nonsense. I mean, it's going to be, you know, not the ideal situation, of course, but this is something that, you know, people who want to make it into a big thing will make it into a big thing, but it's just the way things work, and things will get sorted out. So I wouldn't be too concerned about this. First of all, there's obviously some Russian influence in the various farmer protests that are going around, so it's not without their aggravation. But as Joanna said, and Tim as well, this is normal somehow. I don't think you have this so much in the US, because there's nothing like the common agricultural policy as there is in the European Union. But there's permanently a to and fro about wages and subsidies and so on. And, you know, farmers protest regular intervals, just the way of the world.
Marcus.
I've got an article here. Now, this is quite important, I think. Ukraine has designated a US-based manufacturer as an international sponsor of war. A US-based refractory manufacturing company, Allied Mineral Products, LLC, has been added to Ukraine's list of international sponsors of war for its continued business in Russia. They announced on February the 8th. The international sponsor of war list is designated to be a powerful reputational tool to encourage the exit of international business from Russia and reduce Moscow's financial ability to continue the war. Allied Mineral Products manufactures a variety of refractory products, including heat-resistant materials used in the production of military equipment. They have identified that the company has maintained a production facility in Tatarstan, Russia, and is known for manufacturing Shahed-type drones. Unmanned Shahed-type attack drones are often used to attack Ukrainian cities and civilian targets. Allied Mineral Products has continued to import materials to the facilities in Russia after February 22, and they are used to produce drones, for example, ceramic parts. Beyond the import of these components, which is estimated to be a total of $3.5 million since April 22, Allied Mineral Products has also paid more than $700,000 in taxes to the Russian government in the same time period. Now, a total of 9 US companies are designated international sponsors of war, including companies like Subway. So, very naughty there, because obviously those drones are causing Ukraine major problems.
Yeah. what? So what about the major? What's causing the major problems, Mockers? Sorry, can you just elucidate that a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. So this American company is providing parts and materials to Russia directly, pretty much, through a company that they still own in Tatarstan, paying $700,000 of tax to the Russian economy, to the war effort, basically, and making themselves, 1.3 million or something in profit on these goods, which they've been selling to Russia, and Russia has been making Shahed drones with the stuff.
Well, that's incredible. I mean, that shouldn't be possible. But do you have a link for this stuff?
Yes, I do. In fact, I will
Post it in the nest.
pop it. Yeah, I'll pop it into the nest if you want. And yeah, Allied Mineral Products. I think they need some targeted
They
sanctions
need a good feeling.
by the taxman and the regulators and all of that.
Exactly. I think Tim would say an aggressive strip search or something. Not quite the
An aggressive audit.
not quite the aggressive manicure or whatever he says. Something along those lines.
Yeah, well, anyway, they have now been identified and added by Ukraine onto the international sponsors of war list. I have a funny feeling that the US might not be too pleased by that, because they are literally helping Russia build drones. So, yeah, absolutely disgusting there.
I mean, it's startling that kind of thing can still happen given the current sanctions regime. In fact, this morning, at least in the Commerçant, there was something about the last sanctions regime was released this morning. I don't know if that was picked up at all in the previous part of the program, but maybe we can take a look at that quickly.
Sure.
Actually, they managed to not name any single company or individual that's mentioned. They say there's 55 companies and 62 individuals that are currently caught in the new raft of sanctions, and I don't have a second source, so I need to go look for some further information about that.
I think the new package of sanctions was not expected to be very strong. It's more about tightening current loopholes, I think, more than anything else.
So talking about this American company that was shipping stuff directly from America to Tatarstan, I guess what you're talking about there is some kind of insulation material. Is that right? They're basically kind of rock wool or something like that. Is that what they produced?
Ceramic part, heat resistant coatings, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so I wonder if there's a loophole directly in the sanctions for that kind of thing, because I guess it's a kind of a dual use kind of material. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know a little bit more about the company.
Well, this is something that the Ukrainians are particularly sensitive about, because you'll remember the Rockwool company was sanctioned by Ukraine because they their products were being used to build, well, to insulate ships for the for the Russian Navy. They're mostly known as a building materials manufacturer, but they make specialized insulates for naval applications, apparently, and they were still exporting them to Russia.
That's what I mean. I mean, these things can be used for multiple applications, and the question is whether sanctions covers them or not. I guess that at the moment they probably should be completely covered, but I'm not sure what's omitted from the sanctions regime at present in terms of materials.
Harry.
Hi, I hope you can hear me okay. A little bit of connection problems. I've just got back from work, and I have just seen the Hero of Ukraine award being given by Zelensky to Zaluzhny and Budanov, and it is so beautiful. So whatever, they have sorted, Zaluzhny gave Zelensky 2 very big hugs before and after, which was so beautiful to see. And then Budanov was typically Budanov. It was hilarious. It was like he was just picking up, I don't know, like picking up a voucher for the trolley at the supermarket or something. It was very typical. I really enjoyed it. It was so lovely to see.
Thank you very much, Kerry. Mockers, did you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, just to say what an absolutely heartfelt hug. He basically threw his arms around him, didn't he? So, I don't see any real beef between them there. And yeah, Budanov, just typical Budanov, like just straight faced. Yeah, cheers, bye. Not a flicker.
Splendid. Karen, you've got your hand up.
Well, I did a quick search about what you were talking about earlier, and there's a really good article in CNBC. According to this newer research, products originating from U.S. headquartered companies account for the second largest share of Russian imported battlefield goods, estimated at 27%, and critical components, 19%, after China. So apparently, our stuff that is being bootlegged into Russia is only second to Chinese imports, which aren't being bootlegged. That's really depressing. Anyway, they named some of the companies whose products showed up. They include tech giants such as Intel, Analog Devices, Advanced Micro Devices, Texas Instruments, and all of whose equipment have been found in Russian weaponry on the battlefield in Ukraine. While some data points point to a slowdown in the products in some companies, it also suggests an increase for others, namely Texas Instruments and Analog Devices. I will tag you with the article. This is really pretty detailed, but it is very depressing, and we need to stop that.
Thank you very much for that, Karen. My phone is going totally bananas. Can you still hear?
Yes.
Yep.
What?
Oh dear. and David seems to have crashed as well.
You want me to carry on while you recycle,
Yeah,
Tim?
if
Go on. I've got something that I want to say.
if you would, yes, I need to restart.
Cool. So, Right Honourable Ben Wallace MP, again being thoroughly based. Love this guy. He's put out a tweet today in a response to this fabulous interview. And he says, as the lies drip from the lips of Putin in his interview, it's worth refreshing yourself of the amateur and warped history he has convinced himself of. Read my original response here. And he has responded with thus. I have lost count of how many times recently I've had to explain the meaning of the term straw man to some allies. This is because the best living, breathing straw man at the moment is the Kremlin's claim to be under threat from NATO. In recent weeks, the Russian defense minister's comment that the US is preparing a provocation with chemical components in eastern Ukraine has made this straw man even bigger. It is obviously the Kremlin's desire that we all engage in this bogus allegation instead of challenging the real agenda of the President of the Russian Federation. An examination of the facts rapidly puts a match to the allegations against NATO. First, NATO, to its core, is defensive in nature. At the heart of the organisation is Article 5 that obliges all members to come to aid of a fellow member if it is under attack. No ifs, no buts. Mutual self-defence is our cornerstone. This obligation protects us all. Allies from as far apart as Turkey and Norway, or as close as Latvia and Poland, all benefit from the pact and are obliged to respond. It is a truly defensive alliance. Secondly, former Soviet states have not been expanded into by NATO, but have joined at their own request. The Kremlin attempts to present NATO as a Western plot to encroach on its territory, but in reality, the growth of alliance membership is the natural response to those states to its own malign activities and threats. Thirdly, the allegation that NATO is seeking to encircle the Russian Federation is indeed without foundation. Only 5 of the 30 allies neighbour Russia, with just 1/16 of its borders abutted by NATO. If the definition of being surrounded is 6% of your perimeter, then no doubt the brave men that fought at Arnhem or Leningrad in the Second World War would have something strong to say about that. It is not the disposition of NATO forces, but the appeal of its values which is the threat to the Kremlin. Just as we know that its actions are really about what Putin's interpretation of history is and his unfinished ambitions. We know that because last summer he published via his official government website the article on the historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians. I urge you to read it if you have time, because while it is comprehensive on his arguments, it is very short on accuracy and very long on contradictions. Ooh, rude, isn't he? We should all worry because what flows from the pen of Putin himself is a 7,000-word essay that puts ethno-nationalism at the heart of his ambitions, not the narrative now being peddled, not the straw man of NATO encroachment. It provides the skewed and selective reasoning to justify at best the subjugation of Ukraine and at worst the forced unification of a sovereign country. President Putin's article completely ignores the wishes of the sovereign citizens of Ukraine while evoking that same type of ethno-nationalism which played out across Europe for centuries and still has potential to awaken the same destructive forces of ancient hatred. Readers will not only be shocked at the tone of his article, but they will also be surprised at how little NATO is mentioned. After all, is NATO's expansion not the fountain of all the Kremlin's concerns? In fact, just a single paragraph of this is devoted to NATO. It makes 3 claims. 1, that the West seeks division to rule Russia, as if. 2, that anything other than a single nation of Great Russia, Little Russia, and White Russia which is well, it's their fantasy. In the image advanced in the 17th century is an artificial construct and defies the desires of people, with a single language and church. Third, anyone who disagrees does so out of a hatred or a phobia of Russia. We can dispense with the first allegation. Nobody wants to rule Russia. It's stating the obvious, just like any other, is for the citizens of a country to determine their own future. Russia's own lessons from such conflicts as Chechnya must surely be that ethnic and sectarian conflicts cost thousands of innocent lives, with the protagonists bogged down in decades of strife. As for Ukraine, Russia itself recognized their sovereignty as an independent country and guaranteed its territorial integrity, not just by signing the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, but also its friendship treaty with Ukraine itself in 1997. Yet it is the Kremlin and not the West that set about to magnify divisions in the country and several others in European area. It has been well documented the numerous efforts of the GRU and other Russian agencies to interfere in democratic elections and domestic disputes. It is well documented of their divide and rule sitting pretty on Moscow, not NATO. Probably the most important and strongly believed claim that Ukraine is part of Russia and Russia is part of Ukraine is not quite as presented. Ukraine has been separate from Russia far longer in its history than it was ever united. Secondly, the charge that all people in Belarus, Russia and Ukraine are descendants of the ancient Rus and are therefore all somehow Russians. But in reality, according to historian Professor Andrew Wilson in his excellent essay for Rusi entitled Russia and Ukraine, One People, as Putin claims, big question mark, they are at best kin, but definitely not the same people, in the way that Britain around 900 AD consisted of Mercia, Wessex, York, Strathclyde, and other pre-modern kingdoms. But it was still a civic nation of many different peoples, origins, and ethnicities that eventually formed into a united kingdom. We're a mongrel nation, basically, us Brits. If you start and stop your view of Russian history between 1654 and 1917, then you can maybe fabricate a case for a more expansive Russia, perhaps along the lines of the motto of the Russian Tsar before the Russian Empire, sovereign of all Rus, the great, the little, and the white. Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus referred to respectively. And crucially, you must also forget that before and after in history, you must also ignore the existence of the Soviet Union, breaking of the Russian-Ukrainian Friendship Treaty, and the occupation of Crimea. Far more than footnotes in history, I'm sure you will agree. Ironically, Putin himself admits in his essay that things change. Countries and communities are no exception to this. Of course, some part of a people in the process of its development, influenced by a number of reasons and historical circumstances, can become aware of themselves as a separate nation. How should we treat that? There is only one answer: with respect. However, he then goes on to discard this respect and those historical circumstances to fit his own claims. Dubious to say in the least, and not in any way a perspective that justifies both the occupation of Crimea in the same way Russia occupied Crimea in 1783 in defiance of the Russo-Turkish Treaty in 1774, or any further invasion of modern Ukraine as an independent sovereign country. I'm nearly done, by the way. The last charge against the West by many in the Russian government is those who disagree with the Kremlin are somehow Russophobic, leaving aside that GRU officers deployed nerve agents on British streets or that cyber hacking and targeted assassinations seem to emanate regularly from the Russian state. Nothing could be further from the truth. Russia and the UK share a deep and often mutually beneficial history. Our allegiances helped to finally defeat Napoleon and later Hitler. Outside of conflict across centuries, we have shared technology, medicine, and culture. During the 18th century, Russia and Britain were deeply tied between 1704 to 1854. From the age of Peter the Great through Catherine the Great and well into the 19th century, the British were to be found as admirals, generals, surgeons, and architects at the highest level in the Russian court. The father of the Russian Navy, one Samuel Grieg, was born in Fife. It's our fault, guys. I'm so sorry. That shared admiration may still be true today. The British government is not directly in dispute with Russia, and the Russian people far from it. But it does take issue with the malign activity of the Kremlin. So, if one cold January or February night, Russian military forces once more cross into sovereign Ukraine, ignore all strawman narratives and false flag stories of NATO aggression, and remember the president of Russia at his own words in his own essay from last summer. Remember it and ask yourself what that means, not just for Ukraine, but for all of Europe, what it means the next time this happens.
So
there you go.
Yeah, it's fascinating. One thing about this Belarus, Russia stuff, this is actually, a really interesting kind of linguistic mystery that genuinely does lie at the heart of things in some ways. So, MriyaReport, which is often looked upon as a name that Ukraine was called by Moscow to belittle them. There is an element of that, of course, but the name MriyaReport predates the rise of Muscovy. So, say the southern parts of Kievan Rus and the northern parts were known as Belarus and Belarus before the rise of Muscovy, which is very, very curious. So, and it's curious in this sense that there wasn't a great Russia at all linguistically before the rise of Muscovy, and Muscovy doesn't exist as anything Russian or Russian before. Well, before what? Before, I guess, Ivan the Terrible. So what's that? 1540 or so. So this whole notion of Malorossiya, Belarus, and White Russia and small Russia. First of all, White Russia and why would it be small Russia and White Russia? It's really strange. So what I mean is it's a linguistic conundrum because why Belarus and Malorossiya? It doesn't really make any sense. So there are a number of theories about this, which I think are quite interesting. So one of the theories is that white, in the language that the Varangians were speaking, which are the Vikings which originally founded Kievan Rus. The idea is that the whiteness refers to the north. So Belarus means the northern part of Rus, and Belarus means the southern part of Russia or Rus. And that's maybe one explanation, but it's a bit of a mystery, as I said. So, the notion of the Tsar of all the Russias is something which basically arises out of the rise of Muscovy from kind of 1300 onwards, and doesn't really relate at all to any of the the national cultural history of either the Belarusians or the Ruthenians or the Ukrainians. going back for a second to the insulation. So I went to look at the Allied Mineral Products page. It's a very exciting company. Basically, what they do is they take sand and stuff you dig up and heat it up to a very high temperature and make it into insulating materials of one kind or another. So this is, I mean, I don't really know what to say about this. This is part of the reason why this is an existential threat to the entire way that we live our lives today and the rule of law. And when we say, to the rule-based international order, this is one of the reasons why it's a threat to the international rule-based order, is because if you manufacture something and you call it something, then you assume that that's what it's going to be sent as, and it's going to be taxed, or there's going to be import at a certain rate. And if that assumption is kind of subvertible, so that you can call anything you like anything you want to call it and ship it as you like to evade duties, then you're also evading sanctions. And so how this Allied Mineral stuff ended up in Russia is one of these cases in point, that maybe they were shipping it as something else. Maybe they were allowed to get through the sanctions because it's described as some kind of material which isn't particularly closely related to the war. There are all these kinds of ways within a free market economy that you can kind of duck and dive and do things, and part of that is just the architecture of a free market economy, in that you try and make it as easy as possible for people to do business. On the other hand, there's a way of subverting that, and that's something that Russia exploits kind of exponentially and very deliberately. Yanis, you've got your hand up.
Yes, hello. I'm some comments about this topic as well. Yesterday was very interesting interview regarding sanctions and raiding of sanctions here in Baltics, Latvia, and actually the situation is pretty complicated. So there is about 1,000 cases opened, and usually those are criminal cases according to local law, and only 10 of those cases are like the persecution. And the reason behind it is that and also those 10 cases are related to companies working here locally. So basically all involved parties are local, and information is present, and for the rest of those cases there is need for additional information from partners for those transit countries, and this local team who is working with those prosecutions. So they mentioned Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan, and it looks like there is improvement in this communication. So basically, what they are doing, they are asking for additional information, either such companies exist, what are the business background, etc., etc. But for sure, there is much more interest to keep this business rolling. So, and the second problem, what I was surprised when I heard, it turns out that this evasion of sanctions is not criminally prosecuted in a lot of European countries. It is here in Baltics. So if you try to export something, but it's not the case for a lot of other European countries. So the stick is not there. carrot was never there, and the stick is also there, not there. So the risk is rather low. So yeah, it's moving slowly forward, but it's not sufficient. And yeah, regarding this latest finding of this electronic, basically, I have part of those mentioned parts, components in this post I have at home. Like I'm doing some electronic stuff on as a hobby, yeah, and those are dual purpose goods, and you basically can find them everywhere and in large stocks. So I cannot imagine how to put sanctions and enforce sanctions for such goods. And small comment about Belarus and why it's Belarus. So maybe it's related. Belly, it's not Norse, but it's white. It's translated as white. So maybe it's related to Baltics. So Baltic tribes. Baltic mean white as well. So Baltic Sea, Baltic tribes, and Belarus. So it's sit just in middle between Baltic states and Russia. So white Ruteny, like Baltic Russians. Thank you.
Yeah, the thing about Balts and Bieli and white, I mean, that's clear. So that, you know, Bieli, it's, you know, it does mean white, but also the Baltic Sea. It's not entirely clear why it's the Baltic Sea, maybe because it's white and it's frozen. So the idea, I mean, it's only a theory. So I'm just saying that, you know, it's kind of a mystery why it should be White Russia. And maybe one of the reasons is because the further north you go, the whiter it gets. Just could be something. I don't know. It's just one of those linguistic kind of theories about, you know, why things are called the way they are. No one really knows. Decoding, welcome up.
Hi there. As some of you know, I studied international law, and I mean, the easiest, I had a recent English public school boy, son of a friend, about, and clearly they're being taught in school all these histories and all of this. Basically, it's nonsense, because as soon as you enter in to this idea that somehow what happened prior to the signing of the Charter of the United Nations has any bearing on who governs anywhere today, in the context of trying to justify a genocidal invasion, you're playing Putin's mad game, because the easiest way to demonstrate why the invasion and occupation of Ukraine is unlawful is the starting point is the UN Charter. It guarantees territorial integrity, guarantees the inherent right to self-defense for a state. Ukraine, as a state, despite being occupied by Muscovy and being designated the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, signed itself the UN Charter in its own right. But when it was recognized as a state in, what was it, 1991, then that's the beginning and the end of the argument. It's disappointing to hear the former Minister of Defense mention some friendship treaty in 1997 and not mention 2003, a treaty designated the border treaty signed in Kyiv by Putin, negotiated by Putin. I post on it, as many of you know, all the time, because again, that's the beginning and the end of the argument. UN Charter, territorial integrity, Ukraine's recognition as a state by the UN. There's only one authority in our world today that recognizes states. That's the United Nations. And then the 2003 Border Delimitation Treaty, but which is registered in the United Nations. That's the three. So if any of us in our private lives, and I'm sure as Ukraine supporters we often encounter, as I did in this weekend away recently, we're expected to have all the facts and figures at our footsteps. But if you are at our fingertips, but if you enter the weeds of this, it's just nonsense. UN Charter, Ukraine's recognition as a state, and if they really want to go deep, 2003, it's registered in the treaty. Just Google or search on my thing 2003 on Twitter, and you'll see I post on it the whole time, and I post you the actual excerpts of this treaty. It shows Vladimir Putin's signature on it, and all this nonsense about 1782 when the Russian Empire was founded, when it occupied left bank Ukraine. I mean, it's all very interesting, if you're in a history class, but it has no bearing at all on the occupation of Ukraine. And the moment we enter into all this, someone goes, "Oh, but in 1632 this happened," and you're just like, this is just nonsense. It has no bearing on anything. Everything is determined by the post-World War II settlement, and everything Putin and Tucker Carlson and Trump and these far-right people are committed to is destroying that legal architecture. Geneva Conventions, laws of war, Genocide Convention, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, International Covenant on Economic and Social Rights, which guarantee against discrimination, and human rights protected as a matter of law. All of these things are all a part of what they're trying to do. And the moment we start talking about history and all of this nonsense prior to the UN Charter, we enter into the weeds, and it has no bearing on the state of Ukraine and its right to self-defense, and our respective countries' right to defend them. So, for instance, this troll that we can't defend Ukraine's skies because of this is the collusion of many of our leaders, speaking as an American there, and German and French and British, to downplay the UN Charter and its status as the primary document in international law today. So I think any opportunity we get to promote this, it's in really accessible language, it's really easy to read, and Putin's whole shtick and all of his fellow travelers' whole shtick, if they even know about it, is to try and distract us from this primary source document that guarantees territorial integrity for the first time, and also the right, the duty not to threaten force. So every time Russia threatens to invade someone, whether it's a state broadcaster or all those nuclear threats, that's just against the law. I mean, it's against the UN Charter, but by doing it continually, they try to distract us from the existence of these duties that they signed up to. So I'm just injecting that bit of law into there, and also hopefully it'll help some of us in these discussions, because we're treated often, I presume, in our personal lives as spokespeople. We have to have all the answers. So just if you get lost in the weeds about something that happened in 1532, or God knows, Poland provoked this, or any of this nonsense, just start with the UN Charter, Ukraine as a state, and then the 2003 border treaty, if you're under desperate, and then just have your backup, the Budapest Memorandum, out. Thank you all for being here, and CC, your great work, and David and Tim, obviously, and Mockers, out.
Thanks very much. Decoding. Exactly. So this is kind of exactly the point that, we're trying to move into a civilized world in which, people don't just grab land from their neighbor. It's the whole point. And it doesn't matter what happened in the past and where the borders were in the past. The point is that we want to end all of that, and that's the at the root of the rules-based order. Ukraine W, war updates, I assume. You're up.
Hi, David. Hi, Tim. Thank you for hosting the space. Thanks for the opportunity to come up to speak. You guys are awesome. Greetings to everyone, the people on the speaker panel, the listeners, everyone who supports Ukraine. Now, I just wanted to quickly, I was listening to you guys this morning. I just wanted to quickly, excuse me, echo, Decoding's points as well, right? And to me, because despite my accent, I am an American, but I do have Ukrainian heritage. But the historical um, references, right? That kind of stuff. It's a moot point because but by that definition, and this is something that I try to say a lot in when I speak to people here in the States, by adhering to that type of historical standard, I guess, right? Then we were supposed to give Alaska back to Russia, and oh, by the way, Russians went as far as as far as California too. So I mean, it's just silly, right? Even without going into the the legality of that stuff, and the fact that Russia has demonstrated many times that they are not capable of. Adhering to any treaties they sign, and that's a huge international, I think, setback the Russians demonstrated. Right, nobody's gonna ever believe them. Um, just not even going into that, right? The fact that are people here who's raising these points about whether or not we're supposed to support Ukraine because of some kind of historical whatever, and even that was not accurate. I was listening a little bit to Putin's introduction on 30-minute history lesson to Tucker or whatever, and I didn't listen to the whole thing because it's garbage. But yeah, that's at some point somebody's land or part of land that we see today belong to somebody else, right? So same thing with Finland is so is Finland supposed to get back the territory from Russia now? What about the Kuril Islands in Japan, right? That kind of stuff. It's all silliness, but people don't really think about this stuff. They really kind of when they trying to propagate Russia's lies and all that stuff, right? They kind of have this tunnel vision, and a lot of people, unfortunately, limited too by their understanding, not just this conflict, but in general how things work, and that's probably one of the most frustrating um, conversations to have, right, with somebody who's just very kind of limited in their understanding of international treaties and all that stuff. But speaking of treaties, though, there's one of the treaties that considered to be a success between, and it started when Soviet Union was still around, and the United States was limiting the expansion of nuclear weapons and then reducing the nuclear weapons, right? The latest one was a new strategic arms reduction treaty that I think was signed by Barack Obama, which was really a terrible deal for the United States. But that's besides the point. The fact that Russia cannot adhere to any of those treaties, is a huge signal, I think, to the world as well, right? They will sign a piece of paper, but for them, it's just a means to buy time, or to put, in order to put themselves in a more favorable condition to later screw you over, basically. And that's how they see things, right? For them, it's not in good faith. For them, it's just an agreement, to continue pursue their goals or tasks of imperialism, essentially, right? Or just armament, whatever it is, and in order to have your opponent kind of limited, because in the West generally we try to do things in good faith, otherwise we just wouldn't do them, and it's not the case in Russia, and that's part of their very deeply rooted I think psyche, right? When we talk about the UN, for Russia, UN is not an international authority. They believe that they are above UN. They believe that those rules that exist, it's for other countries, not Russia, and that's part of the great Russian chauvinism that they've been displaying since forever, honestly. But the most recent history, right, in 2008, the invasion in Georgia, right, and then annexation of Crimea, all that stuff. I mean, it was just really frustrating to see sometimes the lack of response from the civilized world on this stuff in historical, modern history, I guess, context. But yeah, sorry, I started rambling here. The point is, yeah, those references about Ukraine with territory somehow, being part of Russia and before czars, Russia before the Russian Empire and all that is just a bunch of garbage. Thanks. Sorry for ranting here, but really appreciate it.
No worries at all. Thank you, Ukraine War Update. I don't know. I would kind of disagree. I don't think Russia does consider herself above the rules. I think it's more that the rules are not effective on Russia because Russia doesn't care about rhetorical consequences, right? I think the way the Russian, because the way international law works, as I understand it, especially the law of relations between states, is there's no real consequences to breaking it, right? You can basically do whatever you like, and short of some coordinated armed intervention, which may or may not be legal in the first place, there's not really a lot the international community can do about it. I mean, they can sanction you. You can be you can be dragged before the ICJ and dressed down and what have you. But the consequences of breaking these rules are largely rhetorical, right? There's no it's a kind of it's a kind of system of guilt and shame, right? It's not real it's not real in the sense of hard consequences for violators. Um, I mean, unless you go down the kind of war crimes prosecution route and yada yada yada. But you could break international law. There is every chance that precisely nothing will happen to you as a country or you as a government. Now, this, and so the system is kind of, these are the rules, you have to obey them, or else nothing in particular. That's it. And for countries that have a normal political system run by normal human beings who care about fundamental things like the truth and being proud of yourselves and not being caught on lies, like that's quite effective, right? You don't you if you break these rules and people catch you out and call you out on it, you're probably going to feel ashamed of yourselves, and the people in your country will probably feel a little bit ashamed of themselves. And so that's kind of how the system works. It works fairly well until a country enters the chat that is basically sociopathic, right? And just doesn't care about hypocrisy and doesn't care about lies in the same way as a normal government would. And so I think it's not that Russia considers herself above all of this stuff. I think it's just Russia knows she can get away with it, or at least thinks she can get away with it, and just doesn't care about soft consequences in the same way. Does that make sense? Ukraine War Update.
Right, absolutely does, Tim. I totally understand your position on this. I will continue to disagree, just respectfully, because I do, and I before even the full scale invasion, or even to a certain extent before 2014, I would listen, a lot to Russian politics. I really, was following this, and the rhetoric that they had was very, um, similar to the one to where they would basically say, look, yeah, there's like international laws and rules, whatever. That's for other people. We create our own history, we create our own destiny, essentially. And I mean, even Putin said, right, you have your democracy, we have our democracy, right? They kind of create their own version of reality, essentially. That first they just kind of create it for the internal audience, but now they trying to convince everybody else of it, right? And that's again, but you're right though, right? It's the international law, like the UN charters and all that stuff. There's really no enforcing mechanism, and honestly, that's like the biggest problem they always had with this stuff. What's the point of having a law if nobody's going to, enforce it? And the only people who are going to obey obey the law are those people who, people. countries, right, who would not break that law anyway, right? The law exists for countries that would break this law, and if there's nobody to enforce this, right, or hold them accountable, that's what's stopping them from doing it. And you're right, right? Like it's you shame them, they don't care, they live in their own reality, right? For them, it's the invasion and conquest of new territories in the 21st century that's restoring some kind of historical justice or whatever, right? Because that's what they believe in, or that's what they want to believe in, whatever the crazy narrative that they might have. But yeah, until we have mechanism to enforce those laws, I really don't see any point of having them, to be honest with you, at the international level, at least. Uh, we have something very loosely kind of available, for example, like genocide, right? It's there's some weird definitions of it, right, and all that stuff. And the United States, for example, has a very strict legislative requirement. If something is considered to be genocide, they're obligated by law to intervene, right? It's kind of one of those legislations, the way I understand, and I could be wrong on this, right? But that's what extends kind of outside of U.S. borders and into the international stage, and has some kind of loose affiliation, maybe with UN charters and things like that. But design of law like that by itself is really does the opposite of incentivizing action, because domestically United States would be like, well, why should we be the only ones doing this stuff? So that's probably one of the reasons why our political institution were so reluctant and still continue to be reluctant, and probably will be reluctant to um, call out Russia's war in Ukraine as genocide, because then we would be obligated to do things, and then So anyway, it's just really frustrating sometimes. But I definitely understand what you're saying, Tim. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And again, it's you rightly identify one of the main challenges of international law is that there's no real way to enforce it. And this, I think there's a lot of confusion, and this is where I'd quite like a take from Decoding if he's still up. There's a lot of confusion, I think, around particularly the law of treaties, right? Because I remember discussing this with a Russia fancier on Twitter, who his basic point was that the Baltic states have no right to exist because they used to be part of the Russian Empire. It's like, well, okay, that's certainly a novel argument. But his wider point, I pointed out that, well, sorry, the Russia recognized these by treaty in 1922. Like, it's not like they were created against Russia's will, and even if they were, it's so bloody what, so as I understand it, sovereignty doesn't work like that. You can't just undo it once it's been granted. And I said, well, the Treaty of Tartu of 1922 recognized Estonia as an independent state, so Russia signed it. Tough. And his point was, well, countries renege on treaties all the time. And I just thought, well, yeah, okay. Countries renege on treaties about the technical definition of an aubergine, right? Treaties that, govern the existence of entire countries, or at least recognize it. I don't think people do. Countries do renege on treaties like that all the time. And, we do have to remember that there are, 106 countries in the world or something that owe their existence to an act of the British Parliament. What if we started repealing those? Would that mean that Jamaica stopped existing? Like the whole notion is ridiculous. Yeah, I guess it's I don't know. There's the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. I somehow doubt that applies to treaties that recognize countries, because in terms of reneging on them. But again, maybe Decoding has a take on that.
Decoding.
Yeah, I mean, as some of you will know, I worked with Russians in Ukraine as a.
Oh, I can't hear you, Decoding. Is that me or Decoding? What's gone?
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
Decoding, we can't hear you, mate. Sounds like you may have got a phone call.
Go ahead, Tarek. He ain't
Same
coming back.
approach
Oh,
to law as
Decoding.
someone who's merely
Decoding. Sorry to interrupt you. We couldn't hear you for like the last 30 seconds as soon as you started talking. So could you start again, please? We're very sorry.
Can you hear me a bit better now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Maybe
Thank
not.
you. Yeah, that's perfect.
So basically, they're of the school of thought. They're a bit like Donald Trump's current lawyer, Alina Habba. They think that anything can be just like a lawyer's job is just they can make an argument about anything, and that that can win. But as the Vienna Law of Treaties was brought up, basically
You've vanished again, Decoding. I wonder if you can come up.
We can't hear you, Decoding.
So I'll retire out.
So Terexus, if you want to go, we'll try and get Decoding sorted out.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought, but it was something in the lines of that we have to protect Flanders and that we have to occupy it. That was something that I thought of with all these history lessons. Belgium, that is.
We don't have to protect Flanders.
I don't know. They have mountains and stuff. I would like to have.
Yeah, very good skiing all across the Low Countries.
So I think in general, with regard to international law, there's this kind of common misperception that there is this thing called international law, and the United Nations is the body that governs it all. And this is all complete nonsense, of course, because the only thing that exists in terms of international law is treaties between various countries, and there's this just kind of vast spaghetti bolognese of stuff which somehow is held together with sellotape. That's my perception. Maybe I'm needlessly critical of international law, but that's my perception.
Okie dokie. Well, while we're waiting for you for Decoding to unscrew himself, I'm going to disappear for 90 minutes because I've got to prepare for the RDI interview, which you must join. So what is the Renew Democracy Initiative? That's what RDI stands for. It is an American think tank. It was founded by Gary Kasparov, who is a chess player. I'm sure you've heard of him. He is a fierce critic of both the Russian invasion, of Russian politics in general, and of Putin in particular, but he's not one of those sneaky Navalny-esque critics. He really does think Russia is a dump for its behavior. And we will be interviewing Uriel Epstein, who is the I guess Israeli American-y kind of cosmopolitan CEO, to use the Stalinist term, of the RDI. They do various things. They publish position papers. They do campaigning work. The work they do is fairly serious. So one recent paper they've put out is called "Making Russia Pay," which is a kind of legal academic study into the legal options for confiscating Russia's central bank assets. So they strongly disagree with, among others, Janet Yellen in that in their belief that taking Russia's central bank assets would be illegal under international law. The sovereign immunity doctrine and all of that stuff. They think that it is legally possible, and they've researched and laid out and explained various ways to do it. So join us at 1800 Kiev time. That's in slightly over 90 minutes, 1600 London. That is 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, for a chat with Uriel Epstein of the Renew Democracy Initiative. In the meantime, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Mockers and David, and I'll see you all again in 90 minutes. Cheerio then.
Right, folks. Yeah, can't get a day off that easily, can I? Anyway, shall I tell you about something that is a little bit, well, it's a little bit in line with Putin's historic narrative, to be fair. Because while he's been spinning a yarn with, his interesting tales of ancient Rus, he has also no idea what's going on at the front line. For example, his soldiers, a group here on a video, thankfully translated by Dimitri, shows the infamous 155th. Now, if we all remember the 155th, they are the most unlucky group of soldiers in the Russian army, it would seem. They've been reconstituted 3 times, and pretty much any of their original members and their original equipment is gone. So, not really the 155th as they were. However, they've been trying to take Novomikhailivka, and discontent has been growing. You see, soldiers are sent there for slaughter with a one-way ticket. And they're even saying that they're not provided with ammunition, there's no evacuation for the wounded, they're just meat. Now, they are holding rifles, of course, but I suppose rifles aren't any good if there's no actual ammunition. So, during the withdrawal, they called us effing refuseniks and meat. Nice. That sounds very respectful, doesn't it? They don't consider us humans. They've put up blocking units. Oh, this does sound very historical. Snipers who act against us. Wowzers. I mean, that's really helpful, isn't it, for morale? We want to start a mass appeal to all departments. I've got to say, they're very calm, these guys. For this finally to stop. 3 assault groups were sent yesterday. Only 3 people made it. There was no support provided. Oof. No evacuation for the wounded. Well, we kind of knew that. Some way getting out any way they could. Those who returned were sent back with knives, not even guns. Oh, our command says we are meat. Well, I'm afraid so, guys. So they go on about how they are treated like meat, literally. It doesn't matter to look after them. They definitely need this to stop. He even spells it out. We are people. We are not your meat. Someone needs to really tell them that they're, we're ready for assaults, but we don't need this leadership. There you go. There's the cover in his CYA there. We will be demanding that this leadership is dispersed. Well, of course, only their direct leadership, of course, because everybody else is fine. We were also told that if we gain a foothold, we will get no ammo supply. We're going there with no evacuation, no ammo. This is a one-way ticket, without accounting that somebody might even come back. If they return, they are just collected and sent back in the same position. We're the 155th Air Assault 4th Company, 5th Company. 2nd, 3rd, 2nd Battalion. Oh, they're a mismatch of all sorts. So, yeah, they're all gathered together and they say, what day is today? Is it the 7th? No, 8th of February 2024. So in this day and age, these delightful meat assaults carry on. And he goes on about people knowing about the lawlessness of their leadership, simply treating them this way because, you know, if only somebody above him knew of the lawlessness of that particular leadership, all of this would stop. He's not thinking bigger picture, really, is he? Ukraine war update, go ahead.
Hey, Marcus, I'm sorry to hear that you cannot get a day off, but I'm going to be honest with you. You know, in the background, I just love that you're here. Thank you for hosting this space. I always really enjoy listening to your updates that you provide, and you know, it's definitely often thought-provoking. And I was just listening to you describe, you know, these meat brigades and meat assaults that Russia's mustering. You know, reminding me the movie Enemy at the Gates. One person gets a rifle, the other one gets weapon. Or I'm sorry, one person gets a rifle, the other one gets ammo. When the dude with the ammo gets shot, the person with the rifle picks up the ammo and shoots. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it only makes sense. But you know, in contrast to that, I was just actually doing some updates yesterday for the NAPO TV, and I uploaded, or not uploaded, but connected another YouTube for the Ukraine's third separate assault brigade. It was their final third video about liberating Andriivka. Not Avdiivka, it was Andriivka city. It was slightly different. I can't remember exact geographical location, but that was some of the most intense footage that they provided. You know, as I was watching this, I was just mesmerized by the level of professionalism and dedication that Ukrainians displayed while, you know, clearing out entrenched Russian positions. You know, you mentioned that Russians don't get to be evacuated, for example, you know, during her assaults. Definitely not the case with the Ukrainians. You know, they were using American provided M113, which is basically a big, you know, armor box on tracks with a machine gun on top. So they were using those to deliver assault teams to positions, and also they were using them to evacuate soldiers. And it was just constantly back and forth, you know, bring ammo supplies. You know, if there's wounded, they would, you know, pull the wounded person out for evacuations. But it was a really intense footage. If anybody's interested to watch, I strongly recommend. It's not a necessarily documentary where there's really nobody who's who narrates this stuff. It's a first person kind of footage that was captured by different Ukrainian soldiers who had the cameras, body cams on them, and you know they were kind of you know, recording all of that stuff. And somebody basically put together essentially the different cuts from different soldiers from different positions as the assault was happening, and also drone footage. And that provides a very comprehensive picture of how those things were really unfolding. But at the same time, you know, the intensity of footage, the bravery of Ukrainian soldiers, their professionalism, right? Like there was a video, there was one segment of the video where Ukrainians basically getting ready to dismount their armored vehicle, and the ramp in the back opens down, right? And they get hit by small arms or maybe machine gun, right? So there's like somebody gets wounded, obviously, but that was before they can actually disembark the vehicle. And that just reminded me, you know, these images and videos from World War II when the American soldiers were doing the, you know, assault on beaches in Normandy. You know, when they were kind of approaching those landing zones in those boats, and those ramps were, you know, lowering down, and they were kind of getting hit by machine gun fire and stuff like that. Very similar, if not the same, honestly. And this is, you know, only to draw parallel is that Ukrainians are doing this right now. We have to provide them support. We have to provide them means to be more effective on the battlefield. Because if that's not gonna, if we're gonna continue to fumble with those military aid bills, especially here in the United States, that's the stuff that we're gonna have to do at some point. Uh, you know, have another basically D-Day, have another greatest generation, which shouldn't have to happen. Ukrainians are more than capable of doing this stuff. They demonstrated countless times they can defeat Russian on the battlefield. They can protect civilized world and our values. And that video is just something I'm telling you, Marcus, because they being the level of coordination that's happening at the lowest possible level, right, between between soldiers, between the leaders in the fire teams, is just amazing. Now, another element to that is that when they were trying to get the Russians out from the dugouts, right, every time the Ukrainians would offer them to surrender, right? They were like, "Listen, we're not going to hurt you. We're not going to kill you. Just come out, surrender. We'll take you back. We'll take care of you, and then you get to live." Every single time, when they would approach Russian position, despite being shot at, they would offer this chance to the Russians. And guess what Russians do? There's one specific footage when they come up to a dugout. Russian pretends to surrender, and then when he comes out, he throws a hand grenade out at the Ukrainians. They were surrounding that particular position. Which is a war crime. Faking surrender during this type of engagement is considered to be a war crime because he's pretending to be somebody who surrenders. Ukrainians trying to take him to custody. He throws a grenade, runs back inside or crawls back inside that firing position. Luckily, Ukrainians, because again, they had a very high level of situational awareness and definitely trained communication inside teams. They identify a threat, they clear the area very rapidly. I mean, it was a very dangerous situation. So they ended up killing the guy, I think. But there was more inside, and they still offered them to surrender. And one dude, I think it was the last one in the dugout, kind of realized that he's done for, and he actually surrenders, comes out, and despite that, the other Russian tricked Ukrainians. They allowed that last Russian to come out, take him basically as a POW. And treated him according to all the rules and Geneva Convention, all that stuff, right? Sorry, I know I'm talking for a very long time, but it's just, it's amazing the level of professionalism the Ukrainians have on the battlefield, right? And it's such a stark um, um, difference between what we see and observe with the Russians. During the video, they actually captured a Russian major who claimed to be a major at least, and they were basically doing tactical questioning. Tactical questioning is something that once you get the person out, you get him secured, you start kind of trying to get the information out. You're trying to talk to him and see if he can provide some additional information that's going to provide you advantage on the battlefield. This Russian major basically says, "Listen, guys, we took serious casualties." He was deputy commander, I think, for a battalion that was responsible for Russians, right? Responsible for the area of operation to defend it or whatever. And he's basically said that pretty much everyone is dead at this point. And during the initial stages of Ukrainian assault, he said about 50 to 70 Russians basically dropped their guns and ran away. And it talks about, the battalion size, according to him, was about 200 people that they had in those positions. So, almost half just, booked it. They left. They're like, nope, that's not something that we're doing. And that's probably going to get a lot worse for the Russians, to be honest with you. Because despite heavy fightings, Ukrainians, did suffer casualties. Very unfortunate. Of course, it's war, and if we provide them better help, better military support, they're gonna have a lot less casualties. But even with that in mind, they were able to conduct these complex operations against well-entrenched Russians, liberate town of Andriivka, and sustain relatively minimum casualties. Because typically we talk about the side that's conducting the assault is expected to, sustain a lot more casualties than the defending side. Well, that's not the case, at least in that particular battle that I was able to see, or the information that was presented to me. And it's a raw footage, guys. If you haven't seen it, I definitely recommend. Third Separate Assault Brigade of Ukrainian Armed Forces provides some of the most phenomenal footages. And the reason they do it, it's not just kind of increase awareness for the rest of the world about the frontline battlefield operations, but they're doing it for themselves, because when they get back from the operations, one of the first things they do is called basically after action review or hot wash. There's many different phrases for that, but the commander soldiers would sit down, they would pull up the videos, and they would start kind of examining their own actions. They would kind of do analysis of behavior of the enemy on the battlefield, right? And basically learn new tactics, maybe identify some of the areas where they need to train up, or areas where they need to improve on in order to be a lot more effective next time. And that's definitely something the Russians don't do. Anyway, so again, Marcus, David, I apologize for speaking for so long, but like I said, Marcus, the stuff that you say sometimes get me all rallied up, and I really love listening to all the different updates and information that you provide. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, I'm Slava, my friend, and yes, I just enjoy, seeing the nuance of how various people are having the most terrible times. I don't know, for some reason, it's just like, it's a piece of karma for me. And that's, yeah, it's just, it continues to keep me entertained that they just cannot run their army. They just cannot. And so it's it's a major tangle for them. And the fact that all them guys just ran off is about 70 guys just dropped their weapons and left. That just goes to show, doesn't it, that their morale is absolutely chuffed. And this is why, even though the Russians have a massive mass of additional people, the minute the Ukrainians come in, a lot of them are fleeing. And that shows why they're managing to hold those positions, because the morale, basically, that's entirely what it's about. It's morale that's holding Avdiivka. And I don't know how dangerous it is. I wish there was more help that they could be given extremely quickly, but right now we just have to wait. But yeah, it is pure, sheer bloody mindedness and morale that's holding that at the moment. And yeah, I just don't want them to lose too many people in some sort of encirclement. I wouldn't like that to happen to Ukrainian soldiers. But we have to have faith, don't we? We have to have faith in them. And yeah, if they see Ukrainian soldiers running at them and their first thought is to leg it, then hopefully we'll be able to see some stoppage of the concerning situation there. But I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to pull out like they did in Bakhmut, just draw their way out of it quickly, and a fighting retreat, as it were, because what is there left to hold on to? There's not a lot really there, is there now? It's pretty much dust. So yeah, that's something that I think we will probably see. Now then, I just wanted to go back to something, because Americans are up now. They've started waking up and talking to us. So I will just go back to something that I spotted. Now, we heard that another oil refinery had been hit overnight. And at first I was like, brilliant, another oil refinery, brilliant. However, it's two. That's correct. Specifically, the Ilsky and the Afipsky refineries in the Krasnodar territory. Now, at the Ilya refinery, there was a significant fire affecting a primary processing plant, crucial for producing diesel fuel for the military needs. The AFIP plant was also targeted, but the extent of the damage has not yet been confirmed. Now, obviously, when Putin says the West cannot defeat Russia, he's kind of right, because they're not fighting him. But Ukraine certainly could. And I do wonder how much of that, diesel is going to be missed at the front line. It sounds as though they're having major ammo delivery problems for, small arms. I'm thinking when you're sort of, your logistics at the rear are being smacked that thoroughly, it is going to start causing these, lack of everything. I mean, the fact that some were given knives to continue an assault. But who do you think they are? Superman? Good God. That's not going to help, is it? Here you go, mate. Have a little pocket knife. Off you go. They're going to be like swords and horseback soon, aren't they? Jeepers. Tarixis.
Yeah, that's why a good rear is important. Someone mentioned earlier today. But there was also yesterday. I was confused because I saw two reports about attacks on Moscow. One is obvious, the large fire, but I also read something about an airfield. But I cannot find anything about it. But I know I saw a tweet yesterday. Maybe you know more.
About an airfield? Curious. I'm not sure. Let me. Oh, sorry. Two things at once. I don't know, but certainly there was Moscow. There we go. Certainly there was this huge fire in what appeared to be a residential building. Although it was very close in. There we go. Very close to sort of the middle of Moscow. It was within the second ring, did you say, David? So apparently a heating malfunction. The press service of the Capital's Investigative Committee have reported this, and an investigation into the incident is underway. The fire started in the attic between the first and second entrances, and their official version is it was a malfunction of equipment of anti-icing heating system for the edges of the roof and the gutters of the building. Now, the fact that it did actually encompass the entire roof makes me think that probably was what happened, that they've had a huge malfunction of the de-icing system or whatever they want to call it, because icicles from buildings do kill people regularly. But that's a lot of roof to be missing. And you know what happens when things like this happen? Anywhere but Moscow, nothing, never gets repaired. Those people will be living with no roof in that building for the rest of their lives. However, in Moscow, you might just see them fix it, because we can't have that blight on the landscape in our beautiful pictures, can we? So, Iwana, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add something because there is an article in Commerçant about this. I don't have it right now, but I remember what I read there. So it is indeed a residential building, and I think it's quite a luxurious one, because apparently a number of writers, Russian writers, stayed there, had the apartments given to them by the municipality or by the state. I don't know exactly, but it's quite a number of them being there. Also, they said that this system of de-icing the roof malfunctioned, and they said that just a few buildings in Russia, in Moscow, have this system. Actually, the expression that was, you can count them on the fingers of one hand. So basically, it's supposed to be a very advanced system that is supposed to de-ice, defreeze, I don't know how to say it, the roof in order not to allow icicles to form or too big layer of snow. And it makes sense for it to be on, because there were 2 days of snow in Moscow, quite significant snowfall, and maybe they put this on. Also, there was like electricity shutdown or yeah, a failure of electricity, and then electricity came back, so maybe there was a short circuit or something like this. So yeah, I just wanted to confirm that residential building and this this system apparently is quite rare in Russia.
Well, it's even rarer now, isn't it, Ivana? Definitely even rarer.
Yeah, one
Would you like some
less
good
now,
news?
one less finger now.
Well, that's it. They won't have to repair that one because it doesn't exist
But
anymore.
I just
Yeah.
there is another thing, you know, we have seen those reports about people freezing in the outskirts of Moscow in some residential areas, Podolsk, I think, and others with, you know, no heating for 2 weeks or even more. It was at the beginning of January and it lasted for a number of days. And now we are seeing this building in the center of Moscow having a very fancy de-icing system for the roof, you know. So this is kind of the dichotomy between, you know, the people, the normal people, and the people that are kind of privileged, because I think that was a very luxurious residential building there.
Does look a little bit posh, doesn't it? Or at least it did before its roof was on fire. So yeah, it's very possible that those people will get a new roof, only because of their location and the importance, though. So that'll be a bit of fun. I don't know about an airfield yet, though, so we'll look at that. I'll look into that. I'll tell you if I see it. Now then, there is some new military aid coming to Ukraine. Finland have announced, in true Finnish fashion, that they have delivered a new defence package worth around 190 million euros. And that is the press release from the Finnish Ministry of Defence. The entire thing. That is it. We have delivered Ukraine additional assistance to the tune of 190 million euros. Done. Love that Finnish sense of style. We also have some interesting details about 15mm factories. So, Rheinmetall, this is 15mm factories in Underlüch, maybe Underlüch. Anyway, in addition to Chancellor Scholz and Minister of Defence Pistorius, the Danish Prime Minister Frederiksen will also be present at the groundbreaking ceremony on Monday. This would appear to suggest that the new framework contract for 155mm ammunition for Ukraine will be announced on the spot and is a joint procurement by Denmark and Germany. It would not be the first time. We've had Leopard 1A5s, M113s, Susanna 2s, and Berger Panzer 2s. It was also announced today that Rheinmetall intends to produce not only 155mm, but also explosives and rocket motors at their new plant. So explosives, probably propellants, rocket motors. I'm thinking that, you know, that's a part of a process that other people are also involved in, that they require that. So it looks as though there's some good progress, certainly. Now, I cannot see Chris Windley. David, do you by any chance see anybody requesting?
No, not really. Not at all, in fact.
Oh, don't worry. It's a buggy thing that happens from time to time. We'll figure it out. We're swapping soon anyway, so for the next 5 minutes, we're just a little bit hindered, that's all. Now then, this is something that has come out from the Institute of Study of War today. And you're just hot micing on me, sugar, David. Charles. Sorry, it's weird when someone breathes in my ear. Talking of which, I've got a cat just behind my head. Anyway, from the Institute of Study of War, this is one of the Kremlin's pretty strong narratives. So, Russia is seeking to persuade Ukraine and all its supporters that their control of occupied Ukrainian territory is now irreversible. One of the ways they do that, obviously, is filling it full of Russians. So, the Kremlin is using the same playbook in this land as it used in Crimea and Donbass since 2014. They employ the same playbook successfully enough that all discussions of the Russian full-scale invasion treat the lands they seized illegally in 2014 differently from the rest of Ukraine. The Kremlin seeks to create a perception that Ukrainian territories it's already occupied are now permanently lost, trying to discourage anyone from seeking their liberation and dissuading Western supports for these efforts, even though their occupation reverse will take time. Indeed, Western leaders regularly question whether Ukraine should even try to liberate Crimea and parts of the Donbass, even though the actual status of these lands under international law is the same as any other parts of sovereign Ukraine. Russia achieves these same effects in the lands occupied since February 24th and continues to try and, force this narrative the longer it's allowed to hold the territory. So this is why it is actually quite urgent to try and liberate this territory as quickly as possible, because the longer it remains in Russian hands, the more they seem to wee on it and say it's theirs. So one of the things they do, of course, is they move out the local population and they move in Russians or migrants or anybody else really, and try and completely change the societal makeup of the people there. And they've been doing this more and more. Obviously, there are still people there who are Ukrainian, but they are more and more treated like second-class citizens until they agree to get Russian passports and be wholly Russian. You know how it is. So, yeah, they try brainwashing, forced migration, all these things. And what they're trying to do as quickly as they can really is just say, look, this is ours. We've taken it now. Look, it's ours. You can't have it. And well, this is another reason why Ukraine really need to liberate those territories and find the people that, are waiting for them, and the people that have been have been displaced. So, yeah, all of this is really important. And that's why it's more important to liberate these areas sooner rather than later. Iwana, I'm sorry, did I pretty much just say everything that you were about to say?
Yeah, pretty much. But one thing at the beginning of your speech reminded me that I wanted to say something about, the Tucker Carlson interview with Putin. And that is that Putin himself practically dismissed all the reasons he had stated before for the invasion of Ukraine, NATO expansion and its denazification and so on and so forth. Because when he was asked about it, he gave reasons from the 800 and 900, and he went a century back in history, and practically he said, I want an empire like before. So every reason that he had before and stated as official reason for the special military operation was dismissed by this interview, because it clearly shows a man with imperial ambitions that is just trying to get some territory, despite his claims that he is not.
So I think I've reached the end of my time. So I wish you all a very happy evening. It's been a great pleasure. And I'll drop down now. I think Tracy and David are going to move up.
Yeah, Off you pop, David. Go and get on with your day, and I'll not be too far behind you. Well, it's been a very short one for me today, and that's absolutely fine. I did ask for a day off, but you know how these things happen. I couldn't stay away, and I just got dragged in. You know, this is just what happens if you hang around long enough. You just get dragged in. So, shall we have a little look at just something that is coming out of a new working meeting with Umarov and Sirski. So they've held their first working meeting, and they've emphasized a focus on effective system of rotation and rest of all units. Special attention is paid now to a new type of forces of the armed forces, which is the forces of the unmanned systems. And this is very interesting because they were able to clear a area of Russians purely by using unmanned systems. And I just find that awesome. So that saves the lives of soldiers, and I think could certainly become something that Ukraine could be teaching us all at some point. Chris, welcome up finally. Chris?
Oh, I'm here finally. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mockers. Thank you for your extra work in the back there. So, I was are you just about to go, Mockers? Is that the deal?
Well, in a couple of minutes, when we find ourselves what's it called?
Yeah. So
a teleporter operator.
So I wondered if you'd managed to have a quick glance at the article about Holland Park that I sent to you at all.
Avayek, please tell me about it.
Well, yes, because I thought you'd be amused by it. So I think you will be amused by it if you have 5 minutes to read it anyway. So so I have a friend who is what is basically a private investigator type person and that, right? Works with some very wealthy people, so sort of finds out some interesting things. And he doesn't write loads of LinkedIn articles, but when he does, they are they tend to be very, very interesting and that, right? He actually, I think this time, yeah. So he wrote an article. That's right. He wrote an article. I put it in the Cybersecurity Association newsletter. It went absolutely ballistic, and he had basically multiple sort of magazines and that saying, can we have exclusive rights to this article? That was an article about, I don't know if you ever remember it, the Tinder swindler. Did you ever watch that or hear about that?
Kind of did.
Pardon?
I kind of did, yeah.
Yeah. So that is a very interesting article that he wrote there. But this one's about Holland Park, right? And obviously, we've seen that. We've seen the video mockers of the Russian guy stripping the statue of Vladimir the Great of all of his sunflowers and stuff like that, right? And then we've seen the other great video of, I'm going to assume, Ukrainians, or certainly people that support Ukraine, coming back to the statue with hundreds of sunflowers and basically saying, well, for every sunflower that you take down, we're going to put 100 up. Yeah. So I don't know if everybody's seen that video, but I think you have. Right. And as I said to you the other day, Mockers, that the statue of Vladimir the Great is just across road from the pub that we had a good time in after the expo last September. So now we have a bit more information on Holland Park, Mockers, right? So I didn't know this. I don't know whether you did this, but I didn't realize this, right? So it looks like, in Holland Park, you certainly have Ukrainians, but you've also got a lot of Russians as well. A lot of Russians and that hiding behind the curtains of very expensive buildings, right? So he's talking about a building in Holland Park that's worth 35 million, Mockers, right? Which has been discovered to be the residence of Russian intelligence. So yes, so it turns out, Mockers, that Holland Park is well, it might be the front line of like Londongrad and what shall we call it? I don't want to call it Ukrainegrad, but you know what I mean. Might be the front line of the London Ukrainian people and the London Russian people. So, Mockers, it's all beginning to be revealed, right? Now I'm understanding why there are, sunflowers and Ukrainian flags on the statue of Vladimir the Great, and there are Russians taking them down. It was probably right by this Russian intelligence place. So I'm looking forward to September, is all I can say, Mockers. I hope you're going to be there.
That sounds like fun, doesn't it? Well, let's see what happens. But yeah, hopefully I can be.
Yeah,
Hopefully I can be.
well, and because there's another place that we must go to, which is a restaurant called Maria, as well. And I did actually message the restaurant there called Maria, and I said, "Oh, I listen and sometimes speak on the MriyaReport," and they said, "Oh, you didn't know anything about that? Well, definitely come and see us, Chris, when you're there." So yeah, we've got to put that on our agenda for September, Mockers. There you are. Just a bit of
awesome
sort of gossip, really, but it is a very good article. I do highly recommend it. I've seen a number of people have shared it and that, and enjoy the read.
I certainly will. And yes, for the room, Chris has not invited me on a date there. There is an event on that I may be attending.
Sadly.
I was just like, hello. Tracy, look at that. I notice you're back, my darling.
Hello.
So I'm gonna get out of the way. Thank you, lovely people. I've got to get back to do some work. So I will catch you shortly.
Thank you, Mockers. Working hard as always. See people, even on Mockers' day off, she's still doing paid work somewhere else. I'm still coming here to all you lovely people too. So thank you so much, Mockers. And unfortunately, you will all have to put up with me again for the next hour. So I will be joined by David very shortly. So he will be coming up to help me. So we will be with you for the next hour. So here comes Bernesto himself. He will be popping up at the moment. Cece, hello, you are here today. How are you today?
I'm good, just working behind the scenes here while y'all are having your discussion. Hopefully my telephone is a visual reminder to people that the vote is tonight at 7 p.m. So time is ticking down. This is our shot in the Senate. The Senate always serves as the ultimate reminder to the House of what the adults in the room do. Yes, we have Johnson, but hopefully there's a way of getting around him with a discharge petition. So yeah, today's a huge day for getting Ukraine $61 billion in weaponry. So if you can help send this out into the world, DM people, get them to call, text people. If you can, quote tweet it, because apparently the algorithm sends things out in the highest ratio that are quote tweeted with a sentence. I've learned all this recently. And so we can just get as many fingers dialing these people as humanly possible. And then they're going on vacation for 2 weeks. So if we can get this passed at 7 p.m. tonight, I can stop talking about this for just a little while, and you can stop calling for a little while, until we hit the house. So it's a great day. It's a really important day. It's a really nerve-wracking day, but most importantly, Ukrainians. There's some, like Jay and Kiev was saying, some Ukrainians are actually panicking and trying to leave, trying to prepare to leave. Most can't afford to leave, don't have anywhere to go. Even if they could, the borders are shut to men who just are of age. So talk about a feeling of being trapped in a country where they have less and less artillery every day. My friends Gosha and Zariko were just shot and killed because they didn't have enough artillery. So that's directly on US senators and reps, taking people's lives. But can you imagine the fear of that the rest of your country is going to be taken over like that, and you can't escape? So this is why we're dialing today. This is why we're doing this action, which seems highly bureaucratic and is actually quite valiant for you to do in your everyday life. It's something you won't do anything this powerful for the rest of your life, most likely, in this particular capacity, that is.
Thank you very much, Cece. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Tracy. While Cece is up, Cece, I'm in a learning mode again today because I've learned what clôture is and filibuster, which I've wondered for years what this filibuster thing was. So just for me, because I'm a bit slow, right? Has the Senate bit finished now then? And we're on to the House. Is that the
No,
deal?
I wish. So it's bizarre, but yesterday's vote that went through was a vote to actually bring it to a vote. It was like, hey, do you approve of the languaging in this to bring it to a vote? So tonight at 7, so they've approved 0 weapons being sent the Senate. 0. This was just okay, now we're going to vote. I know that's weird, but it's like you just need a permission slip to even vote. So 7 is the Senate's actual vote on weapons in Ukrainian hands, which are currently very cold and very tired. So this is it. This is a big deal.
Yeah, actually, now that I know what clôture and filibuster means, it does actually make sense, right? Weirdly, right? So they have a big debate, a filibuster, right? And then they have a clôture, and I note that clôture not only means closure, it also means informally a guillotine. Right. So that's like, okay, now we're going to chop your head off, right? Right, basically. So okay, so you get to the clôture bit, as you say, and then you have the vote. It's actually, I understand that. Right, fine, okay, that vote is at 7 p.m. What I will say is that there was the MAGA Republicans did not seem very happy, did they? That the clôture had vote was 67 to 23. Not very happy bunnies, were they?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple people like Langford who voted no, who really care about Ukraine, and that was about the languaging, right? But I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to take joy, and I just want to turn people's minds towards Ukraine. Like even the Republicans, I don't care who your party is. All I care about is people not dying. And I think that, people actually taking action for once in their lives for something that not only asserts the RBIO, rules-based international order, which is the Western, proper way of doing things. Yes, we have lots of problems. I understand that, but we're a hell of a lot better than those commie bastards who just kill their people and don't have a free press, etc., etc., etc. So the stakes that are set up here for 7 p.m. It's just movie. I mean, it's stuff. It's fodder for a movie, right? Like this. Brian Cunningham talks about this a lot. The rules-based international order, and how much this vote is directly tied to this. And this will be in the history books. In your calls, you will be part of history.
Thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, so I was wondering, why is the vote so late tonight? Because it leaves them no room to do anything if it fails, and it also creates the maximum distance between the measurements of yesterday's passage and whatever happens next. It just seems like a gun to the head.
Are you asking why they scheduled it at 7 p.m.? I have no idea.
Okay. All right. I wish, just gives Trump time to call people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Benesto. Thank you for helping me to relieve David Bidett and Muckers.
Oh, you're
Hello,
welcome,
Steve.
Tracy. Lovely to hear from you. Hello to you. I hope you're well this evening. Thank you for being here and volunteering. I'll turn it back to you. Unfortunately, Dave couldn't be here, so he sent his cousin Ernesto. And so I am here instead with my comical mustachio. I want to encourage everyone to retweet and share the space. It's MriyaReport.org, your only live space on this hellscape. And we've dedicated the live space that we maintain here on Twitter to supporting Ukraine. And so if you've been listening to Cece, take inspiration, tap on her profile, call the phone numbers until tonight. The Senate is still up for grabs, and I think we should take action. Those who've taken action up till today, now is a good time to crown that for yourself. If you're listening, please retweet, share the space. We're looking for donations at MriyaReport.org, and you can see the previously successful and delivered fundraisers, and you can see the ongoing initiatives we have at the moment. I see lots of hands. Welcome up, Jeannie. I see you, Jenny. Thank you for coming. If you want to come and speak with us, request, hit the button, come on up. Tracy, I don't know who was hands up because I've just got here, but hello, everybody.
Can I just recommend you use that tagline, a little slice of heaven within the hellscape?
That's us. We can use that, Cece. Awesome. But if you're listening, retweet and share the space, like Cece says, this is our own little slice of heaven dedicated to Ukraine on this hellscape of a website. It is a 24/7 volunteer initiative. So if you think you can support it, throw a few quid in the kitty. We do appreciate it. MriyaReport.org is where you should direct those donations. And Tracy, it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for everyone who has been on this morning or afternoon, depending on where you are, or night. And as I was saying, I don't know who's next in the hands. Do you have an idea?
Thank you very much, Benesto. It's very nice to be here with you today. And yes, it's Genesis Man.
Thank you, Trace. Benesto, I know that lovely accent of yours. Good afternoon, sir. Nice to hear your dulcet tones again. Couple
And
of
you,
things.
sir. Welcome. Nice to be with you. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead, Genesis.
No, pleasure. So just catch up on a couple of things. First, Chris, if you're still listening, please don't forget my invite to the September do, whatever it is. I'd love to come and put names to faces or faces to names. And I just wanted to shout out to Cece and just give her all my love and thanks. And I am absolutely in awe of the work she's doing. And let's bring it to a vote tonight. And CC, that's 7 p.m. your time, is it? What time is that GMT? Do you
That's
know?
midnight in London. That's midnight in London.
Okay, I'll stay up, Ernesto. But thank you, CC. You're an absolute star, love. Keep going.
Well, thanks. I just don't like people dying. So doesn't seem like that.
That's
that
very
much
good
of
of
an
you,
effort.
Cece. Yes, it's a standout feature. We love that about you.
Aren't I a stellar human being that I hate children dying?
TC always takes the bold stance.
It would appear so, because not everybody does care about people dying.
Well said, Ukrainian. I don't know if you want to continue, but the floor is yours. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask your thoughts. Do you, a couple things. Do you expect is the vote expected to pass tonight?
No, it's expected to be super duper tight. Like,
Oh.
that's why a handful of phone calls from you, dear listener, would mean everything. This is going to be a photo finish, as they say in horse racing. I love horse racing. Yeah, it'll be a photo finish. It's easy to say, yes, we should take a vote. It's harder to say yes for the actual vote, if that makes sense.
Okay. And I wanted to ask, after listening to the first vote the other day, I got the sense that some of these senators are just, like we know J.D. Vance, don't waste your time. But of the senators that you've listened, are there, I don't know, do you know who's more on the fence? Hard question, I know.
I mean, it really depends who's going to split hairs on something so important. Like, it's hard for me to get my mind around that people would split hairs. Especially people like Lindsey Graham, who previously I've sent out tweets asking people to thank Lindsey Graham, right? Because he's gone so hard for Ukraine. So it's really hard for anybody to understand people's reasoning right now because it's so in outer space. Like, what's at stake and what you're wanting compared to what you were even getting in the border supplemental is just outrageous. And they know very, very well that they will never get all of the things that are in that proposed border legislation again. So yeah, there's so much theater involved. And to me, the really salient point here is the fact that if they all joined together and said, fuck what Trump says, we're doing the right thing for America and our national security interests, it would be a non-issue, right? So there's a super simple solution here. It's not complicated.
Go ahead, Ukrainian Lives Matter.
Yeah, so that was another thing I wanted to ask. I didn't see how Graham voted yesterday. Was it no again?
I believe so.
Yeah. What a creep. Yeah, I just sent out something yesterday with him, oh, we'll stand by, blah, blah. But he's like, I don't know. Well, but that disturbs me honestly, how confident these people are or seem to be that Trump will get reelected, because I don't know, makes me feel like they really have something up their sleeves. Not that it can't be stopped, but it's pretty weird.
It is,
I
but
don't even know if
but isn't
I
it
don't
their
even know
mark?
if they
Sorry.
think he's getting elected. I
Right,
think
it's just
he's their
marketing.
only choice.
I subscribe to the same idea, Cece. Sorry for jumping in, but I think it's that more than actual knowledge. These are people who don't need data to be convinced. And so if it's a matter of an article of faith, how passionate can they be for their cult leader, then they're always going to seem convinced and right. And it was the same with the National Socialists when they raised their ugly head in Germany. The fact that they are convinced that they are right in their madness and their fascism doesn't actually add any data to their side of the scale. But you're quite right, Ukrainian Lies, and I know what you're digging to, because that is, of course, the horrific cutting, the double cutting blade of politics, right? The perception is reality. So we must always counter the bullshit and point out that the win in Iowa wasn't really that great of a win. He scraped it by on the skin of his teeth from the Republicans who voted in Iowa. He's still not popular within the Republican Party, but indeed his cult members will tell us that they are passionate, and red is the only colour. And, whatever else the cult leader says today. But thank you, Ukrainian. I want you to stick around. Jenny, I see your hand up. And Sebastian, welcome. I've not seen you before, but you're welcome. Jenny, you're next, and then Sebastian.
I just wanted to add, I'm really glad that Denmark is building a factory where they can build ammo for Ukraine, because the one here in Sweden is going at full capacity and they're talking about expanding the factory. They did a calculation.
Do they work 3 shifts, Jenny? Do they work 24 shifts, 3-hour shifts, or what do they do? Sorry, 3 8-hour shifts, or what do they do?
I am not 100% sure. I know that they were going to look into having around the clock shifts here in Sweden, but that was
What
the
is
thing.
maintenance, right? Because you still have to shut down for a week or two to fix it. So either way, you're robbing your time, whichever side. Yeah, I got you. Okay, thanks, Jenny. Go on.
Plus, they also wanted to expand the factory because they did the calculation that even if the Swedish factory was built out and they added another shift, it would still take them 5 years to fill all the European orders, and that is excluding Ukraine. So it's going as hard as it can, and I'm really glad to see that there are more people or more countries building now. And I'm really glad to see that not all Americans are sitting there going, oh, what's the point in helping Ukraine because Russia's winning? Because that's the most insane thing I've heard. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome, Jenny, and thanks for being here, Tracy.
Thank you very much, Ernesto. Yeah, and as difficult as it is, Ukraine is still winning, absolutely. There's a lot going on, but of course they do need more support. And that's exactly why you must all keep calling, because public pressure works, CC, right? We saw the results of that. And in terms of this vote, how many are needed? Is it still the same number as the other day, as yesterday?
It is.
Okay, so keep calling, everybody. Put that public pressure on, keep it up, and do not stop, because you saw the signs of that working. We cleared that first hurdle, so it's a tiny little glimpse of the light at the end of the tunnel, and so we must all keep that public pressure on. Sebastian, welcome. Please go ahead.
How's it going?
Very well, thank you.
We're going all right. How you going?
I'm okay. I was just wondering if I could, 'cause I was just hearing the stuff that you were talking about. I was wondering if I could just drop a paper that I wrote a couple years ago for the State Department, since it has to do with all of this stuff that you're talking about. And then when you're talking about voting and this and that, how is it that you actually believe this day and age that your vote actually means anything? I'm just wondering, because I'm a Canadian, and I mean, I'll show you the actual legitimate proof where, in the 2016 elections, I voted 1,024 times using missing in action.
Okay, so what we
You roll the
have
dice,
here...
Tracy. It's what you're getting. You roll the dice and you get what you get. We'll carry on. What do you think?
Well, you have to take a chance sometimes, and this is the way that we learn, Ernesto.
This is why you shouldn't let the mice run the granary. The cats are away. They left us in charge. Anyway, I'm teasing. Who's next? Put your hands up, folks. Speak with us. Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm learning that there's going to be this vote in a few hours. Of course, also spiked my adrenaline. And then I heard Tracy saying something really important, saying Ukraine is still absolutely winning. Is that a mantra for you, Tracy, or is it something you're convinced of? You're still confident, and I just wonder, because the mood right now is here in the space and also in Ukraine is so different from what it was a year ago. Yeah, and I'm just so confused about what this means. And I guess I'm a historian by training, so I guess in 20, 30 years from now, historians will look back and hopefully this will have been the kind of the overture to the disintegration of the colonial empire that is Russia. But who knows? I mean, I just wonder if this is something you're convinced of, or something you say to encourage us, to reassure us.
No, I'm convinced of it, Johannes, because I see things happening that, you know, stand out to me. I mean, in particular, look at all the oil refineries that Ukraine's attacking successfully in Russia and in temporarily occupied parts of Ukraine, and not just that, many other things that they're taking out as well. It's very strategic. It seems to me there's a pattern. They go for one thing and now they're on to the next thing, and that's oil refineries. Also, I look at the numbers and the amount of artillery and equipment and things like that that they are attriting of the Russians and taking out. And whilst I'm not under any illusion, it's extremely difficult right now, and they're having to conserve ammunition and do things like that. And I'm not trying to detract from how difficult it is in places like Avdiivka, where there's a great deal going on, but overall, I still do see that Ukraine is winning. Yeah, I wouldn't just say that just to cheer people on if it wasn't true. We have to be realistic around here, and we do have to talk about all the horrible things that are happening and the missile attacks that Ukraine's doing every day, and the people are dying and they're still trying to commit genocide in Ukraine. So of course all that's going on, but you've got to look at everything else that Ukraine are doing as well. It's absolutely incredible that they're even able to attrit the amount of equipment that they are of the Russians, whilst still even conserving ammo at the same time. And it seems almost insulting to say that, because we're letting them down. We should be doing a great deal more, and we should have done a great deal more sooner. And that's, of course, why it's important that we all keep pushing. But you can't help but look at the numbers and the things that they're taking out every day in the numbers. I notice it's very strategic. There's a pattern. It seems to be like the numbers will be high overall sometimes, but there seems to be a pattern of artillery, the amount of electronic warfare that we've seen them take out, the amount of air defense systems that they've taken out. It's absolutely staggering when you look at those figures. So I think sometimes maybe it is difficult to see, but if you can just take a wider look at things and just take into account all these things, then you definitely see that Ukraine is still winning. So of course we've got really, really difficult areas, but that's individually on a local level. I don't think that's overall on a wider scale. Benesto, what do you think?
I look to the facts of the financing. Oh, big machine reversing. Sorry, guys. I'll go on mute for a couple of seconds and I'll be back. Like 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Russia is collapsing as well, isn't it? The economy, all these sanctions are gripping them.
Bingo. Yeah, you read me mind, Tracy. It's exactly what. Sorry about that noise. It's exactly what I was about to say. That we see that the murder machine that Russia has constructed for herself to commit these genocides in her neighboring countries, most recently Chechnya, Georgia, and Ukraine at the moment, and those other nations still occupied. By the way, Georgia is occupied at the moment by Russia, as is Chechnya. So they're losing the ability to fund their murder machine, and the rate has been lost at 37 to 39%. I go back and forward, myself and Corby. Shout out Corby if you're listening in Los Angeles. It's very early. Corby, thank you for that information you gave to me a couple of days back when we were chatting about it. Since the start of January, so since the turn of the new year, Johannes, Ukraine have reduced the refining capacity of Russia by 37 to 39% domestically. So it's almost 4 in every 10 gone for domestic production. And again, last night, Mockers mentioned just before she was with us fleetingly and left, and she mentioned 2 oil refineries, or 2 refining, more accurately, fuel refineries. So high value, high octane petroleum products and high value, high cost of production and complicated lubricants and other oil-based refined products were taken out last night. And the beautiful thing about this is it's been lost at about a rate of 1 every 2 days since January the 1st, 2024. So 1 refinery being bombed out of commission by the Ukrainian defenders in Russia since the start of this year. And it presents the wonderful pickle of who can supply them enough material to replace this capacity, and who dares do it, and at what price to sanction bust. And then they have the wonderful problem of not having any indigenous crews, engineers, or skilled personnel to carry out the construction or maintenance. If they were to be able to construct it, they wouldn't be able to keep it. So I base my confidence on the fact that Russia is increasingly reliant on an unfriendly Republican Guard in Tehran, Iran, and North Korea, who are bilking them on their terrible supplies of shells. And on the other side, we see today the 50 plus nations that support Ukraine. So today it was Finland announced, yeah, we delivered over 150 million euros worth. And so I think the scales are clearly in the favor of Ukraine, but also materially in that Ukraine is reducing the capacity of Russia to fund herself. So yeah, no, I respect the question. It's most appropriate. Thank you, Johannes. This is a question decent, sensible, sane people who are strict in our thinking and, you know, determined to have good hygiene in our critical thinking. We must always ask this question: are we in a silo? Are we just patting ourselves on the back in a circle jerk, or do we have any data or factual basis? So, superb question, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming up. CC, I see your hand, and then anyone else, please put your hand up. Come and speak with us. CC, good morning.
Sorry, I just got the strangest visual with what you just said. Just try to get out of the giggles and back up. Johannes,
CBS, we're on CBS 2. That's the channel I try to project when I'm on air. We're trying to do CBS, all right? Okay. Christian broadcasting. No, I'm joking.
So with the Allies in World War II, you know, we're not winning the entire time, right? So to me, the most important point to hold at the forefront is, you know, even when we're in the darkest times of war, is who's winning and losing is not actually important, because it really is the goal. All those trite, TRITE, but true phrases about, you know, it's about spirit, it's about determination, because if you just cut one slice in time, it doesn't suffice, right? Because it's not representative of the whole, and the output of what's going to happen and who is going to be the victor. So to me, I don't even think about who's losing and who's winning, because it's completely irrelevant on the roller coaster of ups and downs of who's doing better. All we can do is to stay as positive as we can, while also investigating all of the fascinating granular detail, right? where we're having trouble, where we're excelling, you know, all that's really interesting. But the point of it to me is not at one point in time of who is winning and who is losing. It's because it's irrelevant to the cumulative nature of what's going to happen in the future, and what we can do as active participants, instead of just, you know, intellectual masturbation only of just thinking, oh, this chess piece moves this way, this chess piece moves that way, and just full court press beast mode. Today is ultimate beast mode on our phones. I just got a message from someone out there. Teresa, I want to thank you for calling everyone in Congress this morning. It's people like that are going to win this thing, and it's because there's such little participation in my country in the civic process. That is why our voice actually matters. So to the gentleman who's talking about your vote doesn't matter, we're not voting today. The Congress is voting. So that was just like completely off base and wrong and bizarre. But it really is also testament to what do people do psychologically in dark times, right? Where do they go with the rationale? Do we give up? Like, your opinion doesn't matter, you know, are we even winning? Like, all these things I understand are natural impulses, but they're absolutely irrelevant. The people who are voting are actually keeping their jobs because the people who are calling are the ones that enable them to do so. And all politicians usually have a high degree of ego involved. That's why they're politicians. No matter if they still also have some true, real reasons for being there. There's also a lot of ego. So their job is not just a job. They can't just get another job, right? Most of us can just get another job. Their jobs, there's no other job like that job. So staying in that job is infinitely important. And so they care, and they have red alarms and meetings when they start getting a lot of calls on issues which they're not supporting, right? Because they know, and it's just in a couple of years, right, that they have to maintain their job security with a new re-election. And that's why I always say, I don't want to fund your opponent. Please don't make me fund your opponent. I believe in you, because we can move the needle. Yesterday, when I put up that Wicker and Rounds, Senator Wicker, Senator Rounds signage, and it got a whole lot of traction, thank God. Angry Ants walked into Round's office 3 hours after that, and they didn't know who he was. He hadn't even signed in yet, because what happens is the office where
they did when he was leaving, CC.
I know, right? When you walk in, you can, in all of the offices are the exact same. When you walk in, one of the people, actually two of the people answering the phones are right there, so you can hear before you even check in and say anything who you are. And he said that they were talking about that they were just getting a crush of Ukraine calls, and oh my god, and then he was like it was so perfect, because then he was like, I'm here to talk about Ukraine too. That he's like, see, you're getting all those phone calls because people in America know this is a national security domestic issue, and this is not just only about a country across the world. And so and Rounds voted yes, which is a shocker. So what we're doing, there's an efficacy to it, and it matters, and it works. So I understand that it's easy to let the mind go to darkness right now, but instead we're being active, because the mind is like a muscle. It'll eat itself if it's not used. And maintaining that activity and that actually doing something for a future cause and outcome. So you people that are writing me these incredible notes of what you're doing, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, CC. I appreciate it. I just want to be specific for everyone listening. We are having this conversation in the context of a question that was asked about the United States bicameral process. How does the Republican style of government, small R, Republic of America style of government work? And that was the question that we're answering, and pursuing specifically the topic of the Senate vote tonight, which will be a support Ukraine vote that we're hoping to have accepted by lobbying our representatives here. So please do call, write, text, get in contact today. Thank you, CC, for that. I would like to go back to Johannes, and then we'll have then John and Chris and Ukrainian and Marcus. So Johannes, then John, Chris, Ukrainian, Marcus. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot, everybody, for your kind words.
Well, thanks for hanging out, Johannes. We got to like 5 replies. I'm sorry for delaying back to you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's just, I mean, there's one thing I 100% agree with you, and it's more important to actually do something than to speculate. And I mean, for me, that since I've recently accepted a job where I'm soon going to go to Ukraine and work with a humanitarian organization there. So like in 10 days from now.
If it is safe when you are there and you're comfortable and the people are safe, please try and speak to us from there. Ring us in from a safe location and whatever. But obviously, we'll talk later. Go ahead.
100%. I mean, most the head office there will be in Lviv, which is relatively safe. I mean, they're usually kind of, because they have sufficient warning time. Therefore,
also for information hygiene. We want to protect people as well as get the news out.
Yeah. And I mean, since I have gotten that offer and signed that contract, I'm feeling really a lot better, because I'm no longer condemned to be just a passive spectator. Although I think, I mean, my own contribution will be not huge. So, but still, I can do something, and that really makes me feel so much better. But at the same time, I have some anxiety about how I'm going to meet, well, what mood are people going to be in when I meet them. And I mean, and also I've been told about kind of that there's still internal division. So in Lviv, everybody, of course, will be 100% supporting Ukraine's victory. But in Odessa, where I'll go later, there are some people who kind of who have a very different view on the war. I was told, it's hard to believe for me that anybody living in Odessa, which is terrorized by Russian missiles for 2 years now, anybody would still have an ambiguous view of the war. But so I was told. So I'll see. But this is really something which bothers me very much now. So what is, and I should also say that even if I have no hope, which I really don't know how much hope I have, but even with no hope, I guess giving up and walking away from Ukraine still wouldn't be an option. So even with this kind of an existentialist way of thinking, I guess the existentialists around Camus, they all thought, well, life is absurd, but they still want to, they still have this sense of rebellion against the absurdity of life. And that's kind of a bit of how I feel, that I still want to continue even if I feel that there's the chance that it's going to succeed eventually isn't that big. So, but of course that's not the healthiest of attitudes. I would feel much better if I would be totally confident in Ukraine.
It's a human attitude, Johannes, but I think you're like, I hear the struggle you're describing. I think it's a human attitude.
Maybe
Yeah.
I just wanted to share that and thank you everybody for what you're doing. And yeah, let's hope and pray that this thing tonight will succeed. And of course, that's only the first step. And yeah, so many more steps ahead.
Well, right and correct, and I salute you for your volunteering. And I do hear what you're describing, and I feel the same. I thank you for being honest and sharing with us how it is you feel and see the situation. And I think you're quite right to expect a mixed bag. It's a nation of 40 million people or more, and so each one will have their own opinion and view on it, whether they are supporters or not supporters. It's often strange at a time of tumult and war that these things become a question. It's never really a question when society is at peace and allowed to prosper as it was before. It's just how people feel, and that is a dignity and a right of theirs in democracy. Similarly, we must view the vote this evening as essential and important to pass. However, being that we do live in a democratic structure, it is not all lost and gone and done for, should it be that this vote does not rise tonight and doesn't get approved. So we should always maintain perspective. And like you say, Johannes, always best to take our lead from how we see the Ukrainians managing the war. And we must respect that their dignity and forbearance is something that is not to diminish or not to acknowledge the ferocious fear and horror of genocide being conducted against them, but rather to persevere in the face of it, like you say, to resolve to do something rather than to accept the annihilation of the enemy is definitely a good thing. And as you say, were we to do the selfish or short-sighted thing and dare to turn our backs, then we would find this rapacious, strangling, murdering Russian monster at our door. So we are right to support our friend and neighbour, and let's hope we keep them at their door. I think the order was called out, so go ahead. I believe it was John, then John, Chris, Ukrainian.
Okay, thanks. Ernest or David. Anyway, been here a long time, so I know you by many names. Yeah, just one comment on the previous topic. I think we need to strike a balance here. So it's not all rosy and it's not all gloomy, right? But one thing is for sure: for this to end the way we want it to end and quickly, our support is essential. I mean, the European support and as well as the American support. So let's not say that everything is hunky-dory. We need to pressure our elected officials to continue to support, actually increase support, double down, triple down. That's what's needed. But then I have a question for CC on the procedure for the vote tonight. I thought when they have done well, they have voted on the cloture, right? Meaning there's no more filibuster. Do they still need a supermajority to pass it. I thought they did need, but anyway, if you can explain, please. Thank you.
I was told it was 60. I could be wrong. Please, anyone, let me know if I'm wrong. I've never purported to be a congressional scholar either. So, you know, I'm all for doing the thing.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we've all learned a lot, haven't we?
And we most certainly have. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, that is actually an interesting question. If anybody knows the answer to that, is it 60 again, or is it 51? What is it normally, CC? Like, what do you know?
Sorry, I have a three-legged cat in my arms going downstairs. I think it's
No problem.
60. I think it's 60.
Okay, if you do, what you say, you think it's like normally and typically it's 60, is it, for these things to pass?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, what I was going to say, a couple of things was just set to say that I mean, I love what CC's doing generally, but I absolutely love to death this idea of funding their opponents, right? So another question that I have is, when can you say when the senators will come up for re-election? I think this is like, you know, because I just think this is like so super powerful and that, you know, so I think if I was calling them, I'd be saying, by the way, if you don't vote for Ukraine, me and my very powerful, large, influential, wealthy network are going to fund your opponent. And Bernesto, thanks for retweeting the Holland Park article, mate.
Well, you're welcome. Thanks for sharing it with us. I hope people have a look and take action. It's on your stream or your thread. Go and have a look at Chris's most recent.
Did you say windy senators? As in flatus? Windy? I didn't understand what you said.
Huh? Hello?
I think he said when.
Yeah, when are they up for election?
Okay.
Hello, Michael. Welcome. I just brought you up as speaker. We go in turns here. You see the little icon in the bottom left. You'll be able to raise your hand to request hands up, and we go in turn. You're very welcome. Thanks for coming up, Michael. Sorry for muting you. Just said I'd give you the rundown of how we do things, but you are very welcome. And next in the line, I believe, was Ukrainian. Go ahead. Then we'll have Marcus and Fancy.
Oh, I was just going to, you know, just because of the way that my brain works and things like that. I hope I can find it. But anyway, I was thinking about these how the Russians have infiltrated our government, or so it seems. Not really, I guess. But anyway, I Googled McCarthy, communism, Russian asset. And I came across a quote by Truman that McCarthy was the greatest Kremlin asset the US ever had, or something like that. It was, I can't find it now, but it was kind of interesting to see, or for me to read, that this isn't a brand new, not that people don't know that, but that it's not a brand new thing. Russian infiltration into our politics. Still scary, but
Infiltration is not a new thing in the United States at all. It's just not very well discussed or talked publicly there. During the Second World War, the German Abwehr, so their army intelligence, penetrated northeast Florida quite successfully by infiltration from U-boat. They came up the beaches, they recovered the stashes that had been left, documents, explosives, and weapons, and then made their way to the northern cities in preparation for the land invasion or for terror attacks to weaken the American enemy from within. So there is quite a long history of infiltration and penetration of the United States, but equally long is the tradition of free people resisting and maintaining the republic here and democracy overseas. So you're quite right to mention it, Ukraine, and we should keep it in mind. Freedom is not given. It doesn't come to you in the birth. It's not with right. You're not born with freedom. You must maintain it and tend the garden or it won't be yours to pass on. Next, I believe, was Fancy, Marcus, but Tracy, I see you. Go ahead, Tracy, first.
Thank you, Benesto. Just one quick thing. Norway will provide Ukraine with 10 additional NASAMS air defense systems and 4 control points, according to the country's Minister of Defense.
Fantastic. And I think Norway will be known for not just making empty promises. Like when they say we will deliver, they may be talking about something that might have been delivered or might be delivered tomorrow, or they're not usually quite vague. When they speak, it is because it is complete. So that's magnificent news. Thank you, Tracy. Fancy.
Hey, David, you can't fool me with this Bernesto name. I always notice you by your voice and by your spirit. Anyways, I wanted to come up early already this week, but every time when I'm in Ukraine, I fail to join the Twitter space. It's like a curse. It's like don't manage to come up because from day till evening, I'm just running around. Anyways, I wanted to say to Johannes, my perception of the situation and the mood is, of course, it's difficult and people are partially scared, but I think the will to victory is still unbroken. That's my perception. I've personally been in some cyber defense thingy and perceived big ambition and will for victory, and I met lots of people with enthusiasm still. So while of course there is always some difficulties, especially in times of leadership changes, etc., it's in no country, in no democracy, you will find 100% of people agreeing, 100% of people being happy. There's always going to be a mix, and especially difficult times create, difficult situations, create difficult and somber mood at times. But in general, I think Ukrainians will never give up. That's the feeling I get. Even if the United States, if United States should kind of like falter, I don't think that Ukrainians will ever give up. We'll find a different solution. Like Europe and Ukraine will find a way. Those supporting Ukraine will find a way to victory. Whatever is there. Let's not forget that Russia's economy is smaller than Italy's economy. So technically, that's how we can beat Russia. We have enough resources. We have enough capacities. We need to do more, of course. It doesn't come for free and automatically. But if those who are supporting Ukrainians and those who are willing enough to support it are putting in all their efforts, I'm convinced we win against Russia. Simply because, like what's in for Ukraine is survival. What's in for Russia is just some territorial gains they're trying to conquer. And those who fight for survival always have the bigger will to win. So that's what I think. And then Ukraine has shown quite some successful strikes, successful tactics. For instance, with reducing the Russian refined oil output capacities by 30% or so already with their attacks, right? Let's not forget that Russia cannot, in the long run, will struggle with its oil fields similar to Venezuela. It doesn't come immediately, but the effects are felt, and Ukraine started really to attack this oil and gas infrastructure, and Russia is hurting from this. So I think Ukraine is figuring out the right ways, right? Like it's not as, like the impact is not as sensational, like we always in the news want to see some huge fires, some tremendous terror, that retaliation can affect. But it's not about this, like we are not Russians, Ukrainians are not Russians. Ukrainians are using their attacks incredibly effective, and it's not always something that will have great effect on the news, like some Hollywood movie or something. So while Russia is like always creating big casualties that make for a great show on the news, right? Ukraine doesn't do that, but Ukraine strikes effectively, and their attacks, they are precise, and I think it's only going to improve. And we need to help those who want to help Ukraine. Just need to do more, and I think we can do more. And thank you, Johannes, for going to Ukraine and helping them. I think it's people like you on the space, people like us, who just need to keep on pushing. We need to give everything because we are pro-Ukraine. We need to give everything and we'll win, and Ukrainians will win because they don't give up. I don't notice that anyone has doubts. And something else, like I saw that Nathaniel Fick, who is like some cyber defense guy from the US, he was here. The Americans I spoke to were in, I would say, good and supportive mood, right? So while we see some mixed voices always from the media, those Americans here I talked to, they seem quite supportive. They seem
Exactly. Fancy, I want to
Yeah.
jump in and say exactly that's the point. Exactly that, because
Go ahead.
this vote is important. No, but just this vote today is important for future aid. But aid is continuing to flow through the already established channels and funded channels. And it was said at the start of this conflagration, this most recent invasion, that why are the United States not moving quicker? Many reasons, but there was also an effort put in to rallying the troops in our allies. So convincing Germany to become more militaristic, convincing Japan that perhaps it was time to have a vote and change their constitution. And we see that tree that was planted and carefully watered is now bearing fruit when, unfortunately, on our side of the alliance here in the United States, it seems some, not all, some small minority of our Republican friends don't seem to want to vote for American jobs in manufacturing, in arms factories. That will be the first time ever in American history. I don't think it'll stay that way. I'll point out America is good at making guns and selling them to other people. I hope we continue to excel at that, and that tonight's vote recognizes that the competition now for American manufacturing jobs in defense is not merely South Korea or some other nations in the world. It is now Germany, Italy, Japan, Great Britain, Sweden, Norway, Finland, anyone else is starting to make munitions. And this competition means we will respond in the American way, I hope. But thank you, Fancy. We're about to hand over, I think, Tracy. So I'll just duck out, say, thank you very much, everybody. Slava Ukraini, remain steadfast, stay here, stay repeating and retweeting the space. Thank you very much, Sloan.
Thank you very much, Ernesto. Yes, we are moving because we have guests coming. So please retweet the guest card and let everybody know that we have a guest coming. And I'm going to say hello, Tim, and welcome.
Hey, how are we doing? How are we doing? Right, we're just doing a little switcheroo. And we should be joined by Mr. Uriel Epstein of the RDI very shortly, once he's figured out the app. So bear with me, please, Tracy. I'm just going to get myself situated, and in fact, I'll do Slavi first. How about that? So Slavi will come up, and then you will be free to disappear.
Thank you so much, Tim. So I will take this opportunity to say thank you so much, everybody. It's been enjoyable spending this hour with you. Please stick around and listen to this very important interview. And of course, make sure you share the space and the card with everybody. We would appreciate that. And so would everybody else looking to find the space. And welcome, Slavi. Hello.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much, Tracy, for saying share the space. Guys, we need you to share the space. This is going to be a fantastic interview, lots of information. So if I could get at least 100 of you to share the space, that would be great. All right, let's get the title going as well.
Okie dokie. Why don't you fix the title, Slavy, and we'll just go for a couple of questions while we're waiting for Uriel. Okay, Marcus, shoot.
Hi, everyone. So this morning, Cece mentioned the importance of us calling, Americans calling their representatives. When I say us, it's because if you have a representative democracy, and you see Cece telling her fellow Americans to call her representatives, you should be calling yours. I call mine in Canada, right? We should all be calling our representatives because America is not the only person that needs to protect humanity, right? So, but in particular today, there's an important vote in the Senate. So we should all remember that this is critical path for Ukraine, but it's not just Ukraine. It's our children or grandchildren or brothers and sisters who will be in the Baltic countries when an empowered Russia slams into them if they happen to beat Ukraine. And not only would they beat Ukraine, if they did so, they would do what the Soviet Union used to do, which is absorb everything around it like a weird movie blob and turn those human beings and their weapons into weapons that they can use against other human beings. So that would be all of the innovation the Ukraine's come up with to defend herself. So don't just call for Ukraine, although that is a worthy reason to call. Call to protect everyone around you and the rest of the world as well. Because right now, Ukraine's fighting on the front lines for all of us. So let's get it going. From now to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, let's crush it.
Thank you very much, Marcus. We must switch topics now because we have been joined by Uriel Epstein of the Renew Democracy Initiative. Uriel, welcome. How's your audio?
Wonderful to join you. Good, I hope, if you can hear me.
You're absolutely perfect. And so is your audio. Haha, see what I did there? Okay, so I thought we'd start with a quick round of introductions. So Uriel, could you please introduce yourself and give us a kind of quick and dirty overview of your work at the RDI?
Yep. So my name is Uriel Epstein. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Renew Democracy Initiative. For those who aren't familiar, RDI was founded back in 2017. It was founded by Garry Kasparov, chess grandmaster and prominent Vladimir Putin opponent. And it was actually founded very much with a view towards the US, right? The idea, this was shortly after the election of Donald Trump in 2016. And the idea essentially was that democracy, freedom, and so forth were under threat in the US. And so Gary actually brought together a group of folks whom he semi-jokingly referred to as refugees from the Wall Street Journal. So these are folks like Bret Stephens, Ann Applebaum, Max Boot, and a few others. And they all came together in kind of a club that they would call, I think, the Sane Club. And they were joined by a few others in the center left. And, you know, that's kind of how RDI began. I joined in late 2018 as the first employee. And since then, sort of, we've gone through a number of different iterations. But ultimately, the purpose of the organization has actually gotten much broader than where we began, because what happened was that we realized that democracy was under threat and freedom was under threat, not only in the United States, but it was under threat around the world, and that this wasn't just a domestic question. Right? It wasn't just that there are these trends within these countries that were threatening elements of democracy, but that there were dictators and authoritarian leaders and wannabe authoritarian leaders who were actively doing whatever they could to threaten.
Did we just lose Uriel, or was that me?
Oh, I think that was you, Tim. I could hear him.
Oh, I
Sorry,
beg your
one
pardon.
second, Uriel.
I'll recycle. I do beg your pardon. I'm having audio issues here.
All right, all good. Sorry, go ahead, Uriel.
No worries. So yeah, so as I was saying, authoritarian leaders around the world, not big fans of democracy. Maybe some of you saw that last night during what I actually thought was an incredibly boring interview between Tucker and Putin. But the idea that I think a lot of people were missing, though, was that dictators aren't just in it by themselves, right? Dictators collaborate. They work together, and therefore the free world must also collaborate, must also work together. And that is now the mission of the Renew Democracy Initiative. We seek to unmask and confront the international alliance of dictators. And in so doing, we want to inspire people in the US and in other free countries to value and defend their own democracies. We are an idea advocacy organization. We do conversations like this one. We put out articles and videos and other such things. And we try to organize people in sort of very targeted, very specific ways, ranging from, bringing the former British Prime Minister Liz Truss to the U.S., who, and as folks may or may not know, she's quite right wing and in fact very much a Trump ally. But former Prime Minister Truss and other kind of right wing members of the Tory party are very much they understand the value of defending Ukraine and defending other parts of the free world that are under threat by dictators. And so what we wanted to do was bring them to the US and have them talk to Republicans and in Congress and beyond, and try to get them to sort of understand from a conservative point of view the value of defending Ukraine. And so we met with something like 25 members of Congress and had a whole host of these sorts of conversations to try to move the needle. I believe part of the conversation today will focus around a report that we put out called Making Putin Pay, which is all about the necessity for confiscating Russian state assets in the U.S. and sort of the rest of the G7. Russia has roughly $300 billion in assets, and we believe it's absolutely critical that those assets, which are currently frozen and gathering dust, actually go and help Ukraine win, especially in light of the fact that much of the aid that should be going to Ukraine has been frozen due to a sclerotic and depressing political process. And we do a number of other special projects of that nature. And last but not least, we have also provided just over $10 million in humanitarian support for frontline communities in Ukraine.
That's fantastic. You've mentioned something there that's of great interest to me as someone coming from the conservative side who is also a supporter of Ukraine, and that is, convincing the fruitier end of the Republican Party to support Ukraine. What's your elevator pitch for that? Right. So you meet a MAGA guy on the left. What do you say?
The fruitier end of the Republican Party. I got to say, I love the British accent. I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe it quite like that. Fruitier end of the Republican Party. It's an apt description. It's good. So what do you say to a MAGA guy in a lift? Well, it depends, right? I think it really depends on where they're coming from and what their focus is. So there are those on the right for whom religion is a significant priority, right? And they're very concerned about the safety of Christians. And so the Russians have very intelligently, unfortunately, targeted those folks with propaganda and disinformation around Ukrainian treatment of Christians in Ukrainian territory. And they specifically talk about kind of the Russian Orthodox Church and so forth, with no mention, of course, of the fact that in Ukraine, the Orthodox Church is split and that the Russian Orthodox Church is, for all intents and purposes, an extension of the Kremlin. And so if it were someone who's motivated by religion, I would focus on religion. And I would talk about how Christians are in fact protected in Ukraine. I would explain the difference between the Russian Orthodox Church and the normal Orthodox Church. And I would talk about Russian treatment of Protestants and how Jehovah's Witnesses and others in Russia are deemed extremist sects and are persecuted and attacked. So that's sort of one line of argumentation that could be used. Another line, and this is actually very common, and quite frankly, the Biden administration has not done a good job of explaining this at all. When people hear that we're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine, they are literally envisioning bags of money being sent to Ukraine, right? I hear this when I hear JD Vance talk and others. They're envisioning these bags of money to Ukraine. That's not actually what's happening. Instead, and this has to be explained, I think, to more and more people, what we're doing, the money, the dollar figures that are being referenced here, this is not money that's actually going to Ukraine. First of all, we actually don't give Ukraine very much cash. Instead, we give them metal. right? We give them tanks, we give them artillery, we give them shells, things that it's fairly difficult to embezzle, things that it's fairly difficult to hide. But but we're also, we're not giving them, like, whenever we say we've given Ukraine $1 billion of aid, we have not actually given them $1 billion of military aid. Instead, what we've done is we've given them 30-year-old equipment that has been sitting unused in the desert somewhere, and we have replaced it for America, for us, with $1 billion worth of military equipment. So to Ukraine, I mean, in terms of like honest value, they might have received half of that, right? Like $500 million, because 30 years of depreciation will take its toll. And the actual cost, that the actual dollar figure that's being referenced in the news is the cost of replacing that equipment and modernizing the American military. So that's sort of an important point number two. And there are a whole number of other things, again, depending on what folks are interested in. So I hear people talk about how Vladimir Putin is this great Christian defender of the white race or whatever. And honestly, once somebody goes down that path, I think it's generally unlikely that they are convincible, to the extent that it's feasible. I mean, obviously, you look at Putin's use of Chechnya and the Chechen warlord Ramzan Kadyrov in his invasion of Ukraine. You look at Putin's treatment of women, children, and so forth. These are not the actions of someone who is actually living by the Christian faith. And last but not least, actually, I do find another argument to be sort of relevant, which is I find that people don't really fully comprehend the scale of the kidnapping of Ukrainian children into Russian territory. That's something that is just not sufficiently discussed. And those times when I do bring it up and I'm able to, show clear evidence that Russia is essentially committing genocide by trying to steal Ukraine's youth, most people are human and they react to that, right? Like that's something that normal people rebel against, right? This idea that you could steal children away from their families, their mothers, their fathers, and take them into Russia and try to Russify them, which there's more than enough evidence, tragically, that Putin is doing. So I think some combination of those arguments, to the extent that it's feasible, and then you can go beyond that in terms of geopolitical arguments and pointing out that Russia would invade other countries, if it succeeds in Ukraine and so forth. But I'll be honest that I found the geopolitical arguments less successful than the sort of cultural, emotional type arguments.
I guess when it comes to the geopolitical arguments, right, there's probably more room for disagreement, right? So reasonable people can disagree, I think, about the geopolitical consequences of a Ukrainian defeat, right? Whereas reasonable people cannot disagree that it is wrong to kidnap children.
Yes, exactly. And also, I think, people ultimately, we make decisions based on emotion, right? And for some of us, like for myself, right, when I actually do infuse geopolitical things with emotion, but most people don't. And so when you start talking about the geopolitics of the situation, when you start talking about, well, Russia could invade Lithuania or, whatever, it doesn't have the same emotional heft that talking about kidnapped children does, or the persecution of Christians. So people don't react as strongly to it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's interesting what you said about, how to realize you've come across an unconvincible person. And I think the people who are kind of on the edge of the alt-right, okay, so they can utter an absolute shibboleth, right? If their opening line is, well, this Jew Zelensky, right, then you're not talking to somebody who operates on our plane of reality, right? That guy's in the weeds, right? But if you're talking to somebody who is quite socially conservative, as you say, you can point out that the way Putin behaves is not the behavior of a Christian man, and also the outcomes, the social outcomes that his state produces in Russia itself are not those things that social conservatives typically value.
Well,
looking at, I don't know, I mean, anything, right? Levels of religiosity, teenage pregnancy, abortion rates, divorce rates, all of this stuff that social conservatives care about.
Prostitution, alcoholism, the murder rate.
Absolutely. I've just got a final question on this topic before I hand you over to Slavi, who I'm sure is keen to get stuck in. The kidnapping of Ukrainian children, do we have numbers on that?
I've seen conflicting reports. Give me just a second. I was actually just we're pulling together a response this morning to Tucker's interview, and I actually did pull these statistics together. One moment. So the Kremlin reported, so this is in July of 2023, the Kremlin itself reported that it had relocated 700,000 Ukrainian children to Russia. Now, as a general rule, I do not believe anything the Kremlin says, but in this instance, even if that's somewhere within that ballpark, 700,000 Ukrainian children represents over 1.5% of Ukraine's entire pre-war population, right? Kids and adults alike. So that's a pretty scary number.
It is a scary number. Now, I'm playing devil's advocate here because I'd be very interested to hear your take. Is there any legitimacy to this, right? Relocating children away from war zones in order to protect them. Is there the slightest whiff of good faith about this at all?
I mean, in general, whenever we're talking about the Kremlin, the question of good faith is not one that one could legitimately make. But let's take this. Let's address this question from the point of view of someone who doesn't have the same priors as it relates to Kremlin, right? Because it is actually not entirely uncommon practice, right? Like the occupying power or during a war, it's not uncommon practice to send children away and to try to protect them from combat. But when you do that, there are a few norms that you must maintain. Number one, you have to keep track of who these kids are and where their families are. You have to make good faith efforts to try to locate and maintain connection between them and their families, right? Number one. Number two, you have to try to keep them fairly close, geographically speaking, to where they're from. In other words, right, if you took a child from Mariupol, you should not be sending them to the far reaches of Russia, near Siberia or wherever. You should be trying to keep them, fairly close to where they're from so that they can ultimately return and be reunited with their families. Now, Russia, of course, is not doing any of that. What Russia's doing is they're taking kids and they are immediately putting them into the adoption process, trying to get Russian families to adopt them, and they're trying to have that happen as far away as possible from the place where the kids were taken. They, needless to say, do not keep track of who those kids' parents are and who their families are. They make no efforts to try to reunite them with those families. And then they immediately put those kids into quote unquote re-education camps. And now some of this, there are nuances here where, in some cases, in places like Mariupol or other places where Russia is very much the occupying power, what they'll do is they will try to convince Ukrainian parents, families that are quite frankly on the verge of starvation or, are not in particularly good shape, that they can, that look, let's take your kids to a summer camp for a few weeks, or let's take them someplace else to learn, or to have some fun away from war or whatever. And tragically, those families that either feel like they have no choice or are otherwise convinced to do so, they may find it challenging to get those kids back, right? And those kids are immediately going to go through re-education efforts. They're going to be, they're going to try to de-Ukrainianize them. They're going to try to Russify them. It's really just incredibly cynical what Putin is doing. I mean, this is Orwellian in kind of the worst, most depressing way that something can be Orwellian.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Uriel. That's absolutely fascinating. I could talk about this all night, but I think Slavi has got some questions for you. So Slavi, take it away.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Uriel, thank you so much for being here. Absolutely thrilled that you're here and talking to us about it. And so RDI made a fantastic report on, it's called Making Putin Pay. And I linked it in the chat for you guys in the purple pill. to take a look at it. It is quite elaborate, 120 pages, but it's very detailed.
There's
And it's
we do have a summary. There's a 5-page
yes,
summary, so you don't have to read all 120 pages.
yes, absolutely. It's called the executive report, and it's basically on the 300 billion of Russia's frozen assets. Uriel, why hasn't this been done before? Let's start with that, with the transfer.
Why hasn't this been done before? You mean in this particular instance?
Yes, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's any number of reasons, right? I mean, let's assume best case scenario, then there are legal questions from the beginning of like, what, can you confiscate Russian state assets in that are left in the free world? And I think those legal questions, quite frankly, our report answers fairly convincingly that yes, in fact, we can that the International Economic Emergency Powers Act does give the president the legal right to do this, and so forth. So first, there's but I actually think the more legitimate questions, the more serious ones, are the political ones, and those are ultimately the ones that need to be overcome. It's political concerns. So everything ranging from like the just psychological of like, well, this has only been done before once, as far as I know, after the first Gulf War. It's not something that's done frequently, so there's just kind of a lot of inertia around it. But then beyond that, there's genuine concern, whether rightful or wrongful, but genuine concern around threats of de-dollarization, right? In other words, if we do this, will other countries be so concerned about keeping their assets in dollars that they will seek alternative stores of value in international markets, right? So that's possible. I think we address that concern, and I'm happy to address it now. But that is a concern. And then there are other concerns, just more broadly, of like, well, what happens if we do this, right? Like, what will the international implications be? How will Russia react? Is this escalatory? In other words, it's kind of all the same waffling that we've seen preceding every major weapons transfer to Ukraine, right? So prior to giving Ukraine HIMARS, a lot of waffling over HIMARS being a heavy weapon system. Prior to giving Ukraine tanks, a lot of waffling. And ultimately, when finally we give them F-16s, we've seen the same waffling. And so, unfortunately, I think it is been somewhat the nature of the free world to waffle extensively before ultimately doing what has to be done. It's almost like kind of the guy who's afraid to jump into the pool because the water's cold, so they'll go in bit by bit by bit. Eventually they'll finally go all the way in, but it sure would have been a hell of a lot easier and quicker if they had just jumped in. And in this case, of course, if we had just jumped in, then the results would have been, tens of thousands of lives saved, and a war presumably significantly shortened.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that in today's day and age, that my least favorite word is escalation, where a sovereign country, is defending itself, and they're saying it's escalation. It's absolutely bizarre to me. Um, so
Sorry, yeah.
yeah, no, I just said how Ukraine is trying to defend itself, and the West keeps saying, "Oh, well, it's escalatory." I just think it's ridiculous when it's for defense.
Yeah,
If anything, it's Russia that's always escalating.
and there's a really interesting thing in game theory, right? Where you have this kind of state where you have like an insane person negotiating with a sane person, and in game theory, the insane person actually usually wins, precisely because they're insane. And so the famous example in game theory is you have a parent, right, who dies and who leaves his children, let's say for the sake of simplicity, $1,000, right? And he has 2 kids, and he says, "Listen, I leave you this $1,000, but only if the 2 of you can agree on how to split it." And so if you have two sane people, right, like normally they'll be, all right, cool, like let's split it 50-50, right? Like that's pretty reasonable. But if you have one reasonable person and one insane person, the insane person can be like, you know what? No, I want 90. I want 90%. You can take 10%. I want 90%. Otherwise, I'm not agreeing and we'll both lose the money, right? And the reason I say that is because the insane person, he doesn't care, right? If he loses the money, like, yeah, fine, whatever, it's $1,000, I don't care. Meanwhile, the sane person will realize like, okay, well, you know, $100 is better than $0. Therefore, it's in my interest to accept this deal. And in such a way, the person who is less reasonable ends up winning the negotiation. And what I see frequently in conversations with Russia is something along these lines playing out, where the Kremlin actually does a very careful job. They want Putin to appear to be unpredictable, to appear to be insane. Like they want there to be questions in the world of whether or not Putin will use nuclear weapons. They want that because it leads Western politicians and Western leaders into this kind of self-deterrence. And you know, there are strategies to deal with that. And in my view, one of the biggest is to be very clear, very united, and fairly assertive. Where at this point, we have seen that it is not in Putin's interest, you know, to escalate indefinitely, right? In other words, every previous red line that we said was a red line, right? Whether it's NATO expansion or heavy weapons or tanks or whatever, we found that these are not, in fact, red lines. In the sense that there's nothing more Putin can do. So, you know, we talked about giving HIMARS. So HIMARS, that's escalatory. We can't do it. We give HIMARS, Putin doesn't react because he can't react. Tanks, he can't really react to that. Finland joining NATO and doubling the border of NATO with Russia, you know, and how given that the entire argument, or one of Putin's core arguments for invading Ukraine was the possible expansion of NATO, when NATO's border actually does double with Russia, what does Putin say? Basically nothing. That there's nothing for him to like. He says, "Look, I'm not concerned about it." And that, by the way, that's actually a quote. You can look and see what he said when it was announced that Finland was joining NATO. So all of this to say that I think this whole escalatory conversation is just infuriating to me because we are giving Putin far more power than what he actually has. And if we were to be honest with ourselves, we'd recognize that we have a much stronger hand. And for us to keep folding this hand is, I mean, it's just shameful. It's infuriating to see so many people have to die and to see the free world have to fray at the edges because our leaders don't have the confidence of their own convictions.
It's kind of reminds me a bit of when I play poker, Uriel. Now, I don't fully understand the rules of poker. So when I play poker, I actually quite frequently win because everybody else is playing a game that I'm not really playing.
Yeah, that's right. And in the long run, you'll lose, right? Like if you were to play 100 games of poker, you would, on average, over the course of 100 games, you would lose. But on any one game or any couple of games, you could absolutely win because you're just you're not behaving the way that a professional poker player would expect you to behave. And that's what Putin is doing. But the fact that he's doing it in game after game after game, you know, in interaction after interaction after interaction, and the West continues to fall for it, it's really quite demoralizing.
Yeah. Uriel, about this reports and the red lines. So Kremlin is arguing that it's sovereign immunity. And there's a whole talk about this. Is this legal or is this illegal?
So sovereign immunity applies when you go through the courts, right? So if Biden were to go to an American court, a European court, any court, or anyone were to go to any court, and they were to say, well, we want to confiscate Russian state assets and give them over to Ukraine, then Russia could absolutely invoke sovereign immunity, and that would not work. which is why our report, the Renew Democracy Initiative's report, does not recommend going through the courts. We do not believe that there is a remedy here through the judicial system, not in the US, not in other countries, because anytime you go that route, you will run up against issues of sovereign immunity, and we just don't see how realistically that would be in any reasonable time frame surmounted. So instead, what we recommend, what our report puts forth, is under the legal framework of this act that Congress passed a few decades ago, called the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. And under that act, we believe that the president has the authority to confiscate these state assets. And there are a few different prerequisites for that, and you can kind of look to the details of that in the report. But basically, the president needs to announce that this is in fact an emergency. And that was announced years ago now when the invasion first began. And then there are a couple of other things that need to be met, and then the president can confiscate these assets. So under American law, this is 100% legal. And as I think listeners may know, as you guys may know, the Congress is currently debating the Repo Act. Recently, it was passed out of committee by Senator Risch and Senator Whitehouse. And we applaud that, and we think that's great, and we hope that this act passes, and this act would give even more authority to the White House to take this action. But we don't actually believe it's technically necessary. We believe President Biden could take this action today if he so desired. From an international point of view, there's a separate question of well, is it legal under international law? Now, international law is one of those things that is incredibly difficult to define, and you can make any number of arguments around kind of international law and the extent to which countries subscribe to it, follow it, and so forth. We argue that under the doctrine of countermeasures, which is a doctrine under international law, this would be kosher. This would be able to move forward. And what this doctrine essentially says is that you are allowed to take an action that would normally be considered illegal, but you are allowed to take that action if the subject of that action is in itself behaving in an illegal manner, right? If it is itself trying to attack the international order, international law, then in order to bring it back into compliance with international law, you are allowed to take actions that would otherwise be deemed illegal. And needless to say, Russia is very much behaving out of compliance with international law, and therefore this action would be legal under that doctrine.
So I've got a couple of questions about that, if I can jump in. Wouldn't using this act simply get bogged down in the courts, or is it kind of confiscation first, work out the legal details later? So would Russia have to basically sue to get their assets back, or would the whole process freeze, or what would actually happen? Because I can see the lawyers getting their teeth stuck into this one.
I've spoken with enough lawyers to know that that's a real threat. And, basically what it comes down to is simply taking the action and letting it get worked out after. I mean, we believe that there is a very clear legal basis for this action to be taken. Larry Tribe, with whom we partnered on this report, Professor Lawrence Tribe of Harvard, is one of the foremost constitutional scholars in the U.S., very well regarded nationally, internationally. He led the effort to sort of pull together this report. And therefore, we believe that there's very, very firm legal grounding for this. Now, will there be legal challenges to it? Of course. We have no doubt that there would be. But, that's one of those things where, Russia can sue if and when it wants. It is more than welcome to. But, that's not going to change the fact that we should go ahead and confiscate those assets now and then, respond with whatever lawsuits Russia wants to try to bring later.
Thank you, Ariel. I could just see this just getting frozen, right? But anyway,
it's one of those things where we should try to move. We should not self-deter, right? Could it get frozen? Absolutely, it could. But it's also we should be using every single arrow in our quiver. And so if we could try to move this forward now, great. And then if it gets challenged and if the lawyers try to prevent it from moving forward, then we can deal with that as needed. but we shouldn't stop ourselves from acting now for fear of how someone else might respond.
Absolutely, that's entirely logical. I've a final question before I hand you back to Slavi. Why does the position of the position of the Biden administration seem to be that this is illegal? I mean, I remember reading Janet Yellen just straight up came out and said, "This is not legal. We cannot do this."
I don't think Secretary Yellen's position is quite as strong today as it was a little while back. I remember famously about a year ago, she was coming back from Ukraine, and she said something about how it would require like an army of lawyers to figure it out. Well, one, we've tried to do some of her work for her, right, by working with Professor Tribe and his team at Kaplan, Hecker, and Fink, and sort of set out the legal framework. Why does the administration think it's not legal? I mean, I don't think the administration. I'll say I don't think the administration thinks it's not legal. I think the administration is hesitant for political reasons, and I think kind of saying something about questionable legality or whatever. It's a convenient thing to blame, but I don't actually think that's the case. Like, I think Secretary Yellen's concerns are much more around questions of de-dollarization, questions of inertia, of just the fact that like the Treasury Department is never keen to do stuff like this. And that, by the way, is true of sanctions policy in general, right? Like the Treasury Department is never particularly excited to get behind aggressive sanctions. And that's just the nature of the Treasury Department. Their goal is to maintain perfectly smooth functioning of all markets, trade, and so forth. And sanctions, by definition, are a kink in that. And basically, you have to determine if the trade-off is worth it, right? Is the goal of whatever sanction you're trying to impose in order to get another state to behave differently worth the cost to us as the United States and the cost to the world in the form of sort of potential minor or marginal or sometimes not so minor disruptions to trade worth it? And so the Treasury Department is almost always on the side of, well, we should be trying to prioritize smooth and effective functioning of any and all financial actions, transactions, and so forth over the sort of political, geopolitical, moral, ethical goals of X or Y sanctions policy. So that's sort of like the institutional bias of the Treasury Department. And Janet Yellen, I think, very much fits in with that. So apologies for the rambling answer, but ultimately, I don't think it's a legal question, and I think the administration recognizes that it's not a legal question. I think the administration is more concerned over what they perceive to be the significant international political risks of taking this decision rather than the legal foundations for it.
An army of lawyers, also known as the United States Treasury Department.
Yes, precisely. It seems like they have an army of lawyers.
Thank you, Uriel. Slavi.
Yeah, thank you. So where are we at with it right now? Are we waiting on somebody to approve anything? I just want to kind of get a timeline where we're at with this.
Well, the timeline is we don't know yet, actually. So basically, the administration they have started making some noise about moving in the right direction, right? And it's certainly been helpful that people like Zelikow, Zelik, Larry Summers, and others have spoken out aggressively in support of this action. And increasingly, we've started hearing more and more noise from the Biden administration around the possibility of confiscating Russian assets, especially, quite frankly, given the utter inefficacy. There are some other choice words I could use about what's going on in Congress. So I think the longer Congress goes without passing a Ukraine aid package, the more the likelihood of the administration taking this action increases. It is my belief, it's the belief of the Renew Democracy Initiative, that the two things are not mutually exclusive, that Congress should obviously pass the supplemental and the president should confiscate Russian assets. We believe that the two should really go hand in hand. But, realistically, within the political sort of situation of today, my sense is like if Congress doesn't get its act together and doesn't pass this bill in the next few weeks, I think you're going to start seeing more and more serious conversations at the level of the cabinet and the president about taking this action. I will say some of the promising elements are that even Secretary Yellen actually has approvingly spoken of Belgium's decision to confiscate the interest earned on the Russian principal, the principal of Russian assets that they hold. So they're not yet ready to confiscate the assets themselves, but they are ready to confiscate the interest on those assets in what they call a windfall tax. And so, you heard Yellen speak approvingly of that. And so, again, I think as this moves forward, I think this is inevitable. I think this will happen. It's a question of when, not if. But again, it's just it needs to happen sooner rather than later. I mean, Ukraine cannot afford to wait. The longer this drags on, the more difficult the situation becomes on the ground. And so that's something that we at RDI have been trying our best to communicate to our interlocutors, sort of anywhere and everywhere in DC.
And sorry, a point of clarification on the Belgium situation, Uriel. I thought the situation there, and I may be wrong, so do forgive me, was that Belgium has a withholding tax on dividends that it charges, and they have decided that they will forward the proceeds of that tax for the Russian portfolio to Ukraine. I didn't think this was actually a new or an active measure, particularly. Am I wrong?
That you may be right. I'll be honest that my read on the specific details of the Belgian case are a bit limited. So something worth actually hold on. So I'm just quickly double checking on this. So basically, it looks that Belgium expects to use roughly the $2.4 billion in tax on frozen assets, sort of as you noted, to help fund Ukraine. So it's not something where they're going over and above. My understanding originally had been that they were also going to be passing along interest on that principle. I have to see if I can find the article or the analysis that led me to believe that. So I will get back to you on the situation of the principal, but you're definitely right that it's planning on using the tax to fund Ukraine.
Well, I mean, there's no legal or even moral difference between confiscating interest and confiscating principal, right? They're both
Correct.
the property. They're both the property of the bondholder. So they're not conceding. By confiscating the principal, they're not conceding any principal, if you'll pardon the expression, by that they haven't already conceded by confiscating the coupons, if indeed that's what they've done. But I think this is a tax fiddle thing.
Yeah, so this is interesting. I'm just looking at some of the quotes here. So Brussels said, quote, "We only needed EU approval to use the interest. We are simply applying the Belgian tax code, which is our competence," a spokesperson for Prime Minister Alexander De Croo said. And so far you are right that it looks like they're primarily, although it seems actually it seems like the change and again I have to look into some of the details here. It looks like part of the change may also be that Belgium has more aggressively pursued taxes on any interest or any gains that the Russian state assets have made. But anyway, your underlying point I think is important to note, because I will say I've heard a lot of people talk about how maybe we look into giving the interest away, or trying to find alternatives. And one of the key points that our report actually makes is, look, we've already frozen these assets, right? Like Russia cannot use these assets in any way, shape, or form. And so to then to say that somehow confiscating them is just fundamentally different from freezing them, when everybody understands that Russia is almost certainly never getting these assets back, because the conditions that have already been made clear for in order to unfreeze these assets are things that the Putin regime would never agree to. And so I think there's a fair bit of so it's kind of an open question as to, well, what additional risks are would arise from us confiscating rather than just freezing. And something that Professor Tribe kind of, an argument that Professor Tribe made, I think, very clearly, was that, look, we have, by freezing these assets, we have already crossed the Rubicon. And the fact that we continue to self-deter is pretty concerning, because we've already incurred whatever damage we would incur, right? Whatever additional damage or additional risk we would take on by actually going through with confiscation would be fairly marginal. Like, the bulk of it has already happened, and yet we have not allowed ourselves or the Ukrainians to enjoy the benefits of having incurred that risk, or the bulk of that risk. So I think that's sort of also a key point to be made.
I think a final note on that, something that I think it was Marcus, who's here on the panel, that suggested on this space was, well, why don't they confiscate the proceeds from any securities lending and borrowing activity that the custodians are undertaking on the Russian accounts? Again, that is the same thing, right? If you have a securities lending and borrowing agreement, then half of the yield from that activity is the property of the bondholder. So again, these are things that are basically asking the government to do what amounts to confiscating things from Russia, right? So there's no question of degree here. You either concede the principle or you don't.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Slowly.
Yeah, I mean, I know some countries are doing it already, taking Russian assets and kind of, I mean, just recently we're seeing it in Croatia. They confiscated the guy's yacht and donated it to Ukraine. They caught him in the beginning of the war. I'm sorry, I'm blanking right now. But so what? Zelensky is under the impression that it's going to get done this year, and I mean, he's very vocal about getting it done this year.
Sorry,
Is
getting
that
what done this year?
the 300 billion in frozen assets transferred? He's been extremely vocal about it in Davos. Is that a legitimate kind of thought to have, or he's just pushing it to get it at least started?
I mean, I think it's certainly possible. I wouldn't discount that possibility. Like I said already, in the U.S. So in the U.S., we have actually one of the smallest reserves of Russian state assets. So originally, if you look at the Central Bank of Russia report from the end of December of 2021, prior to the invasion, they show $38 billion in the U.S. But so far, the U.S. government has only been able to identify, I think, between 5 and 8 billion. So there's an open question as to whether Russia simply withdrew the rest, or whether the U.S. government has failed to locate or failed to announce the rest, or whatever it is. But in I think there is a decent chance that this happens in the U.S. in the next couple months, and I think it partially depends on Congress. So, in other words, if Congress does not pass aid to Ukraine in a timely manner, I think that likelihood increases, because I think the administration does ultimately recognize the need to continue to support Ukraine with some assets. And I think if the U.S. does it, I think it increases pressure and the likelihood that this will be done in the EU and the UK, so Europe and the UK. Whether it'll be done this year, as President Zelensky has stated, I certainly hope he's right. I certainly hope so. I would put it well within the realm of possibility. I don't know if it's so likely that I would say it's like 60% or more likely to happen. But I would definitely give it at least a 50% chance likelihood that this year a significant percentage of that 300 billion will at least start going into the process of being handed over to Ukraine, right? That doesn't mean that it will actually be handed over, right away, because I think that they're going to have to develop a mechanism for that money to be transferred. But I think it's not unlikely that a process will be set up this year for a substantial portion of that 300 billion.
Yeah, I believe I was reading that it would the system would be it would be put in some kind of trust. Um,
Hmm.
yeah. What form are these assets in, and do they need to be liquidated, and how long would that take?
Good question. I'll be honest that I'm not going to be able to answer it to that level of detail. What we know is that, the bulk of these assets are being held in local banks in G7 countries. And so presumably it shouldn't be all that difficult to have those assets be transferred, because I should note that these are not private citizen assets. These are not yachts or homes or things like that. These are currency. These are assets being held in currency, and therefore should not be all that difficult, to identify and transfer. But I'll note that that level of detail is sort of beyond my exact knowledge. So I'd probably refer that question to one of our lawyer partners at KHF.
Fantastic. I mean, you're answering so many of my questions, and I'm sure for the audience as well. Um, I wanted to ask you about, what do you think about the insurance fund idea?
Could you say more about it?
Y- yes. I mean, it's somebody asked me to ask you that, but it's to ensure, with using the money from the frozen assets, to ensure Ukraine's buildings, so that Russia, when they kind of doesn't destroy them, and if they do, they don't get the money. So in the end, if Russia doesn't shoot, I guess that's how it was explained to me, or destroy, after the war, they get their money back.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a few discussions with folks about that. Actually, it's a creative idea. And it's somewhat appropriate, right? Like Russia destroys a theater costing, a few $1 million, and then that money comes out of this insurance fund created with Russia's own assets, and therefore Russia essentially would be using its own assets to rebuild Ukraine. It's an interesting idea. I'm all for it. If there's more public support for that than there is for direct confiscation of Russian assets, then great. I mean, look, I believe in Occam's razor, right? Whatever the simplest solution is likely the best, or likely the right one. And the simplest solution, in my view, is simply taking Russian money, giving it to Ukraine, helping them leverage that money to win this war and to rebuild. But I'm also a realist, where I understand that there may be political opposition to that, and although I believe that political opposition to be wrong and counterproductive, I understand that I have to take the world as it is, not as I wish it to be. Therefore, if an insurance fund would be more palatable to a wider array of individuals, and we can get those assets transferred in that way, I'd certainly be very open to that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Marcus, I know you have really good questions, but you had your hand up. Um, Marcus? Okay,
Yeah, I
maybe.
have a thing going on at work. But
Yeah, no problem.
sorry about that. It's okay.
All right, let's go to Furious Lexicon.
Hi. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that G7 countries are looking at this. It's not like, it sounds like we're talking about two things: what the US could do on its own, because it has acts that allow the president to do this, and given certain declarations and so on. But the other thing is that we're talking about 300 billion euros that may be available. So more than that if denominated in US dollars, but the bulk of that money is not in the US or Canada for that matter. We have something like 100 million or something. I saw this discussion in Davos, and Chrystia Freeland, the Canadian finance and minister and deputy prime minister, said this. But I think most of the money is in three countries, one of which is Luxembourg, the other one may be Belgium, and I'm not sure of the other one. And that those countries, which are have far bigger financial services as a proportion of their GDP, and so they have a whole lot more hesitations than the US, for whom this amount does not represent a huge portion. Am I right about? I haven't seen the report, but I will go and look at least your summary. Thank you.
So, okay, I'm sorry. Could you clarify the question a little bit? Like, whether the report differentiates between
I don't
assets
know
held in
what's in
Europe?
the report. I'm just saying from the discussion in Davos and from articles I've seen, most of the amount, G7 countries have talked about this amount of 300 billion euros, but I understand most of the money is not in the US.
Correct.
Most of the money is in 3 countries only. Luxembourg, I know. I suppose Belgium. I don't know what the third one is. And for them, this amount represents a far higher proportion of, for them, financial services are huge. And these amounts are big as a proportion of financial services. And so they have lots of reasons for, they're kind of, well, they play a certain role, shall we say, in financial services for dubious characters like the Russians. And so it represents a bigger deal for them. Probably I could just say that simply than it would for the US. And so the US doing it is, for one thing, I mean, that's it. US could do it on its own, but I believe US is attempting to get G7 countries to kind of support the international expropriation. Sorry, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, you're the point is exactly right. So, sort of as I mentioned earlier, I think in the U.S., we're right now, at least the government has identified $5 to $8 billion of these assets. So in the U.S., it's not a huge percentage, certainly not of our economy, but it's not even a particularly huge percentage of the 300 billion. But the the fact of if the U.S. were to take this action, so one, hopefully this would be taken in partially in concert with others, but more than that, the U.S. must lead, right? So that's the key argument here, is that if the U.S. were to go ahead and begin the process, right, of confiscating the assets that are held in the U.S., then the pressure that it would add to our European friends and allies to do the same would be pretty significant. And so certainly I could not guarantee that, Belgium and Luxembourg would take the same steps. I think it'd be fairly likely that the UK would follow suit. And even though in the UK, it's not a huge percentage, but it's more significant than in the US, right? It's in the multiple tens of billions. Um, Again, I think it's one of those things where you just have to start getting the dominoes to fall in order for things to move forward. So our hope is that the US would begin this process fairly soon, and then we would in turn see Europe follow suit.
Now, I think in the UK example, I think the UK is a little bit less timid about doing this sort of thing than perhaps the Euro system and the Federal Reserve is. The UK, I believe the UK's done this a few times, but the one that sticks in my mind is when Maduro of Venezuela refused to yield to his opponent, who actually won the election. The Bank of England promptly pinched all of his gold. Right, so this is something the UK has form on, albeit in a slightly different set of circumstances, i.e., not recognizing a government as legitimate. But I think the UK is a little bit bolder on this. I'm wondering what you think, Uriel.
Oh, you're totally right. Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the key things that we've also been saying, is that we've been very impressed by our allies in London, and in terms of the aggressiveness with which they've pursued this. And quite frankly, I think it's true in both parties. It's true of almost. I mean, what's incredible about the UK is that there is not with the exception of Jeremy Corbyn, and folks of his ilk, there is not a significant pro-Putin caucus in the UK in the way that there is in the US. And at that, on the one hand, there's not a significant pro-Putin caucus, and on the other hand, there's less timidity, as you pointed out, in those who are pro-Ukraine. Like in the US, I think the challenge we're facing is one that we do face a pretty significant pro-Putin caucus. But two, we're also struggling against some of the inherent timidity of those who are otherwise very much pro-Ukraine and very much understand the risks posed by Putin to the free world. Whereas, you go to the UK and you listen to statements by Keir Starmer and the opposition. You listen to statements by Rishi Sunak, by Liz Truss, by Boris Johnson. So basically, by political leaders spanning the political spectrum, and they're all speaking in one voice. And so, to that end, I very much would hope and expect that if the U.S. were to provide a certain amount of political cover, or perhaps even work in concert with the Brits, I could certainly see both countries taking this action, and in turn, kind of amplifying the pressure on others to follow suit.
Sure. I mean, I think one of the challenges that the British government has is not wanting to be seen to outflank Washington on these issues, right?
Exactly.
Because this is an area where they've really trodden on toes in the past, and it's really, really pissed off the Biden administration, who, when there's a Democratic administration in the US, then the relationship between the UK and the US tends to be a little fraught anyway. But thinking of first sending legal aid first, sending tanks first, sending medium range missiles first, this didn't really win them any favors in Washington, right? So that's where they really have to be careful.
No, you're absolutely right, which is one of the key reasons why we're trying to bring pressure to bear in the US right now. And I can't believe I'm saying this. It's the US that's actually kind of slowing things down in some of these areas. I mean, you pointed out all the places in which the UK has gone first and gone before the US. And I mean, there's another great example. I mean, look at Germany. In the case of tanks, Germany was saying, look, we'll give tanks, but only when the US does. And there was this very clear statement that Germany would not act without the U.S. leading the way, and finally the Biden administration caved and agreed to give, I think it was 31 M1 Abrams, out of a stockpile. I think we have like over 400, hanging out in the desert. And of those, I think there's at least 200 that could be refurbished fairly quickly. So, all of this to say that there are instances where our European allies have acted before us and have been more aggressive and assertive than us. And it's really quite disappointing that the US still has not learned the lessons that if and when sort of we don't lead or act in concert with our allies, bad actors are more than happy to fill that vacuum. And so I'm very grateful to you guys over on the other side of the pond, who are kind of being more assertive, and I hope behind closed doors are also bringing pressure to bear on the Biden administration to take what I think is just a self-evident, obvious, and necessary action.
Sure. Yeah, it's been quite heartening. I mean, we've not had an enormous amount of good news in our United Kingdom in the last the last 80 years. But this has been rather heartening. Now, I guess one of the advantages we have in the UK, and I would imagine this is possibly true in other European countries as well, but I'm not entirely sure, is that electoral politics in the UK does not hinge on foreign policy, right? So you don't foreign policy issues are just not an electoral issue for any party. Okay, so there are divides. So, for example, we're currently part of the left and the predominantly Pakistani community in the UK are busying themselves, doing their hate marches every Saturday. They're all still going to vote Labour. Doesn't matter what Sir Keir Starmer says, because these things don't hinge on these. British electoral politics just doesn't hinge on foreign policy, and I
Right.
guess it's both. I guess it's one of the curses of being the boss, is that how you behave as the leader of the free world does have an electoral impact on your domestic politics, and so I guess US politicians are a little more constrained over what they do about this.
Well, let's say to some extent. I actually, while foreign policy might be slightly more influential in our elections than they are in yours, I wouldn't say that foreign policy is in any way dispositive or even significant, as compared to other issues as to why people are voting. I mean, just look at the conversation yesterday. Actually, I mean, look at the news headlines from yesterday. I was kind of surprised that the Tucker Putin interview did not make significant headlines in the US. There are a few stories about it, sure. I mean, it was very prominent on Twitter, but like in terms of mainstream press, in terms of the conversations that I heard from folks, very few people were talking about it. It didn't make the headlines. And instead, what made the headlines was the report from the special counsel on Biden's handling of classified documents and the ensuing press conference, right? Like that was headline news everywhere. And so in other words, I think a lot more people care about the age of our two presumptive candidates, risks around inflation and things like that. So foreign policy plays a role, but I would make an additional argument here, and I think this is an important one for Democrats. Biden needs a win, right? I mean, he needs a very clear, unambiguous win with this quagmire in the Middle East, and obviously the hate marches you referenced in the UK. While they were somewhat, I was very surprised, unpleasantly, by how big they were in London. We saw them here in the US as well. With people waving Hamas flags and other such things. But if Biden were to get a very clear win on Ukraine, right? If Ukraine were to be able to make advances, it would be directly in his interest. I mean, I do think there would be a reinvigorating component to that, right? And again, so now I'm kind of going to contradict myself a little bit, because while foreign policy I don't think is dispositive in American elections, people do somewhat pay attention, especially when they believe that American credibility is at stake. So if you look at where the points at which Joe Biden's approval ratings have taken a plunge, they took a fairly significant plunge after our withdrawal from Afghanistan. People looked at that and they saw chaos, and they saw us abandoning our allies. They saw people falling off of American planes as they were lifting off, and that had a pretty significant impact, I think, on people's mindsets. And people's outlook on the U.S. role, on Biden, and so forth. And so, now with all the bad news coming about, if we could do something and get a quick win for Ukraine, I actually could see that having a salutary effect on, some approval ratings of Biden. Again, I don't think it's going to change the game, but it'll be positive. And, my ultimate question on this, and what I don't understand, is the people who are kind of fundamentally critical of American support for Ukraine are never going to support Biden, right? Like this is, as you described them, the fruity wing of the Republican Party. These are folks like RFK Jr., folks like that. Like they're never going to support Biden. And so why Biden doesn't just take whatever actions he can take in order to help Ukraine move forward and make progress is a little bewildering to me, because from an electoral point of view, I could actually only see that being a net benefit to him.
Yeah, I find that extremely puzzling as well, because one of the, I mean, I don't know about the insider perspective from the United States, but as an outsider, one of the optical views of Mr. Biden is that it doesn't look particularly strong, and he doesn't look particularly decisive on the international stage. And it just seems like an easy win, right? It seems like an easy win.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Okay, I see we've got a hand from our friend David Bailey. So David, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi Ariel. Thanks for coming on the space. It's really great to have you. So maybe this is a little bit of a tangential question, but the Renewal of Democracy Initiative, that's a big job. So I think it's kind of core to why we're all here in a lot of ways, right? So we basically believe in liberal democracy, and the fact that Russia is the antithesis of that is something that we're trying to fight against. So obviously you know, we want to support Ukraine, and obviously we want Russia to be contained. But what is the Renewal of Democracy Initiative's position regarding renewal of democracy, if you like? So rather inward looking rather than outward looking.
Just a small little question, right? How do we renew American democracy? I don't think there's any silver bullet. You know, there's a number of groups. Sort of RDI lives in at least partially in the kind of the good governance space, and so there's a lot of groups out there which will tell you that ranked choice voting, you know, things like that will, you know, be the thing that saves American democracy. And look, let me be clear that I actually think that these things are good ideas, right? Like I support ranked choice voting. Obviously I support redistricting reform to try to combat gerrymandering, which is a process by which instead of the voters choosing their politicians, the politicians get to choose their voters, but essentially by drawing districts in like insane ways, making districts less and less competitive, and thereby making candidates more and more extreme. Because essentially, if there's no actual competition between sort of Democrats and Republicans, then the most radical Republicans will get to choose the candidates for their districts, and the most radical Democrats will choose the candidates for theirs. And so I think all of those things need to be challenged. And so we RDI and myself, like we certainly support a number of those, you know, good governance reforms. But what I actually think needs to happen is broader than that. The ultimate thing that RDI kind of is pushing for, and it'll take us time to achieve, but I hope we will, and I'd love to work with you know, folks here who are in this space, is we need to change the storytelling paradigm in the US as it relates to democracy. People have lost faith, right? Like the lack of trust in American institutions, in American democracy, in American history, it is at record highs. And so whether you are on sort of the, you know, what we would call the far right of the spectrum, and you believe that America has done no wrong, our history is perfect, and we should be banning any book that says otherwise, and, you know, carefully monitoring sort of anything that our kids will hear in schools or elsewhere. I mean, obviously that's fundamentally problematic, right? Like that goes against principles of free speech and you know, just honest self-awareness. But there is a point at which self-criticism and self-awareness becomes self-flagellation, and we see a lot of folks on the far left fall into that bucket, where, you know, it's one thing to say that the United States and other countries in the West and in the free world writ large have made mistakes and have flaws. It's another thing to say that they are irredeemable, right? That they are fundamentally racist, that they are no better than countries like Russia and China, right? And it's that kind of false equivalence that we also have to combat, and that's why we have in the U.S. what I call kind of the horseshoe caucus, right? These are folks on the far left who actually end up voting exactly the same way as the people on the far right. And we've seen that with respect to Israel, we've seen that with respect to Ukraine and beyond. And so, you know, I see those as fairly pernicious. But at the core of all of this is the fact that there isn't right now a really clear storytelling mechanism about the values and virtues of the free world and the flaws of the free world, right? Like we should be honest about those flaws while simultaneously pointing out that we are one of the few systems, or the only system really in the world. And when I say we, I mean those of us who live in democracy. So not only the US, but other countries in the sphere, we're the only ones with a self-corrective mechanism, right? Whereby the excesses and the flaws that exist in our system are improved upon by the system itself. And, you know, Bill Clinton had a famous quote once upon a time that, you know, nothing that's wrong with America can't be fixed by what's right with America. And, you know, I'm a big believer in that. My parents were refugees from the former Soviet Union. My dad was from Moscow. My mom was from Kiev. They left the Soviet Union. They went to Israel, and then from Israel they came to America. And I grew up with this vision of the U.S. as a shining city on a hill, and an understanding that for all of our flaws, our system remained a beacon of hope for countless millions of people across the world. And I think right now that's the number one most important thing that the Renew Democracy Initiative is focused on. Whether through our Frontlines of Freedom program, where we pull together, where we unite dissidents from oppressive countries around the world to communicate this positive, this inspirational message about how people do look to the U.S. as this beacon of hope. So it's whether it's through that program or whether it's through some of our kind of advocacy efforts among more educated, more communities that are focused around decision makers, where we try to get people to understand that we have to stay behind these principles, where we have to prioritize them, teach them, and ultimately put them into practice, i.e., by not abandoning our allies and our friends. So again, this is a little bit of a rambling answer, I think, to your very reasonable question of how are we actually living up to our name. But ultimately, the way we need to live up to our name is by changing the narrative and getting people to understand that democracy is worth protecting, and getting people to understand what democracy even is, right? Like, what does it mean to live in a country that has a functional system of government which can deliver for its people and can protect an open and pluralistic society.
Thank you very much, Ariel. Yeah, I mean, I think your point about the need for a nuanced treatment of our own societies is very, very important. I'm reminded a couple of years ago when the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, stood up in the General Assembly and kind of excoriated her own country for its racial politics. And of course, the first thing that Bao Ding, the Chinese ambassador to the UN, was stood up and said, "Well, we'll not take any human rights lectures from you, then, racists."
That is such a key point. Boom, right there. And that's what people don't get. Every time that we go all, I mean, it's one thing for us to be self-aware and to say that we have problems with racism, which we do, and which is worth saying. But when we focus on them to the exclusion of other things, that's what we do. That is the impact of those statements. We allow the dictators of the world to point to it and to say, look, America's no better than us. So, you dissidents who are opposing my rule, shut the hell up. Really, like, America, that's what you're gonna, that's what you're going to emulate, this country that's evil and this, that, or the other thing. And so there is real harm to us self-flagellating. There is real harm, and that harm affects millions of people around the world who did not have even a fraction of the freedoms that we often take for granted.
And I guess a good starting point for this would be that, our societies aren't perfect, but our imperfections, they are features of our societies, but they they're not who we are, you know.
Or an alternative way to look at it. I mean, the example that we'll often use is take police brutality, right? Police.
And this is the solution. And building a narrative to support more of a collegiate approach to how we move forward as a human race is a challenge. So I guess all I'm saying is we're here for you here, and if we can help, let us help.
Amen. Would love to. And if folks, by the way, if folks are interested, please feel free, head over to rdi.org, shoot us an email at info@rdi.org. Would love to hear from you. Would love to explore opportunities for collaboration. I'd personally be very interested. And I think that a lot of what we're talking about between Ukraine and between sort of these, the need to defend liberal democracy, I mean, it's all connected. And much in the same way as dictators are uniting to help one another. I mean, those of us in the free world, we need to be uniting and helping one another and recognizing that no one conflict of this nature is in a vacuum, and that unfortunately these things are connected, and we need to be united to combat these attacks against our democracies.
Sorry, I was talking to a muted mic. Here. Okay, we will go to War Doggo, Linda, Jenny, then For Every Child. War Dog, are you ready for us?
Thanks. Good evening. Thank you so much, Uriel. It's really interesting discussion. Really appreciate question. I've got actually two questions. First one is, in every country, politics invest tons of money, sometimes our taxpayers' money, in order to create their brands, their personal brands. And these days, those personal brands speak that loud that, in fact, it hurts a lot the institutions. And institutions actually is something that should prevail, should work, and independently. Whoever is the person, whatever person does, whatever person's intentions are, institutions should prevail. The processes should be those that are properly counterweighted and balanced in a way that, let me put it other way around, very simple, no idiot can ruin the system. That's my first question. What's your take on that? And the second question is the following. We already know that in our current environment where the autocracies are challenging democracies that hardly, talking doesn't help a lot. We are here because of I would say wishy-washy politics, and rather talking than doing. And what the organization that you represent, what actually Renew Democracy Initiative is going to do, what's the action plan rather than the discussion points, because as we already know, talking doesn't help a lot. That's where we came by talking, as even Albert Einstein been saying, doing the same thing and trying to expect a different result, not the smartest thing, right?
So
Think so.
got it. Thank you. All right. So two parts. Sounds like first one, institutions versus personalities. I mean, yes, obviously, we should be doing more to empower institutions. But we should also recognize that institutions are only as effective as the individuals who power them. And so while we, as a society, need to do more to try to empower our institutions, and, I'll even give a little bit of credit to our Congress, which, a few months ago passed a law preventing the United States president from being able to pull the US out of NATO, for example, recognizing the dangers that a potential Trump presidency might pose, even certain Republicans, and determining that the institution of NATO is worth protecting against the whims of a single individual. And so, we should be I think we should be doing more things like that. And I encourage people on both the left and right to, when they are critiquing certain decisions or certain things, to do so in the language that focuses on the decisions or the individuals, but not the institutions, right? So, criticize things from the Supreme Court, for example. I think that's perfectly legitimate, but I'd be careful that we not actually attack the Supreme Court as an institution, because it is a pillar of our democracy. As for your second question, right, like actions versus words. So first, I'll defend words a little bit in that, words have power. Words have power. They have meaning. They have the power to unite. They have the power to divide. They have the power to convince. And it is important that we not lose sight of that, that we not essentially sacrifice the public square to the demagogues like Tucker Carlson, like Elon Musk, like people who essentially are just in it for shits and giggles. Like, we need to be careful that we don't sacrifice the public square to those individuals, and we have to combat them at that level, right? Like, as much as, for instance, I enjoy reading articles in The Atlantic, realistically, most Americans do not read The Atlantic, which means that when we make our arguments, we need to do so. There's a time and a place, and RDI does a lot of work, in circles that are relevant to, the Atlantic magazine and so forth, and we publish in places like that. And I think that's critical in terms of like focusing on direct political decision makers and others. But it's also important that we speak the language of or rather, not that we speak the language of demagogues, but rather that we speak a language that people who might otherwise listen to demagogues, would also be open to listening to. So you asked for a specific plan, and what I can offer you, I think, is a few different pillars of what RDI is focused on doing. So first and foremost, RDI is going to be focused on building a media platform that can combat the worst demagogues that are out there, right? I'm under no illusions that we are not going to overnight become, a huge platform capable of combating Tucker Carlson at that level. But I do believe that we are going to be well positioned to create a media platform, which we're already doing, by the way. It's called Frontlines of Freedom TV. You can see it on our Twitter. And on our website and so forth. And so far, it's only experimentation. We've just been testing sort of different metrics. We have not yet invested significantly on distribution, which will be the next step. But basically, we want to be highlighting the voices of dissidents, of people who have risked their lives for some semblance of freedom, of people whose personal stories we believe have the emotional resonance to combat the sort of demagoguery that people like Tucker espouse, right? Because again, we are fighting a little bit with one hand tied behind our back, since we are not ourselves going to be saying crazy stuff to get attention. And so anyway, so you want to build that media platform. You want a place where people can go and actually sort of hear the countervailing point of view to sort of an increasingly dangerous and dominant populist narrative. And that's one thing that we're going to offer. So that's one piece. Number two is we engage in specific advocacy projects, and so that goes to things like bringing Prime Minister Liz Truss to meet with Republican members of Congress. That goes to the Making Putin Pay report to try to get Russian assets to be confiscated. So that goes to a trip to Ukraine that I led back in May with a number of American thought leaders to try to keep Ukraine in the narrative in the US. And so we do a number of these types of special projects, which are also a core component of our strategy, where we see it as sort of the special forces approach to advocacy, where we look at places where we can have unique impact and we try to have that impact. Number three is direct action. So, RDI in partner, Gary Kasparov, our chairman, working with Gary Kasparov, our chairman, working with a number of others, we've provided over $10 million in aid to Ukraine. And that's something that we're incredibly proud of. It's something, quite frankly, we're honored and grateful to our donors for allowing us to do. And our approach to that was also sort of what I call the humanitarian HIMARS, where each donation was intended to have disproportionate effect on the community surrounding it. So we provided, at this point, well over 100,000 sleeping bags, over 100,000 MREs, meals ready to eat, water filtration units, things like that essentially will enable Ukrainians to stay in their communities, to not become refugees in the first place, for Ukraine to be able to repopulate areas liberated from Russia, and for people to be able to continue to hold and to live near the front lines in Ukraine's war, rather in Russia's war against Ukraine, and in for Ukrainians trying to combat this invasion. And then last but not least, and this is kind of why why I think it's kind of cool to see so many folks gathered here for this Twitter Spaces for now, I guess over an hour and a half, is we're big believers in building community. People are strongest together, and I think in terms of kind of stoking people's confidence and getting people motivated to do what needs to be done, it's really helpful to see that they're not alone. It's really helpful to see others who believe similarly. And so it's actually pretty cool to see everyone gathered here for this today.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, have you got a hard stop, Uriel, or are you okay for a couple
I
more
have,
questions?
I can do 2 more questions. So let's do 2 more questions.
Okay, fantastic. The order was Linda, then Jenny. I'm afraid for every child, you will miss your chance. Linda, you're up.
Hi, thanks. Some of what you've talked about in the past few minutes is what I was going to ask about. So you've covered, so I'll be pretty short. And that's with regard to messaging and narratives, framing, etc., propaganda, but also counter propaganda. And there's opportunity there, and I would like to know more about, not necessarily right here now, but eventually, right? So I'll be following what you're doing. But with regard to what you're doing as far as countering the propaganda and the fake news, et cetera, the disinformation. And then also there are means to an end to counter that, means and new technologies. And I would like to get a little farther with you on that for specific reasons. Fancy was here earlier. I don't see him anymore, but I see Prince down there. But anyway, that's my comment. I don't know if you have any more to say about that. If so, welcome. If not, I'll be contacting you. Thank you.
Well, I very much look forward to hearing from you. I don't know that I have anything specific to add on technologies. So we'll look forward to seeing more on that. Although I'm sure that generative AI and so forth will play an increasingly significant role in this fight. And as for countering propaganda and disinformation, I mean, yeah, I mean that's a core component of our communications. And in the way that I look at it, or the way that our DI looks at it, is that if you are out there trying to smack down this or that disinformation theory, you're already kind of operating from your back foot. And so that is part of what we do. Like, we have to be reactive. We're going to be releasing information related to the Tucker interview later today. There's honestly not that much to say, given that the interview was a pretty broad rant covering exactly no new ground. But we do react to things. But more importantly, it's about creating a narrative and a story that people can feel emotionally invested in, and it gives them what I would kind of call antibodies against some of these conspiracy theories and disinformation. And that's something that has been woefully lacking in the US is, information antibodies, where, people are susceptible to this stuff precisely because there is not already a sense of what the values of the free world are. And I think I see our job as trying to inoculate people against this type of stuff, which goes back to sort of us building out an online media platform. It goes to us sort of engaging in these special projects targeted around very specific issues and so forth. We're really trying to get people to build up a resilience and a resistance to exactly the threats that you highlighted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Okay, final question from Jenny, please. Jenny, welcome.
Thank you. My question is, hasn't Canada paved the way of being able to seize Russian assets and then using the proceeds from those assets by selling them, or just taking the money and then having that support Ukraine? So haven't they kind of like paved the way?
How so?
Well, from what I remember, they did this a long time ago, like at the beginning of the invasion, and therefore they set like a precedence of a country doing it.
My understanding, and again, I could, I could be wrong on this. I don't follow Canada perhaps as closely as I should. Is that Canada has seized private Russian assets, so assets from individuals censured, um, Russian oligarchs and other such individuals, and they are in the process, as are a number of other, countries in the free world. They are in the process of moving forward legislation and trying to actually confiscate Russian state assets. But as far as I know, they've not done so yet. So if I'm missing information here, I hope someone will correct me, because needless to say, that would be an important development if they have.
Thank you for that answer.
All right. Thank you so much, Jenny and Uriel. Thank you so much for being here. I've learned a lot personally. It's very, very informal. If there's anything that we can do, let us know, because I mean, you're doing amazing things for Ukraine. Keep it up. Tim, any last words?
Gosh, that sounded rather sinister. No, just I'll have a last meal as well, please.
Sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to thank Uriel from the bottom of my heart. It's been an amazing interview. Thoroughly enjoyed myself. Learned a lot as well. We're here 24 hours a day, Uriel. So if you find yourself on a coffee break and you just want to come up and have a chat, share some of your work, just hit the button. We're always here. So just come up whenever.
Well, this has been great. Thank you guys so much for hosting me. It was lovely to join you. Lovely to see so many people come together who believe in the importance of fighting for the values, that have really given rise to human prosperity in the last century, and quite frankly, the values that have led people like my parents to freedom. So this is something that is personal to me. It's something I'm a big believer in. It's something I'm passionate about. So it's incredible to find, all these people here who feel similarly. Please feel free to reach out to us. So, as I said, feel free to shoot something over to info@RDI. Let us know that you were listening in here, and if you would like to follow up, and feel free to subscribe, at rdi.org. We do actually do a number of events, especially on the East Coast, but sort of all over, and we have a lot of cool developments in the works over the coming months. So really excited to keep this partnership going. Tim, Slavi, thank you so much, and hope that we'll keep this going.
Amazing. Thank you, Uriel. You're always very welcome, as I said.
Thank
Okay.
you, guys.
Cheers. So we have just been joined by Uriel Epstein, who is the CEO of the Renew Democracy Initiative, which is a think tank and research organization that campaigns to support liberal democracy throughout the world. Heavily involved in Ukraine's fight for freedom. They've been doing some absolutely amazing work, particularly their Make Putin Pay report, which you will see nested in the tweet. Please do give it a read. Long story short, it's not illegal to confiscate Russia's central bank assets, because RDI said so, and they know a thing or two. So give it a read, arm yourselves with correct information, so that was RDI. Okay, so it is time for me. I see my relief is here in the form of Christopher and Tracy. So I will drop down at this point, and we will bring Christopher and Tracy up to relieve us. In the meantime, let us go to For Every Child, please. For Every Child.
Is our speaker still here? Because I don't need to say anything if he's not here.
Oh, I think he left.
I'm at a loss. I had just one single brief question. If he can come up or he can acknowledge that he's here, I'll ask it.
Yeah, I think he left For Every Child. In the meantime, Wardogo, let's go to you.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Slavi. That was an interesting one. Why? Because more people who counter Russian bullshit in and outside paid propaganda by Russia in different countries and Russian influence against the democracies. Better it is. Better it is. More people are in that fight, and many stand hearing the right word. The others spreading the word. The third one tending to help, doing the right things. That's why also don't forget, people shouldn't forget to retweet this space, letting other know that this discussion are going on here. Interesting guests are coming. If you scroll in the nest, exactly the next tweet in the nest, the second one is about the refugee. An interesting one. Attempt to rather than not only saying but doing, and that's important because like many people, and honestly like I do, like in our group of people, like many does, we treat helping military as the first priority, because if military doesn't stand, if military does not keep the line uh, with all of the things that they need, civilians will never do. And this is the main attempt. But on the other hand, somebody needs to do those things. So comforting the comforting the day by day adaptation for those who had to leave their homes looking for safety. That's why this fundraiser, I believe, is called Refugee Relief Fundraiser. Somebody has to do that, and people, if you have possibility, of course, not spending your last money, but to support that fundraiser is a good one, is the right investment to support. You can check also things happening in my profile. There is a pinned message where we are trying to do something very good with one Polish friend who does a lot of good things for Ukraine, and we are combining the efforts to do the right thing for the right guys whom we've been supporting before. In parallel, I'm trying to recover my audience whom I've been following previously before my main account was suspended. I'm now using the backup account and trying to follow back all of those people who've been following me in the past. So far, the suspended account did not recover, and I hope that one day Elon Musk will get his brain back from the shelf and doing the right thing, recovering the account that was suspended for, I believe, for no reason. In any case, you can check my profile. You can get in doing the right thing we're trying to do. Get into Refugee Relief Fundraiser, doing the right thing together with MriyaReport.org. Thanks. That was interesting episode. Thanks a lot from Ukraine.
Thanks, Wardogo. I gotta say about going back to the Tucker Putin interview. Um, we got our work cut out for us because as much as we can sit here and dislike it and say things about it, what we think, we gotta counter the disinformation, all of the bullshit that Putin spewed. Now that the useful idiots are repeating it, we need to combat that. So can't just sit here and be upset about it. We gotta combat that. So I'm just gonna say that. Iona.
Thank you, Slavi. So I just wanted to congratulate you and team for this segment. It was an amazing interview. I really enjoyed the discussion. Well, it was very interesting, the discussion. And I do hope that Uriel comes back to talk to us, because there are so many things to approach and to, you know, discuss, dissect, try to find solutions maybe. So yeah, it was absolutely amazing, and I do hope that we will have Uriel back here or somebody else from Renew Democracy Initiative. sorry for my, I'm still having a little bit of cold.
Oh, good. Thank you, Yana. Let's go to Carl. Carl, are you there?
Sorry, I was still on mute, talking to myself. I watched half of the Tucker Putin interview last night, which of course was very frustrating. But it was also different than what I was expecting. You know, I think it's very, very hard, especially for Ukrainians, because every delusion, every word that Putin said, right, is the fake sense of history, or the entitlement and that. Each word is not just a word, it's him actually, you know, it's resulted in Ukrainian death and suffering, and, you know, that's not to be underplayed. But for the half that I saw, I don't think it's going to have the same impact that Tucker would have hoped, or even that Putin would have hoped. Because it wasn't just doing his personal rant, you know, he would have done a lot better for the making the American audience be doubling down, being against Ukraine, if he had just regurgitated a lot of the smaller and American-focused talking points that is often. So I feel a lot of the people who would have been looking for, that sort of thing would have tuned out. So it's like, hey, this is just too long and too ranty and whatever. So I think in a way for Tucker it backfired. Like, and I could see him trying to do stuff, right? You know, Tucker was trying to bring the conversation to the talking points that will resonate with his own talking points. Like for like the place I noticed that a lot was when when Putin was saying like that some president had promised him whatever, but that the underlings in the government had kind of blocked it. And Tucker's eyes lit up because he wants to go, oh yeah, this just shows you really that it's really the deep state that's in control. That's where Tucker wanted to really take it. But Putin and his just wanting to rant about how he sees things, kind of shut that down. So, Tucker and Matt, the MAGA people and that didn't get anywhere near the ammunition that I really thought they'd get from it. Of course, it's not a good thing. It's still terrible. It's giving Putin visibility and space. But it wasn't nearly as terrible as I was expecting it to be. Well, that's my opinion. Your opinion as a Ukrainian will probably be quite different because, all those words are just a knife again and again and again into you. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Carl. Is the interview worth watching?
Tim, do you want to hear a lot of made up history? I don't know. It's up to you.
I mean, I'm 50-50. I mean, I like made up history as much as the next guy. I'm just kind of wondering if it gives us any kind of new insight into Russian messaging at all, or it's just them kind of torturing the same old crap.
I don't know. I'd say take a look at it, like for you, Tim, like for sure. I think I don't want to say it's good, but yeah, it kind of shows where Putin's head is at for sure, which is not at a normal place. But yeah, it gives you insight where he's whatever, how crazy he is, how he thinks, or what he thinks the right history is, which is absurd. Let's go to Cece.
I would say please, please, please just don't give hits to the channels, which we know that will just help them in the algorithm. So everyone who does decide to watch that, just please do it responsibly.
So don't watch it on Twitter. Try and get a dodgy download. Not that I would ever do
Then
such.
get a bootleg version of it.
I don't think that's going to be very in demand down the dodgy DVD market, is it?
Right outside of your local 7-Eleven. Let's go to Ward. Let's go to War Doggo.
And right after you watch that interview, don't forget to put in the social media that now you pump your skill on being expert on different sorts of shit, because that's exactly both are on the video.
Yep, you're right there. Let's go to For Every Child.
Yes, I seem to be late on every area. I guess Tim has already left, and I can't thank him for his very dear work. But if he's here and he can hear, thank you, Tim. I so appreciate. I only woke up about the last 20 minutes of the interview. But thank you very much. I had a question for you, and once more, I am not here in time to ask it. Slavi, thank you so much for your work as well. And I did step down to try to find the speaker and send him a message, but he had not yet followed me back. And I sent him a public message, and it was really interesting what happened then, because I had not been online doing any messaging or posting at all for 4 or 5 or 6 hours. Even though I may have appeared to be online, I was not having any activity. I was sleeping. And in spite of that, this is not the way Twitter used to work. In spite of not having any activity at all, just by contacting him publicly and asking him to please follow me, I immediately was knocked offline and told I had to identify a certain number of stones. That's something new, and I'm still here. I wasn't suspended, but nevertheless, the rules are extremely different, and that's just something to cope with. War Doggo, I'm still working with the Twitter support or X support, and remarkably, they did not knock me offline the last time I contacted them. They actually didn't interfere with me at all the entire time I was online after that. So I call that progress, and I'll be contacting them again. Slava Ukraine.
Well, Slava, thank you very
Yep,
much.
I'm Slava. Guys, this is my time, but I will be co-hosting a little bit later today. Thank you so much. I hope you learned from the interview. I know I did. It was so informal, extremely informal. So I'm extremely happy with it, and hopefully we'll get Uriel and the Renew Democracy Initiative back with us to learn some more. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you very much, Slavi. Appreciate you being here for the wonderful interview we just had and for your volunteering. Looking forward to hearing you later on. I'll be back on myself in a couple of hours at about 4 o'clock Eastern. If you're listening, hello, this is Bernesto. You're listening to MriyaReport, MriyaReport.org. Go along, make a donation. We are fundraising at the moment. Hello, War Doggo. I followed your new profile. Mr. London, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here. We are awaiting your colleague. Axel is on his way to us, but thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. I look forward to speaking to you and your audience.
Well, you're more than welcome always. Thanks for making time and for getting up. Forrest, I know you've just come up, and I will skip the queue. I'll go to Forrest, then we'll have CC and Marcus. Forrest, please.
Hey, I just wanted to tell for every child that I assume the reason she's being booted is because she's asking for followers, and that's the number one thing bots do besides like stuff. So that might be the language you're using in that tweet of asking for a follow could be what's triggering that thing. Just wanted to let you know.
Marvelous. Thank you very much, sir, and I appreciate you making your time up here. Give my best to Olive. Cece, quickly, and then Marcus, and I'll hand off to Axel. Hello, Axel, welcome. Cece, please, then Marcus.
So people who have arrived rather recently, the vote is in the Senate is tonight at 7 p.m. There are phone numbers in the nest to call. I have a migraine, so I hope this is clear and concise and these words are coming out in a way that actually makes sense. But we really, 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 really need you to call right now as much as possible and listening to MriyaReport in the background.
Thank
Is
you,
it.
Cece, and feel
Yesterday
better.
was
Sorry
just the
for your
vote
headache.
to vote. Today's the actual vote for the weapons.
Thank you, Cece. Hello, Axel. Welcome to our roost. The balcony is now complete. Lovely to see you, sir.
There is my natural. Hello, Ernest Shackleton of all people, and good evening, Douglas. Good evening, Carl, CC, Frobert, and everybody else. Thank you very much for joining us here at MriyaReport on this wonderful European Friday night. And we are very lucky to have one of our special, but also regular guests yet again with us. Not only a great author, but a, say, valedictorian of the intelligence services. Douglas,
Sorry, my mic was on for the laugh. I couldn't help it. Sorry.
That's all right. Welcome. How is the former station chief?
It's great to be back. Sorry it's been so long, but it's what a good time to be talking about things Ukraine, right, and things Russia and world affairs. So as your the predecessors just talked about, the big vote coming up in the Senate. So there's no shortage of things to talk about. So I'm eager to hear what folks out there want to discuss, and happy to pivot in whatever direction people are looking to address.
Thank you very much. And Douglas, we have to start, of course, with the fact that the Russian propaganda machine has been really, really high on its own supply this week. And we've seen that even those who are gullible and easily subjugate themselves to Sauron find out that Sauron doesn't like if somebody says something about him which makes him not so special. Mr. Carlson's interview has been castigated for being boring and being, say, nothing else than a cornucopia of a travesty.
I think I'm losing you. I hope I'm still with you.
Please have.
Axel.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Loud and clear. You lost about 5 seconds.
Okay, sorry. At the very end of the interview, he obviously, just in order to make sure that he could not be completely attacked by everyone, he asked yet again, could we please have Evan Gershkovich back? And of course, no question about it. Putin had foreseen the question, was prepared, knew what would be coming, and completely befuddled him, derogated him, and beforehand had already made clear that what he really, really wants is somebody who's been a very successful assassin in Germany and cannot be released by the US anyway. What a nice way of fibbing off and casting off Mr. Carlson, right?
It not all true, but I think we did learn a fair bit from the interview last night, and unfortunately, it's not all good news. Obviously, Mr. Putin is in robust health. He appeared quite well, quite lucid. For him, it was a short talk. 2 hours is usually short for the speeches he has been known to give over time, but clearly had the energy, and he came across as reasonable and conciliatory, which, when that comes to Putin, unfortunately tells us he feels very confident and he's in a position of strength. When he's feeling weak and insecure, he's usually on the attack and far more aggressive and makes threats and rattles sabers. But he's sadly, due to circumstances that are heavily contributed to by United States politics, he's in a good place right now. But I think folks, me included, are going to be looking at that interview repeatedly and trying to find little signs and keys, particularly when he wasn't on script, because he very much came prepared with what he wanted to say. He had almost pretty much gave a speech at the beginning when he was going on and on about history and his view of history, and would have gone on even longer had had he been able to, and wasn't too pleased he was interrupted as it was. So I think there will be takeaways that I'd like to think people much smarter than me in the world of observers and various intelligence services are going to pick up. But unfortunately, my takeaway isn't an encouraging one from the interview, but useful just the same.
Yeah, he definitely tried to project calm, albeit that yet again his physical health. Well, we could discuss as to what on earth is going on with his leg as a part of the both Russian diaspora as well as,
I can
shall
help.
we say, Marcus, you can help. You can help in a little while. Absolutely, no question, because there's so many rumors about his say issue with the posture of both his leg as well as his feet for such a long time. It might be simply something that we do not know. But Marcus, what was your comment?
Sorry, I'm a biomedical engineer and I specialize in gait stuff. So this is in my wheelhouse. So what if you're talking about the time where he does extreme kind of dorsiflexion? So that's when his toes point upwards.
Yep.
And then he pushes down. Yep. So what that looked to me is an innocuous, just a cramp, rather than something like spasticity, because it just appears, right? If he had an issue with something like spasticity post-stroke, it would be present, but not necessarily like something like a lightning bolt that hits him. And when he presses down his leg and grimaces, well, that kind of tells you that as a cramp goes, it might be something that's a little bit more extreme than you normally have, like with a Charlie horse. So it might be that he was in that posture for a long time, or that he has some persistent issues with clonus or spasticity otherwise, right?
Marcus,
But, I mean,
you have just joined. You have just joined the epic, long-standing guild of the Kremlinologists. Which is okay. But key thing is that, if I'm not quite mistaken, I don't know, Douglas, whether that is going too far, but you don't have to confirm or deny this, but you can just smile if you like to. But there were significant indications and rumors that Putin had suffered a stroke once in the last 8 years.
I had seen that in the public realm. That's really where I saw it. So it suggests to me that there's no, real inside, or at least not that I was privy to, and I wouldn't necessarily have been. But my takeaway though, just from seeing him, he spent 2 hours in that seat. Now I get a little uncomfortable after 15 minutes sitting down, and the man's not a youngster, so his ability to stay lucid. He spoke extemporaneously. He was quick on his feet. Clearly, he was well prepared, but he was able to pivot. He bantered. He made quips. So I have no medical qualifications at all, obviously, but my takeaway would be he's doing okay. Whatever illness, if he had illnesses or whatever, right now he is healthy. He's fully in charge of his wits. So he doesn't look like he's leaving this world anytime soon. And I'm sure that doctors around the world and all sorts of specialists will be looking frame by frame and doing close-ups and looking for any sort of insights. Did he have cancer? Did he have a stroke? Did he have this? But I think it'll still come across the same, that at least for the foreseeable future, there's no impediment to his ability to be in charge and to execute his role and responsibilities to the best of his abilities. Unfortunately, if you would, for us.
Yeah, the reintegration of Vladimir Vladimirovich into the food chain will have to be involuntary.
Yeah, I would suspect. I would suspect so, and I think that's probably always been the case.
Now, right, but nevertheless, it also this story and the whole process with former. I wish I were a journalist, but I'm a media personality. I'm not going too deep into this because I think I wanted to just lead over into one thing, which is the long-standing cultivation of people who have personality disorders, social complexes in any shape or form, or are just they have a certain need to be perceived as brilliant, but are not necessarily, where media, say, grandees, journalists, have been cultivated by the KGB for decades in order to rise up. But not only media, academia, more often actually than anything else, politicians coming out of early academic studies. Mediocrity is very, very gullible and fallible. And unfortunately, it can be cunning. It seems to me that Mr. Carlson has found his sufficient amount of cunning in order to do it, but the long-term programming and manipulation of his is evident. In the years before, right in the run-up to the full-scale invasion, Mr. Carlson had shown very clearly that he is constantly repeating Russian narratives, whether it was the bombings of Donbass, whether it was the biolabs, which he extolled rather unvirtuously, but with great virtuosity, of course, whether it was the supposed Nazism in Ukraine, contrasting corruption in Ukraine with, of course, no corruption in Russia. This is a continuation. This is something which has been, which he has voluntarily done for a long time, but repeating Russian narratives at such a stage in his career, media career, and with such reach, makes him, of course, most welcome to those at Dzerzhinsky Square.
Yeah, I wish I could find the conspiracy thread there to validate, but unfortunately, it's a sad reality in the United States. So Tucker Carlson, he's a smart guy. If you followed him for years and years, and he's going where the money is. He's looking for popularity, and popularity to a media figure is money and influence. And he's found his niche, and he's found his niche very much in that same, MAGA movement that is sympathetically supportive of the former President Trump. And I think he is very much exploiting it for his own gains. He does not need direction or support or amplification. He's doing this because it is appealing to the audience that he has cultivated. And very sadly, in my country, there is a very strong perception that Putin and Russia are the antithesis of what they call woke. Diversity and inclusion, and the demoralization of society. So rather than follow the trend of the Republican Party over decades and decades and decades, as in fact, always claiming its propriety as being stronger on security against Russia, which was, the preeminent threat, it's really been turned on its head from the days of Ronald Reagan and even before Reagan, long before Reagan, in terms of not seeing Russia as a threat, but seeing, God help us all, Putin and Russia as an example of how our society should be. And Carlson has very much tapped into that because there's money there, there's popularity there, and it's regardless what he thinks. If you look at Carlson historically, he came up more as a neoconservative, Reagan Republican, all that, and that was popular then. But this is where he's really claimed his fame, and was incredibly popular on Fox News until his personal behavior and comportment undermined him, which of course his fan base doesn't really care about. They certainly forgive former President Trump, whether he's assaulting a woman or paying prostitutes or whatever, so long as what he says and what he reflects is consistent with what they want to see. It's really it's further ironic to that, and stop me as I prattle on if you wish.
No, it's
But
okay. Carry on. I have a few questions and I have a few comments to make, but carry
in the
on.
United States, the evangelicals have always been very much aligned with the Republicans and the conservative movement, but even they have changed because the evangelicals in their day were at least portraying a more benign and benevolent approach to the issues, whether it was a woman's right to choose or immigration, and they've been turned on their head in terms of becoming much more vitriolic and I think inhumane in a lot of ways in their lack of concern for people who are, downtrodden or under attack or whatever, which is why even they can, question, well, why are we in Ukraine and why should we support those people? Because maybe, and we've been seeing this in the press recently, maybe Ukraine really was the country that meddled in our elections, and it wasn't Russia all along. And Putin's speaking out against lesbians and gays and LGBTQ and all these issues. So maybe he's not such a bad guy at all, and that plays really really well, unfortunately, for that MAGA base. And I think Putin, for his part in the interview, I mean, he was very smart to select Tucker Carlson, who they love in Russia, and who he knew would jump on the interview, because this is putting Tucker Carlson back in the news, because he's not had an easy time since he's been fired. But everybody's looking at this interview. I'm looking at this interview. I would never otherwise look at anything Tucker Carlson had to say or listen to, but here I am even watching it. And he scripted his presentation to come across as lucid, reasonable, conciliatory. I sadly, I think he did a good job, but he doesn't understand America enough, because he put most of America to sleep with his diatribe on history. I mean, Americans are just probably tuning out and fast forwarding and not even listening to that, which he thought was okay. Here's my evidence. I'm going to litigate, right? I'm going to appeal to America's, sort of litigious approach to the world and say, here's my opportunity to make my case. And I seriously, I mean, even the first time I saw the interview, I fast forwarded through that. I would like pause and listen to something and then go forward. And I went back to it because I wanted to see all of it. But most of America is going to just listen to the sound bites that they see on the news or on YouTube. And even his sound bites, I think, did what he sought out to do. And it's a momentous time, as again the Senate's voting tonight. I'm just encouraged that there is a vote, that we've gotten this far, that they've separated the bill from immigration and it's still going forward. I don't know if it's going to get through the Senate, and if it gets through the Senate, I don't know if it's going to get through the House. But it's actually better than I thought. It exceeds my expectations. So to that point, you know, Putin's presentation, which is what it was last night, I don't think is going to have a tremendous impact on that right now, because the fact of the matter is Ukrainians are dying, and more of them are going to die because they're running out of bullets and whatever to defend themselves, and Putin's already taken over the part of Ukraine he claims he seeks, and he's still firing missiles and doing all that and targeting civilians. So again,
But
I
Douglas,
can only hope that bill moves forward.
yeah, I
But go
agree.
ahead.
I'm not against that at all, and I think we both agree in that regard. The bill in itself should never have been in dispute. However, what also should never have been in dispute is, of course, that the administration could have done a lot more already by itself without having to ask Congress. It can do so even today without having to ask Congress, and it doesn't. And it is essentially a conundrum of domestic policy infighting between Democrats and Republicans, which has Ukraine as a pinball in the middle, which I find astonishing, because for example, a vast amount of the phased out and not to be ever used again ordnance, and specifically the cluster ammunition stock, which the U.S. Armed Forces, and there specifically the U.S. Army and the Marines have in hand, no American soldier will ever be using them again. Can't, won't. There's significant documentation from the U.S. Congress, both Senate and the House in that regard. The DoD does publish lists and inventory statuses. And technically, under a very good and well-passed law, the president could have already simply handed them over, and hasn't. The cluster ammunition would replace and would subside and supplement existing ordnance stocks in Ukraine. And when people ask what level of cluster ammunition is there, well, let me give you an example. Germany is currently ramping up, finally, far too late, of course, its production of or the howitzers of the Panzerhaubitze 2000. But don't beat me. 10,800 something in January of this. Sometimes they deliver 13,000. Depends on what is being produced in the month before. In the month of December, they produce less, of course, because of few holidays, and therefore. However, now this is going to be ramped up. The indications are this could be up to 17,000, 18,000 sooner rather than later. And the overall year should see anywhere between 230 and 290,000, depending on how the production capacity is being built out. Now, the US Armed Forces storage, the inventory, has currently more than enough volume to deliver hundreds of thousands per quarter without even touching the base of the stock out of phased out stocks. That's not being done, despite the fact that we have US C-2321J, which stipulates, this is the excess defense articles, that transfers to, in this case, very specifically, up to 500 million in value per discharge, per batch, quite literally, or per segment, could be delivered to Ukraine. Now, the funny thing is, 500 million doesn't sound much in comparison to all the billions we're always talking about, but as Doug and I know, these are phased out ammunitions. They actually currently have a book value of 1 per unit, and they have a destruction value, meaning a cost associated. We're saving money, or the US would be saving money sending this ammunition. Can it be used in the Ukraine? Absolutely. Are the Ukrainians begging for it? Yes, it's more than 1.5 years. Did they receive some of them? Yes, they did. Did they receive the things which are now being phased out in the past 5 quarters? Not a bit. There are so many things which are not being done. How can we make the national security process not become a domestic issue? Doug, is that possible in an election year? Or is it actually the election
No.
year where it should happen?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's possible. The second of all, I won't debate you. Clearly, you've done your research, but having spent my adult life in the U.S. government, anything the U.S. government owns, the U.S. government owns, and you've got to account for it. And while you're right, I am aware there are exceptions the president could use. They used it to provide Israel some materials not too long ago. It's a tremendous risk to undermine Congress, and that's the way Congress would perceive it. Congress would perceive that the president is overreaching on its authorities. It's not a question of litigating it and whatever. It's Congress, even the Democrats would not be pleased, the feeling that their power of the purse, which essentially it is, because even though it's already been paid for, you're right, but it's government property, and that the president is then not going to Congress, going around them. Legally, he can, but he would pay the price for it. So, to that extent, he's tied it all together, thinking that, well, I'm showing this is not just about Ukraine, it's Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Right? He's lumped those all together, and still, because of the GOP resistance, he can't get it through normal processes. So, I'm sure looking at it, and you did your research, and you're absolutely right. There are ways and means, but I think the political costs would be so consequential and enduring that Congress would spite him. And I've seen that happen. I've seen my own agency do something which Congress didn't like, and we showed it was perfectly legal, and they went, no, perfectly legal, and now we're cutting blank millions of dollars to punish you because Congress can do it. That's in their authority.
Yeah, but this is
So
a
I
this is a
totally
bill which a Republican
understand.
Congress. I agree with you generally, but this is a bill which a Republican Congress in the latter years of Bill Clinton's second term put in place, which has been since then reinstated, added on to, and specified by both
Oh,
a
but
Republican
actually,
and
you're
a.
looking at it.
Wait, let me
You're
let me
looking at it logically,
I'm looking at something
there's no
else.
logic here. There's no logic here. The Republicans shot down their own immigration bill. It was their bill.
I'm not debating that. I'm
They
not debating that.
sponsored it, drafted it, negotiated it, got more compromises than ever, and shot it down
Because it
because
was a
there
show.
is no logic
No,
here.
there was a show. I don't disagree with this. What I'm saying is This is something which has been set up specifically in the last 3.5 years by changing majorities. And it's something which is specifically created, also reiterated, even by this Congress, meaning a majority Democrat Senate and a majority Republican House. And the priority in the terms of transfer say as follows: this is something which the president can do any given day, and he doesn't need a budget for it because it has
Then
been
why
paid
doesn't
for.
why doesn't he do it for
That's
for
exactly
Israel?
my question.
And
Because
and why doesn't he do it for time? Because it's politics. He can't afford to.
he can.
He's simply, well, not politically. He can't afford to.
Why can't he? Okay,
If he could afford to politically, if the president and his team thought this would make him more popular, he would do it. But clearly, they determined that this is a sensitive issue, even within the Democratic Party, because it will be considered an excess of presidential authority,
But it isn't.
regardless, as I said, regardless the legal nature, because it is not the way things are done. And there is a social contract that this is the process and this is how we use it. And if you abuse the process, you will pay for it politically. And I believe that's right. And historically, in the history of the United States, when a president has done that, even his own party has undermined him. The exception is Trump, where it is like a cult. You know, Trump could do whatever he wants, abuse whatever law, and seems to be fine. But the rest of the more rational world in America is still playing by the rules. So I am not pleased that there's a hold on the aid to Ukraine and particularly to Taiwan for the defense of Taiwan as well. But I understand it. I get it, and I think the president, particularly in an election year, is doing the only thing that's politically reasonable for his own survival.
Well, then, okay, let me read out two sections because I've obviously spoken to a number of people. By the way, funny enough, but on both sides of the aisle, as well as.
And you don't have to convince me, Axel. I honestly, I'm not debating the veracity of your research. I'm simply telling you how the perceptions are influencing the decision making, regardless the authorities that you have found that the president could execute, but it would be at his own peril politically.
Okay, if I tell you now the following, that the NSC has debated this, because let me read out the two paragraphs which merit in that regard, because I want to have this from, if the intelligence agencies were to, obviously in this case we now have a director of national intelligence, if he were to listen to people debating the following, which since the days of Condi Rice, by the way, has been debated in that format and has been used also. But here is the following. The intro is the authorization under 2321J is the president is authorized to transfer excess defense articles under this section to countries for which receipt of such articles was justified, pursuant to the annual congressional presentation documents for military assistance programs, which exists here, by the way, or for programs under Part 8 of subchapter 1 of this chapter, which is another one of these titles, which Ukraine would fulfill, submitted under section 23 from 94, blah, blah, blah. Then it continues, or for which receipt of such articles was separately justified to the Congress, which was the case, because we also had a lend lease, for the fiscal year in which the transfer is authorized. Now, that's it. Then it continues, and this is the key section in this, because it was set up specifically to defend this flank. Priority, terms of transfer. First, no cost to recipient country. Excess defense articles may be transferred under this section without cost to the recipient country. There's a reason for it, because it costs less than the destruction. Second, priority. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the delivery of excess defense articles under this section to member countries of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, in brackets, NATO, on the southern and southeastern flank of NATO, to major non-NATO allies on such southern and southeastern flank, to Taiwan and to the Philippines, shall be given priority to the maximum extent feasible over the delivery of such excess defense articles to other countries.
Can I pause you? Because I mean, I'm not debating, I'm not litigating here. I am simply telling you the politics. And I'm simply offering to you that were the president to do that, it would be outside the norm, outside the process. And that is usually considered for very small, paltry amounts, which still, even the delivery of those weapons cost money, right? You still have to pay for things to be shipped. Who authorizes that? Congress. So ultimately, Congress owns the purse strings. Moreover than that, perception wise, this is a republic, the United States is. The president and all the other elected officials are supposed to be representing the will of the people. If the Congress is saying the will of the people is not to provide that support, which right now, with there's not 60 votes in the Senate, or maybe there will be. There's a majority Republican in the House suggests that the will of the people is not to do this. Then the president is violating the will of the people. How
Is
does
he?
that play?
If it says the president is authorized.
It doesn't matter that he's authorized. It's authorized by, there's a lot of things the presidents are authorized to do, but if the American public doesn't want to do something and he still does it, then he has violated the will of the people. It's not a law he's broken, but politically he's broken the trust. So what I'm telling you again, or re-emphasizing to you, it doesn't matter what the law or authorities are. It is not the normal process. There's a reason for that process, because it is supposed to reflect the popular will of the people. The things that the president are authorized to do in exigency are not supposed to be the exigencies due to politics, that there's dissent, but it's expediency, and there's popular support, but there's not enough time to get behind it. There's plenty of time. There's been time, but the will of the people, based on the way Congress has been, is saying we don't want to do it. Now, I think it's wrong, and it's politics, and it's the way things have been sort of perverted in the system. But that the president, politically, it would be political suicide for him to do it.
Okay. I grant you that you can harbor this opinion that it would be political suicide, albeit that I believe that when the law, which was passed and reiterated by this Congress and the last Congress, by the way, since the full-scale invasion and since 2014, says the president is authorized, he is authorized, the will of the people is actually the Congress passing these laws.
So let me turn it around on you, Axel. No, I want, because I don't want to keep litigating this, because you're just going to quote references. You tell me why then the president, who's so supportive of Ukraine, you tell me why you think the president hasn't done it, if it's not politics.
I think that, of course, it is all politics.
That's okay, exactly, so we're agreed. So we're done.
Yeah, but no, we're not done, because I would like to. This president can win the election easily by moving the national security question out of the hands of the domestic debate.
No, but it's not possible.
Oh yes,
I wish it was, because the United States votes on domestic issues.
Strong leader. The main line to be polled is strong leader. Strong leadership says, in times of existential war, protecting both the Union and its allies, the president shall. And the president can. He has the capabilities. That's what I'm saying. Why is he not doing it?
GOP and the MAGA movement has said Trump is stronger. Trump says, I could solve this in 24 hours. I mean, obviously he can't, but his people believe it. Okay, so I mean, American politics is hard for Americans to understand, because it's just been subject to emotions and disinformation and all sorts of wild and craziness. But I'm offering, as an American and as an American who worked in government my whole life, I wish the president could do all these things. And if there was other reasons, if you have other reasons why you think that he's a secret agenda and he's secretly in bed with Trump, he wants to do this too. So clearly, the reasoning is it's politics. I mean, it is. It's sadly politics. I mean, we've got immigration has become a national security issue in America, where the Republicans are saying we're being invaded. So I've been in countries that were invaded, and this looks nothing like an invasion. People that invade are like shooting at me and bombing and taking over territory. So it's unfortunately politics.
Douglas, we both agree on this one. This needs to hit home hard.
Okay.
I understand this. It needs to hit home hard. But how on earth, if not this president who understands what is at stake, and I grant him that, I absolutely believe that he understands exactly what is at stake. I think that he has a fair, long grown animus also towards the authoritarian regimes, despite the fact that he has this friendship with Xi Jinping for whatever reason, out of his, courtly visits in as a vice president. But that cast aside, he has a clear definition of right and wrong in that regard. He understands that this needs to be fought. What needs to happen that he takes this national security question and takes it away from the table? Do you think there is anything that could happen that he could do that, to say, I'm the president, I have executive power, we need to win this, the free world is at stake?
Well, I mean, I think more broadly, I would submit that President Biden just hasn't done a good job on messaging concerning any of the key issues that America is facing today, let alone Ukraine or immigration. I mean, here's a president that's made compromises that has like AOC and the progressive left pulling their hair out on immigration, but he was willing to do that because of the national security threat from Russia and China and terrorism and such around the world, and he still couldn't pull it off. Watching his press briefing last night was very disheartening, because rather than disprove, the special counsel's report about, this was an old man with a failing memory, his behavior validated it when referred to, Sisi, General Sisi in Egypt, as the president of Mexico. So he does not do particularly well on messaging. Unfortunately, he's not a very effective communicator. So for him to then take this course of action, and he's taken courses of action that were very unpopular, even in his own administration. There's a lot of dissent on what's going on in Israel, and only now do we even hear Biden saying the Israelis are going over the top. And that's the first criticism really we've heard from him, despite within his own ranks. He withdrew from American forces from Afghanistan, despite the protest, what we've seen, at least in public, of his Secretary of Defense and his Secretary of State and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he still did it anyway. So he very much will go his own way. So he's not afraid of going his own way, but he communicates very poorly. And that's very unfortunate, particularly with so much at stake in the election year. Former President Trump has declared that an attack on NATO doesn't necessarily mean the United States is going to respond. I mean, just like,
Which is ultimate
it's just
insanity.
chilling.
Yeah,
It's insanity,
absolutely.
right? It's unbelievably chilling to hear that. And Putin is going, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, here we come, right? So it's astounding what's happened. And I was having this conversation with my wife the other night, and I was like, boy, I tell you, I am feeling like the old man who talks about the good old days. But I wish we had the good old days where Republicans and Democrats, they would argue about the ways to achieve American interests, but not the American interest. Where now those interests are so polarized in ways that are for me, a baby boomer, right, generational wise, are absolutely beyond comprehension. And unfortunately, one of the cultural realities about the United States is most Americans are really not interested in what's going on outside this country. They simply aren't. Americans have forgotten 9/11, particularly the young generation who weren't even born then or just were kids then. They're already forgetting the Islamic State when it comes to terrorism, because 2016, 17, 18, that's a long time ago, and for Americans it's in the review mirror. So Ukraine, to them, has not really seized them sufficiently as it should, considering the massive threat that Russia poses, not just to Ukraine, but to Europe and to the liberal democracies of the world. But that is unfortunately a reality, and the Republicans have done very well in doing precisely what you said, Axel. They have linked the existing national security and foreign policy issues into domestic agenda, into domestic issues, and they've turned it into ethics and morality and the woke left and the invasion at our border. And unfortunately, they have been extremely effective. So my hope as an American is that, as committed as Trump's base is, and they're committed, they're going to turn out, I'm hoping there's less of them than those Americans who go, wow, he's a nut. We simply can't afford that. So, we're not thrilled necessarily with everything Biden is doing, but to keep Trump out of the White House, we'll vote for Biden. But I don't know. I am like, oh my gosh, and keeping my fingers crossed.
Yeah, it is a tantalizing spectacle. I agree with you, and it's, unfortunately, it's spectacle which should not be one at all, because it is only so terrifying because people are playing with the security of this world. Let me give you a
Yep.
couple of names: Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Ernst, Grassley, Kennedy, McConnell, Moran, Murkowski, Romney, Rounds, Sullivan, Toon, Tillis, Wicker, and Young.
You're doing a call to Senate?
Those were the GOP votes in favor, alongside the 67, 33, 32 tally for HR 815.
Right.
Those were the ones who voted to keep this alive. Some of the others, for whatever reasons, which I find despicable, and I have to single out someone I know and I typically get along fairly well with, Lindsey Graham, voted against it,
Oh, yeah.
which was absolutely despicable. And our friends at the Wall Street Journal called him out for it, because that is just political. I mean, this is state politics more than anything. It's state politics taking prime over what he once called the most important issue of our time. I'm very
Well,
disappointed.
that's his relationship with Trump, so
Yeah,
I'm sure that had a lot to do with it.
relationship with Trump and state politics in South Carolina, and therefore projection of this bullshit. He needs to get out. I haven't seen anything. I don't know whether Cece, have you seen the vote, the call already, or is the vote already on? Is it? Isn't it?
It's 7 p.m. Eastern time in the United
7
States.
p.m. Sorry, apologies. So that we won't.
Oh, 4.5 hours actually.
Okay, apologies, my mistake. But thank you for reminding me. So we'll have to wait until the vote is there. I would hope that Lindsey Graham will actually vote for this tonight, because he's been called heavily by many people I know from both Europe as well as over there on your across your pond, and highlighted that this cannot stand.
Well, the thing with Lindsey Graham, if you look at him historically, it's ridiculous he wouldn't vote for it. But I have this like weird belief that Trump has a dossier on him, on Lindsey Graham, and it's like I've got this file on you, and I'm going to expose a whole lot of things that's going to be very bad for you. And because Lindsey Graham was never a Trump supporter, didn't support Trump in 2016, basically called him a menace, right? Has always been very hawkish on Russia as well as China, very supportive of national security, and he has really been just totally aligned with Trump in ways that are inconsistent with his own politics. So I have this
And until a few
my
weeks
own kind of
ago, he said he would vote for Ukraine, but he wanted to include this border topic, blah blah blah. So he toed the line.
until Trump then torpedoed that. So yeah, I know it's like I say, it's a very troubling era for American politics, and I hope we get past it. We can all laugh about it in years to come and go, "Oh, wasn't that a rough time?"
Yeah. Well, normally the
I
funny
don't know.
thing is, Douglas, normally when you and I come up, everybody knows that we're not talking politics, and normally on this space we don't talk U.S. domestic politics. We'll try to avoid it for reasons which are vested in our approach to try to take this as calmly as possible, because otherwise the emotions go up. But at the same time, today we were able to do so because from an intelligence and process perspective, this is so clearly a process which can be exploited so easily by the Russians, by the enemies of freedom, because they just have to target those who are vulnerable.
Well, and they also don't have to make things up. They can amplify what's being said that they like. In this case, they can amplify things that are coming from the Trump constituency and the MAGA base without having to make anything up. So it makes their jobs a lot easier to solidify, unfortunately, the opposition towards aid in Ukraine when you have the entire Republican House of Representatives, uh, pretty much, and a large number of the senators basically saying, "Well, we can't be worried about what's going on outside our country when we're being invaded." And again, like I say, if any of these people would ever innovate an invasion, they would realize we're not being invaded. But it's just it's hard to separate, as you say, Axel. And yes, it's ripe territory for an intel service, and in this case it makes the job of the Russian intel services a whole lot easier.
All right, then let's shift gears a little bit and move back to what happens currently with the narratives and the likes. You and I had a couple of chats in that regard. We could talk about also the other authoritarians, of course, the Chinese included, who may be the significantly, say, more important menace, but at the same time, at the moment, we have to deal with the alligator, which is closest to the boat, right? The narratives, which, and not only with the interview with which we started, but the Russians have in recent weeks been purporting and bringing forward, were all directed still at corruption in Ukraine. For well, and that was a major topic towards the end of December. They then went into the vulnerability, the incapability of Ukraine having any chance. Then they portrayed Ukrainians as abusing prisoners. That didn't work well on one day. They tried it again the next day. It didn't gel. They're testing every single day 4, 5, 6 different messages, different narratives, just in order to find a way to get into the heads of people. They see what could possibly work. If it works, they exploit it, they pursue it further. Why are we not, despite the fact that we're now 2 years into the full-scale invasion, but we're 9 years into this invasion in total, and we've been in this war with Soviet Russia or the Tsarist Russian imperialism for a long time. Why on earth do we not grow up to simply take it as it is?
Yeah, it's a different approach because they have different equities. So, to try to give you sort of an intelligence analogy. I was a case officer. So my job was to go out and find people who would spy against their country, their government, their terrorist group, whatever, and work with me and the United States and CIA. So you could say, well, why don't we just ask lots of people? If you ask enough people, somebody's going to say yes. And that may be true. But the problem with that is we don't want to get caught because if we ask 100 people and 3 people say yes and 97 say no, probably those 97, some are going to go report it, and people will get caught and thrown out and whatever like that. The Russians aren't worried about getting caught. So the Russians deal very much from an intelligence service and disinformation. They deal in volume. It is about going with as much material as they can, and as you suggested, Axel, testing things out. Does this play? Does this not play? Because they're not worried about getting caught. And at least in the United States, there's been the establishment of new offices, new agencies that they exist to sort of point out Russian disinformation. But here's again the political problem. There's been such a loss of confidence in the United States for its institutions, particularly among the MAGA group, who don't trust the government, who've been now, conditioned that, well, if it's not on Fox or Tucker Carlson, you can't believe it. So the Russians have even greater impunity to work more carelessly and just focus on volume. It's just a different approach. When the United States and most of its partners conduct intelligence operations, whether it's covert influence, which is to seize the narrative, right? Or positive intelligence or whatever it is, there's a real concern for not getting caught because we'll be held accountable. Who's going to hold Russia accountable? Does Putin worry about polls? Does he worry about the will of the people? Does he worry about media coming after him? He's got nothing to worry about. So if people go, we know it was Russian disinformation, I mean, he doesn't care. Where if the United States or Germany or the United Kingdom, conduct some sort of covert influence operation and it comes back to them, this was actually the Germans or the Americans, there'll be a scandal, right? And political opposition in all these countries, which are all liberal democracies, will exploit it regardless of the consequences to national security, because it will serve their political interests. So there's a real reason why we do things differently, covertly. When we do it, we really mean covertly, where the Russians, disinformation, assassination, they're not all that concerned. And as you said at the beginning, the Wall Street Journal, the journalist who's in jail, Putin wants a known FSB assassin, right? Who, various courts have said this was directed by Russia. He was an FSB officer and he killed a political dissident. He doesn't care because he would only need to care if it was an issue at home that threatened his power, and he doesn't have to worry about that like liberal democracies do.
And he knows that Germany won't release him because Germany can't easily.
I hope that's the case. I really do. I'd be devastated if Germany released him. I really would. So I'm hoping that they don't.
Yeah,
And I know
they have no.
the
They
United
have
States
no
has to at least
legal.
talk.
The problem is the
Right.
chancellor in Germany does not have that kind of. We call it Weisungsgewalt. The judiciary
Okay.
is fortunately sufficiently
Oh, good.
independent.
I wish we had that here. No, that's great, and I hope that stays the case, and I hope it doesn't encourage Putin to arrest a German journalist now, or other German nationals to try to see if he could extract those kind of concessions. It would be obvious, but once again, he doesn't care about obvious. He really doesn't need to.
And that's the interesting thing, because two things which just came up. First of all, he comes up by highlighting. He did this the mentioning of Krasikov both in the interview as well as, by the way, this is not the first time that this has been mentioned. He's been hinting at this before, and his administration has done this before last year. So I don't know when was this, June, July last year. We had this discussion coming up, and it was quite clear. I think even you and I here with Chuck once were talking about this bicycle murderer, and
Right.
and the interesting thing is that we know that he wants to trade. He knows that the trade is
Right.
impossible. Therefore, he wants to put the onus on both the US and Germany to do so, just in order to keep the wound festering. That's an important feature to him. And but he also shows pride to his own audience at home that this is our
Yeah,
man.
it's
He's-
win-win.
He has a win-win
It
situation.
serves him no matter what happens. It's all win-win for him. No, exactly. I totally
And we
agree.
just
So,
don't play that game. We don't.
no, we don't.
The
Because we have to answer to our people. We have to answer to the voters, the public, and such like that. And he doesn't have to.
So Mr. Budanov,
He has to
Budanov
answer
is happy
to the
that
people who are going to support him.
I agree, but Budanov
Yeah,
is happy
I
because he's fighting in a war. He's allowed to do anything.
yeah, I don't know anything.
Well, Russian
He's
generals
got he's got
have been assassinated. Have been
yeah, no,
targeted.
he's got generous parameters. But I don't know well enough to know what those parameters are, to be honest.
Should
right? But
Ukraine?
he's exercised a lot of
that-
authority.
You saw my question come around the corner from 2 miles. I know. Should
Go ahead.
Ukraine target more? Should Ukraine target oligarchs and Siloviki?
Oligarchs, I don't think would get him much. Siloviki, maybe, yeah. I could see that having some influence, but Putin has more and more solidified his position in that he worries less and less about the circles around him. Right? I mean, ultimately, if he's going, it's going to be somebody near him who's going to help him exit. But he's so insulated himself. He really has. Where even a lot of authoritarians, they at least have circles of influence on them. People with money or power, or the army and such like that. But he's really positioned himself that even if the Ukrainians start going after the Slaviki, I think what he needs to worry about more, perhaps, and I'm just like reaching here and stuff, and this I haven't really given this enough thought, is if he starts losing the power of the purse, if the Ukrainians step up their attacks on economic targets that start causing greater suffering, shortages, inconveniences for the Russian masses, that might be something. And they've been doing a bit of that. They've been striking, oil refineries and all that kind of stuff. I actually kind of like that. I would think if I was in their war room, I would probably be suggesting that. And Siloviki, yeah, why not? Maybe because it's daring, it's audacious, and maybe it'll scare somebody. But I think Putin's got to worry about, hundreds of thousands of people coming on the street. That's what he's got to worry about. And he's nowhere near that right now. And I think he's otherwise contained the potential, so long as he can count on Patrushev and Bortnikov, right? His National Security Council president and his FSB chief. As long as he can count on those two people, He doesn't even have to worry about the defense minister because he doesn't give a
You
damn
just
about
you
the
just
defense
you
minister.
just came around the corner to from where I was asking the question. Should Ukraine aim
Okay.
high?
Yeah, yeah. I would think to go after the echo because he Russia's what they've been able to do effectively is take advantage of their economic machinery. They're losing tons of tanks. They are making tons of tanks. They're losing lots of people. Well, they got lots of people, so they'll just conscript and send these poor people with no training just en masse uh, into the fodder and get killed because it takes bullets and missiles to kill them, which Ukraine is running low on. But what he can't afford is if the war really starts hitting home and it causes people to really go, we've got nothing to lose, that it's worth coming out and protesting. That's what he's got to worry about. Now, I don't think we're anywhere near that, and I don't honestly know that Ukraine can generate that type of targeting to have that effect. But the targeting itself might frighten him. And I do believe Putin is genuine that, hey, if you let me walk away right now with what I got, we could have a ceasefire. It doesn't mean it's over. He still wants to overthrow the government. He still wants a puppet in Kiev. But I'm sure it would at least get to a ceasefire because it's expensive. And Russia is becoming increasingly a vassal of China. And he could act as pompous as he wants. He knows that. He knows that he is increasingly under China's thumb. So he's done this whole protest about, oh, we're showing you America, but in the meantime, he's becoming President Xi's, subordinate in a way. So I think he would take that deal. And that's why I would probably encourage that kind of targeting as opposed to, going exclusively after strategic military targets, which they need to do, and going after targets that have a psychological effect, which would be Sloviki, people that might be close to Putin to some extent. I think things that would cost Russia, that would probably be a useful targeting step. And they've been doing that somewhat of late.
All right. Before we go further into the spy business and the assassins and the likes, couple of questions are up. We have a couple of hands up. Let's clear those first, and then we'll go through it further. For every child, then we go to Marcus.
Bless you, Axel. You're so courageous calling on me, and I promise to be on my very best behavior.
You always are when we're together here for every child. Please, no need. Carry on.
Mr. London, I want to thank you so very much for being my voice in this space. I have tried to speak on these issues and nowhere near as eloquently or as effectively as you have. I have some memories, some slight memories of the 1940s to give you some perspective of where I'm speaking from. I have spent a lifetime being right. That's not very popular to spend a lifetime being right. In that lifetime of being right, I've also learned that it is meaningless to be right if you are not effective. And President Biden understands the need to be effective. Slava Ukraine.
No, thank you very much for your comments, and I do appreciate that and welcome that, and thank you for listening to the broadcaster.
All righty, with that, we go to Marcus.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could speak to any of the kind of tradecraft things that went on with that Tucker interview. In particular, I found it entertaining that he did the kind of off-balancing thing where he brought up a thing about Tucker's past and mocked him for it. Was there any other tradecraft things that you spotted?
Well, he's a spy at the end of the day. He was born and raised and conditioned to be a case officer. So he acts like that. So I recognize what he's doing. And some of it is also a smartass. I mean, he's a master of his domain, and he can pretty much get away with whatever he does. But his engagement of Tucker, it was occasionally provocative, but with sort of the escape that it's just all in good fun, right? Because there are even some times where he'd say something and Tucker would respond, and Lord knows I'm not a Tucker Carlson fan, and Tucker would kind of respond, and he's basically said, "I'm just joking," or "I'm just saying this." So I don't think he was using tradecraft in the classic sense of using certain techniques to try to manipulate Tucker. He came to take advantage of the opportunity to speak to Tucker Carlson's audience, which he did very well. And most of what he did was prepared. That all his comments, everything, he had a script, he had talking points, right? And so I'm sure he studied his talking points and he organized what was most important to him. And I'm sure he was in charge of that. I think his organization was poor, to be honest, because he doesn't understand America. But he had his organization and how he wanted to go through it. But I didn't see him, like, as we would say, tradecraft wise, eliciting in a certain way of Tucker or trying to engender certain responses. And then to say on the other side of it, Tucker Carlson is still trying to look like, oh, he's independent. He's not, the toady of Putin, and he's an effective independent journalist. So they both were doing their thing, but I think Putin can't help himself behaviorally. He's going to act like an operations officer does at times, but it's not like he was doing something there, in public during a 2-hour televised thing to try to develop Tucker Carlson. They get everything they need out of Tucker Carlson for free.
Thank you.
Alrighty, now that sorry, I just saw that what's it's a non-locality. You have a follow-up question very quickly, then we can do this. Otherwise, we'll move on further.
Yes, thank you very much. Doug, I just want to say thank you for your service. I appreciate what our agencies have done for our country. While I question accountability, I certainly, as an American, want to thank you for your service. Yeah, I was interested, like Marcus, in some of the tradecraft elements. I also would like to understand an effective way to mitigate against this, against when people are speaking to us about what happened in Maidan and our involvement with it. How do you recommend we approach these conversations? Because they seem to be difficult for me to have with those of us who believe in supporting Ukraine with everything we have.
Sure, but give me, if you would, to help me narrow it down, frame any specific actions that you're
Victoria Nuland handing out sandwiches during the coup.
I don't know about that. Putin during
Did
his
she poison anyone
yeah,
specific?
right.
Douglas, did she poison anyone with those sandwiches?
Not I'm aware of. But I wasn't in the kitchen at the time, so I can't say. But I think Putin was of course using a lot of that during his discussion. He talked about 2008, and he talked about Georgia and how he got some letter from the CIA that said we were supporting terrorists. So and he said, "Oh, I'll pull it out of the archives for you." Yeah, I really doubt he got a letter from the CIA saying we were supporting terrorists. What he probably got in a response was something that said the U.S. government supports the rightful uh, um, issues of the opposition, of the legitimate democratic opposition. But of course, Putin thinks the democratic opposition are terrorists, and Putin's going to think that any element that opposes Russia or wants to have a true democracy is an enemy and is a terrorist group. So I'm not really put off by that kind of thing. In theory, ideally, the United States, being a proponent of democracy, has taken a stand that we will always support lawful, political, and peaceful opposition, right? So if the United States is endorsing that, whether it's in Ukraine prior to the Orange Revolution, or it's in Iran or whatever like that, I mean that is actually consistent plank of the United States foreign policy. But to a dictator who sees that as a threat, I mean, that's terrorism. So I don't know if I'm hitting on the question you want to ask. So let me know if you want to sort of narrow me down somewhat.
No, I think that was sufficient. Slava Ukraini, I appreciate your time. Thank you guys for the
Thank
space.
you.
Heroim Sava, and thank you very much. And right before I want to go further, we have Dry Fly up.
Hi, I'm driving, so I'll try to be quick. I want to thank you for coming on and doing this. I don't know if you were able to talk at all about that explosion at the missile plant. I was running around, so missed some of it. If you have, I'll have to go back and catch it on the replay. But if you haven't, I would sure like to hear.
Well, Driver, we haven't spoken about it, but we alluded to the fact that Budanov and his troops have incurred significant amount of damage already in Russia.
Oh yeah, I know that.
You want to add something to that?
No, I was going to say I was just interested in his take on it, on number one, and then number two, he mentioned economic targets, and as you know, Axel, we've been talking about that here for, gosh, maybe a year. I mean, Will and I have actually gone out and said almost a year ago that refineries should be very, very high on the list. They should be some of the highest, even higher than the power plants and the distribution, because it actually affects the economy of Moscow and St. Pete more than the electrical grid does. I mean, the grid is important, but if you knock out the refinery, those people rely on diesel and gasoline to get around and to get supplies to their stores, whereas most of Russia relies on electricity for trains. So if you were to actually target refineries, you bring the hurt to the people of St. Pete and to Moscow much, much more targetedly. And that would be a far greater effect, I would think, on the political instability of Putin. I would like Mr. London, if he could, to comment if he can think of any other areas besides refineries that would be especially good economic targets. And I will listen. Thank you.
So I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword for Ukraine. Ukraine has rightfully said, look, world, Russia is specifically targeting civilian targets. They're specifically trying to make life harder for our people. They're killing our civilians. They're targeting hospitals. They're targeting our infrastructure, our power grid in the middle of the winter and such. So, Ukraine has tried to, as they ought to, cultivate sympathy and support that Russia's committing war crimes and they're not really fighting a war. They're just trying to expand the suffering of people. So you flip that around and Ukraine starts going after economic targets, and there's economic targets and there's economic targets, right? And the spin machines can kind of play this as they will, but if Ukraine increases its targeting of economic targets that cause Russian people to suffer, then it might undermine their ability to express outrage at Russian civilian targeting. I'm just saying that as an issue. Strategically, as I said earlier, and I agree, I think maybe the best use of some of their behind line operations or long range missiles is, in fact, as you said, undermining the electrical grid, going after the refineries, hitting places that hurt. I think I would encourage them if they could, and I mean, simply not have the ability, I would expand cyber attacks. I mean, it's not like Russia is pulling its punches. It's done everything it could cyber-wise against Ukraine, and it's unfortunately for them, unfortunately for us, Ukraine has become much more resilient. They've gotten a lot of help from the United States and private industry, as a matter of fact, to strengthen their resistance to cyber attacks. But I would guess, and I'm going to say guess because I don't have enough insight to say that there's asymmetrical opportunities in Russia where cyber attacks could be very effective and will get attention and have economic impact and have social impact. So besides the kinetic, going after things as they can, because they've only got so many long range missiles and they've only got so many cells that are able to operate behind enemy lines. I would certainly be increasing my offensive cyber activity, and I would do so asymmetrically and find soft spots. And just because Russia is bigger and is a bigger country, has a bigger grid, has bigger, has more, there's more to go after. That I would think, just intellectually, that there might be opportunities there. So does that help?
Yeah, very much so. I agree with cyber 100%. The reason I liked refineries is that when you hit electrical grids in the winter in Russia, people die. I mean, their houses get cold, people freeze to death. When you knock out a refinery, it just means the wealthier people who have cars can't get to work. So it's an inconvenient, and then their stores don't get stocked, but they don't starve. They'll have emergency supplies, but it makes it harder. That's why I liked refinery so much. It wasn't going to be quite as ugly. They're not going to be bringing out children frozen to death and show them on TV. It's just going to be a real headache and economically a big problem. But yeah, cyber would be ideal. I'll listen.
No, I agree with you on the refineries, because the refineries also hurt Russia's ability to, like, have money and have currency and build more tanks. And they also make spectacular vignettes of pictures of things on fire, where cyber ops, you don't generally see, things blowing up or whatever. But you see these big refineries on fire, that's embarrassing for Putin. That makes him look weak.
And he doesn't like to look weak.
Oh no.
He also doesn't like it when he is considered to be dependent, when somebody else has control over him, and he made very sure that an unprepared Mr. Carlson looked very hopeless and hapless at the same time.
No, it's an interesting
throughout
point,
the
and
interview.
I'm sorry, I don't want to delay more questioners, but just because you mentioned that, in terms of information operations, it's been a while since I've been recruiting and running Russian agents, but my recollection is Russians have a historical enmity or fear of China, right? That goes back centuries, right? The Mongolian hordes and such like that. And I would love to see, information campaigns that appeal to that and go, your country is becoming a vassal of China. You are becoming a slave state to what has over the centuries been one of your greatest enemies, and you can't trust them. And look at what does Putin do? And that's really something I'd be advocating for if I was in one of the war rooms. But sorry, please go on.
That's okay. Sorry, I just ate a pretzel. I apologize. Cece, please.
Hi, Douglas. Welcome. This has been such a great talk. Just really informative. I really do appreciate what you were saying about Biden and the real politic of what is, the brass tacks of what is possible versus what is possible. Let me just give this example. So I'm on MAGA mailing lists to do some Oppo research. I, in fact, am an independent, but everyone's Oppo of MAGA at this point. Anyone sane? So every time Biden would come out with messaging that was pro-Ukraine, it would go out in all of the MAGA messaging fundraisers that I would receive in my email inbox. And so I do know that he was very careful. And although I do not like much of what he's done with slow rolling weapons, I do understand that realpolitik of him needing to pay attention to the fact that people who hold the purse strings are the ones that you have to show some respect for, just, not only politically, but also just mechanically. So I really appreciate that. And I understand this doesn't need, it sounds like it doesn't need to be said, but because of how many times I've heard this, it apparently does. Would you address why Trump would not be good for Ukraine? Because we have a lot of really loud pro-Ukrainer voices, which go out to tens of thousands of people who are now asserting this fact, which is nothing but false.
So, from what I've seen since the time President Trump was in office and following, he has tried to flip the narrative that it's Ukraine as opposed to Russia that is a greater threat to American democracy, that it was Ukraine and not Russia that was involved in election interference, that it was Ukraine that was in bed with the Biden family, that Russia just wants to live and be allowed to live, and Ukraine is they've got a right to take the position they have, the threat that Ukraine presents them. So I do not see a Trump administration being supportive of Ukraine's independence, let alone its ability to resist Russia and Russian aggression. So I again see him doing what he has done and using misinformation and disinformation and falsehoods, because politically for him, Russia has been good for him. Russia, he has managed to take his messaging on Putin and Russia, and it has played well in his base and it has resonated. And one thing I did see, even when I was working in government during the Trump administration. He, whether it's for ego or it's political, he likes to stick to what he's said. If he said he's going to do something, as insane as it might be, he sticks to it. Ultimately, he pulled troops out of northwest Syria, U.S. troops out of northwest Syria, because he said he's getting out of Syria. It was ridiculous. Our defense secretary resigned over it. He didn't care. He said he was pulling out of Afghanistan because that's what he had campaigned on and he had promised. So he's campaigning on ending this war, which means basically telling Ukraine, you're on your own, and we want you to negotiate, and we want you to accommodate Russia's claims to your territory. That's his campaign promise. And consistently, I've seen Trump feel it's very important to keep his base happy by, if this is what he campaigned on and this is what they support, that he's going to keep to it regardless of fallacy, which is really inconsistent with American political history where, politicians are elected, whether it's, the executive or the Senate or the House, and they see clarity from, the facts, and they go, oh, wow, well, I might have campaigned on this, but this is not in the country's best interest. Whereas my take on Mr. Trump is that it's what's in Mr. Trump's best interest, and that's his ability to, solidify and expand his base of power. So I do not think a Trump administration would be in America's best interest, and in turn would be of great help to Ukraine.
Would you go so far as to say he's a compromat Quisling?
I would love to be able to say that. I wish, someday somebody comes up with that secret file and say he's been in bed with Russian intelligence. But the thing is, he doesn't have to. Russian intelligence never had to cultivate him. He was on his own doing their bidding. So I don't think that they needed to coerce him. And I think at this point in time, and this is just based on experience and not based on any knowledge, if there was some inkling of that and we were aware, it would have come out somewhere. So I just think that Russia has been able to manipulate Trump without having to, do anything to compromise him. Because what compromise on Trump would his base care about? I mean, the man has broken laws in my mind, and a jury still has to decide. He tried to overthrow an election. He called on an insurrection against his own government. He stole documents. He's assaulted women. He's actually said, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and I would be fine. So I don't really think that there's any terrible, awful thing that could be exposed about Trump that his base would care about, which is saddening. But
they would, Doug, they would care about a blue dress.
Yeah, I think they would applaud him. I mean, for the love of God,
Oh, because he could still pull
Right?
it off.
Exactly. I think his base. I mean, his base includes the most. These people claim to be the most religious and righteous people, and yet there's no doubt of the horrible things he's done. And you know how those people rationalize it? They will say, "Well, he is God's instrument." So it doesn't matter what he has done or said or whatever, that God has placed him here to put the right people on the Supreme Court and have the right laws, and it doesn't matter what he has done, which is just amazing when you think in American history, just this suggestion of scandal has undermined presidential Senate aspirants, if you would. But in his case, it seems to make him stronger with his own base.
Yeah, it seems that he is the ultimate reincarnation of Tammany Hall. And literally, don't forget that the people who are people always defend Judas Iscariot as being a tool of God just as well.
It's amazing, right?
And they are the circle closers.
Yep. But anyway, so I hope that all
Basilius, yeah. Basilius, you had a question up.
Yes. Hello, Douglas, sir. Nice to meet you, first of all. And your word is my comment. I once prepared a meme which actually goes into the direction that you sort of been mentioning, and I put it into the nest. And I hope that you like it, because it goes in directly into this what actually Russia came up from, that they have been the money launderers, first of all for the for the Mongols, because they have been cruel enough actually to get the money, and they upset their masters and took over their empire basically. So it's always good to remind them where they come from and what they are. So I fully agree on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I just think it's a useful, information theme to play. 'Cause, I mean, historically, that's always resonated with Russians. I think they've, in their heart of hearts, the Russians I've known were more worried about China than the United States, even during the Cold War.
Yes, if I have a follow back question, because regarding history, I'm actually from Poland, and what I learned today about Poland from the mouth of those two individuals, who I don't want to specify for any further, is quite interesting and laughable. But then again, you've been mentioning Putin as someone who hates to lose, and you know who is also someone who hates to lose? The orange guy we've been talking about earlier, and therefore, isn't it also couldn't it be a strategy to actually make clear to all to his MAGA people and supporters that if Donald Trump would make any deal in Ukraine which would involve Ukraine giving up some land, then Putin would have won, and then Donald and all of those people who think that he can win everything would be actually the losers, because they have lost on the geopolitical stage big time.
Yeah, well, I was giving Axel grief as well about realpolitik in America, but I don't think that would hurt him. I think he and his team have done such a good job of turning reality on its head. Whereas Putin's a good guy and he's our friend, and Ukraine is really that country we got to worry about. That I don't think that his base anyway would see it as a problem. It's interesting if you see polls. If you're a Republican and you really, really just think first and foremost about winning the election, that Nikki Haley actually polls much better against Biden than Trump does, because Trump's base is reliable. Whatever it is, 35%, 40%, whatever it is, they're going to vote for Trump no matter what he does. But
Even when he loses every Republican election since
exactly.
2016.
But the independents and those Republicans who still have some love of the Constitution and the historic process of this country are like, he's probably going to lose to Biden, because as dedicated as his base is, there's not enough of them to win the election. Whereas Haley, and I'm not saying I support Nikki Haley, but I'm just saying, just according to the polls, what I've seen, and I believe they're credible, her advantage over Biden is so far and above Trump's, because she appeals to the moderates in the Republican Party, she appeals to the independents, and she appeals to moderates even on the Democratic side who are worried about Biden's age and his capacity and such like that. But yet they're going to nominate Trump, and I hope Trump will lose in the election, because as in love as they are with him, his base does not represent a majority of the country. But that's just a tangent politically, and so carry on.
I think the key aspect which we have in mind here is, of course, what happens in the meantime to the national security position of the United States, with its center being people who are not on the fringes of both the Democrat and the Republican Party, and who feel it necessary to conduct the business of the state accordingly. And that means making sure the long-term freedom and independence of the maritime democracies is preserved. And that requires planning. Actually, about 15 years ago, what comes online in the Navy in 5 years from now. that requires, so to say, therefore today, planning for what happens in 20 years from now. That cannot be conducted by people who fail to deter an enemy. So where are these people? What are our wonderful agencies doing at the moment whilst this conundrum
Well, the
exists?
institutions still, go on, right? So presidents, whoever they are, generally don't think beyond 8 years. They think in the near term what's going to happen in my lifetime. Whereas institutions are thinking 20 years, 25 years down the line. So, U.S. Department of Defense is looking at threats, and not necessarily specific to a particular country, but just threats that will be generated by not only geopolitical circumstances, by technology that they have to anticipate, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, 25 years from now. So you see defense projects for satellites, submarines, airplanes that are 20 years in the making and that are designed to live for another 20 to 30 years thereafter. Those are endeavors that politicians don't usually get too much involved with. The president doesn't care because he's looking at the next 4 to 8 years. He's looking at right now generally. He should be thinking 25 years from now, and to some extent he does, but he's not as emotionally spent over it because it's not going to impact him politically right now or in the future. Senators and congressmen and House of Representatives, they love anything that brings money to their districts. So if a new submarine's going to bring money, going to bring jobs, even if we don't need it, they're probably going to vote for it. Intelligence agencies are likewise looking at where are the threats going to be over the horizon. So I think those institutions generally have some freedom to operate regardless of the political climate. I think there's a danger if Trump does what he promises to do, which is to purge, right? To purge the different agencies and people who aren't loyal is probably going to have some impact. It will definitely have some impact, but the United States as institutions will likely trod on, thinking about the business of the country today, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. At least I would like to believe that.
Thank you for that. Let's move on. We have someone to follow up on this non-locality.
Right, thank you, Axel. So my background again is capital markets, former managing director at J.P. Morgan, and one of the things that I'm most frustrated by is I believe there isn't enough focus on the dollar. When we look at the invasion timing, we see other systems come online to clear hydrocarbon type products in yuan. I really commend Douglas for speaking up about the space that China has created. I'm a little hesitant to say China. I'd like to focus on the Communist Party itself. We all have party problems. We don't have country and people problems within the country. We have specific party issues and we have leadership issues. I'm curious to know how you might inform a constructive approach to informing the masses in the Western world what a 30% hit to our dollar might look like, or what the ramifications are of operational objectives that look to destabilize our reserve supremacy. In addition to that, I think it would be helpful to help illuminate the reality that digital um, central bank linked approaches to creating some sort of currency. When we look at a digital yuan, there appears to be an expiration date on the yuan. There are ways where you can socially drive those yuans to different sectors to buy more eggs, what have you. Is there anything proactive approach to spreading the word about the ecosystem of everything and how our adversaries are focused really uniquely in on this? I mean, Putin even spoke to this yesterday or whenever the interview happened. I was wondering if there's anything you can do to help kind of inform that discussion.
So you're a smart guy. You know your business, and you get it. But taking the things you just said and translating that on a mass base to people who most people don't look too far down the road, right? And to try to explain what the impact is of the yuan being used as currency as opposed to the U.S. or the effect on U.S. currency. I mean, I see bits and pieces of it come out. You see pundits and you see scholars talk about these things, and the people reading it are generally other scholars, other pundits, as opposed to translating that into a real issue to a person at home. Is, how's this going to affect your mortgage? How's this going to affect your ability to get a car loan? How's this going to affect your ability to, like, to buy groceries? And that's really tricky. And for the United States, at least, and most of the democracies, they've got to be very cautious about navigating the road between messaging, right, what is true, and looking like they're using propaganda themselves. It's a lot easier, at least for an intel officer like me, to think about, now, how would I capture, information and messaging for my rivals or my competitors? How would I, look at the Chinese, population, or Russia's, population, than thinking about my own country, because that's where there's all sorts of, and appropriately so, legal considerations. But just kind of even stepping back, when you're talking about economic things, it's really hard to translate what you're saying. Absolutely right. That sort of sophisticated, advanced theory and understanding into why is this important to you, right? How's this going to impact you? And doing it in a way that actually gets people's attention. That's really tricky, and certainly beyond my my capacity.
But the national security element of economic policy is a key aspect for the maritime democracies. When we discussed it here with Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Perry, the deterrence, which we should have engaged in but haven't, the armament, which we should have engaged in and haven't, is currently risking our economic freedom. Because if there's no freedom of navigation, if our maritime transport logistics capacity and its nodes, its vital nodes, in this world are at risk, then of course our terms of trade change. That requires different capital structures. That requires that will have both inflationary as well as at times very restrictive liquidity issues, which we will suffer from. And that's not something which we can solve just by printing money. On the contrary, this is nothing which we can solve by monetary policy. This is something where we actually have to act. This is, by the way, one of the things why the prima facie, Pax Americana after the Second World War has been so important for world growth. Is there anybody currently, I mean, I'm not counting on State Department, of course, forget that. But is there anybody currently in this administration or whatever administration may come who understands that this is one of the most precious goods which we have, that freedom of navigation and trade?
Well, I mean, the United States is in the Red Sea shooting down missiles and drones to protect shipping, and then you see in the press, it's like, well, we're really going to say we're going to war over protecting, sea lines of navigation. Well, yeah, we actually should be. But I live in Washington D.C., right, and I teach at Georgetown University, and I've got children spread out all over the country. And when I leave Washington D.C. and I go to wherever they are across the country, nobody talks about politics. I mean, if they talk about politics, they talk about Trump. They talk about, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. They're not talking about, currency and devaluation and trade. They just don't care. They care about how things are more expensive or less expensive. They care about the availability of used cars when they weren't around for a while, because the used car market, because of computer chips for new cars, were being stocks are running low. But I'm telling you, in this wonderful country of mine of 330 some odd million people, those are just not issues that resonate. They go to sound bites and things that they think affect them. So they look at inflation because they know what things cost, like in the stores. And when politicians say, well, things are more expensive for you because of China, and here's why we have to use tariffs, yeah, that might get their attention. But to get into sort of the whole complicated world of international trade, as impactful as it is, and I get it, I certainly get it, of what it means for U.S. national security and that of our partners, it is not a resonating political issue for the majority of Americans who, if I'm like visiting, kids and my kids down in the South or Texas or Tennessee, they have no clue. They know, okay, China bad, Russia, well, it depends on on what their politics are. Iran, not nice. But they don't think in terms of those issues, and American politics then goes to, okay, what's going to resonate best with them. So it's usually things that scare them, usually things that leverage victimization. Oh, you don't have a job because China is, cornered the steel market or whatever. Things like that that resonate in sound bites. But you're talking about currency and the economic system, the international economic system. I mean, you're going to lose. You lose people. So professionals and scholars and economists, they get it, but those issues, if they're not translatable to pocketbook, and purse issues, they don't play well here.
Well, you just put it right into perspective. I could have gone one step further and said, well, there once was an executive order in 1992, which essentially allowed China to fool us on most favored nation status by fulfilling a few criteria, which we then watered down and watered down and watered down and watered down. And then somehow they just joined the WTO. And joining the WTO is the change, which of course enabled certain growth in certain sectors and certain segments, but essentially deindustrialized America.
I wouldn't go to deindustrialize.
And
I mean,
well, it
I
did.
mean, I get where
Okay,
you're
fine.
going, but that's let's be
17%,
excessive.
17% of all key manufacturing capabilities
Yeah,
across the
but
belt in
just
Pennsylvania
to
when
play
it comes
devil's
to
advocate, though,
drilling
just
equipment.
to play devil's advocate, that's a reflection of demographics, right? Where the American economy became more service based as opposed to manufacturing based, and it was actually cheaper to expand supply chains, which we just came to dread when COVID hit and such like that. But I think a lot of those things are organic, based on the movement of society, where more Americans were getting higher education, looking for more service industry as manufacturing, and then economically, American companies were outsourcing, were taking advantage of more diverse supply chains to reduce costs. So I get where you're going, but
Yeah, but the cost pressure, reduce cost. Wait, not so fast. I know that you get where I'm going, but I was trying to allude to something else. I'm not trying to make this a simplification process or a simplified message. No. I'm trying to allude to the point that we risked key and core competencies in manufacturing by allowing cost pressure to be put upon us. There was no need to allow China, prior to having fulfilled all accession criteria, to anything like the WTO.
Well, tell that to American
them a
industry,
path.
because on Wall Street in New
Well,
York,
it was not.
this was
Well,
going to make them more
1992,
money,
that was
and
not
they
the
were going to
case.
contribute to the political cause that was going to help them make more money, and that's kind of the way that went. So it wasn't thinking about terms of national security and retaining certain industries and all this kind of stuff. So now it's kind of flipped on its head, right? So there's this big outcry. I guess there's this sale pending of U.S. Steel to, I think, a Japanese consortium, right? And the U.S. government, in taking a look at it, it doesn't feel it's a threat to national security, because actually U.S. Steel as a company, and forgive me, and I'm not an economist, so people would, this is my opinion, right? And I could be wrong. My understanding is U.S. Steel has fallen to the fifth most profitable U.S. steel company, because it's just not a very good steel company. So by letting the Japanese buy it, it's not going to really threaten, because it's part of the market and its capacity is less of a national security issue, right? But now it's all flip over. It's like, oh well, we can't possibly sell U.S. Steel to Japan because we're selling it to a foreign company. It's because of
But that's a different thing. You're talking Japan now. It's a different
should
partnership.
be.
I'm
Right.
talking about China. I'm only talking about
Okay.
China
Okay.
as a
But
non-partner.
anyway,
Japan is a
you're going to be able to
democracy.
beat me up with
The reason
economy
I'm
because
ha-
I'm not
no,
a very good
we're not.
economist.
I'm trying to. No, I'm not trying to go there. I'm trying to get to the level of what, as an intelligence agency, when you look at the long-term trend, that there is a risk of deindustrialization in core aspects of the national security relevant sectors and segments, everything which feeds into better surface technology and the likes, then of course,
Yeah, but
the advice
COVID was
from
the wake
whatever
up
is
call for that, not China.
I would
It was
hope so.
it was
The
COVID,
reshoring as a
yeah,
consequence thereof is important,
and,
absolutely.
COVID has
But
definitely got people's attention
we slept.
because, and you know
We
why?
slept in the
And I
noughties.
wish it was because it was national security, but it was like American business got caught flat-footed. So it should have been, oh my God, COVID, we see the threat to our supply chains, to national security, but it was more like, oh, our profits are down because we can't depend on, that textile coming from China to Vietnam to whatever. So for maybe the wrong reasons, I think it was a wake up call that is going to be across the span of the American economy. At least that's what I've seen so far. But who knows what will happen a year from now? But let's talk spying.
Very
Let's
good
talk
point.
intel. That's
Yeah, I was
my
just about to
comfort
go.
zone.
I was just about to go there
Good,
again.
thank you.
So, I didn't start the
I know.
conversation. I was
I'm
just
getting like
thinking that
a migraine because I'm not very smart and talented. I can't do economy and math. So you get me back into spying where I feel a lot safer.
that's all right. So, and when it comes to spying, now what happens? How is such an exchange actually conducted? When people are now obviously talking about this bicycle murderer or assassin on the one hand, and Evan on the other, but what happens to these spy exchanges? And forget the movies, forget all this stuff. How difficult is it to actually create such an environment? That is the question which came from the audience to me, and I should be conveying it to you.
Or let's see if I can get a handle on it. In terms of how does the exchange get negotiated? Even Putin referred to the special services. So I mean, this is a dialogue that at least he's conducting through the FSB, which would presumably be talking to the FBI and CIA, and because the Department of Justice has to get involved regardless, as well as State Department. But you're talking about what the exchange is in terms of who they asked for and why, because that's also changed a little bit too over the years. It was mostly spies. Now Putin's trying to get criminals, right? Like Victor
That's the thing. He's
Boots,
trying to get,
right? Yeah.
yeah.
So it's a bit
He's trying
different,
to get people who matter to him,
right?
as opposed to what we had before.
Right.
Before, and you could have said it's a like-kind
Right.
exchange. Now it's on the other side.
Exactly.
But okay, now that he has changed it, how are these things negotiated and worked out? How is it conducted? That's what essentially the question from the audience was to me.
It's a negotiation. I mean, it's essentially a diplomatic negotiation that whoever the parties put front now, the United States is going to have diplomatic, law enforcement, and intel equities. So you would see stakeholders from state and justice and CIA involved for their turf, right? Whatever their turf is, and some of it, a lot of it, is actually going to be behind the scenes. They're not necessarily negotiating with the Russians because that's going to be a diplomatic negotiation, which is really owned by state. But CIA will be advising on the intel ramifications and who these people are, and FBI and Justice are certainly involved if we're talking about people in the U.S. criminal system. So, such as all the Russian illegals that we traded in 2010 for some incarcerated agents, including Skripal, who was the target of Putin's assassination attempt in the UK a few years ago. Right, that's all going to be handled in diplomatic channels, with the other agencies and stakeholders providing input and support to decision makers in the United States, but often behind the scenes.
All right. Would we therefore now, if we detect agents and amongst ourselves, for example, now in European parliaments, we just had the disease breaking out yet again. A Latvian long-standing parliamentarian of the EU Parliament has been disclosed to the public as a long-standing Russian spy. There's more of them. Some of them are reasonably well identified already. Some of them are known. I'm quite sure, and more of them will be known to the agencies themselves. What should we do with those? Should we just keep them, incarcerate them, or should we trade them? Would the Russians ever trade them because they may not want them because they have been sufficiently exploited? What do we do with these kind of people? Those kind of
Yeah,
spies?
I don't necessarily know if the Russians would want them, and that would be the decisions of those governments, Latvia or what have you, to trade them. And I would just step back from it a little bit, just from an intel perspective, to offer that the United States, for example, if it looks at recruiting a politician, it considers that covert action, right? Because you're in fact interfering with the politics of another country, which for US law requires a presidential finding and you have to have something compelling. Even if you want to recruit a politician for foreign intelligence value because they're on committees and they have access to certain information, it's very dicey and sensitive because it's so close to covert action. We may stay away from it. That the value that they have in terms of foreign intelligence doesn't merit the risk of going down this covert action road. Russia doesn't have to worry about that, right? Authoritarian states don't have covert action processes and have to worry about values in the constitution and public backlash. So they'll pursue these people. But there's also a question of how much value do you get in terms of influence? So if you're recruiting somebody who already does your bidding because their constituency feels that way, then it's kind of a waste of time. So it'd be, for example, if the Russians wanted to recruit a congressman in MAGA, a Republican congressman, what value are they getting? They're going to be supporting, opposition to support to Ukraine and things that benefit Russia anyway. Their value would be going after a Democrat, right? Um, which is going to be a little bit harder for them to do. Now, Egypt actually did that, as it is alleged that Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey was essentially recruited by Egypt and was possibly also getting money from the Qataris to support things that were in Egypt's interest. In a way, that makes a little more sense. But the politicians I've seen exposed seem to already be representing people that were sympathetic to Russia anyway. So was that really a significant national consideration? It's appalling. It's embarrassing politically. But if the Russians are targeting people who are already kind of on their side, I don't get very exercised by it because I don't know that they're gaining much of a gain. And then if and when these people get exposed, it's embarrassing to Russia overseas, not in Russia. They don't care. But it's also embarrassing to the people who thought, hey, this person was a patriot for our country. They just, thought that we should be more understanding of Russia's perspective. And it actually kind of undermines then what Russia's trying to accomplish. So I maybe don't get as worried from a strategic intel point of view from what I've seen so far as opposed to them securing recruitments in the security services and the military and places like that, which would compromise extremely valuable secrets. But that's just my perspective.
Understood. How often does it actually happen in recent years that we have valuable assets? And is this predominantly non-public, or how do
Political
we how
assets
does the
or
public have
foreign intelligence assets?
no, real intelligence assets, not the gullibles, not the political ones, the ones which we've now seen, but rather the real assets where we've been able to exploit them beforehand after having observed them, or the ones which have surprised us. How many real key assets have there been, and which we then had to exchange or were able to exchange?
Well, everyone's careful to say who people were, but if you look at the exchanges, which
Yeah.
generally become public, there are a couple that have been non-public, right? Like in terms, I think the Iranians released 3 when the United States gave them a bunch of their money back, and I think 2 were named and 1 wasn't. And the claim was, well, that person wasn't named because they their privacy concerns. And maybe that's so. Probably that's so. There could have been other things, but it's historically occurred at least between the United States and Russia, and then the Soviet Union before that, and the United States and Iran to some extent. But whether the Iranians would arrest these people as spies, the United States or the Brits or whoever had people in jail would say, well, they weren't spies, they were dissidents or whatever like that. So I can't say, but it happens. The United States has certainly been able to extricate some valuable agents, theirs and British agents over the years, and some of these trades post 2000, because post 2000 the Russians were less likely to like summarily execute these people. Before then, they found a CIA agent or a British agent or German agent, they just put a bullet in their head and they'd be done with it. But they kept these people alive, which has given an opportunity for a trade, which has served their interests as well, because then they'll get the likes of a Victor Boot or some other unsavory individual who may or may not have intel connections. And in fact, the United States has sometimes traded Russian spies for dissidents in the 70s. Obviously, in the 80s, the a number of trades were to seek dissidents that Russia had put in jail, or scholars or what have you, right? Over the past, and it wasn't an intel thing for the U.S. We were, securing the freedom of dissidents and trading Russia's spies back to them for that. So I think there's obviously a significant political element that goes into play.
So not all, and this is for the purpose of the audience, not all of those wonderful dissidents who managed to get into the West got there without payment.
Yep, very, very true. And just to give you a heads up, I've only got about 10 minutes left.
Well, then let's go through the questions quickly. We have Ernest Shackleton next.
Thank you, Axel, and thank you, Massilius, for co-hosting and for being with us, Mr. London. I appreciate your time. Folks listening, retweet and share the space. I would like to, you mentioned the 2010 ghost stories, sending home of spies that had been discovered and had to be dispensed with. I noticed that the treatment of secret services is quite different, and how they actually mentioned earlier that we behave in kind of a covert way in the West, and in the East, it seems to be that they pretend to be covert, but they really want people to know that they're really nasty and we should be afraid. How can we maintain the power balance, obviously in our favor, while never conceding and being forced to act in a false show of bravado? And do we therefore have to suffer some certain humiliations and certain appearances of loss, when in fact that is just our cover for how we do our business in a private way? And thank you for making time. I really hope you can come and be with us again. This is MriyaReport. Retweet, share the space.
Oh, thank you very much. Russian tradecraft isn't great, and that's wonderful. So, thank goodness. And particularly over the last couple of years, there's been a great number of both officially covered and unofficially covered Russian intel people discovered and expelled or arrested. So we've seen all the articles about Russian illegals, and those are just to make sure your audience understands where I'm drawing the line between the two. Russian illegals are people who aren't even supposed to be Russian. They are actually Russian nationals. They are trained intelligence officers, but they adopt the identity of a Brazilian, a Norwegian, a Peruvian,
Typically
whatever.
dead children, right? Irish dead children in
Very
Canada was a
good.
couple of covers for the
Exactly.
ghost stories.
Absolutely, right. And they operate generally in a society to handle the most sensitive agents, sometimes conduct sabotage operations if it comes to war. But in some cases, the Russians have gotten greedy and actually try to use these people to collect information firsthand or recruit agents. That's really hard to run illegals like that these days, because the internet has made taking the birth certificate of a dead baby or whatever a lot harder to get away with, and build a sustainable cover that accounts for 25, 30 years of somebody's life. And there's a lot of those people who've been discovered, arrested, and are in jail. I don't know if any of the recent ones have been exchanged for anybody, but there's certain potential there. There's also the official Russian covered intel officers. hundreds were expelled across Europe since the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So the strategic question that I'll address, and I hope it gets close to what you were asking, is we know a lot of people, but we don't necessarily want to make everybody aware we know who they are. Because if you know intel officers, then you could monitor them and find out who their agents are, control their networks, double agents back against them. So there's a balance between, okay, politically, it's really good to send home a bunch of them. And there's also disruptive aspect, because if you send home 100 Russian intel officers from Europe, you are screwing up their ability to handle their agents. You're making their lives really, really hard. So there's definitely a disruptive effect. I tend to like to manipulate what I have, so I'd rather than you know send all these people home, try to control networks, penetrate networks, redirect against networks. But manpower wise, if there's 100, if there are 100, 200, 300 intel officers that the Europeans have sent home in the past 3 years, the manpower to like maintain total control over the networks of 300 intel officers, that's not easy. So I would suspect, if it were, let me put it this way, if it was me, I'd send home those that are easiest to send home, and I'd leave in place Russian intel officers I know about who I could keep controlling their networks. So I don't know if
Thank
that
you very
answered your
much.
question, but
It
that
does.
was,
No,
okay,
excellent.
good.
Thank you so much for your answer and your time. It kind of jives with my own thoughts on how we see people wondering, why would America warn they're going to start bombing this week? Well, the reason you do that is see where the rats run when they're scared.
Right.
You want to see where they go when they're afraid. Anyway, thank you, Douglas. Appreciate your time. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slavan. And Doug, if you allow me, I'd like to go to Azerbaijan to our colleague and friend Ralph Ocean. Ralph.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Salam alaikum. I want to ask just one question, Mr. Douglas London, and I very appreciate your hearing your experience, and thank you. Share with us is your opinion. My opinion is what's happening in the Western world. I think that is a very weak leadership now. Last maybe 10 years, as a decade, last 10 years, I saw that especially is a regime of Chinese Communist Party, Putin regime, Russia, and Iranian Ayatollah so much influence inside Western countries, and so easily working with working with lobbyists. Working with politicians. For example, I saw that a lot of politicians working with Russian regime, your China Communist Party, your Iranian Ayatollah. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I'm not sure I've got a real good handle on it, but if it's basically about the complicity or co-optation of politicians, that's kind of historic to a degree, right? And again, I was referencing the U.S. senator from New Jersey, who's a Democrat actually, Bob Menendez, who the Justice Department has indicted for taking bribes. It's really spying if you the way you read it, but taking money from the Egyptian government and possibly the Qatari government to provide them some information, but also to influence events. I mean, it's um, it's it's a reality that it occurs. I think I also try to give you some background of how most liberal democracies, their intelligence services don't do that kind of operational stuff, not because it's not ethical, but it's not efficient and not necessarily effective. So I don't necessarily know that and maybe you've seen more than I have, that I've seen evidence that it's gotten much worse. It kind of happens, and there's if they've caught one or whatever, there's there may be somebody else, but I think politicians, particularly in liberal democracies, can find ways sometimes to spin what they're doing in terms of making it look like it's within their portfolio, that they're engaging foreign governments. I think crossing the line is when they actually accept something materially, which they're not allowed to do, which influences their vote. So I don't know if that answered your question, sir, but I may not be tracking as well as you are some of these events.
Alrighty, thank you for that, and thank you, Ralph. Let's go to the last question because we're closing in on the top of the hour. To Cleo.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question that basically has to do with longevity on a possible betrayal of information. When there's been a lot of speculation about how much or whether Trump handed any Israeli information over to Lavrov, and I'm wondering if, because there was a lot of information about, dead agents after that. So I'm wondering what you thought of that, and if you do feel that, that Israeli information was compromised, how long into the future does a compromise like that last? How long before one can trust one's, current crafting of information?
Thanks for your question. So again, trying to stay true to my obligations to the CIA. My understanding from public information is that in this meeting that occurred in the White House between then President Trump and Foreign Minister Lavrov and the incumbent Russian ambassador, he discussed two things which were considered sensitive. He discussed some activities that he was aware of from information that Israeli intelligence services have provided the United States, which he talked about, which would allow one to kind of divine from how the Israelis would have gotten that information. And similarly, according to press, that based on what he told Lavrov and the Russian ambassador about Comey and the FBI director who he had fired, and the election meddling case revealed information that, according to the press, was sourced to a very sensitive Russian in the Kremlin who was working for CIA, who was subsequently exfiltrated because there was a recognition that what the former president had done would have compromised the agent, so they had to get him out of the country, which, according to the press, they did successfully, and he's now living happily and safely. So, to answer the consequence part of your question, the impact obviously is you lose the flow of information and you lose the means of getting that information. So, whether the means was a human being, an agent, which was, apparently the case with the Russian that the CIA was running inside the Kremlin, according to the press. And from what I read in the press, the Israeli information might have been collected technically, which means then if the Russians are going to share that information with the targets of the Israeli collection, which I imagine they would have, then those people who the Israelis were getting the information from would likewise identify their weaknesses and vulnerabilities and cut that off. So you no longer have that flow. To offer a timeline, I really can't do that. I mean, because there are no real scientific ways to say how long does it take you to re-recruit somebody and re-recruit that access. You could get lucky and recruit somebody who's already really senior, or they could volunteer and just approach the United States government, go, hey, listen, I work in the Kremlin, I work for, or you're cultivating more junior people and then trying to cultivate and nurture their career over time until they get more and more access. So sadly, in the Intel community, we often answer questions with "it depends" because everything is so situationally dependent that I can't give you anything more scientific. But that gives you at least, hopefully, a sense.
Thank you.
All righty, Douglas. And Cleo, I hope that has assisted you. All right, that sounds well. Like a thumbs up. Thank you very much.
Well, for the mic.
Douglas.
Thank you. I'm sorry. The mic seems to go off and on too slowly for me, and I hit it again.
Not a problem.
All right, thanks. Bye.
That is not a problem. Thank you. Douglas, like the last couple of times, we managed to skirt around a few pitfalls. There are so many things which you can't talk about, but there are so many things which you should need to talk about, despite the fact that you can't reference the underlying. That's completely fine. Don't worry about it. We'll do this again. Please do not let it happen again that we are for so many months without downtime.
Well, your listeners are very kind, and you're kind to begin with, listeners, because you're listening to a very important program that gives all of us an opportunity to try to provide support to Ukraine, stand up to Russia, do what's right for everyone. Right. So, thank you for listening. Thank you for indulging me when I'm here, and thank you for indulging my absences when I'm not. But by all means, please keep listening. Please keep doing the right thing, and supporting resistance to Putin and Russia.
Yes, and for those in America who are currently still considering as to what to do on this late Friday afternoon, do give your senators a call and make sure that the vote tonight is sufficiently decisive. That is bloody vital. Thank you, Douglas. It was a pleasure spiffing again, and we will see you back here soon.
Absolutely, and the pleasure is always mine. Thank you very much, everybody. And for those of you who want to continue hearing my musings, better or worse, look me up on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it these days, because I've got a big mouth and I'm always talking about something.
Should they read or listen to your book?
I think either are good. The person who does the narrative sounds so much better than me that people have these terrible high expectations when they hear me talk after listening to the audio of the book. They go, "Boy, that guy sounds so much smarter," and no doubt they're right. But
did you listen to our friend Chuck's autobiography?
I didn't listen. I've read his stuff,
You
and
he read he
he
read
did the
it
narrative.
himself.
Oh my gosh! Well, Chuck's so
He did the
articulate.
narrative, and on Audible, it's absolutely stunning. Warrior Soul. I can only highly recommend
Oh,
it. Just like
absolutely.
I could recommend your book, but
thank you.
and because it's we should be talking more about the recruiter. We should be talking about the recruiting process. Let's do something more.
Let's do that next time. I'm much better at that than economics.
You did perfectly well. The
you're
audience wanted to hear it, Doug.
Well,
but thank you.
Thank you. All right then. Until next time, everybody. Be safe and be well. Bye bye now.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Alrighty, and with that, by the way, I have to also say good night and good luck. Cece, please keep tabs on everything. Make sure that people are well informed during the evening whilst I'm not here as to what is happening in the Senate. Let's hope that the people turn around the right way and that those who haven't yet done it beforehand are doing it now. And Mercedes, carry on.
Yes, thank you, Axel. And I'm very glad that although our CIA recruitment guy did not show up, at least the Czech has been constantly showing up for all the NIFO fellas. So thank you for that. And without any further ado, maybe we should talk about the good stuff that happened today as well, because we've been seeing not only the awful interview, which has been probably discussed to quite extent here on a panel, but also nice pictures of Mr. Zelensky handing over the highest possible medal to Mr. Zaluzhny and Budanov. Which is, of course, not only a gesture, but especially in the time where there have been so much speculations about why do they don't show up with each other and so on and so forth. Well, we had the opportunity to see them both very lucky together and very friendly to each other. So I hope that this kind of closes up this topic. And without further ado, I'm trying up to find the video for you, because it was really nice to see this, the smiling faces and things we've been waiting for so long and talking for so long, and they have finally come true. So, which obviously is a good pattern, because we all want good things to come true, and we all will see good things coming true. So, Richard, I see you put up your hand. Please go on.
Good afternoon, guys. Or good evening, probably, wherever you guys are. Just a quick question. Don't know if you covered it already. Has there been any news on the impending strike tonight over Ukraine? We're just getting lots of messages come through, and didn't know if you guys are already talking about it.
Well, Richard, I don't know as well, but maybe here's someone who would who has been during the day and could contribute and answer your question. So, guys, do not hesitate to come up, request speaker. You know how it goes. Click on the microphone button down on the left, and if you've been here before and heard something about it, then please share it with us here and answer Richard's question. Otherwise, I will briefly check my my sources and maybe repeat what have been said. Maybe say something different. But I believe I can't answer your question for any further. So no, I see no hands here. So I believe it's a Schrödinger topic. It has been either discussed or not discussed. So sorry for giving you an answer like this, but maybe you can share a little more about this because you obviously read already something about it. So please go on.
Yeah, so the message from Ukraine traffic contact. The Russian sent 150 missiles tonight.
Richard, sorry for interrupting you.
It doesn't send the message. Yep.
Is there any chance that you maybe change your position because yes, hello. Very like true matrix filter, you know, where you've been not really well. Can you move somewhere where you have been before, where you originally asked your question? Oh, now it was better.
1 second. How's that?
Oh,
better?
yeah, now it's good. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Let's go on.
Sorry, I just went under an underpass, so I probably lost 1 second.
And now we lost you again. So he also dropped down to listener. So obviously the connection is not well enough. Yes, of course. I since I'm from Poland, I also have of my own take of what has been said today, and it's both hilarious and then again, yeah. But CC, please go on.
So the vote tonight in the Senate is at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to put in the nest right here. The people in pink are the ones that we believe to actually be gettable, i.e. swayable right now. So if you want to, while you're listening to MriyaReport, use your home phone and call these people. This is a really exciting yet nerve-wracking time because it means so much for Ukraine. And Russia knows that, right? That's why Putin called. Everyone thinks that, you know,
I'm sorry, Sissy, I believe I accidentally hit the button because there have been requests and then the button turned into mute everybody. So please unmute yourself. And
I've done it before. It's super easy to do. How they designed the screen is ridiculous. They put the mute button right under the accept button. So the Senate vote at 7 is swayable with these people in pink right here. These are the people we should be calling right now because they're actually gettable. This money is going to mean everything, possibly the war. I know people will still fight on. I get it, but 60 billion in weapons is going to make a difference. My friends, your friends are dying. 2 unit members of the Georgian Legion just died because they had no artillery cover. You know, and we've been asking from the U.S. Senate and House for money. Their line items under there is artillery, right? This is our fault. Our death is on their hands and Russia's hands. So these people are gettable. So you talk about a super cool lasered in list right here. Yeah, it's a countdown until this vote at 7. So it's very exciting and very terrifying. If you can help put it out into the world, Ukrainians sure would appreciate it. They're all, so many are DMing me about this. They're all on the edge of their seats. I am too. You can tell, like, I'm having trouble even catching my breath. A little nervous about this vote. But I do believe they're gettable, and so do other people on the Hill. So not just my personal opinion only. Please, please, it's a participant sport. Please don't just listen. I beg you.
Yes, exactly, and especially if you are in U.S. citizen or you are a U.S. citizen on probably a foreign soil, you are still probably entitled to call and therefore make a difference.
And also, they'll be talking about it all weekend because that's how the process works. So your messages will get to them. So don't worry.
Yes, that's. I wish actually Tucker Carlson would have brought up your message. He would probably done a lot better service to the public with it, but he sadly didn't. Nice to see you, Miss Ockers. Miss Ockers joined us on a panel, and glad very much to see her. And now she raised her hand, so let's go to Miss Ockers.
Hello, I'm going to join you for a little bit because apparently there was there was a gap that popped up without even noticing, eh? Funny how these things happen. So do you want to know the Russian view on the interview with that person?
I would rather say that I heard enough of Russian view on this interview because it has been both Russian viewed, but well, I can handle it, I guess.
Well, they actually...
Pardon me, sorry.
Adam. Indeed. No, they considered it quite the failure. They've reported that the interview with him and the man himself was not to Putin's liking. The interview has been considered a failure. The Kovalchuk clan sharply criticizes the idea of an interview with the American journalist name. They say that the problem is the unpreparedness of the interview arrangement. It was Gromov's and Peskov's mistake. Putin should have talked about conservative values, the creation of a conservative alliance, and moving on in the future, but he just talked of history and platitudes about Ukraine. Narishkin, who allegedly planted ideas with documents of Bohdan Khmelnytsky and nonsense with Poland, also played a negative role here. He set Putin up to the fullest. Medinsky would not have allowed such a thing. According to reports, Putin did not like the interviewer. He found him a snob and a useful idiot who got a meaningful fee but was lazy and lacked creativity. Sorry.
Well, so there was a true word finally coming out of it?
Well, this is what's being reported.
No, I mean, that's the first true word that I heard. That he is a snob and, and so on and so forth. Finally, some real information. I know it will be hidden somewhere.
Well, exactly. But on their behalf, according to reports, they feel that it could have been done a lot better. It was set up wrong. The questions weren't correct. And the answers were too long and rambling and just parts of it didn't make sense. So it didn't come across properly. It should have been strong and manlier. Anyway, so they feel that the time with him was wasted. There is apparently a wave of complaints. So yeah, it's a bit of a turn up for the books that he called him a snob and a useful idiot, apparently. So yeah,
Yeah,
never
well,
a true word spoken.
just to maybe nail it a little bit further, was this boring historian part the one where he said that Poland basically invented Ukraine and then collaborated with Hitler to invite itself, or what? Because I find it quite funny, actually. I mean, not maybe not for my ancestors and Ukrainians, but it had some drill, actually. Um, just from the perspective of the entertainment side of things. But then again, well, maybe let's go to Hans. I think the first one was Adam, then Cici, then Ukraini, and then Marcus. Right?
Cici was before me.
Okay,
but
sorry. That
otherwise correct.
Cici.
Chivalry is not dead. Thank you, kind sir. I feel like.
Sorry, that was me giving you a heart and just muting everyone like an idiot. Carry on.
Silence can be love too. But my opinion is they're doing this because they don't want it to appear that Americans are in cahoots with Russians. Which who knows? I don't know. I just love it that his rep is smeared from both sides, though. I have to take great joy in that.
Me too. It's nice to see they took him so seriously. Adam, go ahead.
I just think it's hilarious that there's like this, at least an attempt at like a global Christian fascist alliance on both sides of the Atlantic, right? With how your reporting of how the Kremlin, or elements in imperialist Moskva criticized Putin's performance because it didn't try to form those alliances over the sea. And I've seen the exact same commentary from disappointed Vatniks on our side of things. I guess I shouldn't make it across the Atlantic, across the Iron Curtain, the old Iron Curtain, we could say, but that are equally disappointed that he didn't talk about like where people pee and all of that, anti-woke stuff or whatever. And he just concentrated on the history. And it's the same thing, I feel like, in America, where there's all these people trying to put Trump on this like Mussolini type pedestal, and he's just like about nothing but personal grievance, right? He never talks about these big issues that they want him to talk about. He's just like, my diapers, and I won the election. And here's Putin. He's like, my diapers, and Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and Yaroslav Mudry.
And Adam, just for the room, I get so many emails about this. I just want to clarify what you meant was Christo-fascists are not Christians. In fact, it's quite the opposite. So for anyone just passing by, Adam does not mean that Christians, Christo-fascists are completely different. And I get a lot of mail about that. So just making that clear.
What I should have actually meant to say was schizofascism, because that's what it actually is, because it's not actually based on the teachings of Christ at all. So we shouldn't even give it that name, and I apologize for saying it. I'd rather use Professor Snyder's term of schizofascism, because they think everyone else is fascists while themselves being fascists.
Yes, and maybe also it's let's highlight for for our listeners that you can easily tell the ones who have been complaining about him not telling about the opportunities to pee being obvious tankies or vatniks from obviously not Russian soil. Because if they have been from Russian soil, then they would know that outside of those two cities, where they might have some infrastructure, they actually have those little boxes outside the house made of wood, and this is the one option, which are also unisex. So because it's one, or they even have sometimes toilets in their kitchen. So it's not only unisex, it's also awfully unhygienic because they also cook there. So maybe Putin did them a real good service not talking about this topic, but then again, who knows? Who was next? I believe it was Ukrainian, and then Marcus, and then Canadian fella, right?
I just wanted to ask Mockers if you had tweeted that, because I think that review of Tucker Carlson's interview, I think that should be circulated myself to at least to MAGA. So
Well, I will find it. Give me one moment and I will retweet it because I
bless you,
obviously
love.
didn't. So yeah, I will find it. I'm apologizing now for the length of time it's going to take.
You know, if I can look for it if it's not you know, readily available. I can just look for it, but thank you.
I'll catch up with it shortly. I'll let you know. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I actually just wanted to ask Marsilius what he thought about the, let's just say, interesting interpretation of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in the year 1939. I'm sure Poles everywhere had their eyebrows touching their top of their forehead.
Of course, and I even liked kind of the reaction of the current government, who at least stood up to the task and has made clear how devastating all those things have been. And but it was then again not the first time he came up with things like that. And to maybe bring some context to it, Marcus. There have been one pact shortly before the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact between actually Poland and Germany, which has been for a limited time and not non-aggression pact. And the Russian embassy has put a tweet about this day, and I believe it was the 17th of last month. But I can look it up because I also answered to that because it was completely twisted already. What they wrote was in there, and I just go to Wikipedia and corrected what they have tweeted. So they try to constantly to frame Poland, because Poland has been obviously not only one of those countries who has managed over the time to be sometimes in Moscow and bring them to their knees, but also to be most vocal, at least in the first time. They've been clear about full support for Ukraine and building up a coalition and sending everything that, I mean, the guys has been also in Kiev before the invasion and few days after the invasion. So it's like obvious that they are building coalition against Russia, and therefore they are becoming a great threat to Russia. But yes, I will look up the answer maybe to this, because it answers your question very well. Because of course they didn't go into the depth of a hidden, also so-called secret paragraph of a Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which involves raping Poland apart. Because it won't suit the narrative, but also highlighting that there have been a 1 year not attacking pact between Hitler and Poland, which has been in the same way also between Russia and Germany and a lot of other countries. Tells a lot. They want to smear everything on us, and honestly, this, I don't want to swear, coming from them is no surprise, because they have been doing it all the time. But when I sometimes hear from other countries like Polish concentration camps or or things similar to that, or mentioning the Holocaust with and calling Poland like 1,000 times and no word about Nazis and Germany and so on. It makes those connections in the head of the people, you know, and this is also a tactic. And this I saw also actually from the West, which is for me, for myself, a lot more concerning. But then again, you know, there was one thing I wanted to add to this answer, but maybe it will come back and then I can fill the gap, because there was also one important thing and I kind of lost it, because it's of course very devastating for us. What's that, you know, now it looks like at least for the Vatnik